Welcome to Blast Slam 4. We're here at the Singapore Indoor Stadium. Joining me, the ever handsome, beautiful, whatever you guys want to say, is of course Quinn, Misery, and T.
Yes. Hello.
Happy
to be here.
Okay, all right. I thought you guys were going to add on more words here to describe yourselves.
Gorgeous, breathtaking, stunning.
Keep going. You need 3 more.
Masculine.
Extravagant.
We started praising ourselves. Production just started changing very quickly.
Yeah,
you know?
I don't blame them because the views of Singapore, everything that you get to experience in this country is, no offense, significantly better to
That's
look at.
actually real, by the way. The actual trophy is hovering above the air. It's brand new tech. Yeah, very good.
It's been a lot of fun. Our day yesterday was so enjoyable here. We had our first day of playoffs in the arena as well. Do you guys have like a moment that really stood out for you? Something that when you think about yesterday just really stuck out?
I think the heroic comeback in the first game against Spirit was ultra exciting, and it's a great way to start the tournament off. And I'm excited to watch them get to play later today again. Hopefully get more of those exciting moments.
Yeah.
Maybe the 8-minute rampage from mid one. I think that was pretty memorable.
That was definitely memorable. And maybe you guys weren't watching this, or maybe you don't remember those specific moments, but luckily for you, we have all of it in one quick and easy video to watch.
Boom comes in, Ice Path lands, Boom finally goes down. A little bit of resource to work with, one final zip, but mid one's got too much HP.
Charges before, he's got him now.
Crystal is 1v2, now a 2v2, and it pays dearly for Team Spirit as a rampage for mid.
Go long for you in this type of fight.
Blind blink in, Rue, he goes for it, and they spot the snap by. They slash off that cookie, and now with the Ravage going out as well, they burst down Utoro, they've got him. Crash into the cookie, they got the change with the bash, he's done. Crystal, he's just gonna hit the throne, Collapse got the call, but it doesn't matter. MOUZ,
they're from the Stampede into the silence, and the Who Stomp, they're looking down. He'll get the chance to get the go straight forward, but back comes in with the Omni Slash, comes in huge from Yuma. Get the try to go for Nightfall, he wants to get back in, jumps over towards Yuma, but Yuma's got the Manta and the Blade Fury at the ready. They'll take the healing ward out. Yuma moving in with the Blade Fury and the bash on towards Nightfall, but Nightfall finds Cheap Jungles. The Who Stomp's there though. They've got the spin, they've taken him down. Tokyo's tried to jump in, but the damage is so overwhelming. Toronto, Tokyo's gone. Heroic, they're ready to close it on.
Oh, and they're ending it.
But they're on towards the Ancient. Aurora knocked down and out here.
Oh my god.
Well, that's all the action that's going to happen in a best of 3, a single elimination playoffs bracket where we saw MOUZ taking that series all the way to game 3 and inevitably beating out Spirit. They're eliminating them from Blast Slam 4 here, and then Heroic getting it 2-0 a little bit quicker, but I wouldn't say the games are any less lackluster there too.
Yeah, and I mean, of course, both MOUZ and Aurora have the massive uphill battle now because they're going up against, the Titans, Tundra and Falcons. And I did get told I was allowed to talk about it. Historically, Blast format, if you get to the semifinals, you do automatically win the tournament. It's just a thing that happens in Blast Slam. So for the sake of, a new narrative, MOUZ, Heroic, you got a lot of pressure on your shoulders because, yeah, again, those auto semifinal teams just seem to be so good in the best of 3s in this single elimination that you often just carry straight through to the grand finals. And,
I thought you were going to say more that it was just if your team name was Tundra, you guaranteed a Blast Slam finals.
Yeah, that's true. They're also very good at this this format as well. But yeah, it seems to be that the single limb, this like high pressure intensity, having to play for your own Dota. It's only certain teams can really kind of crack that code. And of course, like you mentioned, Tundra seems to truly understand this format the best.
Yeah, they do.
Maybe it makes sense that you're the ones that win the group so dominant in the best of 1s are also the teams that are, strong when it comes to the best of 3s. I think that it usually is the best teams who make it out in those group stages.
Yeah, there's also something to be said about having time to warm up because the teams that played yesterday and won, well, they're going to be playing again later today, and they had a lot of great moments for themselves. It feels like getting those nerves out of the way, Quinn, is pretty important here. It's nice to see that MOUZ just having such an amazing moment for themselves getting that win over Spirit yesterday.
No, absolutely. I think, if you flip the script and MOUZ and Heroic were in those second slots, I think it would be a much different scenario than this is, because I think these teams being in those first games and winning is better for them because I think the practice being a team like Spirit is huge for your confidence. And so going into that next series, I think Tundra feels a lot more beatable, a lot more human than maybe they would if you were just playing schmuck teams and beating, goobers. Like they're not. They're playing against one of the best teams in the world, highly revered, and they get that win. I think that confidence, that boost, it goes a long way. Like it really, I think especially for some players, it matters a lot.
And when we got mid one here on the panel as well, he talked about how for game number 3, they knew they had to change something up. They kept putting that Nature's Prophet mid, and it was like, okay, game 3 is where we needed something different, and that difference was the game maker. It was that Venom mid that did so much for themselves, Misery.
Yeah, I think not only did mid one come out and tell his team, look, I don't actually want to play Fury in game 3, that's not working right now, but I also think his team adjusted overall. It wasn't just the Fury that changed, it was like the whole game plan. So I think that was very key for MOUZ's success yesterday and win. And that's why we have them here today. And I think that they are maybe even slightly favorites against Tundra. I mean, it's always hard to call out, like count out Tundra, but not really sure what to expect from him. But I think MOUZ are in really good shape right now.
Yeah, and it feels like Heroic as well. 2-0, that's a lot more confidence coming into it as well, too, when you go up against Aurora yesterday, who game number one maybe wasn't really what we were expecting as viewers, and I'm sure them as a team, the way they executed it too, but they brought it back. It was a really close game number two.
Yeah, and also for Aurora, I remember like it's like a tweet from Knoxville, and historically, teams don't actually lose after getting a rampage, you know, too quickly. You know, often there's quite a lot of depth to the game, and I think it's like what, like the 5th or 6th time, or at least recently in regards to time spent after rampage into losing the game. Aurora now have that stat as well. So yeah, it's like kind of awkward for them where Nightfall does pop off and then like a minute and 30 seconds later they're kind of thrown is dying. So it was just kind of awkward for them, but I think Aurora is showing progression, but in my opinion it's not enough. I want them to go home, understand what the faults are, really make sure that next time they turn up to a slam or any other event they do show us their top form. But Heroic, they're hitting their stride. The best placement in the tier 1 event that we are seeing now. Yes, they've won a couple tier 2 ones, but I'm really looking for Heroic to stamp their positions and hopefully get to a grand finals, because you know, South America, first tier 1 proper grand finals, that's pretty good.
Yeah, I feel like that would be extremely hype. I saw those Heroic boys going out there in the crowd, meeting all their fans, so it feels like there's a lot cheering for them here. It feels like they might now be the fan favorites. Who really knows? Did you feel like there was a specific team that stood out yesterday, Quinn, that the audience was maybe a little bit biased for?
I think a Spirit game will always be near and dear to people's hearts these days, especially. They've just won so much that people love them, but they're not here now. And I think the ones who've taken their crowns, I think MOUZ have captured a lot of people's hearts. I think especially seeing mid 1 in a C crowd. I think they're a very exciting team. They play a lot of weird heroes. They're picking Pudge. They're running around. They're playing fast games. They're killing a lot of heroes. I think they're very exciting to watch personally.
Well, look, there might not be a specific team, even though we can say that, you know, we think there might be. There isn't a specific team that's capturing the hearts of all the fans, but maybe there was a play yesterday that captured the hearts of our viewers.
Surrounded by 3 heroes, the parry goes out though. He's staying alive for the time being. Boom can't quite get him. And now Yatoro turns back around for a bit of damage. It will cost him his life. But damage is done. And Boom, maybe to fall. Wait, Boom. He escaped away into the trees. Midwan getting just that extra boost of heal. Now he walks away from the remnant. Laurel couldn't find him either. Panto on a sliver of health. Boom comes in. Ice Path lands. Boom finally goes down. Boom. Midwan so low. Laurel just a little bit of resources to work with. One final zip. But Midwan's got too much HP. Too many resources out of the one. A triple kill for him.
From MOUZ, I mean, he didn't have earn charges before. He's got him now.
Crystal is 1v2, now a 2v2, and it pays dearly for Team Spirit. It's a rampage for Mid 1 on the main stage. Welcome back, Mid 1.
I mean, was there really ever any other moment from yesterday that was going to be in contention for play of the day? A rampage before minute 8? Well, how many more early rampages have you seen before going in pro play?
That's the earliest I've ever seen by a pretty sizable margin, I think by like 20 minutes or some crap. And also just an amazing animation. These things never get old. I think SFM is so cool, and he's so good at it. Like, it's just sick. Give me back goosebumps.
He's like by the tree and he's like looking over across them. Oh, I don't know, it's just, yeah, beautiful.
Pretty ballsy TP though. He just sees a little bit of
A little flash, yeah.
a little flash. Like, I'm 10% HP. I'm just gonna TP in.
Thankfully, Dota isn't in that POV. How hard would Dota be if you're having to look? Anyway, yep.
Anyway, that would be very difficult. And whilst we're like reminiscing on yesterday, maybe we can go a little bit further back. And all 3 of you've had amazing careers, whether that's as talent, but more importantly, as pro players. And so we wanted to look back a little bit and have some of those highlights, some reminiscing. And T, do you have a specific moment that stands out in your career when you were a professional back in the day?
Couldn't we have started like this way and moved down? All right.
I wanted to start with you.
That way.
All right, cool. Anyway, this camera, wonderful. Yeah, 2019, all right? This is when I was coaching, you know, Chaos Esports. This man here, Misery, he was the captain of the team. We're drafting against Liquid. 2019 Liquid, not the same as 2017 Liquid, but, you know, Matu, GH, Kuroki, I was hyped, you know? And this was back when, like, status resistance was a new thing. We drafted ourselves, Omni Knight, Razor, Oracle, Earth Spirit, and then we beat them in 20 minutes, eliminated them from a major. That was kind of my hype, you know, memory of Dota. And yeah, I also have like 1,200 games on Spirit Breaker. What can you do? But
I love the stats. The A to Z completed. No,
No,
you
not
haven't
yet.
done the whole
Nah,
Hero
it's
Countdown.
alright,
Where
but-
are you up to with that?
I'm like, I can't remember. It's been like a week of being in Singapore. I'm like in the last like 40 heroes. I'll be done after this event. Yeah.
Yeah. Is that your career highlight as well, Misery? Because you were part of that moment. Would you say it's up there for you?
That was very memorable. Like,
Okay, don't lie. Okay, I was in the room, right, showing him the clip, like how hyped. Because in this game as
Yeah.
well, our TV, he didn't even know what status resistance was in that moment. 'Cause I remember walking upstairs after the draft, and he's like, "Why are they winning 15 minutes?" And then I had to explain like what it was, and I think Crit was telling him like what status resist was when it first introduced. I tell him like just now, and he's like, "What game? Huh?" I'm there clinging onto it like it's a cherished memory, and he's like, "Yeah, don't remember that."
I genuinely don't remember this moment, but it was important.
It was,
sure.
yeah,
yeah,
for me.
subconsciously.
Yeah.
Okay. What was your cherished memory?
Yeah,
of
so
that, Misery?
back in the day.
How far
in
back?
the- Very back in the day. I remember as if it was yesterday. You know, I was playing against Kuroki. It was all the way back in Dota 1.
Was it actually?
It was actually, I think, if we could just pull up the clip, it's almost like it's fresh in my memory, but oh, there it is. There's Kuroki Pudge. I'm playing the Alchemist, channeling the stun here, and we end up killing him here. Oh, that was a big moment, you know.
Dude, this is
And
crazy.
this is against Light of Heaven. Kuroki flaming his team. Extremely mad about the whole situation. But yeah, those were the days.
Dang, that's
The
a good memory.
peak Dota right there.
That's a great clip.
That was really good. Is yours as old as that, Quinn? Because it feels like that was probably before you even born.
That was before I was born.
Yeah,
But mine is also quite old, 9 years ago. Also against Kuroki, but against a player that is
Wait,
very...
hang on. Wait. Misery's played on 29 different teams?
I guess so.
Yeah,
Is that counting
Did you
Dota 1?
fact check that?
No, I think that's just blast production.
They just put in a random number.
Yeah,
Yep.
I believe it.
They would never make
believe
things
it.
up. They
Kuroki
definitely fact checked it.
once.
Yeah.
So that it could have been better, but that was one memorable Kuroki tilt there, though.
To be fair, though, I am looking at his Wikipedia now. It is quite a, you know, it's true. Yeah, it's true.
It's a
All right, we could be scrolling for a while.
Fact
Okay,
check.
so we'll believe it's actually 29 teams then. All right, Quinn, you were saying yours was way back, not too far back as Misery's.
Yeah, nine years ago, against Kuroki, but that's not who the clip is about. The clip is about the GOAT himself, bat chesting out of my gourd. This is me, my first LAN ever, and I got a little soul kill on a guy named Amer. I think that's his name. Anyway, it was very
Miracle,
cool.
yeah.
It was very cool at the moment to just be. We were honestly quite bots. We got voted into this tournament. We didn't even qualify. The fans just voted us in, and then we had a cheeky little soul
That
kill.
was a thing?
It was.
You were a fan favorite?
Yeah, we were.
That's what I mean. It's not about people voting
Yeah.
in. It was the fact that people voted you in.
I mean, back in that day, there was.
Okay, top left, chill out.
Hey, that's a pretty good stat. Not many people can have that stat, but look, cool, very calm. Wait, I don't know if I agree with that one.
yeah.
Very cool.
Collective
I think
depends
so.
if it's
I think
pub
it
or not.
might be the most true of them all.
Really.
Maybe even more true than the two finals lost. We don't need to talk about that.
All right, we'll
That-
try to just talk about
I mean, that's how beautiful, you know, all of our history. It's drafting against Kuroki, killing Kuroki, killing Miracle from mid lane. Like, why is all of our
Why
clips
is it?
from
Is it
one team, an org, basically, from
Is it
Liquid
because they
to Enigma?
won a TI? Is it because it's like the Liquid Legacy?
Yeah, when you finally beat a legacy player or outdraft or whatever, it does kind of sit on your mind a bit. So, thanks,
I think
guys.
we may have one more clip or thing to show from another TI winner beating up on someone. A certain someone who may also be on this panel.
Don't do this. Please don't do this. Do not do this. There's no.
Oh, so
Do you know when this is from? Do you actually know the lore behind this game?
I don't know when it's from, no.
please tell us the lore.
Okay, so you're gonna be looking at the post-game stats, all right? This was all the way back in 2019, 1 month before TI9. I'm casually playing a little bit of unranked Dota on the Oz servers, and who other than OG Ana do I run into in his 5-stack, and he absolutely decimates me on mid IO 1 month before he goes on to win TI with carry IO.
He beat me with Carry IO too, so, you know.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Congrats.
okay, we're equals?
We're equals now.
We're equals.
I mean, you could have been like the world's best coach back then. If you had this information that no other team
Dude, I
knew
might
about,
have beat them. Why didn't you tell me?
Why didn't you like find a couple teams, go tell them? Like you.
This was 2019. I didn't know who people were. No one knew who I
like,
was.
Imagine you have this like one of the best Gary players or upright. You know, come on, you missed a great chance. Like you have the stats. There was no pro tracker back then. Still not now.
Yeah,
There's no,
anyway,
you know,
I mean, you can see he went 22-0. We did not kill him once.
You
Yeah,
boosted
I
his
don't think we killed
confidence.
him
I
either.
really did enough that he
You
wanted to
helped
be
Anna
in the
win
grand
TI.
final.
Do you want to have your
Yeah.
name etched in as like an assistant to helping them win? Because
I feel like we gotta put an asterisk next
yeah, a
to
little
that win.
asterisk. Yeah, this one pub was the ignition to it.
That's I feel like yeah, going 22-0, that's enough for anyone to have confidence.
Oh,
Yeah.
how many times did you die to it though? Because it's 22-0. Was you had like 13 deaths? Was it like?
To him specifically? Oh, probably all 13.
Okay, fair enough. Unlucky.
I believe it.
Yeah.
I would definitely believe it, 100% in an unranked, for sure. But look, there was some nice moments from us. Do you feel like there's going to be any 22-0 mid laners for this one?
I don't know about 22-0. That's pretty steep scoring. You don't see too often. That's some Sumail tiny, was it tiny? Yeah, tiny 31-0 or whatever, and then lose the game type deal. But I think there are some great mid players, and I am very excited to watch them play, though.
Do you have all time, not even just our personal, like what we've experienced, lived, and went through, but all time for Dota? Very quickly.
I think it's Sumail. I think it's Sumail all time.
Oh, just as a player, not even a...
As a mid, I think Sumail
Okay.
is all time. Sumail is
Alright.
all time.
What about coach?
All-time coach?
Yeah. It shouldn't be that hard to think about. There's only one person that's won 3 TIs.
Nah, sorry, Aoi, mate. I'm honestly, it's like Xiaowei or TK, I always lean towards like Chinese coaches for like bringing more memories.
Okay.
Sorry, Aoi.
Yeah, I think outside of AO, I think Xiao 8 is a good contender for sure.
Do you have a play misery for you? Player, play, either or? Event, even?
I don't know. Blast Slam 4?
No!
Hey, full
Alright.
circle.
Congrats.
Yeah, we'll give you a raise for that one. That's a good work there. But it's been a lot of fun walking down memory lane, not only yesterday, but of course all the way up to 9+ years ago, what we've got to experience here. But we get to look forward. And do you know what we get to look forward to?
MOUZ versus Tundra.
Yeah, that is it, all right?
What was a trick question? I was waiting for something else, yeah.
No, it's not a trick question by any means. We get to look forward to it. I was going to go more generic, though. The fact that we get to start our day very soon, and if there's anything on the card you guys would love to see, if you'd love to see a mid-IO come back.
That would be sick. I don't think it's very good unless your name is Starrybog. But mid one is one player who could play it. So if we see it, which I doubt, it would be him.
Okay.
I would like to see either Viper or Spirit Break, I think. These heroes are interesting to me.
Your boy, Spirit Breaker.
I mean, he's a good lad, but it's like the most like dry hero you could mention.
Really?
Oh,
Why?
there's the Thompson build on Viper right now, the Ags with the 044.
Okay, I'm
Not that
sorry.
bad.
I
Not
hate.
that bad.
No. Okay, this is. I don't care about Blast Slam right now. I need to quickly talk about this, right?
Yeah.
I respect Thompson immensely. He's great, but everyone who copies Thompson thinking they can just do it straight away in a pub and think it works, it tilts me so much, man. They're picking Viper, doing Ags and Corrosive and the W, and not even trying to pressure in the lane, and they lose the game thinking they're Thompson. You're not Thompson. Stop trying to do the build. Understand the build first.
I think players could do it.
Probably yes, but I'm just thinking about pubs. You just gave me like PTSD about this. Like,
I think you really did. You unlocked something in him.
There was some trauma burst out. That's my bad. I apologize.
Don't copy Thompson without knowing what Thompson's trying to do first. That's basically all I'm saying.
Go copy Thompson in your pubs.
That's fair.
Right now.
Okay, all right.
Maybe not right now, because we've got something more important to head to right now, and that is, of course, Slacks from Shiva.
Hey, thanks, Nats. We are getting the stage ready for you guys to, of course, start the series later on. But we first want to take a second because I just wanted to highlight how yesterday's series, and especially the first one, I'm going to have a little bias there. I mean, Dutch bias there too, with MOUZ doing well against Spirit Slacks.
Absolutely, man. The old man was back. See, mid one get a rampage. It's like the old. What's up with all these guys coming back? Mid one, no one. I love it. And also, may I say to my boy out there, many of you might not know this, but Immortal Faith, yes, the guy that makes those guides that you scrubs at home may or may not use if you're not using Tortellini, is the coach. This is the guy. Let me bring it back.
Okay.
Before Gaming Gladiators, the team that shall not be named Voldemort style, before
Team Tickles.
Team Tickles, that's right. He formed the original Gaming Gladiators with who, do you think?
With, basically, with
Celery, who's back on the team right now. They formed the original OG. They kicked a few people, might have kicked him as well. We don't talk about that. It doesn't matter. He made the team that made the Gaming Gladiators that went on the longest Dota 2 streak in history. Now he's back.
He is
leading
back.
this team.
And I will say they aren't underdogs, because today we have 2 new teams joining the fray. Of course, teams that got seeded directly into these semifinals. So there's a possible for 2 upsets today. I'm super excited. Slacks is super excited.
Yes!
No, you're super excited. So let's get the show started.
Yeah! as I like to call it, Blast Slam Singer 4.
Very original.
Why are you laughing? That was hype as hell. The crowd
It was hype as hell. It's going to be hype as hell here all day in the Singapore Indoor Stadium. We got 2 semifinals coming away. I cannot wait to find out which 2 teams will pull through and be in that finals tomorrow.
Will it be the underdog teams that no one expects to win? No offense to them, they can hear us. Or will it be the teams that win all the time that everyone expects to win? Offense. They will lose today. We have seen these underdog teams go absolutely bananas yesterday. Hopefully we get to see it again today, Chief.
Oh, I know we will get to see it. And before we get to see the action, we're of course going to get into the nitty-gritty of things with Matt and the panel.
Thank you guys so much. Of course, we love to break it down, get to the nitty-gritty. And the more important things is... Oh, I was like, why are people cheering? It's Slax and Shiva. It's like as if they didn't just go out on stage. But the more important things is making a fantasy team for ourselves. We have
to get fired, by the way. Why is the whiteboard next to me?
Maybe just demoted.
Great.
All right, you can enjoy that one there. But we're going to make a fantasy team here. There's 4 teams left, 5 positions for us to fill. If you guys want to do a play along at home as well, you can head on over to Blast TV. You can make your own fantasy team. It's a little bit different there. I'm going to change the rules here because, of course, we have 4 teams, but 5 player slots. We're allowed to double up on teams, all right? If you're going to play online, then you have to pick 1 player from each team. But we got Heroic, Falcons, Tundra, and MOUZ. So you guys, do you guys want to start with a team and take their players, or do you want to start with a role?
Roll?
I think go roll.
Roll sounds nice, yeah.
Okay, let's start with carry. Let's straight up. You got Skeeter, Pure, Chrysalis, or Yuma.
I think I'm going Skeeter.
Do we do 1 each, or do we do...
No, we're doing one
we're going
collectively. We're doing
together.
one
Agree.
collectively, and then everyone else at home can do
I'm
that.
50-50 right now between Skidder or Yuma, right? Skidder, great building block to build a great team, right? He's going to do his job. But Yuma, it's the vibes, the rapier purchases, the element of pizzazz, right? So do we want energy and woo, or do we want, my God, you're going to win everything? What do you want?
Well, we're trying to win.
I'm just thinking about, like, we need some other Falcons players as well. Because do you rather want Skeeter on the carry than like a MR or like Mallory?
We can take 2, right? So maybe we're going Skitter and Amar as our birds.
Okay.
Because I feel like
Sure.
Skitter is one of the more underrated birds players.
All right.
He's a rock.
Take him. That is true. All right.
We'll put the other carry plays to the side then.
Bam.
All right, shall we go to mid?
Okay. Mid is close.
Do you want me to name the mid players?
No, I know the mid players.
Ooh,
I think maybe Whisper is a nice contender for the mid.
Oh.
I think
Whisper.
I would love to have Marine there as well, but I think maybe
You
Whisper.
can't pick the whole Falcons.
They got paid.
2 birds, yeah.
I love how you've already decided, though, that you're going to have 2 Falcons plays. But there you go. There's your 4 mids.
Mid
one?
Mid one.
Whisper?
No, but I think, so Skidder's such a rock that you need a bit of chaos. And I think out of all those 4, the most chaotic is mid one, then it's Whisper. And then, obviously, again, ignoring Malrine because we're using Falcons elsewhere. So out of those 3, ignoring Malrine, I feel like the vibe, the mid one, the draft anything. Personally.
But then I want Schofield from Heroic.
You know, 100%. I'm thinking down the line here, boys. I'm thinking Schofield, but...
Okay, I can work with a mid one Schofield, that dynamic. I can see that. Some craziness.
All right, there's your mid one.
Thank you very much.
We're going to go to offlaners.
Yeah, I guess I'll go to it.
Okay, I feel like if we're talking offlaners, it's between Netta and Amar.
Oh yeah, that's also 33.
But if we're going recency, the man just picked up the shield. There he is. He doesn't have glasses
I was
on
going to say,
right
do I
now.
even pull out the other?
If it's me, I want an Alisaf on my
that
team.
would mean we get Whiteman though. That's pretty good.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
great.
Yeah,
I'm sitting here thinking I would love one.
Now
gotta
we're cooking. Yeah.
But we have the active crazy of mid one from mid lane.
What do you mean? You guys have made this perfectly.
We've got Skidder, who's going to be reliable, and then we have Amar, who can then be the scaler, right? So then if mid one is going to die 10 times in 10 minutes because he's gone a bit too crazy, boom, insurance policy.
Amar's top net worth.
It's just Amar, top net worth.
I agree.
Thank you very much.
All right, and I feel like you've already, because you guys really wanted Schofield.
I think these make a lot of sense. We've got once again we got the crazy and we balance it with the rock. We got rocks and crazies. That's our team name.
20 deaths, 2 deaths.
Crazies.
All right, that was super easy.
Wow, I feel like you guys didn't deliberate at all.
If we actually had like unlimited salary and like this team actually would just win. This is not a bad team. This is a good team.
They're a top 4 contender.
Okay. Well, it feels like then you guys are so confident in your team. If we had to remove one player and you had to replace them, which player are you?
I know which player I'm removing.
Come on, bro. Schofield's not that bad.
Nah, mid one, see you, brother. Back to retirement. How do you just came out, but you're going back in?
All right. Okay. I feel like asking you. Yeah, that was a bit of a cheat. It feels like it's very easy to replace that.
Who would you replace, Ross?
All right, so I'm a 5 player. Whiteman is the best 5 in the world. So I am replacing the best 5 in the world. He's like rank 20, I'm rank 500. This is like... All right, sure. I'm replacing Schofield then.
Yeah, go play Speedbreaker 4, drag wave.
Yeah, I'll play Speedbreaker 4. There you go. So sorry, Schofield. I'm replacing you, I guess, but I don't want to because obviously you're better than me.
I mean, you guys have just created such an A-team, apparently.
All right, no, actually, no. I take it back. I think Amar is obviously super overrated.
All right, Misery, very quickly.
I mean, I guess if you are replacing Amar, play
no, I'm taking
okay,
it.
I mean, I guess I'll replace Whiteman then.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Somebody has to do it, apparently.
Okay, so what we're saying
Now
is...
the team is-
Okay, now the question is,
Now
based
the
on
team
this
is-
logic...
No.
Wait, here you go. So now we've removed the 3 non-Falcons players and we've entered the pit, right?
It's awesome.
Well, you actually literally just replaced
Yeah, yeah.
You guys are insane.
So it's us 3 plus the 2 Falcons.
Yeah.
Could we beat Aurora?
No.
The,
Oh,
the
sorry.
birds, the balls, and the Quinn.
Yeah. No, you shave as well. So 3 boards, 2 birds versus...
Birds and the balls. It's like the birds and the bees. Except
Yeah, the birds and the boards versus Aurora or someone else. What are we saying? How many games can we take? 1 game in the best of 3?
Well, I think the birds can do some work. I think we take 3 games.
We take 3. There we go. Cool.
All right.
So
well, you like
show
your
match.
alliteration, so let's do the birds, the bulls, and a beta team. So if you had to pick a B team
Of just the
and go
betas.
for a budget team,
So
I'm really rolling out the Bs here. I'm trying so
I'm
hard.
removing
running
this,
out.
right?
So no, that can stay up. That's your
Okay.
quote-unquote A team.
this is a
You
very
wanna-
good team.
Yeah.
Mid one. Back.
That's your team that you think is going to absolutely decimate and dominate this tournament. If you had to then make a secondary team.
Okay, start with the carries again.
No, let's start with sports, position 5s.
Okay. Then I feel like you might be looking at a Jingjun Woo. He's done a lot of work. He's very solid. He's super good. I play with him myself.
Yeah.
Sometimes he just locks in and just carries the game.
Sure, I'm down with that.
Okay, but I feel like we have to veto Falcons players now. We can't have 2 Falcons players in the B team as well. That's kind of cringe.
No,
Okay,
no.
that-
Only 1 Falcons player.
Okay,
So-
And it's
we can do 1 bird.
I
think
accept 1 bird, but no more.
Yeah.
one bird. That's fine.
Okay, you're going to use it on Snay?
Yep.
Yeah, Snay will be our bird.
Okay. All right. What am I doing? Position 4s. Okay, so that means you're not doing any more Falcons players.
That's right.
No, get rid
They're
of
gonna
it.
go with that.
Gone.
You got Ari? Because we're going position 4, right? Oh, you already picked Schofield?
Yep.
Also,
Thank you. You've already narrowed down. Ari or Yamich?
I'm leaning Ari. I think there's a little bit more depth to his play. It's not just Pudge and Tusk. I think there's, Yamich has got like
British bias.
a little British bias as well. Yeah, but Yamich is kind of like 9 class 2.0, and I don't think I'm a B team to have that style yet. I think we need a bit more experience first. So I'm leaning Ari.
I can see Ari. He'll trust the leadership of Snake King, the veteran presence.
okay, then we might end up with some Crystallis carry or
Oh, working on it though. We got our off lanes now.
Boom maybe. Yeah, just looking at the other teams here.
Okay, I feel like you keep. We gotta do 2 of somebody, and I
Yeah.
feel like you keep the offline intact,
I
right?
think that too.
Yeah.
Okay.
You got the duo
Sure,
cooking.
sure. Makes sense.
Snake Kings play with Netta before. They won TI together.
True.
That's good. Nice.
Okay. You're going mid laners, like you said, you didn't want any.
Now
Whisper.
we get that.
Yeah,
one.
just get Whisper.
give me Whisper Goat.
Okay.
Yep.
Give me the goat.
Wait, that means you can't do Tundra, which means.
Oh. Yeah.
Oh, you've run out.
No,
Oh,
I'm-
you don't.
no,
want
no,
that.
I-
He's rearranging.
Yeah. We're working on
Okay,
it.
and then last, the
We need a
final
mouse player
piece.
in there.
Wait, hold on. Think about the
Oh no,
greed,
you have
right?
to do Chrysalis because it's one of each.
Yeah, true. Fair.
Yeah.
But that's
Actually,
okay,
you're gonna-
That's fine, yeah,
That's
great.
good.
They kind of
That's
the
good.
same player. Yeah.
This,
Yeah, that's good.
This roster is good.
I would like to see a match between
I'm sorry,
those.
Crystallis, I wasn't sighing for you. I was excited for you.
You could probably hear you.
Oh,
as
well, I've dropped him. Oh, well. I've dropped him from the team already. There he goes back in.
Can we get a show match?
Yeah, that would
Yeah,
actually
oh,
be
this
sick.
actually would be pretty good as a show match. That would be pretty
go.
enjoyable.
Dude, both these teams could win tournaments.
Yeah, because again, like the sacrificial, greed, happy, playmaker, balance. Enable, farm, play. Oh, mate, this is actually banging. Yeah.
Okay, who would win out of the 2? Very quickly, if you had.
Oh, which roster's OG? Which roster's secret? Huh? They got the budgets. They just buy the players. Why not?
Yeah, they definitely have the budgets. I'm going A team though.
All right, you guys are still sticking by your A team. Look, I had a lot
Yeah.
of fun. Guys, if you want to have your own fantasy team, head on over to Blast TV, and you can pick from the top 4 teams that are still remaining, all of the players. Do you guys remember? Obviously, it's quite easy to look at it on the whiteboard there. Which 4 teams are still in the tournament?
It is MOUZ, Heroic, Tundra, and Falcons.
And do you know when they're playing today?
Soon.
No, people that might not know exactly when they're playing, and that's why we have a very beautiful schedule for you guys. It's going to be Falcons and Heroic all the way down there in our second series, but to start us off very soon is going to be MOUZ up against Tundra.
Reigning Blast Slam champions Tundra are once again proving to be a dominant force. A stunning record in the group stage has seen them earn their way directly into the semifinals, and they show no signs of slowing down. But MOUZ won't exactly be a pushover. They fought their way into this match, and they're going to keep on fighting. With their tight drafts and a precise playstyle, MOUZ is going head-to-head against Tundra's strategic and meticulous approach to the game, and it's sure to be an explosive clash. Only 2 more teams stand in the way of Tundra lifting a 3rd Blast Slam trophy. But MOUZ isn't about to make it easy for you. Welcome to the semi-finals.
They got to make it through this best of 3 to see that grand finals, to make it to a best of 5. And for Tundra, I mean, they've been there before. On the side of MOUZ, Chrysalis has been there before when he was on that lineup with Tundra. So it's not like either of these teams or players are not familiar with each other or with a grand final or a single elimination.
Yeah, it's in a lot of ways it's a very storied matchup. A lot of players that have played against each other, and also some players that haven't seen the spotlight in a while. I think it's really interesting to see Celery get closer and closer to that grand final after taking a break, taking some time off. And I'm honestly really impressed that after coming back, he's found a team with so much success so quickly. And I think it'll be very exciting to see these 2 teams clash.
Yeah, in regards to like organizations, right? They've only come against each other twice. Once in 2025, once in 2024. This roster has lost. 2024, different MOUZ roster, also lost. So it's only two series they played. Tundra has the best both times, so it's kind of like something that we don't really see too often. So that alone might even help MOUZ, where I think they're kind of hitting some more form, hitting some more, kind of rhythm to it, and that could help quite a lot to kind of put Tundra off their own pace.
Yeah, but if you're not even just necessarily looking at the head-to-head, but maybe their performances in previous tournaments, Misery, MOUZ did better at the Fissure event than Tundra. So it's like they're coming in with more momentum, better placements. It feels like it's just clicking a bit more.
Yeah, not only that, we also have so much more data on MOUZ. Like, we know exactly what they want to do. Do we know their playstyle? Like, there's so many games of them, but Tundra haven't played that much, and now they're already in the semifinals. We didn't see them yesterday. I think it's quite interesting the way it works, that we actually don't know how good Tundra is right now, I think. It's kind of up in the air.
Yeah, it's been a while since we've actually gotten to see Tundra play some Dota, so we're going to give you a very quick refresher on what this roster is capable of.
The dream to be the first 3-time champion has yet to be realized, but 33 has wasted no time in assembling his latest threat. New teammate Ari has large shoes to fill, while Pure still has to prove he's not the problem.
Makes the jump up towards the high ground. He's in on towards the Spender.
Oh my God!
Still, the foundation is there for one of the most dominant teams of the previous season. With the groundwork laid, it's time for Tundra to go to work.
Well, there you have it. Do you feel like it's going to be a team, a roster that's had that week break now, that they put in that time, that effort, a best of 3 elimination? That's it? They're going to thrive here, Quinn?
I'm not sure. I think there's some question marks around this team right now because they had sort of a middling performance at Fissure against a lot of teams that had stand-ins, and they had their full roster after just coming off a really successful, first half of Blast in the group stage. They came into that tournament and they looked kind of mediocre, and so I think there's a lot of question marks around them. Like Misery said, are they actually up to snuff? That semifinal slot they earned, do they still deserve that slot?
Yeah, we do give a lot of other teams grace around having roster changes and changing so many core aspects. It is going to take time for it to really click in for them. And the side of Tundra, we should be giving that grace too. Pure coming back onto the lineup, but Ari being swapped in, Saxa going out. There is going to be a lot of laning dynamic that is going to have time, or need time, sorry, I should say, to be able to find that place.
Yeah, I mean, I think this roster change was not, I don't know, that's just something that's not as big as
when you see it on paper, it doesn't feel it, right?
Yeah, it's like because Pure already played with them before, and then if you consider that not even that much roster change, it's only one player, right? And Moon stayed, and the 33 stayed, so the base of the team with the strategies and stuff stayed. So yeah, I'm not really sure as well. Like Quinn said, it's a bit hard to predict how good they are. They have had time to look into MOUZ. They also, like we talked about with data on MOUZ, they have that data as well, right? So they're going to be able to prepare really well for this match. So yeah, MOUZ looked really strong yesterday, but again, it is Tundra after all. It is 33. It is BCM. It is these amazing players. So yeah, it's going to be a close match, I think.
I mean, simply though, Tundra just calibrating, right? Like at any tournament, they're either going to make it to top 3 looking amazing, or they're going to have a new strategy, new idea, because they are this like new roster trying to find new things, and they're just going to be another whatever, like we forget about them. And I feel like we've seen the best of them in the group stage, then they played a tournament, didn't look so good, and now they're returning here. Like I feel it is going to still be hot and cold for a couple of tournaments, but then they're eventually maybe this one, maybe the next year, they are going to be a consistent top team. I feel like when you look at this roster, like they shouldn't be anywhere away from being top 6 reliably.
Yeah. But when you look at it on paper as well, did you feel like there is a big change up with Ari coming into the squad, or is it like, yeah, the vibes of it not being that big of a change is kind of ringing true?
I think as long as the 4-player respects 33, and then together they want to work on 33's offlane, anyone in that 4 role will be able to thrive due to the kind of that leadership he brings. And I think Ari is the perfect player to kind of echo what Saxo was able to bring for 33. So I think in regards to that, Ari has the skill and just respects it for sure.
Okay. So we're still ranking the support duo of Ari and Whitemon very highly here for Tundra, that they're able to do a lot, because Whitemon, I feel like it's just, he's so overlooked. He's such a good position 5 and people still somehow overlook him.
Yeah, I think over the past months, he's starting to rise more into people's people's forefront. I think he's an incredible player, and I think Ari has also really stepped up, to be honest. I think when you join a new team, it's very easy to, I don't know, be sort of just a guy, and the team is, the team, but I think he's had his sort of his own flair. He's not playing the same stuff as Soxa. He's playing, slightly different stuff, and I think he's looked really good. They've been super aggressive. They've had a lot of, like, I think they, in the first half of Blast, I think they were one of the best early game teams with some, like, stomps where the other team had no chance. They just ran them over, and it wasn't by draft or something. It was by they just played better. They had amazing early games, and a lot of that comes down to those two.
Yeah, well, before we head into this series, we actually were lucky enough to get to catch up and talk with Whitemon.
I'm the best support in the world because I'm funny, and maybe I'm talking a lot maybe in early games. Yeah. Me and Ari are the strongest duo because I think sometimes we discuss a lot about the games, and we just talk to each other how we want to play the games. Yeah. I think the C Dota was because they're lacking of captains, I think, and sometimes they're like don't know what to do in the mid game, and also think they don't know how to play the maps.
Do you feel like you gave away a little too much?
Yeah, they can fix that within like 10 minutes for sure. Don't know how to play the map? Yeah, that's solvable.
It's easy. The macro stuff, oh my goodness, just a bit easy that too.
Yeah, no, it's we'll see if they can fix that, and of course maybe a more face like, oh, I'm gonna quickly watch a YouTube video, then, but obviously not. They're gonna be ready. Yeah.
How do you feel, though? Are there any downsides to Tundra? Because we've praised them so much of the ceilings that they can hit, everything that we feel are expectations for them. But is there something in Tundra where it feels so glaringly obvious?
Yeah, the one thing is, of course, will always be Pure. I feel like his TI performance wasn't that strong. His group stage at Blast was relatively good, but I think him individually, he's a little bit more volatile compared to the other players on the roster. So if he's having a good game, having a bad game, I think as long as Tundra can stabilize elsewhere, they'll be able to fix it. But I think Pure post-TI still needs a couple more tournaments to kind of get over that, just how much pressure was applied to him, especially, through, BB's performance.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really interesting dynamic between him and Netta. Netta is sort of this like rock, ultra stable, like play for economy, and Pure is kind of like crazy man. Sometimes he dies a million times in lane. Sometimes he goes super aggressive. He has some, weird hipster picks sometimes. He's very much a wild card player, and so I think that combination is very interesting to watch, but also sort of adds that unpredictability we've talked about, where it's like, it's very difficult to gauge this Tundra team because they haven't played that much recently, and they also have that unpredictability.
How much of that unpredictability could potentially be chalked up to the heroes they're also picking? Do you feel like that they've formed that identity? Because whilst Moon has stayed their coach, the players coming in and out, where does that sit for drafting and preparation?
Yeah, so we mentioned that we don't have that much data on them, but I mean, here are the most successful heroes and most played heroes recently, the last few months, and there are some unique heroes here that you don't see other teams playing, like for example the Bat Rider. They cares a lot, and 33 still likes his axe with different varied item builds, right? And you also see the Ari Bounty Hunter quite a lot. So there are some heroes here that we might expect them to play today, but I mean, again, we haven't seen them for a little bit, so it's uncertain, but this is at least some of their bread and butter from the last few months.
but all of those heroes thrive after a good laning phase, right? Like if you have a good lane on a Bane, a Axe, you take over the enemy map, you're running around, you're being annoying. So critically for MOUZ, you cannot have a bad laning phase against Tundra. The stats reflect that they will break a game very quickly, and MOUZ yesterday, their lanes weren't very strong, right? They had to play for some comeback. It wasn't a key aspect of their winning moments. So I feel like there is maybe a small mismatch in Tundra's excellence of laning phase versus MOUZ often needing a bit more time to kind of understand the game, outside of that one Venom game, of course.
I was going to say, we say that, but we did also see them have a fantastic comeback game yesterday. They were able to get that game #1 for themselves, and that brings me great joy because the fact that we're going to get to see MOUZ again today.
With 2 late-game victories over Spirit, MOUZ have proven they're a multi-dimensional threat. Early game, late game, drafting, and to top it off, they can come up clutch.
Got him now. Crystallis 1v2, now a 2v2, and it pays dearly for Team Spirit as a rampage for mid-1 on the main stage.
But in order to claim the trophy, MOUZ will have to face off against one legacy team after another. But cast aside your doubts, because MOUZ have come to disrupt the status quo.
Well, with MOUZ, we're talking about it. They beat Spirit. How are you going to be coming in today? Tundra, a team that loves the grand finals of a Blast Slam here. It feels like there is an extra layer on top for them, but their offlaner is having an extra layer on top as well, T, because yesterday, picking up a Kunkka, a hero no one's really seeing what's going on here. How creative do you get to be in the offlane these days?
As much as the player wants to be, and how much you can sway your captain and drafter. Of course, you have to convince them they're the button pusher. You don't really have much control. But I feel like for Boom, he is somewhat of a rock for the team in regards to the type of heroes that he plays. He's always looking towards being like a team fighter, stunning hero that wants to enable others. Right? Like look at all of these heroes. Dawn enables others through Solar Guardian. You got Arena, you got Ravage, you got Rolling Thunder, Curse of Haze, Raw. Like everything is I'm helping my team. Boom is a sacrificial offlaner. Sometimes he can have a weak lane, but he'll break open in the mid game with a fight. And again, I emphasize on lanes. Sometimes Boom's lanes aren't as reliable as other offlaners, but his role in the team always stays true the entire time. Enable the team.
I mean, we saw the Tidehunter stats, right? 17 games,
Yeah, that was crazy.
80+ win rate. I think nobody else plays Tide to this degree. I think maybe this hero is a hero that you need to consider banning against MOUZ, because somewhere, maybe even the first phase, just because it's so comfort for him and the team.
There's a lot of heroes that are in that level for MOUZ. They're playing the most number of games out of any team with all the qualifiers they were doing. But the win rates on so many heroes, you're talking about the Tidehunter, how good that one looks. The Nature's Prophet as well looks so good. Now they've done 14 games, only having lost 4 of them. Like, where does it stop with them? And now it feels like it's trickling down into the supports too. The Tusk being picked up for them, it was so important and impactful in their series yesterday against Spirit.
No, absolutely. I think it'll be really interesting to see what Tundra targets with bans, because I think MOUZ have, like you said, a lot of heroes that have had a ton of success with. Misery talked about the Tusk yesterday, and this hero looked way better than the Pudge. And I think it's, if they continue to lean on this hero, it's not a hero that Tundra values very highly. So they'll have to consider, do we want to ban that, or do we want to give, MOUZ this Tusk that looks so strong?
And a fun thing in Dota is just the contest rate, right? The idea that at TI, Tusk was only picked up, 16% of the games contested, and then suddenly post-TI, both Fissure, at Blast, it just shoots up and it's like, all right, Tusk is a hero again. Of course, Misery just a big fan of the Tusk from yesterday.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a key hero for MOUZ today. If it doesn't get, I think Tundra should know this as well from watching the games. I think it's more likely we're going to see a lot of Tusk in the first phase rather than the Furion, because the Furion kind of fell off a little bit, looked a little bit too risky to play, I think, against a really formidable team. So, yeah, I think Tusk stonks are growing right now.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the bar graphs. You could also see the stats for MOUZ themselves, an 80% win rate with that hero. So it just feels like there's so many things that you have to deal with, not only in the meta, but for MOUZ specifically. And then you add, yet again, another layer for this team that we're going to talk about is mid-1, and just what he brings to the mid lane, where you're not even sure what hero he's going to pick. Was it picked up in first phase with that Nature's Prophet, or is it going to be that 24 overall last pick, and it's, here you go, here's a Venom entity?
Yeah, I feel like even though we are seeing creativity from mid-1, it's still kind of leaning towards the same heroes. It's like, the Veno could be there, the Necrophos, the Huskar, Broodmother. Like, he has a very annoying hero pool, and when he sees it, he'll go for it. I just think critically from yesterday, a lot of the life of the mid-game from MOUZ was mid-1's kind of activation of the support, right? Come to my mid lane, let's go for kills. I'm playing Nature's Prophet, I'll gank the side lane and get the Rampage. In the next game, I'll gank bot lane, get a double kill. In game 3, he was playing Venomancer, invading the enemy triangle, taking away resource. Like, a lot of the kind of just success in the first 15 minutes is through him. often you won't see a clip from MOUZ where it's like the side lane cores overlapping. It's always going to be big focus on him. So maybe that's something that, you know, Tundra identifies. We know that the double support duo is really aggressive with Whitemon and Ari. What happens when mid one gets shut down? What is your entry to the game? So I'm a little worried for MOUZ, but if they can activate mid one, we do have a very competitive series on our hands.
Yeah, well, we also, you know, in our own way for broadcast activated mid one because we got to talk to him. We got to have a nice brief interview with him before the series.
My Venomancer is the best because I know how to spread toxic to people, you know, like throwing poison and venom. So yeah, like my Venomancer is the best. I think the worst player in Tundra is Neta because he only plays off lane and not mid lane. He can only play off lane for his entire life.
Does that ring true with you, Quinn? Are you hearing everything mid one saying and you're like, yeah, that sounds about right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, to be honest, I think mid one has a very good matchup against BZM in a lot of ways, and I think I look for him to be very impactful in this series because I think Tundra historically is a team that doesn't like the offlane being ganked. Neta likes to be on his island and farm a lot, and we saw mid one pressure the offlane quite a bit yesterday, and so I think there's potential for that to be happening this game. I think mid one, you know, we've talked about he's a focal point of MOUZ, you know, ad nauseum, but I think that it holds very much true in this series specifically, and he has a lot of power in his hands.
Agree. I think mid one. I mean, I think mid one is very key, and I think the supports also playing around him was very impactful yesterday. I think that is where the driving force from MOUZ is going to come from. Is from mid one and two supports collapsing on mid, playing around his hero. I think that's what Tundra needs to watch out for.
Do you feel like you want anything else, team, to add on top of this one? Because it feels like for MOUZ, we've talked about just how good their supports are, their off laner, their mid laner. Are we missing any other roles potentially to hype up?
The coaches? That was a lot of pressure. Honestly, this entire time I was ready to say no. To whatever you said, I was going to say no in the hope to get closer to the draft and, you know, speed up the show if that's possible. Because I want to see the game, I want to see the draft, I want to see the cool stuff. Does that work if I say no?
It does, but not for a draft. I can't get you closer to a draft necessarily, but I can definitely get you guys closer to the players coming out on stage just after this.
Hi everybody, welcome to Singapore. I am here with Mike on the left and mid one in the mid. Mike, where the hell are we?
We are at Bai Sabat today, a very famous tea stall, and we're gonna let mid one try some tea and spill some tea as well.
I'm gonna ask you some spicy questions here. If you're not comfortable with it, take a drink from your tea so I know, and we'll move on. Mid one. Okay, I like to call your team, MOUZ Sports, Team Secret and Celery. How did this team form? Do you guys hate Puppy or what? What's the deal?
I'm in Navy.
What do you mean Navy, dude? Just take the tea. I'm giving you an out. I'm giving you an out.
You didn't even need to say
Why did you say that?
That's great. I gotta ask though, because you said you weren't playing for a little bit, right? Were you at the point where you were just going to say, you know what, I'm not gonna bother with Dota anymore?
I was gonna fade away, actually. Like, I was not gonna touch Dota anymore. Tundra asked me to stand in for him.
Okay.
Suddenly we got top 3, like out of nowhere. I was like,
yeah.
Oh, okay. I guess I'm still pretty good, so I'm back.
What's the biggest secret that no one knows in Dota right now?
Dota secret?
Yeah.
What happens at tournament?
Practice.
Scream.
People. Who's the most immoral, vile pro player out there? Spill the tea, mid one.
Only pro players, not including coaches?
Oh, yeah. I mean, clearly you have something to go for.
Sounds like we got a category in mind right now.
Who's the most evil coach?
I think everybody knows.
What? No,
everybody knows, but not
I don't know. Say the name.
Starts with the letter B.
We'll let people figure this one out. Don't worry about it. All right.
I think everybody knows.
Okay, that was actually...
You spilled some good tea. I like that very much. All right, fantastic. All right, well, mid one, we've tortured you enough. You are clearly a Loctite secret man. Thank you, my friend, for spilling the tea with us and telling us all your dirty secrets. Absolutely detestable stuff that you shared with us today. Thank you so much. We'll see you next time. Bon appetit. ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we are here getting ready to bring these teams out. I am joined by the lovely Misery. Misery, good to see you.
You too.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm going to give the crowd a lot of chances to scream. Crowd, how we doing this morning? Wake the hell up. Hello? We out there? There we go. All right, looks like they're ready to get started for a very exciting match. And we brought you down here to talk a little bit about a underdog team riding that wave. Now, not trying to offend MOUZ or anything, but everybody thought they were going to lose 100%. Just kidding. But they're doing very, very well. You've been in this position where a lot of people thought your underdog teams were going to lose. You rode that wave. Is that a real thing, or is that just something Redditors make up for cope?
I think that's a real thing.
Is it?
Yeah. You just play without pressure. You just play to have fun, you know. Nobody cares if you lose. You're already kind of lost in people's eyes, like you mentioned, so you play freely.
Really? Now, when you're in a situation like this where you're up against, like, Tundra, which is a pretty big name, pretty scary name, do you think, as a guy who's been in that position before, do you think a lot about that, or is it just look towards what you guys are doing?
I mean, to be fair, though, I don't know if MOUZ even considers themselves a dark horse in this series, but I do think that you just look at yourself and do what you want to be doing, more so than what Tundra.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, we're down here in the pit, you know? We're not at the analyst panel, so you can tell the truth here. What are these guys' chances, huh? Are they cooked, or they got a chance?
I actually favor MOUZ.
Wow.
Yeah.
Favor MOUZ.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. From one underdog to another. Fantastic. Thank you so much, as we'll throw it to the other side to see how the big dogs are doing.
Thank you very much, Laxa. We're standing in front of the Tundra booth here, Quinn. Tundra, we haven't seen them at all yet.
Yeah, I think it's very exciting to see them, especially on the main stage. They're they're a great team to watch, obviously.
They are here, the team expected to win, or at least that's what you'd think. Do you agree with Misery thinking that MOUZ has got this one?
I would like MOUZ to win just for the the upset value, but I disagree that they are favored. I think Tundra, when that is in the game, you just tend to have to favor the guy.
Yeah, I also think that if you're talking about, oh, maybe last tournament they didn't do so well, they lost to the winners eventually of the whole event, so you can't really look too much at that result. How do you feel like their vibe will be coming into this booth in just a moment?
I think they should be relaxed and chill and ready to play, but I think I could see there being a role where there's a little bit of tension. They haven't played on the stage yet. They haven't played in a few days. Maybe their scrims were bad, and they feel that, coming in this, I think that's totally possible.
Because Tundra is normally regarded as this kind of calculative team. Hello?
Shiver, are you done? The players really they want to play. Shiver, please, I'm breaking through. Oh, that Shiver, help!
dominant force rises again, unstoppable. Their challengers, a new league, two styles, one collision. MOUZ, Tundra.
And better every time. But Whitemon just leading the team there, Tundra down the stairs. It felt like, I don't know how they're going to be feeling coming into this 1T.
I mean,
couldn't even find the computers.
I mean, he's saving them there because BZM. All right, it's very simple. He's in the middle. You have to
They're all
walk
having a
down
laugh.
the middle of the stairs, and then he goes to the left. And then 33, he's going, come back, come back. So hopefully their coordination is a little bit better in game than it is on a stage walking down a couple steps.
No, really, it was just making way for the true star, Whitemon. That's all it is.
Yeah, that's
right? I
true,
mean,
yeah.
he's going to definitely be crowd favorite.
Yeah, there's always somebody who messes up the instructions. They tell you backstage.
It was you every time, wasn't it?
No, it was actually never me.
You're okay.
All right.
There's always somebody.
We have the receipts. We've got a clip right now.
You stand on this little pip, and they're like, they walk to the other pip. No, not that pip, and then it always happens. But Whitemon is definitely a hometown favorite, and I also think a global favorite because he's an incredibly popular player because he is so good, and he's become recognized, like, I think pretty much globally as he's just the best five. Everyone thinks he's the GOAT.
I mean, he also just embodies what you want in a Dota player, right? Like, he loves the game. He constantly playing the game. He's just PMA. He's laughing. When things go wrong, he's laughing. When things go right, he's laughing. It's like everything you want to see in Dota or a player or what the community is. I think Whitemon embodies that perfectly from his role.
Yeah, well, look, Tundra faltered a little bit because it's their first time coming out on stage. But MOUZ, they've been here before, Misery. They know how to get down those stairs, get to the computers, play in front of this crowd and this audience as well.
I guess, to be fair, they also have practice from yesterday.
That's what I'm
walking
saying.
down the stairs. But I mean, didn't Tundra watch the player intros yesterday? I mean, they should have it mapped out at this point. But I mean, just to finish off mid one, I think there's also this testament that 5 players are less mechanically skilled, but I think Whitemon especially does not have that issue at all, right? He is one of the most mechanically gifted players in the scene right now as a 5. So I think that also speaks to why people respect him so much.
No, I mean, I had pubs against him the other day where he was playing, support Nature's Prophet, and the game went long, and he bought carry items, and he just straight up carried the game and looked like a carry player, and I'm like, dang, this guy's good.
I love that that's your measurement of good there, but it's obviously more important as well when we do get to that draft, what they're going to be able to pick up for themselves. And we highlighted so many heroes that MOUZ would love to get their hands on, but we haven't actually really talked too much about Tundra and what exactly could be some good foundations for their draft when we get to it.
Yeah, I mean, I think when you talk about a Tundra or a team Neta is on, you always have to talk about the Neta heroes. Is he still really prioritizing that axe? Because we've seen a lot of teams losing with it. They're, sort of stealing his build, this Dom Phylactery stuff, and nobody is really winning with it besides him, but it's looked really dominant when he plays it. There's the Bounty Hunter that I think is probably their most pivotal hero that MOUZ really needs to watch out for because they've looked crazy good when they have this hero.
I feel like critically though, Tundra has a player and a hero combination that most teams respect in the draft, right? You've also got the Lycan that pretty much every team's banning, to be fair, but of course 33 can run it perfectly. You have then the Kez from Pure. When Kez got introduced to Captain's Mode recently, Tundra was one of the few teams that jumped on that train very quickly. Pure has shown that he can be this aggressive skirmishing player on the hero, and now it's in a first phase ban against them. So it's like, do you want to ban the Lycan? Do you want to ban the Kez? There's a bounty that you're mentioning, auto ban Marcy, that every team's banning out if they aren't first pick. So I feel like there's a lot of specialties to respect, but then the act bleeds through. Like, there's not that many bans in the draft, of course.
Yeah, I also think Ari is very, very key, right? He has his heroes that he plays really well. Like we saw it earlier, it's all Bounty Hunter and Bat Rider. Like, he has his heroes. I think him and 33 in particular are going to be the early picks, I think, for Tundra that are pretty much, the main building block of their drafts. And I saw T was just highlighting that they actually played Spirit Breaker.
They played Spirit Breaker.
Yeah, when was that?
They beat Falcons 8 days ago. They lost the series, but they at least played the Spirit Breaker. It was a position where a lot of the melee 4s were banned out, so it wasn't as if it was a prime 4 pick. It was a scraping the bottom of the barrel, but they have played a Spirit Breaker, and I would be happy to see it.
It was very good. I remember that game. It was so good because there were a couple of Invis heroes on the side of Falcons. So it was just, it was a great pickup. Will we see it this time around? Who really knows? We're going to find out very soon, though, because our draft is ready for our first best of 3 between MOUZ and Tundra.
I'm Ari from Tundra. We're looking to make this a quick series so we can go to the sauna afterwards.
I think MOUZ is better, and I think Tundra is gonna get MOUZ. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Today we're playing against MOUZ, so just be ready, Bruce. Mid one and Crystallis, yeah.
I mean, I'm Crystallis, I'm from MOUZ, and we're gonna destroy Tundra.
into the game 1 draft of MOUZ versus Tundra, and already I'm thinking, what building block is Tundra going to focus from MOUZ? Because we've seen how excellent they were, with the Tidehunter, with the Tusk. Like, there are a couple critical elements in what enabled them to get to today.
Yeah, I think also just from what you're saying, like the bans are going to be very interesting in this particular match, I think, because MOUZ doesn't have that many games to go on until Tundra. Oh no, not the yawn.
He yawned, yeah.
Already yawning with one.
Because if when he does it, then another player will do it, and then we'll see. We'll see. Again, Tundra though, at least they are banning out the Husker, but MOUZ, they ban out the Lycan and the Timber. So again, we do have specialty bans a lot in this phase, right? We know that in the interview that Mid1, he said he didn't really want to play the Nature's Prophet, but based on, I think, the team style, that's against Spirit, we don't want to play Prophet. Against Tundra, breaking down 33, invading the side lane, stopping them from opening the game, I can see why Tundra is still respecting the Prophet.
Yeah, perhaps it is a hero that could break up the Tundra formation, right? Jumping onto 33 early on in the game. Also, maybe BCM's hero pool is not that happy into the Nature's Prophet, so it makes sense. And Dragon Knight being the first pick here. We saw that yesterday as well in multiple games, so that's a very favored carry hero right now.
Yeah, and
that's a Tusk.
Yeah, I'm really happy to see MOUZ promote the Tusk. I think Spirit even reminded MOUZ that they can just first pick a Tusk, right? Because in that game that Spirit was able to showcase its strengths, it was like yeah, this hero, it's a really good building block. Every time I say building block, it's because it doesn't really show too much in the draft, where it can pivot its identity, that it's not really punishable. It's like if you pick Tusk and then suddenly you have 5 more picks, you're not going to suddenly hard counter a Tusk, right? It doesn't really have value to try and counter it.
Yeah, I mean, apart from what the obvious things that the hero offers, the snowball and the BKB disable, is also I think, look for the 10 to 15, 20 minute mark where the Tusk is going to play around the mid and the other support, and they're going to make this triple, what do you call it, not a duo, but a triplet of heroes running around the map and being so strong, taking over everything, having so much kill potential with the Tusk in front. I think this is why this hero is so strong right now. You control the runes, and you just become a big problem for the enemy team to deal with.
Just the respect of Tundra, right? Well, of course, Husker, we get it. Prophet, we get it. You go into second phase bans, it's like, what are we looking for? Yes, of course. Let's do the Tidehunter, which has, what is like 80% win rate.
Right.
The Venomancer. I feel like in this phase of bans, you either ban for what you're picking, or you just respect, like, so you don't forget
target
about
ban
it.
MOUZ,
Yeah, exactly. And of course, Venomancer is that hero. You don't want to suddenly just lose mid lane. Of course, BZM wants to normally play the DK in mid. They can sometimes pivot to carry if required, but that is a respect of they don't want a repeat of the DK versus Veno lane.
And on the flip side, you have the Chaos ban as well, right? Targeting the Tundra hero pool as well.
Again, in regards to mid one, he still has a lot of the annoying mid heroes available, right? Broodmother is available, Necrophos is available. Like if he sees the big picture of I win my lane and can still have purpose post lane, he will go for, some of the off mid heroes that other players aren't really looking for. Again, we'll see if that is being set up for MOUZ if they want to try and utilize that.
MOUZ looking probably at their +5 here, I imagine. Some kind of damage dealer that can play with the Tusk. Maybe the Snapfire, some hero we could see here.
Yeah.
And as for Tundra, I think one hero that we might see them pick up here, based on the previous games as well as the bans that are coming out. The Venomancer and the Tidehunter, really good against Bat Rider. So I think those are, not only do they target MOUZ, but they're also prematurely, good to remove if you're going to pick up the Bat Rider. So I think that could be an option for Tundra here.
And MOUZ already covering themselves from the Bane that Whiteman's been playing a lot, because you have the eventual Ag save with the Sapphire, you have Snowball save, you then even have Cookie just to displace a little bit from a grip. Maybe Tundra don't care about it and they still opt for it just to have that strong laning phase with the Brain Sap and locking down that hill. Multiple control through both DK and a Bane, but I feel like MOUZ are, because there's not enough bans available, it's pick strong supports, but respect what, inevitably will get picked up by Tundra as well. But Whiteman is speaking here, so most likely we are going to be looking at the double support pick.
So Hoodwink, okay. That's also Ari special.
Yeah.
Not hero that's in the pool is the Bounty Hunter, but I mean now I guess they picked Hoodwink, so not going to be.
Yeah. I assume it's a 5 position here for Tundra, but that aside, I think critically it's DK Hoodwink, tried and tested, right? We've seen multiple tournaments, multiple teams. Of course, Falcons kind of pioneered it, but it does everything you want. Strong lane, early map play, and of course we've kind of spoke to a kind of many points in regards to how Tundra likes to play it. Win your lane, keep breaking the map, keep looking for the kills, and they still go for the Bane, right? Again, I mentioned there were some counters, but that's like the team fight counters. The laning phase is always critical, And when you look at Hoodwink Bane, you look at Tusk Snapfire, they are really potent laners across the board. So I'm really excited to see who can actually find the edge in the laning phase.
Yeah, I think this 2 picks from MOUZ is going to be a bit difficult, right? You need to find 2 cores, and your Tide Hunter that you picked yesterday is banned out already.
MOUZ.
MOUZ is still in the pool, yes. That is true. Snap Mars, pretty good.
That's a simple pick. If you want to go a little bit more creative, but yeah. Level 1 is MOUZ, and then after that it's, yeah.
It is. But then you are running the MOUZ Tusk lane, which is... Yeah, you're right. There's a MOUZ. So the MOUZ Tusk lane, I think it is a little bit abusable if Tundra were to pick up some kind of counter matchup into that.
That animation, by the way, sorry, that hits different in the arena. Just the MOUZ just kicking off the zoo. Oof, it looks so good. Sorry, back to your point, I got distracted.
Yeah, I just think maybe MOUZ lanes are a little bit too obvious right now, perhaps. I'm not sure they are willing to flex the MOUZ as much as some other teams will, but you know, that could be an issue with this pick. Now, usually you have picked Crystallis heroes here in previous games. They picked Troll yesterday in the spot, so that's also an option for them.
Yeah, it's like you pick the flex carry to mid hero like a Monkey King if you want your draft to stay alive, but then Tundra can counter it in 2 lanes, so I'm not really a fan of that. Or you just lock in like a Troll, any hero Crystallis wants to play, because I think the draft structure right now, you're opening up for mid one to see everything and get the big mid lane where we keep praising them and how they draft, how they activate him.
I think I
want to see Crystallis' hero here.
I would like Gyrocopter more than Troll this game. I think yesterday they had the partner, you know, and to put on more pressure, I think the Gyrocopter fits a little bit better here.
Yeah.
If they are going for that type of a range carry route.
I like it as well for the fact that it also covers you from like the potential zoo, like the random nuisance stuff that you can bring. And okay, they go for the Juggernaut. I always seem to like, I never want to talk about
I'm not too impressed by this pick either. I think it's okay. It's definitely one of those heroes that has been picked in this tournament just because you don't see much from the enemy. You don't see the off lane. You pick Juggernaut, you're going to do decent in lane. You're going to get your farm, but you're also not, you know, the most impressive hero.
But I think the main thing though with Jug is a hero that doesn't really need help once you have a good first 5 minutes, right? Like once you break into like playing for the 6-minute rune, playing for the 7-minute wisdom, like Jug can just chill, play by himself, he's hard to gank. That alone opens up for you to make other moves, to go, if mid one's making a call, you go follow him. If Boom has a team fight spell, hits level 6, you go to him. Like it's not
safe.
forcing
It's a safe pick. Yeah.
And this is where the Gyrocopter felt nicer, I feel like, for MOUZ, because it protected you from the Beastmaster. You have the flak, the ability to defend your tower against this, but because they go for the Jug, it opens up for 33 to get his specialty hero. You also have like constant flexing still happening, whereas like Beast can still go mid, DK can go carry. But that aside, Tundra's has a good anti-Jug lineup now.
Yeah, I think the Beast pick looks very strong here. Pretty much good against everything you see. I mean, MOUZ should be aware that this was a possibility. But I mean, Beastmaster offlane has fallen off quite a bit, so it's not as strong as it used to be, and that's maybe one of the reasons why you don't mind putting yourself in this situation.
I think for MOUZ is they need to make sure that if they are winning the lanes, they have to really try and break the map. Because there is this timing where, like, a BKB, most of their fight just falls apart, right? You're playing on MOUZ Snapfire for pretty much the entire game so far. There isn't that extra element of, this is how we team fight. So once Tundra, okay, we concede a little bit of map, Beast gets BKB, DK gets BKB, I am worried for the team fight from MOUZ, unless this next pick can solve that.
But that's actually where I think, just because it is MOUZ and how they structure their drafts and play so well around the mid one hero, I think maybe this way of drafting for MOUZ is not that bad, right? You have the MOUZ who can chill in the off lane, Juggernaut who can chill in the safe lane, and then you have this very important pick, last pick for mid one, that's gonna create a lot of chaos and a lot of problems for Tundra, and a hero that the supports can play around. And I think we're looking at a hero that can deal a lot of magic damage. You know, Venomancer, Leshrac being banned out here as well for Tundra. I think that's a very good ban. Something like Queen of Pain could also be an option, or even, I don't know, some cheesy mid one hero.
And by the way, MOUZ did ban the Kez. They didn't miss a ban. Just in case you were wondering.
Yeah.
I panicked for a second. I was like, did we miss them missing a ban? They didn't miss a ban. That's just Kez. He used his ultimate, so you can't see him at the moment. It's fine. But for Tundra, we pretty much need a carry, because I'd like to see DK mid, Beastmaster offlane. A carry that can just soak up some of these spells. Like if you can soak the arena, Okay, they're doing a bad. I should have just got to the point, but either way, just a hero that can frontline. Now you have a lot of purpose for everyone else. Okay, now this is the raw, this is the grip. You're not panicking.
Could we also not just see an Invoker for BCM here? It looks like a very good Invoker. There's so many setups for the Sunstrike. You get the DK on the carry. I mean, of course, then you give MOUZ the absolute last pick to counter it. But I think this is a game where I could see BCM pulling out the last pick Invoker here, because MOUZ is just banning the carries right now, but it might as well be DK on the carry roll.
I actually like out potentially. There you go, lifesteal. Okay. I was thinking just a hero that can push the wave, not really care too much about the aggression, and then you just overwhelm with this 20-minute timing. But instead, Tundra, they go for the lifesteal, right? They're going for this idea that Jug's hard to kill in safe lane. You go for the lifesteal as well. You don't really care about MOUZ in the arena. You can sometimes die to Lil Shredder and a little bit of spookiness there, but as soon as you get higher levels, you're free.
I think it's partly also to shut down this MOUZ, right? We talked about, this Tusk MOUZ lane being kind of weak, has certain weaknesses, and I think Lifestealer is one of those heroes when he hits level 3, 4, MOUZ cannot step up anymore. He keeps getting hit by the Lifestealer, and MOUZ can't get much out of the lane. So I think this is part of the reason why they chose to go this direction rather than putting the DK on the carry.
And then, MOUZ. They go for it.
Mid-1 Shadow Fiend. That's cool. So it is one of those heroes the supports can play around. A lot of magic damage. Very good matchup against the DK as well.
They like the Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, I like it too. I think it's the type of hero that they needed. And it's flashy, right? And it's experimental a little bit. It's aggressive.
Yeah, I think that is the main thing. You want to try and win your lane and then just play with everyone else. I think critically for MOUZ is how quickly can they free up their support to go and kill off the Lifestealer or the Beastmaster. I think if you try and play both lanes and you're trying to go even, Tundra will eventually just be happy. They'll get to their BKBs and they scale. You pick a Shadow Fiend, we already mentioned how BKB feels like it breaks MOUZ quite quickly. You also put a Shadow Fiend in the mix, then again, you're kind of locked into the same logic.
I think if MOUZ manages to shut down the mid lane with the Shadow Fiend and then move to the Beastmaster's lane as well, and shutting down these two lanes simultaneously the first 15 minutes, it's not going to be that easy and obvious how Tundra's going to respond. They have a safe lane Naix and they have this Bane Hoodwink support. I don't see them really fighting into the SF and Tusk. So I kind of like MOUZ early game, but Tundra has very good heroes as well. It's a very good Lifestealer game if it progresses.
Every time you look at a Tundra lineup, it feels like as long as they can hold an even footing in the game, there is this eventual team fight excellence that they're going to be showing. But all on MOUZ, they haven't really been the strongest laning team, other than that one game with the Venomancer. But this time around, they have to make sure their lanes go well. They need their supports to step up and be able to fight into Ari and Whitemon. Their positioning on Tundra is very, very strong, but Celery, Yamich, they're having a very, very good tournament. And Tusk, Snapfire, you cannot argue with this combination. You put them in one lane, heroes will die. So yeah, MOUZ, the early game, it needs to go well. They cannot mess up with the arenas. They cannot allow for mid-1 to, blunder a Requiem or two. It needs to be flawless.
I think the skill cap for MOUZ's draft is very high, the ceiling, and I think they do have to execute the early rotations. But if they do, I could see Tundra being in a little bit of trouble early game.
But that's the fun thing as well. Tundra's lineup, we talk about scaling. It also then comes back on itself where, let's say we get a 60-minute game in the arena, right? You get double arenas, double Requiems, the hexes that naturally these items that heroes buy. There's so many ups and downs that it feels like for these drafts to have justice, it needs to be minimum 50 minutes, I'd say, for the true showing of both of these drafts.
Yeah, I would love to see this game go late. This is by no means favored in any direction. It really does come down to execution at that point. I mean, if we were to say some good things about Tundra's drafts as well, I think they have an insane pick-off around the map, right? You have the Bane setup, you have the DK Blink setup, you have the Hoodwink follow-up with the damage, and even have a Roar as well. You have the potential Infest bombs and things like that. I think there's a lot of good stuff going for Tundra. You have saves with the Lifestealer, you have saves with the Bane, so I think playing around the map, if the game is even, is also going to be tricky for MOUZ, right? Because you have to be worried about where is the Hoodwink, where's the Bane.
I mean, comboing a hero is quite annoying, right? As soon as the game progresses a bit, you have the Lifestealer with the Rage that you mentioned, and naturally, what was it? Radiance, BKB, potential Lifestealer. Again, less about items, that's for the game. I'm very excited to see this game, and of course, our beautiful casters, SVG and Cap, will take you away for this first game.
That's right, our panel, they said they wanted to see a long game. I want to see a long game. You want to see a long game?
Every time. Give it to me. Go the 60 minutes, go the 70 minutes. That's what Dota is known for, Austin. So.
That's right. Singapore, do you guys want to see a long game? All right, well, we'll see whether or not MOUZ and Tundra give us that exact game that we do want to see in this matchup. Tundra looking at being 4-time finalists at Blast Slam. They took the first one, got second there. won the second one, won the third one, looking at a fourth, while MOUZ, a team that has been grinding out, getting stronger every step of the way, and ready to challenge the big dogs. It's time for game one. Going into this matchup, MOUZ, they're probably looked at as underdogs, but in a way, they have an advantage over both Tundra and Falcons in the fact that they are a team that came into this, a roster that was probably a little bit underlooked. They had to go through some qualifiers, and as a result, they have been grinding harder than the rest of these teams. They have played more matches on this patch than any of the others post-TI, and they have come into Singapore in fine form.
Reps matter. This team has a lot of practice, a lot of synergy that got built up in that short duration, and they're just feeling it right now. We saw some of the plays they were making yesterday. Those were not the high-tempo run-over games MOUZ is used to winning. They had some significant comebacks against Spirit. Maybe they will have to go back into that bag here against Tundra, another team that's very difficult to just run over in the first 20 or 30 minutes, right? You have the tempo master that is 33. He's going to play some of these heroes. He's going to push towers. It's very hard to get favorable early game trades against this guy in particular, let alone against Tundra as a whole, especially with their support duo that's so mechanically gifted on the lanes. I think this is a series MOUZ are going to have to go late, go the 30, 40, 50, win those Roshan fights, and not fall too far behind on scale. I like the fact that they got the Yamich Tusk again. This is a hero that can absolutely deliver in those clutch moments. All eyes on him to continue making big plays with his insane win rate on this hero.
Oh yeah, he kicked some ass yesterday, that's for sure. Going into this one, see if MOUZ will walk away with the bounty rune advantage. Did manage to get the 2 there, and I think they've got a third waiting for him. No, actually, Dragon Knight will get the other one here.
Even split. I think it's a really interesting draft because Tundra gave him the Tusk. This is something that MOUZ are really going to pair with a lot of mid one's hero pool. We saw them ban some of those toxic mids out. You know, the Lesh, the Bat, the Veno all got banned. Every ranged mid pairs super well with Tusk, and you're always worried about that gank potential. This is another lane where you could just land triple raise off an Ice Shard. DK's going to die. That threat is always open, and MOUZ are not afraid to leave Boom alone in that off lane. So I think that threat exists for MOUZ in this early game. And flip side, I think Tundra's draft got a lot of their comfort picks. The Beast for 33, the Bane. They were one of the best Bane teams in that group stage. They got the Dragon Knights that's been on the rise. Pure is very comfortable on this Lifestealer. And of course, Ahri's Hoodwink is a signature hero. I think they're very comfortable across the board, but I do think it has 2 weaknesses. One, there is no AoE in this line. It is 5 single target heroes. Yeah, sometimes that can cause you issues in the team fights, particularly around those objectives, especially if you're playing for the Beastmaster timings. The other weakness, triple melee core.
Yes.
Like, that is a bold move. Triple melee core into heroes like Tusk, into the Mars with the Arena, into a Shadow Fiend that can get double Requiem later on. You are going to clump in this game when you go onto one target with these 3 single target melee cores. Can MOUZ exploit that with their AoE, with their turnaround potential?
Yeah, but it's 33. He will watch Falcons win a TI. You so that surprised that they drafted 3 strength cores after Falcons wins TI?
Maybe not. Maybe he says, you know, okay, one double TI winner to another. I'll steal some of the plays out of your book. Running back against some of these teams, maybe they can beat in this tournament. That would be interesting.
Yeah, it would be interesting. Do you think, by the way, that Tundra saw this Shadow Fiend coming? Because as you said, they were banning away all the high damaged ranged mid laners that would pair well with Tusk. Do you think they knew the SF was coming their way?
I don't think they had this hero on their radar at all. This is a hero that not a lot of players are going to bust out in this situation. It's not the most straightforward SF game. He has the good lane matchup. You're going to try and abuse this, get him off to a good start. He will scale pretty well, but there is BKB piercing lockdown in this game between the Bane and the Beastmaster. These are traditionally pretty good heroes against the SF. The Lifestealer matchup is not that bad for Lifestealer either, so I don't look at this game as some overwhelmingly great Shadow Fiend game, but he's going to have a good lane matchup. It's mid one. You kind of just give him what he wants to play and what he's feeling, right? And he can definitely do some work with some, you know, late game pressure, late game hex. Just go in, deal the AoE damage, abuse the fact Tundra have to clump around these single target jumps. That's just how their lineup's built.
Yeah, and it's one of the, maybe a little bit off meta, but it is one of Mid1's absolute best heroes. 70% win rate when playing the SF. After all, Mid1's an old school mid laner, and he's got an old school hero for this match.
That's true. He's got some legacy on the line, right?
Proper skaks.
It's true. A man who said he thought he was just washed. He thought he didn't have it anymore. Stood in for a tournament and said, wait a minute, I could still hang with the rest of these guys. And he's proven it with a rampage here in Singapore already.
Haven't seen that face in a while.
I have a feeling we're going to see it spammed a lot throughout this series.
Maybe the break did him some good, right? Maybe he got to reset a little bit, change some of his viewpoint, some of his perspective on the game. I think it's not a coincidence that some of these old school players, you have a couple of years where you're kind of down and out. You come back, you revitalize your play style, you have a new perspective, a new team, and then you get a second win.
Do you think they actually get that much of a change in perspective? For me, I always just figured it was motivation. You know, they
get humbled.
They lose their position is in a tier 1 team. They start tumbling down the line, playing on tier 2 teams, you know, and then maybe they stop playing entirely. And then they go, wait a minute, man, I had it so good. It's such a good spot to be playing Dota on a tier 1 team and winning tournaments.
Do not take it for granted, because that can disappear very quickly and you might never get it back.
Yeah. Mid One has a rare chance to be able to pull that back. Not many players have managed to go through a drought like that, though one of them recently won a TI. Of course, Snaking notoriously had his time very early on in his career in that like 2012 to 2014 area, and then had quite the drought in the middle, and then still managed to claw his way back up to a tier 1 team and a TI win.
Drought in the middle, he was playing with me. That couldn't have been too big.
Yeah, I said drought. I meant what I said.
Okay.
It was real dry out there, you know?
Maybe I think the real player you look at is No One, right? I think No One had a very similar career arc to Mid One in a lot of respects.
Yeah.
Strong early prime, was on some of those top teams, one of the basically the best mid laner in the world at some point, and then fell off for 4 or 5 years. Where'd this guy go?
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden he's back to his best TI placement ever last year. So maybe Mid One took some inspiration for that. He's like, hey, if this old dog can still do it, throw my hat back.
Why are the old mid laners coming back and finding success? Is there something about this meta that allows you to do so?
I think it's just pure spite. All the players run off for revenge, spite. They look at all these new young 20-year-old mids. They're like, you're not that good. Stop thinking you are. I'm going to come in. I'm going to slap you around. Prove I still have it.
Yeah, and some of them have managed to prove that. As far as this matchup goes, feels like we do have a lot of comfort heroes. I mean, I was talking about how Tundra had, 3 strength heroes and a little bit of shadow of Falcons to them, but 33 is still rocking an offlaner that can both win lane, but more importantly, do some stacking. And he's got a 4 position that can do that stacking for him. Or he's also going to be playing one of those elusive 4 positions that can cut waves every once in a while, do some shenanigans. Not quite like Bounty Hunter, like we've seen sometimes. He likes to do some crazy stuff, but
definitely has a bit of a smaller hero pool, I think, compared to a lot of other 4s, which is something you have to play around. But if you're going to pair him with a player who doesn't mind that, it's probably 33.
Sure.
This is a team that's used to kind of just taking the offlaner and the 4 early on in the draft, and he doesn't care about the lane matchup. Their mechanics are so good, they're going to get through anything anyway. So it almost doesn't matter, and he's almost going to play heroes that are good for your overall strategy and game and your tempo rather than the counter matchups. So you pair him with someone like Ari, and that smaller hero pool isn't really a big factor for this team. They just get their comfort picks. They're going to roll you over the map. They're going to try and out-tempo you. They're going to control the Roshans, the tower pushes. You just fall behind against the squad. You're getting picked off across the map. That's the big risk in this series as a whole. If you let Tundra gain space, if you let them take your early tier 1s and play this sort of pick-off game, which is where those heroes like the Hoodwink, the Bounty Hunter, the Bane, the Lion, they all thrive, you might never get to group up in this game if you're MOUZ. And that is their biggest strength as a team, is when they 5-man, when they get those later team fights going. They're super formidable. They're very clutch in those moments. If you're behind 20k gold, or you can never group up because Bounty Hunter's scouting you, because Hoodwink's picking you off, none of that skill set matters in this series.
Sure. And we'll see if they do manage to get that kind of momentum going. I mean, they have all the team fight for it. They've got some great wombo combo. You get the arena in with the SF ultimate, get that fear out to push them into the walls. Even certain things like the arena walls itself, helping to protect the healing ward, which has been a big reason why the Juggernaut has been such a good hero the last little bit of the meta.
It's an interesting hero that not a lot of other teams are abusing, that they take advantage of. And I think a lot of people view it as kind of the old school joke where you're picking him as a harder carry. He's going to farm, he's going to scale. But I think MOUZ used this hero a lot differently. And even if you're in a game like this where you're playing against some big counter picks, people look at this game and go, I don't want to play Jug into Beast. I don't want to play it into Bane. It's not that great of matchups against the other 2 cores. I'm kind of just getting fought on even ground. They don't care, right? They're just going to pick it for Crystals, let him do his thing, be independent on lane, and then be really strong when the group up happens later. And he's a good objective taker. So they're using him for kind of the team strengths rather than the individual hero, which I think is really cool to see, and something I think some of these heroes get underrated a little bit.
Yeah.
Because people just continue to look at them in a vacuum. And, is Jug the strongest carry hero in the meta? Where does he rank on my tier list? I got to go watch all the big streamers to figure out where he is. It's not always the value a hero can bring to your drafts and your lineup. So,
hey, got to watch those Yotaro replays.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Not too many replays, though, in the playoffs of Blast Slam here.
Well, not anymore. Really threw him under the bus on that one.
MOUZ managed to get that upset over Team Spirit and have got a lot of momentum going in.
Crowd loves these technical pauses,
Singapore, how you guys doing right now? Shout out to you guys for coming out. Watch some Dota. I love hanging out with you guys in the Dota community, man. I appreciate every single chance that I get to go to a LAN and experience Dota fans in the flesh rather than just online where we're all toxic assholes.
Some of us, not all of us. Some of us are.
Some of us more than others.
The comm score and never get a chance to be toxic.
That's true. I wonder how Amar's doing with his communication score. Maybe we'll see if he does any all chatting in the second series of the day.
It's true. It's been some time. He's got to level up his all chat now that he's a TI winner.
Yeah. We've heard the panel talk a lot about who are the crowd favorites. Who in here is a MOUZ fan? How many of you guys are supporting MOUZ for mid one specifically? Yeah. And who's back in Tundra? All right, it's pretty even. Not too bad.
Yeah, you've got Whitemon there, right? That is another C home.
I hear the
hero.
Whitemon chants coming out already.
Coming.
I mean, who doesn't love Whitemon?
That's true. That is true. This guy is just too lovable, man.
He probably shouldn't be a Dota player.
He's too good for us.
You know what? We just have a lot of toxicity constantly throughout the community. But every once in a while, we have those random players that stand out. The Whitemons, the GHs, just good, wholesome dudes. Ake, way back in the day. There's an old name that was just a wholesome dude.
Was he PMA?
Yeah.
I never knew that.
I mean, he never played pubs, so you remember he was a 4K player winning TI,
That's
something
one way
like
to do
that.
it. Can't be toxic if you never queue. Next level strat.
That is true.
Someone should have told Quinn that.
S4 was actually pretty chill, too. I ran into him a few times at a pub.
You ran into him.
Is that so hard to believe, Avery?
Yeah, that's really hard to believe that you ran into S4 in his prime during that day of the matchmaking system.
Yeah, I really caught him on a low.
Yeah, that doesn't sound accurate. I'm gonna fact check that one later.
You can check it. He was playing mid Bat Rider, I remember.
That could be such a generic answer. I mean, he could be playing mid Brewmaster, Night Stalker. He was playing all those heroes back then.
I'll give you more details. We lost.
That makes sense.
He was exceptionally PMA despite us losing.
Sure he wasn't passive aggressive?
And I fed. I remember because I disappointed S4.
Well,
all right, let's get game one underway. We are finally back. Technical issues are done for. We can just watch some Dota.
That's what we're all here for. We get the old school Lifestealer Juggernaut matchup too. Who wins this match?
Why were you rubbing your hands there about a Lifestealer Juggernaut matchup? Who's excited for that matchup?
It's been some time since both these heroes were in the meta. I'm not even sure they're in the meta right now, but I always like watching this matchup.
Why?
There's just something about it. They're not the same hero, but they have some of the same things going on. It just feels like, some team picks one and the other team's like, no, I'm going to pick the same thing. And they just jam it back. And then at some point, you just have them fight each other in the middle of the fight. It's a true, one-to-one, man-to-man battle. No tricks, no spells. Just sit there, right-click each other, see who wins.
I do. Come on, sure. I don't think that's what's going to happen in these matchups at all, but mid one continuing to secure a larger and larger CS lead over BZM, though he is not pushing him out of lane entirely like we saw he was trying to do very early on. He was forsaking some CS just to keep the pressure on BZM, but Between the natural regen of Dragonite plus some tangos, he's okay. Nice cookie. Puts him right on top of Ari here. Knows that he's dead. Is just trying to help Chrysalis get the kill onto Ari. It's not going to work. And now Chrysalis is spun out way too far. It's going to be a double setup. 33, double kill to start the series.
That is not the man, and that is not the hero you want to give this amount of early game gold to. Super well played by Tundra, but can't help but feeling as if MOUZ got baited in there.
Oh,
that was just not even close. You cannot underestimate the Beastmaster against the Jug in this matchup, both in the lane and the game. The boars, there's no way to really clear the boars easily on this lane without committing big spells, and then the turnaround is just way too easy. So if you're MOUZ, you got to look towards this guy right here, Yamich, to make some plays in this early, because bottom lane is not going well for you. The mid lane, yeah, the SF's winning it, but not by a huge margin. You're going to have to extract some sort of advantage somewhere around this map, and that's going to have to come from the Tusk rotation. You either rotate the Tusk bottom, look for the tri-lane against the Beast, or you put that Tusk into mid and look for the extra kills on the Dragon Knight. One of those two things probably has to happen here in the next few minutes.
Yeah, no matter how well mid one does in the mid lane, it's not like he's on a hero that can really rotate to help side lanes too much.
No, he is not the Furion that we saw get that rampage earlier.
Oh! Whitemon pops with the brain sap, got the kill on it, boom.
Nice pickup. Even more trouble for MOUZ, because if the Mars was able to stand up your high resources, that Tusk rotation's easier. If you're struggling on this lane, that means Yamich has to remain up here a little bit longer. He might not want to leave Boom alone, and then those rotations can't come through. So there's a lot of pressure being put on MOUZ in this early game. We saw this yesterday. The laning phase was not that clean against Spirit. Yeah. They eked out that series, but that was a big weakness, and Tundra is not a team you want to fall behind against in the first 5 to 10 minutes here.
Now, one thing they did do in order to claw it back is they brought both supports to the mid lane, who is having a good time, right? So they could do that here. Yeah. Instead of trying to bail out the side lanes, they could just keep the pressure on mid and see if Tundra will respond, but
look at this push.
Yeah, 33 is already looking at a tower with the first siege wagon of the game.
He got such a fast helm off that double kill instantly into the Dark Troll Summoner. Probably the fastest pushing creeps you can get at this point in the game.
Nice block in. BZM needs some help. It's going to be a teleport in from Whitemon to try and save him here, but he's so slowed. There's the Nightmare to push back the SF. And Yamich, he can't really do it alone, so.
It's a big save. Get this DK out of that kill threat. That would have pushed mid one almost to level 7. You have the catapult mid. Might just die here. One more tower shot.
He keeps it alive, so this will be a lot more damage. Help to offset what's happening in the bottom lane.
That's what every little bit counts. It'll also get the Arcane Rune top, because I agree, whatever's happening bottom, almost unpreventable here for MOUZ. They're gonna bring the SF here.
Yeah, see what they can do with the cookie. It's gonna land, but an immediate Nightmare from Whitemon. A second time he has disrupted mid one in his positioning. Nice pullback there of the Bushwhack. Mid one still gonna go for it and does secure it. The Raze gets the kill, and now a slowdown on Whitemon. A second one. Perhaps with mid one, if he could land a couple more races, the cookie, it goes out. That's good enough.
Not a bad collection for MOUZ. I thought that was going to go way worse with Whitemon having a really good position on the map. You do get the tower if you're 33 and you don't go down on the beast, so he continues to accelerate his net worth in this game. He is jacked. But that's at least something for mid one with this Arcane Rune. It means he'll have that teleport up pretty fast. He'll be able to recoup his resources here. Doesn't lose too much on the map. Nice little rotation movement.
In some regards, though, losing towers is inevitable for MOUZ, right? They're up against a Dragon Knight and a Beastmaster. Almost like even if you won the laning phase, you're probably still going to be bleeding out towers around the map.
For sure. You just don't want to make it too easy. You don't want to give them bonuses on top of it. If you're getting trades in exchange, I think it's fine. You do not want to let them run away with team fights off of tower taking. Then this game becomes really difficult, because you are playing a little bit of a sacrificial offlaner here.
Yeah. Ooh, that's deep. Not the snowball you wanted. Yamich is going to be pulled way out of position by that one. And mid one says, okay, you do what you can. Maybe he gets it with the ice shards. He will actually be able to walk away, thanks in part to the poison. It took away the Nightmare.
Also dodged the freeze fire. That was pretty awkward.
Yeah, it was.
But a beautiful shards bails him out of a sticky situation. The rune does get taken from Celery, so not an invis rune for mid one. Could be a nice one on the Shadow Fiend.
And here comes the Beastmaster. From behind, has the roar. Does he want to pop it for a Snapfire kill? He will. Yamich is going to try and do a snowball save here between the tier 1 and tier 2. Now both supports are a bit low. But is it possible that MOUZ can fight behind their tier 2? Surely something can happen here. Requiem goes out, but it really doesn't do that much damage. Desperate TP away from mid one. He gets away. But the tower, there's no retreat for these buildings and no rotation from either Crystallis or Boom.
Not enough resources for the Mars who wanted to go there, and maybe the fight just didn't look that great. 5 heroes flanking the tower. You're already trying to bail everybody out. See this nice shards from you. Tusk Master himself.
Yeah, unfortunately, all the cool little technical plays in the world isn't going to stop what Tundra have accumulated off this laning phase. A 2,000 net worth lead, 2 towers down, and they are going to have a lot of map control to work with here, that's for sure.
A lot of it is on the Beastmaster, which, you know, it's great for Tundra, something that MOUZ can exploit if they're willing to just commit a lot of ults into 33 every chance they get. Bring numbers, just, you know, Arena, Snapfire, ult him down, just play that game, save Requiem for him, kind of match his movement, because the DK did get shut down, and you do have support ultimates available now, so your team fight's online. That's the big thing for MOUZ. You just want to make sure these ults can connect in the early mid game, you get value out of them. Great space for this Juggernaut. That's the biggest thing right now. This is some slow jungle action.
It is very slow, and Pure is having a much faster game. The better game he has in this laning phase, the better it's going to be for his Radiance timing, and then that'll just snowball things pretty nasty.
And this is how Tundra like to play. They want to take early towers and then split you across the map, out-efficiency you, take camps away from you, and just farm up all 3 of their cores while the supports look for the pickoff. There's a lot of pressure on this Jug in terms of what he's able to take off the map, whereas the Lifestealer's just sitting top, DK's taking camps away from you, and 33 is starting to invade what little camps you have, as well as put more tower pressure on this bottom tier 2, gets an early glyph out of it. There has to be a response from MOUZ, and it has to be based around their big team fight ultimates. They're making the smoke play, looking for some sort of core connection.
Very awkward. It's going to break on the low ground. BZM's going to make a run for it here. They still got him inside the arena, though. And with the kisses, they certainly have the damage to finish off this Dragon Knight. They're going to look for a little bit more here. BZM's not dead yet. The snowball, that'll help finish him off. Ari, with the snowball now gone, should be okay.
Nice kill. You needed to find a core off that play. Otherwise, it's too much time for Boom that he's not hitting creeps and progressing towards that blink. This slows some of that tempo down. Again, you're shutting down the DK. BCM really just has nothing going on.
Oh, point blank Requiem on Pure, and there's no creep for him to invest off of. He's got to make a run for it, see if he can catch the lane creep somewhere. But Boom's going to be there on the other side. There's nowhere to run. There's nowhere to hide. Mid one has just shut down Pure.
That is huge in this game. You were not finding a lot of action with this SF. Where was he going to make his mark? Felt you just get a free Lifestealer pickoff. He had no business being there, just scouting it out. He just bought Relic at the shop. That's a high-level kill to give away to a Shadow Fiend who didn't need a blink or anything to get it.
Very defensive play there. Crystallis popping the spin to get rid of the Nightmare. Just trying to make sure his support stays alive. But because of that play, the smoke, it was pretty costly, but they did end up finding that kill on the Dragon Knight. And now, with mid one's big move.
Well, the move that got made into him.
True. Maybe Pure's big move.
Triple bounty room. It's pretty nice. But that completely evens out this early game. So all of that advantage that the Beastmaster extracted, pretty much nullified here in the last few minutes. I think Tundra jumped the gun a little bit, right? Just farm up your Radiance, get your Helm of the Overlord, get your Blink on the DK. If that's what you want to do here. There it arrives. Those are your early fighting items. You make a good smoke play off that, you just go into Roshan. You could have been up 5 or 6K. Drew some of those small windows away, and now it gives time for mid one to get towards his big fighting item. You're going to have time to get to the Blink Dagger on the Mars. 100 gold for Boom here. And MOUZ are going to be able to contest you around these timings.
I always find that when I'm having a rough game and I have to go Blink Dagger first to be the initiator for the team, more often than not, my game just continues to stay bad, right? Because I start fights, but inevitably I just die in the fights, good or bad. Is there a potential here that Dragon Knight just rushing a Blink Dagger like this never really gets to scale the way that Tundra want to see it?
It's definitely a risk, yeah. I mean, he can go in these fights as the initiator, just get blown up. Maybe the fight's good for the other 2 cores, but he continues to fall behind. It's just a decision that Tundra has to live with because he was going to have the rough lane with the last pick counter pick, and they threw him there. You do have 2 scaling cores in those 2 side laners and 2 very good late game players, 33 and Pure. So you just have to have confidence that those 2 guys can pick up the slack and continue to scale. And I think you do have the confidence in this game. It's a very good Beastmaster game. He has very good core targets to go on in the late game with something like a double roar. He's thinking about auras here as well.
What makes it a good Beastmaster game? Because I see the single target is good against Juggernaut. Maybe it's good against, challenging the SF in the middle of a fight. But there is also the saves. They at least have Snowball as
Snowball
one save,
is
maybe Cookie.
The biggest factor here. Arena messing up your positioning if you don't have BKB. Like, there's definitely some deterrence that MOUZ have. I don't think it's absolutely free, but I think 33 feels confident he's going to be the highest impact hero going in the next 10 or 15 minutes here with the auras, with the timings to just go in Roshan. Maybe the DK is behind, but if you get every Aegis, it doesn't really matter.
Speaking of Blink Daggers first, boom. Another smoke move involving him. And he's trying to find a pick off with his Blink Dagger.
Just awkward when you lost your mid tower first.
Yeah.
Tundra don't really have to linger around here. They're looking for that Wisdom Shrine. I think if that smoke went to Wisdom Shrine, you would have hit. Instead, are you going to lose both?
Yeah, Ari's going to sneak it away.
Ooh, that is a big blow for MOUZ. This smoke was just mega awkward.
And that's gonna raise some warning signs here for Tundra. Like, if they're not on the Wisdom Shrines, where are they at? The smoke finally lands. It's on BZM. The spear goes out. It doesn't latch. Get any damage? Don't let it blink away. No, they couldn't get the damage. Boom, spear ruins MOUZ.
Should have just arena'd him. You don't need to hold the arena too much in this game. I mean, they got a little greedy with the spell cast.
They got very greedy.
That was a gift, too. As you said, the smoke should have been telegraphed to BZM. He just wants some extra tower damage. Maybe he thinks he's going to blink out of there. He did not get it off initially. That should have just been a free core kill. Now that smoke is a huge waste in terms of time. Look at all the space that Tundra are carving out bottom while you're getting this tier 1. It was pretty much guaranteed. They're going to get wards out here. They're going to get some more tower pressure. You don't have that glyph from earlier. This is a huge amount of tier 2 damage done by 33 with that Helm of the Overlord. Might just be dead here, honestly.
Yeah, I don't think that MOUZ are going to do anything to stop it.
Man. That's some space created right there.
Funny part is he didn't have a TP scroll, so he's just been farming up the side of the map. Now we go back into it. He's rejoined his team with a smoke.
MOUZ know they're here, though. They had pretty good obs in their own jungle, kind of reading where Tundra were going to play. They should not get caught by this. Just trying to wait for the arena cooldown. 20 seconds. If you get caught here, it's not that favorable of a fight. Instant D-ward.
Unfortunately, looks like he does manage to get the last hit on the ward. Yamage does what he can. He was 100% dead, but at least he doesn't let that ward get denied.
If you're going to break and smoke, that's the best way to do it. Sure. Take something with you. Waste a bit of their time, though. Another tier 2 without even needing Aegis to do it.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you read their movements, if you can't do anything to stop them.
You have a glyph if you want to pop it. They opt not to. That is a lot of space given to this Beastmaster. You're just not contesting 33 on these tower pushes, which means his pipe is going to come out faster. You can go into that Roshan. They're looking for some retribution.
Ari, he dies, but all he needs to do is buy time. Did it buy enough for Tundra to get here and get the punish? It looks like it. BZM, he hits the stun on Boom, spears him back. Let's see if Boom can get his Blink Dagger out. Nope. Whitemon catches him with the Nightmare, and now he is surrounded. Midwan was looking for a turnaround play, but with only the Kayayasha, no initiation possible here.
Needs his own Blink to look for those kind of quick setups of turnaround. You need the Tusk Blink as well. MOUZ are still looking for a lot of their initiation options. However, they are going to smoke back up here, try and catch somebody lingering. A little overconfidence.
Hey, it's an interesting move. When they made this kind of smoke play, naturally, the team is going to split up after they succeed and get that kill, but 33 slips right on past them, now rejoins the rest of the team.
He saw the Tusk Aura on the gateway.
He did.
This guy is just so alert. You're not going to catch him off guard. He knows exactly where you are right now.
Yeah, they're just going to have to kill his creeps. That's the best they're going to get out of this situation. 252 gold, though, for the Helm of the Overlord creep. Not too bad.
I mean, that's where you wonder, should Valve give you an option to turn that passive off?
Yeah.
If you're Probably. It's not an aura you can deactivate here.
I will say, Tundra, they have I mean, they have what, like a 3 or 4 tower lead right now, but it's still an even net worth game. How is that even possible?
The DK, right? He's just still behind. It's not the fastest recovering core from that mid lane position. Hasn't been given farm priority. And MOUZ have done a decent job farming up the triangle, getting stacks together, giving a lot of extra gold to mid one. He now has Blink on top of that Kayasha.
Always wanted to go this way.
I mean, they're strong. Their cores are in a good position, all things considering.
Smoke of the Bane to where they know the Juggernaut is playing right now. They're going to catch him first with the Dragon Tail, now with the Fiend's Grip. Plenty of single target burst on this lineup from Tundra.
And that is what their lineup excels at. Finding isolated heroes in these jungle areas off deep wards or the nighttime scouting. Any stun setup, you're going to get chain stunned 100-0, you're just dead. Can't even spin out of those versus the grid.
I will say, positioning, I don't know if Chrysalis ever should be there in the first place. Right? He knows that Tundra have been playing that side of the map. Kind of got to expect like the most obvious icon ward in the world.
A little greedy to run there. Gank the creep again. They have a ward in this river area.
Oh, they got Arena on too. The 2 supports are caught inside. The Nightmare doesn't go out fast enough. With the Requiem, they both will die. Now BZM is going to be the next target here with Midwan chasing him down with the help of Celery. The roll in here with his Radiant. Still wants to fight this out though with a punch up in the air. They do manage to get BZM. The 2 strong cores of Tundra are still alive. Can they get any of them? Nice spear. Boom. He catches 33, still a war up. Omni Slash is going to bounce around here, see if it sticks onto a target, sticks onto 33 a little bit more. They get 33, boom, doesn't die. He bulwarks to protect himself.
Big Juan keeps him alive. Not enough damage coming out from this Lifestealer yet. Needs more items on Pure to get that single target DPS going, and right now SF is running these fights over. That is all set up by that ward in the river. Not in OBS. Tundra expected to be there, and just wins a huge fight for MOUZ. I think they almost planted that ward in anticipation of the Beastmaster accelerating this Roshan, potentially super early in this game because of how farm he is. Completely caught Tundra off guard. They're going to look for a little revenge, but once more, you cannot kill him again.
And damage is so good with it. I can't believe Chrysalis is trying to help bail out Yamich like that, but it works initially. Essence Ring, that'll keep Yamich up a little bit. Now Celery's perhaps the one in trouble. Pure's going to try and chase him down. Yamich does manage to get the blink away, though.
A long chase.
Both supports being saved here. Perhaps the healing ward helps out. Nice bushwhack, though, from Ari. Looks to burst him down. Still, though, the swing goes out. The Fiend's Grip, it just came up in time to help Pure. Pure, though, the final hit comes in from the SF. And mid-1, Shadow Fiend is still running these fights. Arena on 2. Now caught in both right ones with the spear short. It hit him. Still though, the roar puts back and brings down Juggernaut. Chrysalis down. Mid-1 in trouble. A buyback from Yamich. The supports look to bail out their carry. It's Mid-1, the strongest hero right now in the game. They have to make sure he's okay. And now they go back in with on the Requiem point blank 33. He's dead next. Tundra lose yet another fight to MOUZ.
Just sick plays from the MOUZ supports, drawing Tundra and making them think, we're not going to fight this. We're just going to let you maybe get a support kill and walk away. No, they take the team fight. They get their ultimates up on the second half. And Mid-1 is just doing so much work. No one is checking this Shadow Fiend. Like, all the target prioritization is going into these other 2 cores. And he just has free reign. It takes so long to bring these supports down. The Solar Crest, the Healing Ward, some Lotus is going off, extra sustain. And Pure, he just gets chunked. Beautiful spell casting from the Yamich. He makes him work so hard for this kill. And then he has buyback on top of it. A great 2-man spear into the raises. This bushwhack from Ari is the only thing that salvaged any of this fight for Tundra. A 3-man bushwhack will do some work. Just too much control. And this is part of my issue with the Tundra draft. You get locked in these long, drawn-out team fights. What is your AoE to kind of control that? What is your turnaround potential? Can you abuse the SF going in next to his other 2 cores? Because now he has BKB.
I mean, that sounds like a really fatal flaw because they don't have the fastest damage out of their carry or their mid, right? So aren't they always going to be drawn into longer team fights, big 5-on-5s?
Unless you can start these fights with a clutch find from the Bane or the Hoodwink, yeah. I think you kind of have to clump your cores in. You have to take what the Lifestealer can give you in terms of that damage over time. You really have to prioritize the right targets with the Grip and the Roar now. And I think one of these has to go into the Shadow Fiend, and there could be that Snowball save. That's always the big concern. Like, Snowball save can bail you out of a lot of these single target big control spells. So Mid-1 has the confidence to go in aggressive. He's 7-0 and 4 right now. BKB done, Shield Rune on the back of it, Healing Ward behind him, Snowball Save behind him, Solar Crest behind him. I don't know how you're killing this SF unless he's just way out of position.
Did you mention the Shield Rune? He's got that in his back pocket
so
right now. That's pretty rough.
He's really cooking, almost level 18. And this could just be Roshan for MOUZ.
Yeah, why not? You've got the tag team. You've got a little bit of minus armor, decent physical damage.
Healing Ward on top of it, so you're not worried about getting chipped.
This is looking like a MOUZ. They've got the snowball rolling. I would not be surprised to see them going high ground with this agent.
They're not afraid of going high ground early.
They do give it to the Juggernaut, the extra life that is. So even more incentive for Tundra to focus on the SF in this next engagement.
If you could find him.
Yes.
But if you're MOUZ, you're going to give the Aegis to the Jug and then focus your saves and your utility on the SF. So neither of these targets are going to be easy to bring down, which means you split the map. You have some options to rat here if you're Tundra. Only the punch that Pure has to worry about on something like a Rage TP. Maybe Infest can bail him out, split machine the lanes deep. You can always play with the 2 side lanes going in and then try and abuse your pick off to find some action. MOUZ are going to try and shut it down instantly, looking for the catch across the map, and they're going to find something here.
Ari found on the low ground and blinks ahead of the pushback. Fancy moves from mid one. Ari getting a little lucky though on his innate. Gets a couple of misses out of there. BZM not so lucky though. While Ari does manage to juke out mid one as best he can and does TP away successfully. BZM is caught by the trio.
Gets caught by a punch on the last second of that teleport. Damage on point again, finds the better core target, and the BKB got popped by BZM on that. So that's his 9-second BKB gone. Didn't even get to take a fight out of it.
Yeah, talk about a Dragonite who's not going to scale in this game. Blink Dagger first into a BKB that isn't saving his life.
It's rough times right now for Tundra's mid laner, especially with all these power runes going to the SF. And they just keep killing this creep, man. That's like the 4th or 5th creep they have just committed spells onto, not letting 33 get lanes out. It's a lot of gold going their way as well. Probably, 1,500, 2K gold off these summons.
Yeah. And Chrysalis is using the Aegis really well. He took the tier 1 bottom tower by himself. Now he's taking the mid tier 2. His team has largely been playing around the MOUZ and SF, and as a result, with the Aegis, he's just been bullying them on objectives. So
you can go high ground here if you really want to push it. You have Crimson on the Mars. You have Auras to back these cores up to hit that high ground, especially with Healing Ward behind him and Aegis on top of it.
Yeah, if you're not doing any damage against Crimson, and then you have this Radiance on Pure, but if the Healing Ward stays alive and fights, that's completely counteracting the damage over time there.
It's a really nice timing for MOUZ.
It's a hard high ground defense for Tundra.
And what is
they put together here with an Aghanim Scepter on the Lifestealer? Multiple options to deal with the Omni Slash. So that's certainly not a problem.
Really concerned about their single target jump into all of the AoE and all the turnaround potential. That's a scary jump to make with your cores.
At the same time, though, oh, nice bushwhack! Caught Boom as he jumps in, still BZM's in trouble. Getting the Infest, a big boost in HP, while the Roar goes to the Shadow Fiend. Got the arena, caught all these heroes inside of it. The Omni Slash, he really doesn't do much there. And the Fiend's Grip on the high ground kisses. They're just not doing enough. Not enough damage, not without mid one. They try and go back in with the Falcon Punch, but it looks like mid one was ready to go. He wasn't ready to blink in afterwards. They used the Requiem defensively here. Teleports away. The BKB does last just long enough there. With the Dragon Tail already used, those supports will get away as well.
Really nice Roar from 33. Completely broke that fight up. Gives time for his other cores to deal with the Mars who went in. You're really deep on Tundra's side of the base. They have buyback potential. It's going to give a free fight for 33 to run in there and find his mark on that SF. And he has Pipe and Crimson to back the whole squad up here. So they're just so damn tanky. You throw Omni Slash, you throw Kisses. Tundra just shrugged it off, especially with Infest giving you some extra HP.
They did. They needed the SF, any sort of SF damage there to punch through all that. Speaking of punches, Yamage catches Whitemon, who thought he was invincible with the haste rune.
That said, they did cut their losses pretty well. You only lost Aegis, you lost one hero out of all that. It's not the worst for a failed high ground push. Could be a lot more severe. And
yeah, ultimately, you weren't reliant on taking a lane of barracks with the first Aegis, right? There's plenty of room for growth for this MOUZ lineup. As long as you don't lose your lead right now. Yamich pushing into the ward, but it doesn't matter. He makes the initiation in front of all of Tundra, and now the follow-up from Boom. A spear goes through, pushing away some of these heroes. Not sure who they're going to go for. Is it going to be 33? No, he's teleported away. Now is it going to be BZM? No, he's blinked back. They have missed their opportunity. Yamich set them up, just bold as hell, just jumps right into all of Tundra. But unfortunately, the follow-through wasn't quite there.
Playing so aggressive on this Tusk. Knows if he goes in with Punch Snowball, there's not a lot of AoE to punish MOUZ committing on that sort of initiation, so you have a lot of time to get in there with your cores and just put Tundra in an awkward position, particularly with Butterfly on Crystallis. This is a big damage upgrade, really nice timing for them to play around. They're putting a lot of pressure on Tundra around the map, and we're seeing this net worth and XP lead grow for them right now. Just not carving the same amount of space back with this Beastmaster's aura timings, particularly losing that Roshan. It cost 33 a lot here with this sort of item buildup. Got to continue to find farm on the Lifestealer. He's your one big scaling element in this game. If Pure can get massive, he can cause MOUZ a lot of problems in the team fight. They don't have good ways to focus him down. Like, you could punch the Lifestealer into jug damage, I guess. That's not enough to burst him. And then if he gets Infest off, he heals up, he comes back out. That's a long-term issue you're going to have to deal with.
It does feel like both carries are incentivized not to hit the other carry.
In a way, yeah. You're looking for the other damage dealers. You're looking for the mid laners. You're looking for the off laners. Take the control and the auras out of the engagement.
The Blink Dagger. BKB, now an Orchid for BZM. So maybe a better chance at stopping these saves. I assume that's what the Orchid is going to be primarily used for.
If you can find the Tusk, it's amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, that's maybe the best hero to find. Oh,
got the punch! A second bad death for Pure in this game as he gets caught in the corner of the map by the one hero who can stop him.
Just throw the Omni into him. Make sure he dies there. And that is a lot of time to work with. That is not the hero you want going down right now for Tundra, because you need the extra damage build-up. He's going into the MKB to deal with that Butterfly. That just got delayed even further.
Yeah, top lane was already pushed in, so MOUZ, they could poke at the high ground again, but without the Aegis, it's maybe perhaps too much of a risk to take.
It's not that efficient. Just farm the map, right? They're continuing to grow this lead. Boom showing mid, almost kind of baiting Tundra to go on him.
He is.
Really tempting.
Right behind him, ready to go with an Arcane Rune. The blink back before the Dragon Tail lands. Nice reactions from Boom.
Crystallis, he's going to hit top off.
BZM wants to cut the wave, but he'll be caught here. Stuck inside the Ice Shard, stuck inside the arena. No way out for him or for Ahri.
Beautiful catch.
They're just not doing any damage, though. Oh, they can't get him. All right, finally a cookie lands, and surely they've got the damage.
Oh, that's an opening to push high ground.
Yeah.
And you don't even have DK form when he respawns here. Just a complete liability this game as MOUZ continue to abuse BZM. That's a free lane. Unless Pure can do anything about it, but
I don't know, going after damage. And he's got that Aghanim Scepter. He's got the Infest and the other Infest. So, you know, there's options here, but he can't do anything to actually stop these heroes hitting building.
Especially with Healing Ward just sitting there. Like, who's going to go in and kill this Healing Ward? If it's not the DK blinking in sacrificially. That is an easy lane before the Roche spawn.
Yeah, 33 tries to cut, but it's too late. Mid lane of Barracks is already dead.
And we are pushing towards those late game items. The Hexes, it's going to arrive quickly here for mid one. That is going to cause you a lot of problems in this game. That's just a death sentence for the Lifestealer.
And Scotty for the Juggernaut as well.
Another creep to go down.
Yeah, Boom. He starts out with the spear to try and put damage on the creep immediately to make sure that 33 can't take over a new creep and deny that bounty. So another 250 gold secured. There's that side device. Scotty coming in very soon for Crystallis, and Boom is going to go for Shivas.
Bigger items coming out for MOUZ right now. They're even getting close to that Tusk Ags, which would just completely break this game. Tundra have to find something here in the next minute or two. This is desperation territory. You have to find some clutch pickoffs, get some vision out, control the next Roshan, and take this Aegis away from MOUZ, because that's just a death sentence if they get all the loot.
Said much bigger items for MOUZ, and part of that is 33 doesn't even know what item he's going to go next. He's got 3,000 gold, nothing queued up. What helps save this game?
Lotus Orb is a good Lotus Orb game. You don't really have anybody else who can build it, but then you are just complete utility, right?
Yeah.
Your scaling options are Hex or Refresher.
And frankly, BZM's not doing any damage, and Pure doesn't seem to do enough for them. So somebody's got to do more.
Even if you're surviving, who is killing MOUZ in this scenario where you have a full utility Beastmaster, a Dragon Knight who's the poorest core in the game and not scaling, and a Radiance Lifestealer? I just don't see you winning the fight. I think he has to go for something more aggressive.
Well, the damage options for a Beastmaster are usually Aghanim Scepter, but I feel like that's just more damage spread that's just countered by healing.
I think he just has to go Hex.
Okay.
Link Hex.
Yeah, a little bit more single target for Tundra.
More jump, more ability to just find the SF and take him out of the fight. That would give you an opportunity, but he's not going to have it for this push. Once again,
yeah, whatever that item is, Tundra will have to fight without it here. Boom. Blind look there in the trees. Almost found BZM.
This is just forcing Tundra back, getting map control. Roche is up right now, so there's no reason to take this push.
Right, they pull him to the top part of the map, and now they can push out bottom and take over the bottom part of the map, where Roshan is for at least another minute.
Really nice outmaneuver. You're going to get a chance to deward their vision around the pit, put up a ward of your own, potentially just camp it, and bait Tundra into you. There goes the ward kill. Celery on point. Still has an ops he can plan as well. So now Tundra, they're kind of flying blind. They don't know if the Roche is going down. I mean, I guess you have the roar to kind of play around, but it can die really fast if you're not just smoking here in the first place. So you kind of just have to make the call and go. You'll infest the DK, look for the jump, have to find a big core target.
Roar goes out immediately as smoke, but the smoke is right on top of him. Blink's right in the middle of all these heroes. Lifestealer pops out immediately, speared. Pure, dead in an instant.
No rage.
They thought they had the initiation. He pops out of the infest, but doesn't get off the rage fast enough. And without that damage dealer, again, Tundra, they already had damage problems. Without their carry, it's non-existent.
I think that fight's over the second mid one gets that blink off. You had to find the SF with that stun. Even then, Snowball Save can come out, but you have a chance of forfeiting the Tusk on top of finding the SF, and that's kind of your window to win that fight. The second that goes bad, it looks rough, and then, yeah, the cherry on top is that beautiful spear. No rage for you, no chance for you.
And BZM doesn't even complete the escape. He was hoping to push out the lane real quick before Tundra could get here, but they're just too damn fast. 5 heroes with an Aegis all barreling down the middle lane. Yeah, look how fast mid one was there. Great reactions.
You're going to have the healing ward up this entire time. You have multiple BKB heroes. It's just such a tough fight. The draft is not designed to win these kind of engagements behind this much.
MOUZ, all they have to do is stay together as 5, and nothing is going to stop them from doing that, as here they go up to the high ground a second time. 4 minutes left on the Aegis. Tundra on their last legs.
There's the Ags for the Tusk to kick Tundra out of this one. Do not think we're going to see this Yaman's Tusk in Game 2.
I don't think
you can afford to give it to this team. It does way too much work with their playstyle.
Boom, he swerved to an AC instead.
That's super nice. Great AC game. All the itemization's been on point here. This team is scary, man. They get the ball rolling. They just do not look back. They play aggressively. They force you to react to their momentum, their objective taking. You just feel like you're on the back, but the whole time the lead starts to build. Can Tundra pull off something here on the high ground hold? Gotta look for the back line, get the Lifestealer in deep.
Here goes BZM. His smoke breaks. He has to make the initiation. It's on a Sapphire. Not what he wanted. Now he's going to be caught by the Requiem. They give him the infest. It's not good enough. Not enough HP. The Omni-Slash on Pure with no way out. GG is called. Tundra are done with this one. MOUZ, full of momentum. They played the quarterfinals, and now they're 1 game away from Grand.
They are looking so damn strong. They're not winning the early game. That's the crazy part. We were used to seeing this team kind of just roll people over with the 5-man, one-dimensional strat. This tournament has felt way different than that one-dimensionality we saw in some of the previous events. They're cooking on multiple levels. They're bringing the team fight. They're bringing the synergy, the objective taking, the scale, the catch. They're playing well around the map. They're dewarding. They're getting obs up. Celery has been on point. Yamich just got his signature heroes. They're getting the last pick clutch picks for mid one. Everything is working for this team right now. It is not an easy squad to address.
They beat Team Spirit in the late game, and now MOUZ have defeated, at least in Game 1, Tundra in the mid.
Yes, the job is not done just yet for MOUZ. Whilst it is one game against Tundra, and apparently everything being perfect for them, as Avery is saying that, Quinn, where do you even go for the drawing board when it comes to Tundra?
I mean, to be honest, I think MOUZ is looking like an incredible team right now. And while Tundra may be incredible players, I don't think they're really looking like a team that much. I think they were kind of discombobulated. They were punching with one finger around MOUZ's body, and MOUZ was like, whoop, bam, right in their chest with a whole fist. And I think that to me feels like this game.
Yeah, everything coming together. And of course, Misery, before this series, you loved the Tusk. You thought, is MOUZ going to be prioritizing it? They get their hands on it, and it looked so fantastic. Everything just adding together in this way.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it during the draft as well, how high skill ceiling this draft of MOUZ had, and mid one completely delivering, the toss delivered. Like, I think MOUZ played incredibly well this game. They had a little bit of a hiccup early on, but once they started winning the team fights, it was just, there was no way back. And I felt like you could maybe even see Tundra's draft being a little lackluster in terms of team fight, in terms of the mid DK, which we're going to talk about later. Is like, I think their draft seemed a little lackluster to me when the game played out the way it did.
I think all that matters is MOUZ is just playing their game, and you can feel it no matter what, right? In a losing game, winning game, like every choice they're making isn't as if they're trying to react to their opponent. It's our draft wants to do this, we're going to try our best to make it work. In this game, like you guys are mentioning with mid one, with Yamich, like even like if you look at all their players, they're on comfort heroes of the last 93 game run that they've been on in this season so far. Like every single player, Boom on the MOUZ, Celery playing his Snapfire they loves playing. Like I think just the fact that they're getting comfort heroes and then just showing off what they can do with it is just testament to their chance of getting to the grand finals.
And it's not just the big overall macro parts that we're talking about when it comes to those team fights. There's always so many intricate details that it can be easily overlooked, Quinn. And for you, mid one, that SF in the mid lane, there was just something next level for him.
Yeah, I think to be his play overall in this game was absolutely amazing. I think generally he's the best player in the tournament right now, but I think his laning was also excellent, and there was a key point here. I think that sort of shifted the lane. I think they were having a pretty rough early game overall. But there's something very key about mid is that if you get 3 denies in 3 waves, it means the other hero doesn't get level 2. That's a perfect frame deny, and now DK is level 2 and SF's level 3, and mid one very expertly holds the wave on his hill, leaving that range creep to hold the wave. And so now he can just full zone, and mid one knows it. He doesn't push the wave, he doesn't spam raise as silly. He walks past those creeps there and he zones him from the wave, and he has some massive advantage, like mega denies, and he doesn't take that and throw it away. He plays the game very calculated, and he slowly claws that lead back after MOUZ having kind of a rough early game in the side lanes.
And it's key to what you guys are saying. Playing through that mid lane is very instrumental for MOUZ. It's things that have added to their success before. And the side lane's really struggling. 33's Beastmaster off to a fantastic start. Misery, it felt like no matter how good mid one was playing, the eventuality of a 33 Beast was going to come through. Yeah,
pretty much the worst case scenario when you play against Beastmaster is giving this hero a good start. We see it here, like how he ended up getting this double kill really early on. I'm not sure what went on before this clip. It just felt like a little bit of a mistake here. He ends up getting 2 kills and a super quick Dominator. And that's like the worst case scenario when you play against Beastmaster. You see it here, it's like 5 minutes 50. The tower's already getting ambushed by these skeletons here. And yeah, it's just, here it transitions into a mid dive here where Lifestealer collapses, and all of this is only possible because they gave away this double kill. If they played it more stable and more conservative, maybe they could have delayed the whole of this a couple of minutes. But yeah, this looked really bad for MOUZ at this point in time. But again, like Quinn said, the Shadow Fiend just mid one just kind of keeping them in the game with multiple good moves. Yeah, that's pretty much the name of the game, I think.
It's so scary as well, because when you look at the net worths there, it was like Beastmaster #1, Lifestealer just got to #2 at the end of that second clip, and it's like most teams would crumble under Tundra playing perfectly there. So it's like if you don't make the correct choice, you are minutes away from that 3,000-4,000 gold lead that Tundra had accrued so early on to becoming 10k themselves. Like you cannot make a single mistake when 33 is able to open the map this quickly.
Yeah, you're just looking at all those things, right? Obviously, we get the bird's eye view, we get all the information. You're seeing how it's stacking up on net worth. You're seeing that they're willing to dive tier 1s, potentially even tier 2s. It's like, where do we go from there? But the big instrument here is Beastmaster getting bigger, but on the side of MOUZ, they're like, yeah, we need to shut him down. We need to be able to have better team fights here. And whilst the individual skill was impeccable, it really eventuated to that Beastmaster not actually having a good game after what we saw in those clips.
Yeah, like everything that mid one did in this game was the kind of the lifeline for MOUZ. But when you look at Tundra as well, like around the 19-minute mark, They stabilized the fact that mid one had some good moves. And I feel like this is a little uncharacteristic of what we saw in the group stage from Tundra. Like already the DK's dead, the double supports are dead. They then late to the fight where Pure and Beastmaster are trying to enter this engagement. At the end of the game, by the way, the highest damage hero for Tundra was actually the Hoodwink with 17,700 damage. Pure only had like 16,000, 33 had 12,000. Like when we look at the start of the game, Tundra was on the path to just snowballing this out of control. But the 19-minute death, then look, a couple minutes later, where are we? Back to top lane. Beastmaster's running back in. He's then dying. It's just a lot of chaos from Tundra where 19, 21 minutes, if these deaths don't happen, if they just, take a deep breath, stabilize themselves, they probably could find a Roar on the Shadow Fiend or something to stop him, but they don't. They just completely feed, lose Tormentor, lose Roshan, lose absolutely everything. Those two clips, Tundra, if they don't do them, they probably can win this game. But that was like critical errors, those two clips.
I think also these clips show like a little bit of an issue for Tundra. I think they are really lacking a hero that has teamfight, right? You have a DK mid, you have a Lifestealer, you have a Beastmaster, you have 3 cores. There's no real teamfight spells. Your supports don't have teamfight either, right? And you're playing up against Snapfire, Shadow Fiend, Arena, like there's so many strong spells from MOUZ that it's just overwhelming teamfight once they hit 20 minutes and people get their core items going. Even though the Beastmaster is so fat and he has Pipe and he has Crimson later on, it's just not enough because you cannot actually kill the enemy heroes.
Yeah, I think also historically, that's not how Tundra wants to play the game. Neta loves having the late game. He always wants better late game. He wants to be able to chill because he's a very farmy player, right? He's playing for gold, the efficiency. They're great at abusing the map and getting a lot of gold out of it. But if you're just farming, and they're farming too, eventually, like you said, the team fights become hard for you. And I think that's not a place that Tundra is comfortable. I think they're very out of... It's just icky for them to play these games where they can't be chill.
All right, then with all of these things laid out, some of the stumbling points that Tundra had for themselves, is there one key moment or just a key player that you guys are like, MOUZ are only really in this because of that?
I think it's mid one. I think he's absolutely owning this game on a million fronts. He hits the MOUZ here. Pure walking up the hill, he actually slightly messes up the races, but still, the Requiem is perfectly timed on a hero who can just press Rage and walk away, so he times it just right as he walks up the hill. And there's like a menagerie of these moments where he is just owning. I think you can watch the way he's clicking and moving around. You can just see it. He's just locked in. He's played, honestly, incredibly well. Shadow Fiend is such a zone hero, and I was blown away by how he played this game.
I agree. I mean, he hits pretty much all his races the entire game. That kill on Lifestealer we saw in a previous clip is such a massive kill. I think the Lifestealer was 400 gold away from Radiance. Instead, he ends up dying. A hero that is not supposed to die in this game, really, for a long time. And in every team fight, he's there. This as well, it's some Dota 1 Yafet's type of move here, like triple raise. A lot of misses, so he doesn't get the kill. But still, this was just mid one. The styling on this game.
No, I mean, you can even see here, like, I think not only the aggressive decisions, but there's points where he decides to back up. There's really clutch TPs, gauging really his limits and knowing that he's not trying to do too much. You can see that, right? Sometimes in games where you're losing, it's very easy to get desperate and feel like, oh, we're behind. I need to do something to fix it. But he's testing his limits and he's doing what he can. He's playing, my hero can only do so much, and he is, respecting that, and he's not trying to overplay his hand. Like, genuinely incredible game.
So a lot of eyes into that mid lane then, T, and you're wondering, is this more that's going to have to come out of the supports of Tundra? Is this going to have to heavily rely on BZM when you look at that game too?
Just don't first pick a DK mid, right? It's like you're offering up mid one all this information from like the first pick, I pick DK, you can go for Shadow Fiend, you can go for Venom, you can go for Nekker, you can go for Huskar. Like, there's so many toxic mid one heroes. He probably could have done this game on another hero if Shadow Fiend was banned because of the DK. So don't pick DK. Probably have a completely different game in Tundra.
So in terms of that DK, I think you first pick it, and I think most commonly this hero is strong as a carry right now. But then when you see the MOUZ, you kind of feel like or the Tidehunter, you feel like maybe we give this offlaner too good of a game with the DK carry, so you end up flexing in mid. But again, the mid DK just gets abused by so many heroes, and then suddenly this first pick is not that impactful anymore.
Yeah, and look, they're going to have their time, and they're going to have another draft at Game 2. This is a best of 3 that is going to happen for them. But before we get into that, before we see any more Dota, we get to see 2 more faces, and that's Slax and Shiba.
Thank you very much. Nat, I'm here with Eva and Smile with Eva. And I know here in Singapore, we are smiling after that Game 1. That was S tier. That was great. Isn't that right, Singapore? Are we smiling out here? That's amazing to hear, isn't that right, Slax?
But Shiver, yes, that's what you claim is everyone is smiling. But is that actually accurate? Let's find out. Is anybody in this crowd sitting next to a friend who is not currently smiling? Is there anyone out there not smiling? Please raise your hand if the person next to you is not smiling. Hello? Oh my God, wait. I see a giant smile out of that, man. What are you talking about? Show that smile one more time, yo. Yeah, he's smiling, all right. Is anyone currently not, sir? You don't appear to be smiling right now, sir. Don't smile, okay? We will make you smile. What would make you smile, sir? You seem quite down. Is there anything we can get for you?
Nothing.
Nothing? All right, that sounds like a challenge. How about a nice back rub from your friend? Your friend could give you a back rub. Would that make you smile?
Yeah.
Get your ass up and give this man a back rub right now. This is the Eva Air Smile. I'm not joking around. Stand up and massage this man. Do you know this guy?
Yes.
He does know him. Say something that make him smile. He looks very sad.
Hello, my friend. Smile already.
You're smiling. We did it, ladies and gentlemen. Anyone else not smiling in this crowd? We're gonna look around. Oh my God, that guy's checking his. Oh, hello. Sorry, we got a real depressed-looking mother sucker over here. Hello, sir. Your friend has pointed to you. You didn't notice. I'm so sorry. Why are you not smiling right now, sir?
It's just my natural state of being.
It's time to cheer you up. What would make you smile? What can we do to cheer you up here today?
Back rub sounded nice.
Back rub? We already tried that bit. Anyone want to rub this man? No one got up. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That guy's eating pizza behind you. How's that pizza? You want some pizza from that guy?
Yeah, it looks pretty good. Is that pepperoni?
Just a little piece of the crust. Can you break them off a little bit? There's a child over there very much smiling. How about we say hello to that child? Can I make you smile like this? You're a very good Dota player, very special. What's your favorite rank? Role? What do you play?
Support.
You're valued, you're loved, and thank you for buying wards. He smiled! Yeah, that's all it takes, that's all it takes. I want to take it out with the most excited man in the arena. You seem pretty excited. Can you please say, take it panel? I'm going to let you be an esports caster right now. Take it back to the panel. All right, well, you know, shout it out. Oh, take it to the break. Can you say break time?
Break time!
Break time! We'll see you guys after the break.
Yeah, Mitch. Co-ops. It's me.
It's you.
BCM.
Schofield.
Nightfall. Midas.
Midas. Let's call it Midas.
Midas.
Bling. Bling. Naga Siren Shadowfiend.
SD with the NP.
Marcy Jakira.
Gyrocopter Tas.
Most likely just sucks.
Husker Dezo.
Oracle. Razor.
Lina. Tekis.
From my perspective, I will say Mid Pugna.
Arc Warden.
Marcy Jakira.
Centaur Sky.
Kaz Jakiro.
Marcy Snapfire.
Abaddon plus some like Pugna, some annoying plus 5. I think Abaddon the most.
Husker Dezo.
I think Skyrus. Mage.
Yes.
I know Phantom Lancers, such simple minds. Stupid carry players spam it, thinking they're cool.
Marcy, because, you know, she's not talking at all. He's just whistling.
Probably like Dark Below.
Scarab Mage.
Axe.
Jug.
Trova Rod.
Anti-Mage.
I think it's Mars.
Monkey.
Kaz.
Cass.
Cass. Timbersaw.
Tekis.
Let's say Meepo.
Like the little blackmail.
Tumblr toy, I guess.
Tumblr's toy.
Fairy Club. I like it second this later.
Cobalt's Cup.
Celery. Co-ops.
Pure.
We're always trying to be like inside.
I think no one in our team.
Schofield? We're doing well.
welcome to Game 2 draft of MOUZ versus Tundra. I'll be honest, I actually was about to say Spirit. I don't know why. I just want to confess to you guys. Anyway, moving on. Quinn, coming into Game 2, we are seeing a Tundra that lost a game. I feel like even though mid one's styled, they might chalk it up to their own mistakes, right? The fact is, they have those blunder of deaths. They don't capitalize on the free game 33 had. Like, if you think about Tundra of the past, that's a one game, right? So, play difference or draft difference?
I think Tundra is definitely a very stubborn team in terms of picks. They will have their ideas. I think maybe they'll change bans, but I think in terms of the heroes they pick, they will not change their priority after one game. I think Neta likes to keep running it back over and over and over and over with heroes and like force you to beat it not one time, not two times, but like 7 times.
No, yeah, I would agree. I feel like, yeah, for Tundra, I hope for their sake they're not trying to overthink that loss, because you run that game back like 10 times, they're probably going to be winning it 6 or 7 based on that, the first 10 minutes that they did have. Of course, Tundra entering this draft once again with the respect towards mid one with the Nature's Prophet. They then ban out the Marcy, again a staple ban when you are second pick.
Yeah, so it looks like MOUZ is first pick this game, so they have switched sides. It seems like every team is prioritizing first pick right now. That tends to be the thread. Sometimes the sides will have preference one way or another. Sometimes there's like a camp that has a bug spot where you put a sentry in the trees. There's some abusive stuff, but right now I think most of that's been removed. And so first pick just tends to be preferable because that 18 pick is so powerful. And I think the bans also work out better for first pick.
So do you think MOUZ will then promote Tusk to an overall first pick? So far we've seen them pick it on second pick twice. We saw Spirit against MOUZ yesterday first pick it. Do you think the stonks have gone that high for them?
It is definitely possible. I could see them also... They could also pick the DK themselves with a Timbersaw ban, something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, no, the Tundra's banned the DK, yeah. So I think MOUZ would have jumped on that. So they have a ban save, so they do have a little more freedom because the last game they banned the Marcy themselves. So they can do the ban into pick. It's very possible they first picked that Tusk. I think it is very valuable for them, and I'm not sure they'll get it in the second phase.
Yeah,
ban Timbersaw, I think that makes a lot of sense.
Ban Timber, then pick Tusk, right?
Very possible. I'm trying to think of what other first picks they'd even go for. I don't know if there is anything that stands out. It's probably just support hero. Yamage is going to play Tusker Pudge anyway, so you might as well just pick it here if you don't have super crazy core picks, which I don't really think they do. So I think they're probably just thinking and talking it out, but likely we could see a Tusk, yeah.
Nice to see a fellow ball brother in the crowd.
Solidarity. No, I think it's fine to just sit here and chill and think about these picks some. A lot of times you have an idea of things, maybe they're just talking about the possibilities. Actually go for Pugna. I wonder what the rationale is here, why they opt for this over the Tusk.
Yeah, Pugna was a hero that Tundra did first phase ban against them in the previous game.
Did they? Okay.
But then, like, for example, Spirit, they kind of respected it in the second phase. So it's been a hero that people respect against MOUZ, but not reliably in the first phase, ban list. But yeah, clearly MOUZ, they do want to promote it here. We know why, right? I think as soon as you enter the mid-game fights, the ability to decrep save someone, the life drain, the pressure never ward applies to skirmishing fights. Anytime you win a fight, you can then chip down the tower after. I think Pugna kind of speaks for itself and what it can do to the game, but you always need to identify that control needs to follow a Pugna pick. You need to make sure that Boom or Yamich can kind of complement the team fight there.
Yeah, I think the hero is also just a ridiculously stupid laner. Blast is crazy good. The hero's very good stats, insanely good range, is very fast. And I think having that strong lane against Tundra is very valuable because Neta wants to play for that gold. He wants to go back and farm the Ancients, farm the stacks now, especially with Shadow Demon. So I think how this safe lane goes, this MOUZ safe lane against the Tundra offlane matters a lot because there will be this contesting of these stacks. And Pugna, if he has a better start, has the potential to open up the map quite a bit. I'm not actually sure how the support matchup goes 1-to-1. Maybe you have some idea if there's a lane favoring here. I would think Pugna is in a decent spot at least.
Yeah, Pugna is in a very much a decent spot. I think it's going to be obviously hard to kill when SD can just decrep save, can just delay a little bit of damage, but in reality, it's just going to be a trade-off farm between the two. Of course, it can depend on the offlane and the carry pick, but nothing really special between the two in regards to the matchup. Of course, Shadow Demon will be able to threaten Pugna throughout the game. When you put the decrypt down, you then go for the purge. You can get rid of that. So there won't be these little clutch moments that Celia was able to utilize against Spirit yesterday. That is a thing of the past. Shadow Demon is the hard counter for the team fight.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine Tundra will just go for some standard meta hero on 13. I think in a lot of cases, I think Tundra would opt for an Invoker or some BZM hero. They're going to pick blind here, but I think that's actually very difficult for them, and I think they'll probably be picking side lane cores in the next phase and saving BZM for last. Because mid one has so much potential to counterpick. He's got so much cheese and pizzazz to him. I think if you pick BZM, say an Invoker, you're getting brooded, and you might just get purple stomped, or he's going to pick some other obnoxious crap you've never heard of before.
Yeah, I think, critically, just respect mid one. That's going to be the takeaway. If we see MOUZ win out this game, play tomorrow, everything we talk about will be just respecting the mid game. Respect the fact that he takes over games and fixes all the problems, it seems, through his play.
Yeah, I think it's interesting they banned the Bounty Hunter. I don't know if Shadow Demon 5 has really been played in a long time. I sure haven't seen it. The hero plays so much on stacks, and the stacks are so much worse than the safe lane, so it's a bit surprising. They banned Bounty Hunter, but they're also respecting the fact that I think it's Tundra's most powerful hero, to be honest. And maybe they're just not scared of the offlaners. They think this Axe is not a problem, the Ursa is still in the pool, or things like this. So I think it's, you know, sort of a respect ban in a way, but a ban that I can see.
Is it a look towards the Pugna pick and identifying if Tundra are to just pull waves and do all this kind of non-laning shenanigans? Pugna feels a little bit worse. Sure, you can decrep and de-aggro the waves for a little bit, but you know, supports with spells, grab that creep wave, re-aggro them once more. Are they kind of already looking at trying to shut down the lane in other ways?
Yeah, definitely possible. I think it's interesting. I think in a lot of cases you would respond with a core on 9 instead of the Shadow Demon. Like it's a very strange first phase. It's not often you see first pick support into support response. It's very unusual. Oftentimes cores are considered like more high priority in terms of you want to snap them up. And then you pick supports to complement those cores earlier or later. And so when they're both first picked like this, it's a very unusual. Yeah, okay, so there's the Axe, unsurprising.
Yeah, Axe is an incredibly aggressive offlaner. You're going to be able to kind of threaten the Pugna. When Pugna tries to step to the side of the lane to try and 1v1 a support, Axe will just pivot over, put a Battle Hunger. So that is going to be a very strong lane. Of course, Pure will have many options available in regards to carry. He could go for just a casual gyrocopter if he wanted to, just to push out the wave. Sorry, I meant Crystallis, sorry. Crystallis can go for like a gyrocopter, just shove the wave, don't really care too much about it. And of course, Tusk, a hero that we keep talking about in regards to MOUZ and Yamich. I'm surprised people aren't respecting it. Like, in regards to taking it themselves, to banning it, it feels like MOUZ is just getting everything that they want.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's something that happens whenever your team sort of gets the ball rolling. You have your heroes, and you just keep picking your heroes, and you have enough that their bans are locked. Because I think a lot of their first phase bans are very reasonable for Tundra. Maybe you could swap the Fury out for something else. But overall, I think MOUZ is in a great spot draft-wise because a lot of stuff is getting banned, and even after the bans come out, they still have their comfort. And so they'll always get to play something that is similar, and that just helps you build that confidence in that structure, which I think we talked about before, but I think is something that Immortal Fate teams and also Celery teams like a lot, is that structure.
I feel like every time I think of Gyrocopter, we should just change it to Jug. Because in the last draft, Mizu and I were like, oh yeah, this is a pretty cool gyro blind pick. And they go for the Jug. But again, they're very comfortable with the idea of blind picking their cores. And I feel like once that you have the foundation, most heroes can feel good after, right? Like because of Tusk, because of Pugna being very strong laners, able to join together, you put a Jug in the safe lane, you're going to have kill threat. You then pick any off laner, you're going to have kill threat. It feels like because of the supports, you can blind pick cores.
Yeah, I mean, I think I also like the fact they picked the Jug in response to the Axe here. I think a lot of teams would want to save that carry pick for later, see more heroes for, the best possible carry matchup, but they decide, no, we're going to prioritize the lanes. We're going to pick the Jug. We see our lane counter pick instead of like playing for carry matchup in the game, we're going to get more lane solidness, which I think I like as a direction from MOUZ. I think if they can get through that early game and not have this rough time they did in the last game, I think they're in a great spot to play, a very clean and good game. So opting for this, I like.
Are you worried that Tundra might be falling into the trap of giving MOUZ the free Tidehunter pick? You go for the Jakiro, you go for like kind of damage that you don't really want to get dispelled. You have an Act which is critical on that one initiation on a hero. When there's a big formidable front line, that can become a problem. I am a little worried for Tundra that they are drafting for themselves and not thinking about what brought MOUZ to this position in the tournament.
Yeah, I think it's definitely possible that MOUZ is for sure looking at Tidehunter, right? They picked it like twice as many times as every other hero in the offlane. And it is a good Tide game so far, for sure. They almost always pick double melee offlanes. I think that's what gives them that team fight that we talked about last game, that sort of, that beefiness to the lineup. They want to have draft integrity. They want to have fighters, heroes that can go in, and they just don't care about the lane as much in the offlane. That's just not something they prioritize. They care about having heroes that spells work well together, and I think that's a formula that's very good for them and for their players. I think they're not going to be some hyper stomp in the lane team. That's not what Yamich plays. He doesn't play ranged heroes.
Tundra, they are trying to go down the line of also winning their lanes, right? Because of the Jakiro, you do set yourself up to try and fight. They are picking the Ursa preemptively to cover for the Tidehunter that we're mentioning. So I am happy that they are thinking, of course they're going to be thinking a step ahead, but yeah, Tundra, this is just a lineup that we want to win our lanes. We want to break it. Axe will farm the stacks that the SD makes. Jakiro will unlock Ursa's ability to get the early Battle Fury, get the blink. If you win a fight near Roshan, you can take it. You win a fight near Tormentor, you can take it. Objectives, map play, it's all there. But again, locked into winning the lanes. An Ursa and an Axe playing from behind, the game can get very quickly despair.
Yeah, I'm curious what MOUZ opts for. I think Ursa in a lot of ways is quite good against the heroes that MOUZ picks. It's already pretty good against Juggernaut, has a great carry matchup against him.
Can you not just go for like the Enigmas here? Like just a hard counter to the Ursa? Rewind the clock for 5 years, it's Viper and Venom, but nowadays it's just pick Enigma, win lane. You have Tusk Enigma.
I just wonder if that's actually the case against Jakiro. If that sways it enough to where you don't win the lane.
You can kill the Eidolons when you get to like level 2 Liquid Fire, but then you still need to have some right clicks. And if you micro the Eidolons away, get some pre-hits, then you go to fight, then you can't kill them off.
Yeah. Okay, so they just picked the mid hero straight up. This is a decent Lesh game. It works very well with melee 4s, so I think in a lot of games it will work well with MOUZ. You need some hero that helps you start, helps you fight. Lesh is in the middle of the fight. There's a lot of heroes that are abusing healing ward. You're trying to, have that tank ability. And I think conceptually, the fights will be played out very interestingly because Ursa is a burst you instantly kind of hero, but there's a Tusk save, and the rest of Tundra's heroes are sort of slow damage, but there's a healing ward, and so there's so much, like you mentioned, that depends on these lanes. Because I think MOUZ, in terms of survivability, have good answers for what Tundra has, but if this Ursa is out of control and it's just bam, 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 popping people, because Lesh is traditionally pretty bad against Ursa. It's good against the other 3 heroes, but that matchup is not very good. And so now you're going into last pick, picking an offlaner. That Enigma you mentioned is banned. Tundra agrees with you that it would have been a good option. And so now it's like, MOUZ, if you typically would look for that melee offlaner, and if you pick that, then Ursa's going to have a great game, and it is a very good Ursa game, and I think it can be a problem for MOUZ.
I love the fact that these two lineups, when you look towards the Leshrac, you look towards the Ursa. Leshrac, it's the early Blink Dagger, find the supports, break down the map, do all of this, and then at some point, Ursa, like you mentioned, he'll have the Battle Fury, Blink, and Basher, and he takes over that role. So for MOUZ, utilize the early Blink on Leshrac, try and break the map, and then Tundra survive, and then if you survive it, then you can do your own plays to counter it, and it's going to really be a battle of how quickly can the Ursa get his Blink, the Lesh get his Blink, and then break into the games.
Yeah, I think Tundra with some very smart bans. I'm really curious what they push here.
Instant pick Dawnbreaker.
Okay, so I mean, Tusk Dawn is a classic combo. You have massive kill threat with the tag team because it works on the Starbreaker. So I mean, it's a combo that Shopify was picking all the time. They would like first 2 of these heroes, and like half the time it's kind of whatever, and you pull waves and you chill, and half the time the other lane dies a million times because you just don't expect this tag team Starbreaker, how much damage it does. I think Jakiro is probably the single best 5 against this lane, so I don't think they're gonna go out of control. But I think there's a lot of validity to this Dawn, and it plays into Tundra needs to burst people in these fights because they don't have the sustaining. It's healing ward and Pugna healing people, Tusk saves, things like this. And so now you have this Dawn Ags on top that is going to heal and turn fights around. Like thematically, I like the pick quite a bit.
Yeah, it's a really nice insurance policy. If mid one ever oversteps his mark, he can go there, and they go for a last pick Batrider. BZM just mid bat. Again, Leshrac versus Batrider in the mid lane.
I think Lesh is one of the best heroes against Bat mid. You have infinite mana, and so you just spam him with lightning like an idiot the entire lane.
Yep.
And Bat's his only play is to also spam stickies, but he doesn't have kill threat on Leshrac. I also imagine SD is going to be relatively tied to this lane. It's not a hero that's great at ganking, so you look at Tundra's heroes, are they really able to help this Bat get kills on Lesh? I'm somewhat doubtful, and so I think Lesh will be chilling in this game. And my thoughts on Bat are, if the hero is not snowballing, he kind of sucks.
So it's a matter of the mid lane matchup should be kind of a farm trade. Neither hero should get a kill unless they're trying to go too aggressive. And then it's more on the supports. Are they free to TP in? Because if a Lesh tries to dive a tower using Glyph to kill the Bat, 1 TP, you turn it. Same thing with Batrider. When you try to go for the Lesh kill on the tower in a scenario where he has a level advantage, let's say, it's the same thing, right? So we're looking more towards the supports to change the mid matchup.
Yeah, I think so. And to be honest, I'm looking at Tundra's heroes. I think Pure needs to step up this game. I think he is the hero with the most keys to success. And so if he has a good lane, maybe a better lane that he should, I think that safe lane for Tundra and off lane for MOUZ is very crucial. But if Pure doesn't have an incredible game, I think MOUZ's heroes, I would rather play them. And I think this mid Batrider is kind of a bit iffy, if I'm being honest. I think this is a very all-in pick in a draft that didn't need that necessarily. And so if I'm MOUZ and I'm playing a stable game and they're still locked in, I would rather be MOUZ.
And then in regards to Batrider, again, like itemization-wise, are we looking towards like the Witchblade, going for more of like the mid right-clicking? Or do you think because of how weird the game can become, you just need to go for the Blink Dagger, be that additional lockdown and kind of bring the heroes to Pure?
He's taken Stoked, so I think he'll probably be the Blink Dagger, Octarine type Batrider. I think it's also very difficult to do the right-click build against Leshrac because the lane is not good. And I think if the lane is not good, then you don't have that, like, you can't put 5 points in Napalm, you can't farm anything, and you're just stuck.
Yeah, I'm really interested just to see, like, of course, the mid lane matchup, but also, you know, we mentioned the Jakiro Ursa being a good lane against the Dawnbreaker and the Tusk. There is a lot of room where, you know, Whitemon can bring out some additional, you know, excellence in that lane and just give Pure such free access, right? Like, if he gets a 12-13 minute Battle Fury on the Ursa, like we've been mentioning, the game does become very, very different from MOUZ, and now they need items instead of levels to play into it. But yeah, I think I echo your points there. I think the early game, play through the Leshrac, have that Blink Dagger, enable him, ride that wave, and shut down their timings. But if Tundra, if they're not shut down, if they find ways to dodge out these engagements, they're going to get the Tormentors, they're going to get their way to bring Pure into the game. But, you know, Pure, he did struggle in the previous one. He has a better recipe this time around, and we haven't really mentioned much about 33. His laning setup, an Axe and Shadow Demon into the Jug and the Pugna. Do you have any favorites in that lane, or a bit more of a Farm Fest once more?
I honestly am not sure. I think in terms of actual laning prowess, I think I favored Tundra. They had the double kill in the last lane.
Yep.
And a lane that they were probably favored in, but I'm not sure if they were supposed to be that favored in. And I feel similarly here. I'm not exactly sure how the lane is supposed to play out, but I think I favor Tundra's laners. Yeah. And so I think if you're MOUZ, just chill and do okay. And if they do okay, then I think that's good enough for them. I think they just want stability from their safe lane. They don't need to slam them.
Yeah, I just want to see mid one on the Leshrac go in and contest those stacks. Like, we know they're inevitable. Go take the hard camp. Of course, you can just ignore the Ancients, but go make sure that 33 doesn't have access to the early camps. And on top of that, if you know you're going to try and be aggressive, I really wish teams start doing like earlier smokes, get the random sentry down on a side lane camp. Like, I feel like the two camps on the side of the map aren't really contested as much, but, you know, a hero like Axe, a hero like, you know, maybe Beastmaster or previous drafts, like, they really need access to the jungle. So maybe there's an option where they can do some like quirky little smokes to some early block camps. You pressure in the lane, they go to the jungle, there's no jungle, mid one's coming in. Like, there's a lot of tools that MOUZ can utilize to really threaten Tundra.
No, absolutely. And if I'm watching from home, my eyes are on mid one once again. I think if you look at MOUZ's heroes, it's a lot of survivability, it's a lot of saves, it's a healing ward, it's a Donald, it's a Pugnasuck. It's all these tools, and mid one is the damage for that. He's got a good lane setup, and it's a game that requires a lot of finesse, a lot of dancing, managing where the Ursa is, spacing that, what item build we go for. Is he gonna buy a Eul's? Is he gonna buy for more armor? Is he just playing purely on Squishy and his team to save him? There's a lot of stylistic choices he can make, and a lot of, you know, skill expression that could potentially come out from mid one this game.
And we are now ready for game 2. So of course, our casters, Cap and SGG, will take it away.
Well, Quinn was having his fun talking about the mid lane matchup. It's time to start putting some respect on the supports. What is this, Avery? They give Yamich his Tusk once again, and yesterday you said Celery might be the best Pugna in the world. They've got this combination. It feels like MOUZ already favored in game 2.
These are my two supports. These are my two players to put onto them. This is a very tall order for Tundra to overcome, and they are on the brink of elimination.
That's right, the back-to-back champs of Blast Slam now have their backs against the wall. We do all love to see a skilled matchup, and that's what we're going to be seeing in the mid lane. They talked extensively about the Leshrac versus the Batrider. Avery, are you okay with this Batrider pickup for BZM? I mean, it's one of his heroes for sure, but is this a Batrider game?
Has some good stuff going for it, and I think it's the kind of pick they needed, because I was really favoring MOUZ's draft pretty much the entire way through until that last pick. I think the Axe game doesn't look reliable into the double saves of the Pugna Tusk that they basically knew was going to come out. And then you have Dawnbreaker on top of it. You have Healing Ward on top of all of this. So you have Ursa Axe trying to chase people down. You have so much kiting ability, so much sustain. You needed a hero that was going to flip some of these team fights on its head and give you an entryway and some reliable initiation through all the saves. And displacement spells are one of the best ways to do that. So Batrider does give you that mechanic that not a lot of heroes are going to give you, especially out of mid lane. I do like that conceptually. In terms of the actual game for him, I don't think the lane is super straightforward. There are some saves, like, you know, the Tusk interrupting you and some of that stuff. The Pugna Ward can be annoying in the fights. There's some small interactions that are annoying for the Bat, but if the Batrider gets farmed, he just goes in, blink, BKB, lasso somebody, maybe a Vags, maybe a Octarine. You can just put some heroes in a really rough spot and set the team fight up for the Ursa to chunk them down.
I guess my biggest concern is the Dawnbreaker ult, right? You go and you make that lasso initiation and pull somebody back, but then if the Dawn just responds with their ultimate, which may already be off to a good start, no first blood available, but some decent damage on Pure to start things out.
I agree. This MOUZ lineup is really scary to teamfight. This is why I would not have given them either of these supports. I'm surprised they gave them both. They do have some better counters than last game in terms of the direct gameplay. You know, the Shadow Demon is a pretty good answer to the Pugna. You have Demonic Burst to come through here. You have some more teamfight follow-up between the supports than they did last time around. Not as much single target focus, but again, kind of 3 single target focus cores. Axe does give you a little more AoE, but it's not the greatest in this game when there's so much save.
Ooh, Blood Grenade slowing down Ari. Just a bit of HP left. His final hit will not be enough. 20 HP is what he lives on. Still, though, decent pressure from MOUZ.
Yeah, they got all the mana out of Celery. They had a TP down here, throws out the blast. Pugna completely drained, so you got some stick charges to work with, but that was kind of the big early blow that you survived. Should be able to regen up and sustain yourself on this lane.
Garrett, meanwhile, doesn't want to let this Dawnbreaker Tusk lane get any kill opportunities. Yamich, of course, is just doing his pulling shenanigans because this lane isn't going to get strong until level 2 or 3. They have kill potential, but level 1, not so much.
That kill potential is strong on this lane, though.
Yeah.
Jakiro can help you a little bit, but Ursa can just get all in. If he's out of position, you get caught, you're done. Any carry basically dies this. So that threat will always exist for MOUZ. The Jug is going to free farm down here, and then that's why a lot of this game does kind of fall to the mid lane. Who extracts a bigger advantage here? Who can maybe get that cheeky kill or get some more power runes as we get closer to that 6 to 10 minute mark? There's a lot riding on BZM in this game 2 for Tundra, and he got the short end of the stick in that game 1. Like, he got thrown to the wolves on a rough hero in a rough matchup, just got abused. He will have to find more ways to have impact here and snowball this game, because he got last picked, he got the priority, and he's on that big playmaker. One of his signature heroes as well.
See the Magic Wand stacks there for mid 1. BZM, I think, did do a very good job on level 1, doing what you can with a Bat Rider, but inevitably this is just going to be a lightning spam lane for mid 1, and the result is he's doing perfectly fine in CS. We'll see if either one of them makes a mistake in their positioning, though, as there is kill potential, obviously.
Some decent stacks on mid 1, but if you can't all in him, you're not going to get the favorable trade.
Oh, there it is. He thinks mid 1, step too far, and he's right about that. Burns him down.
I was going to say, I mean, mid 1, he was really tanking up the stacks here in the river. Did not respect the flame break that was going to come out there. Beats away that big kill. That's exactly what Tundra wants. Cheeky kills out of this Bat Rider. Maybe a kill that shouldn't have happened, but one they will absolutely take. That's why you pick this hero. You have to make some stuff happen. And that is going to accelerate that boost of travel by a considerable amount.
Once again, it looks like Tundra is going to walk away with the laning phase win, this time perhaps on all 3 lanes. Right now, they're leading in CS at least, for all 3 of them.
It didn't do anything for him last game. It's true. You got some tier 1s off it, you got a lot of momentum for the Beastmaster, but you didn't translate it into that mid game. MOUZ played from behind perfectly fine, and we've seen him do it all event. So I'm not as worried for this team as I would be for a lot of others. Just because you beat this team in the lanes does not mean you're going to beat them in the game.
Right. Healing Ward on cooldown for a few more seconds, but Crystallis should be fine to keep playing out the lane as is. Shards to block in Whitemon here, but mid 1 getting very low, pops his stick, and does manage to get the final lightning to finish him off. Now on the run, but BZM will hunt him down. It is still going to be Napalm, the end of mid 1's life for his 2nd time in this mid lane matchup.
I'd say that trade isn't that bad for MOUZ, except BZM gets to get another water rune top that was left there by Yamich. So if he was low and has to go to base, maybe you can equalize that XP. Instead, this back gets to stay on the lane. He gets the XP from the kill. It's almost level 6 already. This matchup mid has not gone well for the Illustrak at all. He gets another water rune bottom. He got both. Man, that's huge for him.
Yeah, full resources and is going to hit 6 before mid 1. No potential. Still there. And Crystallis, the 4 position of Tundra is... Oh, what a block in there. Beautiful stuff. Is that 33's branch? That was excellent.
I think it was Crystallis.
Wait, you think he blocked himself out?
I think he just didn't have a tango. And
there's the lasso initiation. BZM gets yet another one over mid-1. This is snowballed incredibly quickly. Tundra, a big lead now. Even this top lane, no kills, but the fact that they're just shoving Boom out of here while the Tuss is away, there's not much the Dawnbreaker can do by herself against a Jakiro Ursa matchup.
This is spiraling really fast. This is what the Batrider pick is designed to do. If something goes wrong for MOUZ, it can go really wrong. Get some extra courier kills on top of it. BZM is so farmed in this game.
Hammer, that won't get him far enough away. The flame break to push him back, the ice back. Just enough for BZM to close that gap, get on top of him, especially with that stoked facet.
Super nice rotation, because now you can go back towards mid with the 6-minute power rune spawn, and you can bring Whitemon with you.
Right.
It's going to line up perfectly. If mid-1 dies again here at this rune, what is your game plan if you're MOUZ? This Leshrac is going to do nothing in this game.
A regen rune for the Batrider. Pretty sick rune to have.
Game is lining up perfectly right now. 4-0 start, power runes on top of it. Huge level advantage. You're going to be able to aggressively contest stacks if MOUZ try and recover the Leshrac. That way, you're going to be able to aggressively pressure side lanes. You have a really good matchup against the Dawnbreaker as well. I think this matchup is just miserable for Dawn to play with pretty much every point in the game, and now you can even hunt some supports. That's just extra stack to farm.
That's right. Unless mid-1 can do something to stop all this. He tries with the lightning. Yamich is still going to die. Maybe he can at least get some of these creeps, but whoa, Ari just shambling on in there, almost immediately dies. Still, though, the Batrider is tough to fight into. They get the hammer onto Ari, almost dead. Not quite, though, and Boom is full committed. Meanwhile, Lasso pull back Pure. He's going to join in on this fight. Mid-1 dies yet again. Boom turns back to try and finish off Whitemon. Can they get anything out of this fight, or will it be a win in totality for Tundra? A snowball Yamich, he'll get something out of it. One little kill, that's all they get, and they'll give 4 to Tundra.
This is BZM's game to lose at this point. 6-0-3, he's just wiping MOUZ off the map. They have nothing to deal with this farm, this high level of a Batrider with power this early. Very little early control. Their cores do not deal with him considering how poorly the Leshrac lane went. You're still level 5 on mid. You don't even have this Pulse Nova to put an early point into and try and win you some kill. This is brutal. I mean, you need to just dodge this guy at this point. Play defensive, try and avoid him. Get farm on some of your cores, get some levels up.
Another power rune that's secured for BZM.
Pretty much guaranteed.
Yeah. I mean, they actually went to bottom where his supports were, but fortunately for him, it does spawn bottom. So he'll get an invis. Maybe he was expecting a bigger rotation out of the MOUZ supports as they were off map for a bit.
It's just so fast with the early bots, plus the stoked.
And a single setup is all it takes. Disruption. And mid-1, he'll die a 5th time in 8.5 minutes. I mean, this guy has had some incredible performance on the main stage. This is not one of them. BZM making him look like a fool at this rate. BZM, what a smoke from Whitemon! Everywhere you go, MOUZ are finding nothing in this game too. Chrysalis with the Omni Slash disruption to dodge a bit of it. Or he's even going to take away the bounties as he goes down. Nothing is for free.
At least you find something in a kill here on your Jug, but that is a consolation prize as the damage is being done through this mid lane right now. You need ultimates up, and you need them up fast here. You need Solar Guardian, you need Punch. Snowball save to try and bail this out from the Batrider damage.
He doesn't have spin yet. He needs mana. He's got stick charges, though. So he can pop the spin if BZM tries to go back in on him. But they're kind of being hemmed in here with 33 with the Helmet Dom creep, and Pure coming in from the other side. He's going to bounce on top of him. Pure, he pops in raids. They take this fight. Dawnbreaker Ultimate's going to come in through the middle, but they get the extra movement speed off the cooling plate. Can they get away from Chrysalis here? 33 slowed down with a hammer. He'll fall to the duo, but Pure and BZM on the run. Massive rotations with the buyback from Yamich, and BZM is still thinking, as strong as he is, maybe I could just go for one more kill.
Tundra cut their losses. That's a very early.
Oh, and he's going to find that kill, perhaps. Mid one immediately, and he's got Lasso to go for him. He's going to wait till mid one is drained of his mana and then make the commitment. Doesn't even need the Lasso, perhaps. Oh, the stick charges. Mid one doesn't die this time.
1 tick. But that's another power rune for BZM. A shield rune, so his low HP doesn't matter here. Still going to be active around the map. 10 seconds for a bot's TP. Looking towards this top tower. The momentum just does not stop for this Batrider right now. Take everything you can while MOUZ do not have an answer to you. We'll take some more stacks in the jungle. Eyeing up some Ancients as well.
Man, as poor as the Leshrac is, Boom's Dawnbreaker is even worse.
Well, the support's all got pulled to mid to try and salvage that. Yeah, got left completely alone up there.
He's trying to finish out a Soul Ring right now at 11 minutes. A TPN. Oh, okay. Looks like they did have some information about what's going on here, but Celery got off the ward. That's about all he'll get off here. Actually, a little bit of heal. He's still going to die, and it pulls Yamich straight into the arms of Pure as well. Double kill for BZM as it just continues to grow and grow.
MOUZ have come back from some of these games, but this might be too much to make the comeback against. This is just a complete early game round. 8-0 now for this bad. Blink is almost done. You have a Juggernaut farming. That's kind of the one thing going well for you right now, but Jug gonna be able to pull these fights back. That's a very difficult position for Crystallis to make his impact felt.
Bold move from Celery challenging this Batrider.
Did not work out.
And he's got some help, so. Quick trip back to base. He's got his Blink Dagger now.
Completely out of control. You're gonna have to set up some sort of bait or something. Make Tundra overextend.
Yeah. There really is no other option at this point. They do have the Solar Guardian for that bait. So if they combine the save supports into a Solar Guardian to keep the Leshrac alive and turn the fight onto the Batrider, maybe.
In theory, they have the spells to do it.
Just going to take some expert reading of where Tundra are going to go with their smoke ganks.
There's a ward that does get scouted by.
We're looking at that Ancient stack. 33 wants to clear through it here.
Find a hero, take the next best thing. MOUZ want to defend this. They are smoking in. This is such a dangerous fight for them.
Yeah, mid one. He's been looking at the stack time and time again, and now he's found it's been taken. Can they get the punish? No, what an ice path. And there goes the Lasso for the pullback. They still had a little bit of help there for snowball pickup. Mid one, he's going to die, but he gets some damage out. Not enough for MOUZ to do anything with it, though. Boom is poor. Chrysalis can't really go in right now, and the supports can't do enough to get a kill outside of the Jakiro. It's just going to be another retreat for MOUZ. 33 in from behind, but Chrysalis still had that spin. BZM is not slowing down. Oh, there goes the hammer. He says, okay, that's enough.
That could have been a lot worse for MOUZ. They at least get something out of it. Don't get the Juggernaut involved. That's what hurts them there. They're looking to use that Omni Slash, but just not good enough positioning there. Especially with BZM playing over that cliff line. That's an impossible scenario to deal with the Batrider. Tundra continue to control this map and build an insane early game lead.
Mid one desperately trying to find farm anywhere he can, but his triangle has been taken away from him. Even the camps closest to the tier 2 are being taken by Tundra. There's just nothing left on the map for him.
He's going Blink first, which normally is a momentum-based item where you're the one with the lead, you're the one racking up the kills. You get a Blink in this kind of situation. I mean, that's just throw yourself in there, deal the damage, die every fight. It only gets you so far.
Not a single power rune is going to go mid one's way at this rate.
He's queuing up Dagon. Why not, I guess?
Yeah, why not?
Spell lifesteal is pretty good on this hero. Gives him a lot of individual kill threat. Maybe a little BM.
It's got to feel good, especially after what mid one was able to accomplish in that game one. BZM says, okay, you give me an even matchup or a matchup that maybe I even favor. See what I do with this sort of game. And at this rate, he has matched mid one's performance in game one and perhaps accelerated even further. Celery, once again, all he can do is just pop the drain and survive a second or two longer. But it's going to be heroes dying as they barrel down lanes, trying to find whatever farm they can, knowing that they're likely to die to BZM hunting around the map.
Very little vision to play with, very little heroes that can get the lanes out deep against the boosted travel threat that is this Batrider. You have BKB piercing spells, so your Jug cannot just rat this game out against Axe, against the Batrider. There's another lasso bottom. And he's dead.
Don't have to worry about the Solar Guardian countering your ult if you go for the Dawnbreaker every time.
Easy pickings right now. Just so much space to play with.
33 with all this farm. Of course, VZM has made tons and tons of space for Tundra. Pure Battle Fury, Blink Dagger, normal stuff there. But 33 is going to go for a pipe.
That's how he likes to play this hero. More and more I've watched him, it's just play him like your Beastmaster. Get the help up, get the auras up.
Yeah.
What's the difference?
And I can't really say no to it when you're winning this hard.
Oh, yeah.
And the enemy team has a Leshrac. Like, if you just limit his kill capabilities,
great.
Leshrac is going nowhere.
I mean, Pipe is great when your other cores have a lot of damage and they're snowballing the game. Because you make them invincible, you can give them the confidence to go for Roshan, to go for the tower pushes. And that's where these auras shine. And Tundra are in prime position to do exactly that.
One finally gets a kill. Not a hero kill. Out the Dom creep. And Pure, I mean, he's ready to go for a Roche.
Oh, yeah.
They see an opportunity. He could take it.
Anytime it's available.
Nice D-ward from Whitemon. Very good read.
There's the Dagon for the Batrider.
Oh, Ari. Cutting down the trees to make this ward even better. That is a dirty play.
See if they go for the Roche soon, if they just want to keep playing through the Batrider catch. You don't have to do Roche super early in this game, because, yeah, I mean, the Ursa can do it fast, but it doesn't really change how strong you are when you're this much stronger regardless. It does go down pretty quick, though.
I mean, it does accelerate things for second Roshan, where you start getting banner, which gives you better high ground.
Could also be an argument to give it to BZM in this game.
Sure, protect the gigantic kill streak he's got.
He's 11-0 right now.
Yeah.
That's a lot of gold to give away if you somehow go down or overextend. Smoke for MOUZ is going through bottom right now. They're looking for 33 down here. You have the damage if you find him, but you're not going to find him as his read is just too good right now. And again, the vision. There's just no wards really out on the map for MOUZ. They'll place one on this bottom lane. That is it. So you're flying blind on all of these ganks. So hard to connect.
Just praying that there's somebody here they can kill. Nothing. Honestly, I'm a bit surprised they don't stay there just to farm the creeps, because...
No, Celery will stay at the blast the tower, you know?
I guess.
What else is he going to do on this map? As Roche is being... Oh, something.
I don't know what that was pulling him out of the pit, but... Tundra pretty conservative. I mean, they bringing all 5 heroes here.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm surprised, because I don't think MOUZ have any ability to contest this.
Yeah.
I feel this is a period you could have gotten even look for everything.
Well, with an Ursa, it doesn't take too long, so not that big of a waste of time for these many heroes sitting around.
Oh, there's your Aegis. You have the Pipe on the Axe. You have the Dagon on the Batrider. Another amp damage power rune picked up for BZM as he teams top. Just close out the map, look for the pickoffs, and this game is firmly in your control right now as long as you don't throw a team fight. Celery did get that bottom tower, so that's a decent value here at least. Yeah. Rat action picks up a little bit.
Right, keep ratting out this bottom lane. Take the creep wave next. Take some neutrals.
Maybe with Ags on Boom, take a fight. I mean, we're talking about after Aegis potentially too, but you don't really have any sort of better team fight timing.
Yeah.
Items wise.
The one upside for MOUZ is that Crystallis, as badly as they're losing this game, Crystallis has kept his farm within striking distance of both the Batrider and the Ursa.
He's the highest level in the game. Something else going for him. Yeah. This matchup against the Ursa and the Axe are not great for him, though.
Yeah.
Defensive ops. Trying to get any sort of vision, but it's not going to save you from this. It's a very fast kill.
Yeah, catching Celery slipping there. Doesn't even get off the Decrepify for himself.
That's why you'd rather just be blasting some towers or something.
Yeah, I feel like the play out on the map was perhaps the most efficient. And yeah, all these defensive boards are just being read so well by Whitemon. They're not the most innovative awards ever, but Whitemon's doing his job.
Very needed kill.
Oh, he blinks away just before the jump. And now Ari is here on the other side, so maybe he can bail him out. Disruption does not go onto BZM, though, so BZM's going to get busted down and dies. Now, MOUZ is not going to win the rest of this fight. They're going to lose heroes for it, but if they can limit the losses to just 1 or maybe 2, unfortunately, BZM, he's got nowhere to run to, so it's going to be 2 cores down, but still, taking away that godlike streak that BZM had. That's 1,000 gold for Boom.
I don't know if that's the guy you wanted it on, but you will take that streak no matter what. That's a favorable gold exchange right there. Time for your Juggernaut to farm. That is a kill you absolutely needed in this game to try and make a comeback. They're going to find the axe, too. Locked in a cage. Nowhere to run. Completely on his own.
Yeah, pipe on cooldown, so...
Okay.
Can't stop much of this damage. Chrysalis gets his, I believe, first Omni Slash of the game.
Those are some big pickoffs to find for MOUZ in a position they had no business finding them. Just some slip-ups, and Tundra not expecting them to be in kind of that cheeky position. This game is not out of reach yet. I mean, it's rough, but again, we have seen MOUZ make some spectacular comebacks here. And they have a lot of good spell interactions working for them if they can get a couple cheap items online. There's a nice little shard. All right, that'll give you a little extra heal in the fight. Very efficient tormented kill as well. The big concern is just how far ahead this Ursa is from where you wanted him to be, because he can just go in the fight and absolutely chunk your Juggernaut. And there's just nothing you can do in this matchup, as nothing you can do there either.
Nope. Damage too good. Pure with the Aghanim Scepter on top of the Basher Blink, Battle Fury, everything else.
Still have a minute on this Aegis. It's been a long Aegis period for MOUZ to try and get through. That lead has been built considerably.
If you got an Ags,
you go
high ground? Aegis, like, why not go high ground?
Yeah, maybe you have the confidence here.
It's like they can't really touch you.
Well, that's great shards.
Locks in Pure. He's going to hop out of it in a second here. Does cost him his ultimate, so that's on cooldown for a bit. If they get burned through this Aegis.
I think this was just getting them back, get information. You're not expecting to commit to this kind of fight. But if you see Juggernaut back in the base, that is more net worthily to be built, as you're trying to get to the butterfly as fast as possible here for your stalls.
What do you think of that? A 4-staff axe.
Look, 33, he identifies what items he wants in a game. He's just going to build them. He doesn't care what hero he's building.
Yeah, I mean, it is a great 4-staff game. There's a lot of reason to get away from certain situations, the shards, get away from the drain, or the Leshrac Diabolic Edict AoE is kind of small. Celery could read Decrepify before the blink comes out from the axe. Instead, the jump goes. Oh, yeah. And then on the slash, it burns down. BZM has died again. A hammer to try and slow down these heroes, but they got to get out. They can't get more than just the one. Man, what a snowball timing from Yamich. Not even intentional, but...
There was a gem on the ground, too. They just didn't even see it through all the effects. That would have been a bigger prize.
Yeah.
There's no way that was intentional, but...
No, he was just trying to clear out the wave right as BZM chose to go for the initiation. Blinks right into the snowball stun, and Chrysalis is gifted a free Omni Slash.
On the best target in this game.
Yes.
And that was the BKB down for the Batrider. That was your 9-second BKB. Got punched in it and just killed with the physical damage. A huge gift for MOUZ. They're making something out of nothing here in this game.
BZM's back up. So Chrysalis trying to take this. I think this is a fight you can take at this point in time. BZM, he gets the jump in from the side, but immediate punch, and BZM's in trouble again. Disruption goes out, but it comes back again. That's going to be a splitter because the BKB's on cooldown. Too much aggression from Tundra. And it's some of it slipping here. They get a call, though. Celery, that'll be 2 supports down for that kill on BZM, and if they're gonna run down mid one as well, sure, they've killed the Bat Rider a few times, but what about this pure Ursa?
Yeah, he's out of control. While that Bat's dying, they find Boom on the underside of that fight, and that's a way better target because he's all of your team fight on the side of MOUZ, so no way you can win that after he goes down. You're just in recovery mode. Don't have Omni Slash either. And yeah, this Bear he is chomping people right now. 6-0 and 10 for Pure. To me, this is the bigger find. In a way, the Bat has done the damage on this game that the Ursa is going to run away with him.
Yeah.
He's the bigger threat. I mean, you have to deal with this Bat Rider because he's so calm, but the Ursa is the one killing you in these fights. There's your Butterfly for the Juggernaut. A little late for that exchange. They might look for something here.
Yeah, the Omni Slash is back up too. So they have to feel very strong. Man, what a great shards yet again. Forced after the low ground though from 33. There goes the Omni Slash, but the Enraged Disruption does a lot of damage. And 6 on to 33. He'll be burned out of this. Yamich goes after more. But Tundra looks like they're out. They lose the Axe. But having got the mid lane of Barracks here, at least they got the range as well. This Catapult finished it up. I think they are perfectly accepting of that trade-off.
Some gold for the Lesh, but a lost fight for MOUZ. Did not get that extra catch on the Ursa with the streak that they were looking for in this game, and you committed a big Omni Slash cooldown going into this next Roche period.
Yeah, that's true. If it's a fast Roshan, they won't have Omni Slash to contest that.
It's a big concern. Could have also potentially been an insta spawn with the Axe dead. They will not get that. 2 minutes on the clock there. We'll have Omni back up for it. So, BZM on the hunt.
Tundra, even with the hero down, they are not giving away any towers. As MOUZ approach the top lane, they're quick to punish.
No reason to give anything this game. You got missteps, but you're still way stronger around the map, and you're still stronger in the team fight if the team fight's set up properly.
I do love the Eul's pickup from Boom. Certainly not a normal Dawnbreaker item, but it is a normal counter to the Ursa. And, you know, he got that big streak on BZM. He got 1,000 gold boost. You know, what are you going to do with that when you've already purchased your Aghanim Scepter? Well, I think Eul's is actually the best item for this situation.
It's a very good Eul's game. Good against the Axe, good against the Ursa, good against the Bat Rider, honestly, because a lot of bats, if you don't pre-BKB Blink and you get Eul, can be really annoying. And, of course, Wind Waker is great later in this game, though. There's Demonic Purge. I like the Eul's. I think it's great against the Ursa, especially when the Ursa goes Ags over BKB. Because then he is relying on the ult to be his main survivability tool, and Eul's just gives you a lot of time to play around with that.
Then I guess it's a little unfortunate that the first shard of the game did go to Ahri, so he's got Demonic Cleanse for that.
They're gonna run into the Ursa here.
Quick stun. Trying to chain it. No follow-up there from the left strike, though. BZM jumps in and gets Omni Slash immediately. Ice Path over the top. Boom. He pops his ultimate. Solar Guardian on top of Pure. Half HP. Disruption goes out. They're going to burn him a little bit. Now she's going to blink out of that situation. That is surprising. They'll chase down some supports here, but yet again, MOUZ just willing themselves back into a winning situation, somehow win a fight. This time they actually win it. Last time it was just like trade-offs where they would lose more heroes, but like they're so far behind, it feels okay. This one they actually got 2 for 1, maybe a third one. Are they gonna get 3 kills and a Roche?
They are. There's no way you stop this.
Man.
BZM blinked in deep, got Omni Slash solo, no one there to back him up. He just dies. Fight's over at that point. You almost lost your Ursa too, that disruption while he was ulted. You're gonna try and make something out of nothing here, but the Eul slows him down.
3 cores are up for Tundra.
The damage is done.
That's gonna be a dieback for the Tusk. Trying to get away, gotta grab before he can hammer out of this situation. But a split Ursa's gonna come in, goes after Pure. He already pops the Enrage, he's gonna be good. Boom dies, and Chrysalis, even with the Butterfly, can't stand toe-to-toe against this Ursa. Trying to chase after him here, but the Ice Path has already slowed down Chrysalis. They're gonna go back through mid one pretty easily. Chases after 33 and Pure, not a fight he can take. And the back is gonna make sure Chrysalis is going nowhere fast. He's gonna die a second time, despite the successes of MOUZ. They are still in a bad, bad place.
They should have just bailed on that fight. Tusk was making space, you get the Roche. If you get out of there, that's a massive win for you. You don't have Omni Slash, you didn't have cooldowns to take that exchange. Tundra know it. They force the issue and you get dragged into a very bad scenario where this Ursa just chops you up in the river.
Yeah, the Aegis is supposed to be a tool that you use to get a good fight. Well, Tundra don't need an Aegis if MOUZ give them that good fight anyway.
I mean,
they can hit high ground for free.
This felt like a game where Tundra were giving MOUZ openings to get back in it, particularly that fight into Roche, and then MOUZ just kind of threw it away right there. Tundra will double back up, rebuild their lead, potentially get another lane.
Can they get the melee, the creep? Whitemod's gonna burn it out. If they do get the melee.
Is for any catch? No, just let him go. Don't have to jug to force the fight. Tough sequence for MOUZ, who were making this game interesting for Tundra, that's for sure. I mean, here I think you just cut your losses, right? Like, if you don't have Tusk for the fight, he's so much of your control and so much of your bailout. You don't have Solar Guardian, you don't have Omni Slash. Your Lesh is at half mana. You don't have the tools to take it into 5 heroes, 4 heroes with full resources on the side of Tundra.
Yeah, maybe they're thinking like the Shadow Demon still being dead means no save. So if you're gonna take a fight, you have an Aegis and it's almost even. It was kind of a 4 versus 4.
But Jug does not fight Ursa.
No.
You just do not. It's a completely one-sided matchup. There's a full Abyssal lane.
Yeah, it gets even worse.
I mean, honestly, they've done a very good job addressing the Batrider, who took this game over, but as I said before, the Ursa is your real issue in this game. You're going to have to bring Pure down at some point. He's 10-0-12 right now. He is the one who's going to win Tundra this game. I think Hex on mid one is your one ability to do that. If you can land a Hex on this Ursa, you have some ability to burst him down, but there is disruption, bail him out, and of course, if Tundra ever just jump you first in the fight. A lot of these options just go out the window very quickly.
33 saying if he gets a full brunt of the Omni Slash again, he wants a chance to survive. Full Crimson Guard for him.
Well, they get scanned going through here. It's an illusion bait.
Baited out the illusion beautifully. Got the initiation out of 33.
But no ability to jump back. And you don't know where the Shadow Demon is. There are saves behind him.
Instead, Celery and mid one run out the side lanes here. The Dawnbreaker will address top. We'll just find farm on the map.
Extra experience for mid one here as he flanks the side of the map, trying to finish this Hex very close to it. The big upside for MOUZ at least is you took that Roche away from Tundra. That's kind of why they're hesitating here, right? If they have Aegis, they would just be pushing high ground. So it did kind of stall up their finishing blow a little bit. It gives you a little more time to get items like that Hex line and look for the last fight. See if Pure wants to just force the issue anyway. There's still a Rax top, so you're not playing for Megas on a bottom push, and there's still a tier 2 bottom. So a lot of building still to collect here for Tundra, if you can find the pick off. As the Hex arrives for mid one.
Is that a long enough stun to kill the Ursa, though?
Yes, if the Omni Slash instantly goes in, and there's no save or bailout for that. That's asking a lot, right?
Yeah. Because obviously any of the stuns afterwards doesn't really matter. Got an Axe on the Ursa. Who was looking at that second Tormentor? Just more free shards for Tundra. This one's for Whitemod. Who almost has an Aghanim Scepter, by the way.
They're getting farmed. These Tundra supports are really getting farmed. That's the other scary part. Both these supports going into the late game offer you a lot of control and utility. It's a lot to get through in the fight. Did this Dagon pay off?
Hard to tell, right? Spell lifesteal is always kind of a weird one, but I get there was no situation where BZM
I don't think it
lived in a fight, right? It feels like every single time he got 100 to 0'd by Omni Slash. So
would have been better with Ghost Scepter or something.
Yeah, Yule Scepter, right?
The Curse of Dagon, you know, you're snowballing, you feel good. You want to dunk on some kids, and then you always regret it.
At the same time, he did draw so much attention that Tundra have won repeated fights with him dying in the fight.
It's true. It's a long time to Roche.
Well, I guess the question that just becomes, can Boom scale their way out of this game? With the Scythe of Ice and then also Refresher on Boom. Those are two pretty big items.
That's a lot of gold, though. And Solar Guardian is not... I mean, it's not the most effective in this game with the amount of single target burst damage Tundra have. And displacement with the lasso. You haven't really even seen a fight where they've connected lasso, displace a hero into Ursa, single target. And you're trying to maybe catch up to that hero with Solar Guardian.
Problem of BZM killing them just too quickly.
Yeah, a little bit.
Punch response with a Solar Guardian, but a good disruption is the response. No stun there, follow up. Snowball does hit it on 33, but it looks like he's still got the chop. No, Scythe of Ice goes out. The burnout on Leshrac is still there. They take out all three of them with ease. And again, situation where does Tundra really need the Aegis if you just kill enough heroes on MOUZ outside of the base?
No, just march down a lane. You should assume that nobody on MOUZ is going to have buyback in a lot of these fights. They have to buy out for these items. There's the refresher for the Dawn. He kind of got there, but this lead is up to 30k. Pure is marching it down mid. Get the Slash Rack's top, and then there's Mega's bottom or Throne as your two options.
Yeah, might as well Megas, then back up to Roshan. That'd be the safe route, certainly. Man, Pure is going to get an Ag Synth and then a BKB to replace the slot. Plus he has 25.
Yeah, just untouchable.
Yeah. As good as BCM it was in the early game, Pure is now just locking in this late game.
They're going to show some respect, though.
Don't actually finish up that bottom lane.
I'm surprised by that. They still had some time to do it. I mean, in theory, if you get caught in a bad fight, you die there, you give up Roche.
Yeah.
Kind of the only way you throw this game. So it's a very conservative play. But this will give a last kind of smoke opportunity for MOUZ. They can get lanes out really quick and look for it. Pretty much your only option here. And there's the BKB from Ursa. So he's just completely untouchable. I mean, what are you going to do to this guy?
I mean, there's still the option of get the jump on him, right? What a move from Ari. Banner gives vision, and it gives a good amount of vision, so. Smoking out. They're going to run into mid one. Missed call there from 33. He was blind on that one. Yamich, he's going to blink back. Still hit by the Shiva, slowed down. Now he has a snowball. Pulled into the Bat Rider, not where he wants to be, and the team can't follow it up, especially if Pure is already going to kill the... Yeah, he's gone. Chrysalis is dead before the Solar Guardian can even help him. And this one was Tundra every step of the way. MOUZ may have pulled, clawed little comebacks here and there, but the narrative through and through was Tundra domination from start to finish.
Just a very solid game from them, and it all started on that mid lane. I mean, BZM, he wasn't winning them in the later fights, but he just set this game up on a platter. He'll tank one last Omni and he gets disrupted.
He comes back out, BZM should still die.
That's been the story of this game, though. Like, you keep killing the Bat who had the tremendous start, but the Ursa is completely untouchable, especially with every Omni Slash going into the Bat. Pure just has free fights. So he'll claim Megas here, get triple buyback. Maybe go back for one last Roshan.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Double gem.
Deal with those invis smoke.
This refresher shard and cheese and another band. In case you needed it all. Double Jakiro macro point?
I mean, really, at this point, there's nothing more to get for Tundra. 42,000 net worth lead before the 40-minute mark.
Pretty out of control. This is how 33 likes to play. You build the lead, he'll build the auras. As long as you don't die too many times on your cores and you just suffocate the map, the game will end of its own accord. An arcane blink for the Axe. Yeah, sure, why not? That is pure luxury territory.
I mean, Avery, is there anything you're going to take away as MOUZ from this game too? I feel like it's hard to make a read on the game when you just got trounced so heavily by BZM, destroying mid one in the mid lane and then, you know, running over the side lanes on top of that.
I wouldn't overreact. I think the takeaway going into game 3 for these two teams, assuming we go there, and it looks very likely, is the mid lane matchup has meant a lot, right? Game 1, mid 1 had SF against that DK as the last pick. He abused him, ran away with that game. I only died once. This game completely flipped that script, and it's been BZM hunting him the whole time around. So if you're both these teams, you are probably really valuing this mid matchup.
And once again, Tundra, they don't even need to go high ground. Eventually, they will find the pickup on you. Good snowball save. Chrysalis making a run for it. I don't think they can get the Dawnbreaker out of here, though. Bumped back in by the Flame Break. The Shiva's going to slow him down. And that Sping does nothing to save you against the claws of the Ursa. Pure shreds through them all. And GG is finally forced in this game, too.
Perfect game from him. 13-0 and 20 will be his KDA at the end of it. BZM, he set that game up. Pure ran away with it. And 33. He builds the utility to push your cores over the edge. Just a perfectly executed game plan from then. I think the draft had some holes in it, but once you get those early kills on mid and that Batrider snowballs, there's very little ability for you to kill him in that early game. We see how much MOUZ's supports struggled to find a footing when BZM is just running the whole map over. So a very clutch last pick from them to kind of turn that draft on its head. And if you go into game 3, I mean, whoever gets that mid-matchup advantage probably just takes it.
Yeah, and I think this will be a true test for this MOUZ Sports lineup to be in a LAN high-pressure environment to lose a game like Tundra. As you said, there's no need to overreact here. The formula is still good for MOUZ. They can still rely on it going into Game 3.
Yeah, this team is no stranger to a Game 3 on LAN, especially here in this arena. They were in the same position yesterday when they were coming up against the Goliaths of Spirit. Now they have to do it all over again for Tundra, and it was a lot of what Avery was saying there. BZM just having the better mid matchup. He just was so explosive, enabled so much of everything else that Tundra wanted to do. It was amazing, and I really loved that shift from Tundra, knowing that mid one play, that was it. That's how MOUZ were going to want to win. And rotate a little bit more, shut him down, give BZM the best matchup he can.
Yeah, I mean, I think BZM, he called his shot. You know, he sees Leshrac, a hero that is typically good against Batrider, and he says, nah. You may have owned me in game 1, but not game 2. And he counterpicks him, or he counterpicks himself in a way, but then he just severely outplays him and honestly takes over the game. And I think that is the story for the game. The side lanes continued to go bad just like they did game 1, and there wasn't a mid lane to bail them out. Mid 1 was having an even worse game than the side lanes. And then, what can you do?
I mean, yeah, BZM, 42 out of 48 kills he was part of. He had like constant map pressure. And yeah, I echo exactly what Quinn's saying. For MOUZ, I think they've been somewhat exposed as maybe even too reliant on mid one. I feel like even coming into the first series, we were saying it was quite, you know, a way in which they were winning during the group stage. They come to the playoffs, they do a really good team style comeback to keep their series hopes alive. But yeah, when you look at their game, it's like, if mid one is shut down, what game do they have? Like, they aren't very good at the laning phase. They seem to be playing from behind or playing from mid one. So yeah, I think MOUZ are getting a little bit exposed. Yeah, critically, it's on this conversation now behind stage. Like, how do they want to try and fix that going into a game 3 against Tundra?
I think another problem that kind of happened in this draft is that, you know, the mid one matchup, yeah, it was really bad, but I think also the Ursa pick, if you're not going to counter the premature Ursa pick with an Enigma or a Venomancer or a Viper or something like that, then suddenly Ursa becomes destructive against MOUZ's structure, right? They want to pick Tidehunter, they want to pick MOUZ, they want to pick these melee offlaners, and Ursa kind of is really happy against those and kills them throughout the game. So I think they need to go out and talk about what are we going to do about this Ursa, because they might just pick it up again blindly, and if you're not going to be willing to put boom on something a bit more uncomfortable, then I think you have a big issue.
How did you guys feel about the Dawnbreaker? And I'm not necessarily just saying in this game, in Boom's hand, just the hero overall, because the stocks used to be so high for it. Now it's really kind of fallen off. And is this just the example of, oh, we're not really sure why this hero is really being picked up in a lot of situations?
Yeah, I mean, the hero is just so snowball dependent. If your lane doesn't go well, what does your ult do? You jump into a lost fight, then just die too. You just kind of become a chain feeding bot. So I think if the hero doesn't have a good lane, like he, you know, clearly did in this game, it's a major problem. And I think Tundra may have found, you know, a hole in MOUZ's armor, and that they're always going to pick this double melee offlane. And so if you you have a hero that's fat, like the Lifestealer, right? He's just going to farm if he wins his lane, it's whatever. But this Ursa, he wins his lane, he's going to gate gank, he's going to run over people, he's going to keep that momentum going. And so I think Tundra, if they continue to exploit that, that could be a huge problem for MOUZ.
It feels like we've brought up 2 areas of exploitation though, T. That double melee off lane, are they going to be able to have a stronger laning phase there? But then I want to kind of circle back again to the mid lane and the performance that we did see from BZM. Not so much like looking at mid one, but just the 180 BZM was able to do from game 1 to game 2.
Yeah, I mean, okay, sorry, Quinn, but, mid players, when they see their matchup, they're the ego players, I could beat you, I see your hero, thanks for revealing it. So by drafting, there's like this complexity of trying to hold things a little bit longer. Often the best teams in the world have constant flex picks between multiple heroes, but yeah, I feel as soon as either of these teams shows their hand early on, the caliber of mid one, the caliber of BZM, they are going to find the hero to make that counterplay. So yeah, I feel maybe try and hide it a little bit longer. Don't just give the easy counter pick.
So would you feel more comfortable playing the Lesh into bat in this matchup?
For sure.
Okay.
To be honest, I think mid one just got straight up outplayed. Sometimes against Bavard, you can get a little greedy, and you're like, it's fine, he can sticky one more time, and then you're dead. And I think he just maybe hasn't played the matchup in a long time, or he just, I don't know. Because I think Lesh should win this matchup. I think he just got straight outplayed.
I mean, 14 charges stacks, right? That's
kind of unreasonable.
Yeah.
Like, that would be 7 stickies with the old Napalm. Like, that's not okay. You can't have 7 stickies on you.
Yeah, but we're also seeing, the supports rotating on the side of Tundra as well. So there were the solo kills and the pickoffs on mid one as well. But it was a lot of supports coming mid too. Is this something that MOUZ should have been aware of? Like, how could they allow this to happen so many times over without being reactive earlier on, or proactive?
I think it's also that MOUZ supporters don't really kill Bat that easily, whereas on the other hand, if Bat has already killed the Leshrac once, Lesh is a very easy kill against the Bat. So I think, yeah, this was a rough game, as beautiful of a Shadow Fiend game, 11-0 and clean and everything. Game 1 for mid one, this one was not it.
And to answer that question again, it's also, if your side lanes just aren't very strong, you naturally are going to play towards the mid lane, right? Like when you lose a lane, you have to play there. When you win a lane, you then move towards mid, you then continue taking that fight, you just get to free up the cause. So yeah, it's just win lanes, map feels so much easier to play, and that's exactly what happened with Tundra.
And as the game progressed, it felt like the team fights also weren't as clear-cut. That was something that was so good for MOUZ in game number 1 is, okay, we know exactly how we want a team fight. We're able to kite it out. We're able to have our pickups. We're able to do exactly what we want. But for this time round, it felt like there wasn't really much team fight coming out from MOUZ. They weren't the ones getting the jump with the engagement.
Yeah, I mean, I think, to be honest, Pure was kind of the difference maker in a lot of points in this game. BZM obviously had a great early game and tore the game wide open, but I think Pure took that advantage and he ran with it. He used this, he gated and made a massive play opening this bottom tower. And then he also buys this early Ags, which I think counters what MOUZ wants to do in a lot of ways. They have this Tusk Punch into Dawn ult follow-up with Lesh Stun trying to burst the guy, and he just presses one key R, and then he doesn't take any damage. And it makes it so difficult for MOUZ to actually find an avenue to play these fights. I don't really even see how it's possible for them to win a fight.
I mean, Boom's moved away from the hero that can be chaotic and start the fight to then enable mid one to follow, to waiting for mid one to start the fight. That's, I think, a big enough problem, right? Because you're on the Dawnbreaker. If you don't have tempo, you don't have the game in your hands, you are just waiting. And I think Boom's really good at being like the annoying initiator style of player. And yeah, Dawnbreaker is not that hero.
Kind of agree with everything, but at the same time, I think Tundra might have dropped the ball a little bit towards the end there. It looked like MOUZ were kind of clawing their way back into the game, right? They got the third Roche, or was it second Roche, right? They were clawing their way back into a really, really hard game, right? That looked completely over. So I think Tundra needs to also make sure that they don't, overextend in this game 3 when the drafts are more even, perhaps, or they don't snowball the lanes this hard. Because it looked like the game was over 20 minutes and it wasn't clean towards the end.
No, absolutely. I think it was quite messy, but I think we talked about it earlier, but I think this moment is definitely not messy at all. I think I think they give up a kill here or there, but overall the idea of this, of keeping the pressure up, of having that early advantage. We've seen a lot of teams, at prior tournaments playing a lot slower. You see the games going very long, but Tundra's saying, no, none of that. We have an advantage. We had a good early game. We're going to use that, and we're going to use our spells, combine our heroes. And I think this is really, a breath of fresh air. And I think this is the way that Pure is best. He did this gate gank a million billion times on BetBoom in games, and I think him doing it in this game is like very much the quintessential Pure. He wins his lane, he abuses that advantage, and he plays fast, because I think he is a very good player at doing that.
This is the skill level we were expecting, we're ready for, and then this is why they came in at top 2 in the group stage. That's why we haven't been seeing them play in the last couple of weeks, and why they weren't playing here on the stage yesterday. They belong here, and it feels like finally they turned it on for game number 2, and that skill coming out to play here too.
Yeah, I feel like in this game as well, we saw a little bit of 33 showing that tech just a bit because he was utilizing branches very nicely. I feel like branches, a little 50 gold item, you know, we like them for the stats. Who cares about the stats? I'm thinking about the blocks, the usage of, you know, trying to manipulate people's pathing. And yeah, I think 33 in this game really showed that beautifully because as you see here, he does have the branch. But as we forward to the next clip, it's the fact that as you chase down, there is multiple little choke points on the map that if you can utilize the cast range of the branch, which is actually quite big, you can then set up for kills. And again, many players don't really use it. Even when running away, you put a branch behind you. If their quelling blade's on cooldown, if they don't have a quelling blade, it can be pretty good. And, you know, production was like, lads, I really want to make this. So
this is good.
Yeah, it's pretty good. It worked out. You know, that's 33 in the middle. Again, he has had quite a relatively long career, bless him. But nah, he is.
It really ages you, huh?
Yeah, it does it. But no, I think branches in general, underused mechanic and concept in Dota, and I'm really happy to start seeing a little bit more of it.
Do we need to buff the cast range on branch? So you can like
I don't know. Look at that. That was pretty
like,
good.
Almost like Fortnite building.
Yeah,
I make it 3D.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yeah. Okay. Sure.
You put a branch on top of yeah. Let's not get into that
Fortnite
one.
patch. Yeah.
But it feels like, you know, it's normally mid laners that are doing that. Like you said, D, trying to block from behind. But the fact that you're now essentially blocking at a choke point, I didn't even notice that's a really good pickup there. And that's what we're talking about. Tundra finally hitting that skill level, doing the small, intricate things, Clint, that they're known for. Now MOUZ have to be aware. They had their one warm-up game on the stage. Now they're really warmed up for game 2. And what's game 3 going to have installed?
Yeah, I think so much of it does come down to that laning phase, and they can get off to the right foot because this is just, it's not a playable game, honestly. Like, after the lanes, no team should be losing this game. Any top-tier team, when you have this 4K lead at 8 minutes with 2 tier 1s dead, like, you just can't do anything, really. And so they just need better lanes. They need to either lane better or pick better heroes. I think this last track on 18 instead of the Enigma, like the team mentioned in the draft, I think is a pretty huge blunder. You have to respond to the lanes if you're playing against this Tundra team, because I think they have the capability in the team play to get through the mid game. And that's not a problem for them, but, you know, this early game.
Yeah, I think we saw MOUZ yesterday come out after a second game loss and make a big adjustment for game 3. I think they need to do this again, maybe in a different fashion, but we know they can do it. So I'm hoping for a closer game 3 here.
I said the same thing yesterday, right? When in this position, I was like, Immortal Faith, he's got to step up, got to get the draft. Game 3, they had the Venomancer, they had the draft. Same thing again. Your back's against the wall. Tundra, I think they're leveling up throughout the series, and MOUZ, they're kind of falling short a bit. So that conversation, coach, step up, get the draft, and then you've probably got a competitive game 3.
Look, these boys are still in the middle of their best of 3. There is that game 3 on the horizon, but yesterday, after Chrysler's win, he caught up with slacks in some of the fans.
With the one and only Chrysalis, fresh out of his win. Oh, yes. On Series 1, we have brought 2 big MOUZ fans here. We have a jersey signed by the entire team right after they won. One of these 2 gentlemen has 1,000 MMR. The other is an immortal. You must identify who is the immortal. If the 1K guy tricks you, he gets the jersey. If the immortal guy proves it to you, he gets it. Question number 1. What is the best hero in Dota to spam for free MMR in the current patch?
Juggernaut.
Juggernaut? What are you feeling?
Abaddon.
Abaddon,
okay.
why?
May I answer already? I think I know who the...
No, you can answer. Okay. Hold it together. Hold it together. Okay. Why did you already think you know the answer? You think him already? Already? Why? Jug's not that good, is he?
That's what I'm saying. Jug's not that good.
Don't forget that the 1K guy is trying to trick you. What is the best item in Dota?
Magic Wand.
Magic Wand. That's a pretty high MMR answer.
Power Treads.
Power Treads. That's an interesting one. How you feel? You feel confident, huh?
Yeah.
What's your answer? Best item?
I mean, Tundra would kill me for this, but just the stick already is like...
Oh, okay, the stick. All right, so that's
definitely not windlass.
I will let you ask your final question to determine who is the immortal.
I'm gonna give it to them, actually. They need to convince me.
You need to convince...
With one, because you'll win the shirt if you convince me.
Okay.
So Bill, you need to come up with something that you feel like is a fact about Dota, and, you know, I'll see which one I think is more believable of you being a high immortal player.
I have a question. Just now the drafts, I think on paper, it looked like Team Spirit won and that you outplayed them. Do you agree with this?
The third game I wouldn't say so, actually. No, I think the third game it was hard for them. They could have won, but I don't think it's that simple for them.
Okay. That was a very high MMR question, though. What would you like to say?
Dota is all about teamwork.
Dota's all about teamwork.
Now I feel like he's baiting me.
Okay.
Because that's a good answer.
All right.
He's right.
He is right. But is that something a 1K would say to try to trick you into picking them?
It's too next level.
You must make your choice. Who among them is the immortal? Make your choice. It's a 50-50.
I think.
You believe he is the immortal?
I think he's the immortal. I think so.
Okay, what made you think that?
Juggernaut is just I know Juggernaut is a very low MMR, high win rate hero. That's what I know. Like, automatically, it like kind of gives it away to me, I feel like.
All right, sir, what is your MMR?
1K.
1K! Congratulations! You have sussed out the immortal! You can get well done, please! The shirt, one signed shirt by MOUZ for you.
Everyone's signature. Enjoy.
Congratulations. All right, I love you. Thank you very much. Bye!
Game 3, MOUZ versus Tundra. Again, teams with second pick have won every single time so far in this series. We keep talking about how mid one wants information, he's Shadowfiend, he wins it. BZM wants information, he beats out the Leshrac, takes the Batrider. Is that an important factor coming into this final game?
Yeah, it certainly could be, especially because both of these mid laners want to perhaps play some of those ranged heroes that can be abused by the cheese, right? You don't have perhaps a primal beast who's just going to cut waves, or some hero that does not care that much about the lane matchup. You actually have these fragile heroes like Invoker, Shadowfiend we saw earlier, Dragon Knight, right? Lesh. So potentially the second pick is the most valuable one, and what do you know? The Tundra has it again.
Okay, so we'll see if Tundra is going to be able to set up their draft for that, and I fully agree with your points in the panel about the Ursa. I feel like Ursa is such a high value hero conceptually against MOUZ, especially with the correct bans in the layup. Even if you bait MOUZ to take the Enigma, let's say they do want to play it this time around, there's other ways to kind of counter it through different support picks or mids. So I'll be interested to know if Tundra puts more value in Ursa. And in regards to the bans, I believe we are just seeing the same bans as before.
Yeah.
The previous game, sorry.
I mean, you could tell last game as well that they thought about that 16-17 pick, the Ursa pick, for quite a while, for more than a minute, I believe, and then picked it up blindly, right?
Yep. And
it's definitely a calculated decision against MOUZ specifically, because there is the Tidehunter and the Mars and these type of melee offlaners he wants to play.
The difficulty as well in drafting is when you are 16-17, that is when you see 3 heroes from your opponent's side. So you need to kind of call their bluff. Maybe when flexible heroes are getting picked, there is still a final pick in the phase for them to kind of punish you. But for now, we do get MOUZ running back to the Pugna. So in regards to draft, it is identical to game 2 as of now. If Tundra are to take the Shadow Demon, it's a perfect copy.
I mean, to be honest, I think the opening 2 picks from MOUZ were really good last game, right? They got the Pugna and the Tusk against the Axe Shadow Demon. I think that's a good setup for them already. I think the adjustment needs to come in the second phase. So I don't mind that. Let's see if Tundra chooses something different here. They don't. They also just run it back.
The setup is perfectly fine. We already spoke about how the laning phase from the Pugna Shadow Demon is going to be the same. They do ban out the Ursa, so there is a lot of respect going towards that.
That means the Bounty Hunter they banned last game, so the adjustment here is the Ursa.
But it also means Abaddon would be available. Maybe in the opening of the next phase, Tundra then promotes Abaddon to be the first pick for them. They do like to flex between offlane and carry. When we're thinking about combo breaking heroes, we're thinking about laning, right? The Ursa laning against Boom. Why not the concept of how MOUZ takes team fights? They often have one or two big elements of team fight. Abaddon, Ursa, Medusa, right? These heroes like running in first, soaking up those spells. I think that is another way in which you beat MOUZ, is just having just survivability in your carry.
Yeah, I guess then you're focusing more on the later stages of the game instead of the laning aspect of like Ursa punishing the Tidehunter, right? It's more like, okay, we have this type of hero later on, but yeah, now they ban out the Tide, so really respecting this hero. It tells a lot about the respect between Tide and Ursa. Like these matchups, it's really what goes into the series so far.
Yeah, and
there is the Abaddon, yeah. So.
Yeah, and the only reason that they have to ban the Tide there is because, again, the Ursa was picked, so therefore, if it's now gone, you have to respect it, and then MOUZ copying the same opening with the Tusk, but they go for the Pangolier. Of course, the Pangolier can be both Boom or mid one for now. They are going for skirmish, they are going for pacing. When you think about these three heroes, they relatively low cooldown, run around the map, be annoying. Diffusal Blade is super high value.
I like this adjustment a lot for MOUZ, right? Now you still get the team fight, but it's actually good team fight against Abaddon, right? You get the Mana Drain, you get the Pangolier roll against the Shadow Demon, right? I think this hero is very good here. Plus, last game you picked Juggernaut in this spot. Juggernaut can only be the carry, right? Here Pangolier can be both the mid and the offlane, so it leaves this flexibility for later on in the draft.
I am a little worried with the Pangolier in the fact that winning or crushing a lane has been the big thing for this series. And if you put Pango to mid, giving VZM access to like a Monkey King, of course Huskar's banned like a big anti-Pango hero, that could become a problem for them if mid one's now sacrificed within the draft. So part of me wants Boom just to take Pangolier to the offlane, knowing that Tundra has the last pick.
I do think that is also the more likely scenario. Probably feeling okay about the matchup against Abaddon. I mean, it's definitely not the worst matchup for Pangolier.
And we do see the Axe once more for Tundra. Like every game we're seeing them just get kills, right? Between the game 1, game 2. Ari and 33 are extremely aggressive, able to utilize the toolkits of their heroes to try and get additional kills and punishment.
I think 33 has really reinvented Axe to a whole new level the last half year. Like the way he's playing Axe is it's like he's playing a different hero than everybody else, right? He had 0 points in battle in the call at level 9 last game. He just went 0-4-4 on Axe, right? He's done all these like okay, it's an early bad pick, but yeah, he's done all these untraditional builds on Axe, and yeah, he's looking pretty strong when he's playing it.
The thing is though, even though 33 is doing a lot of cool builds, I do actually think it might have even originated from SEA. Because there was a lot of qualifiers, like it was like Aureus and it was like Execration. I believe it was between the battle of those two and their constant close qualifiers. So as much as, I want to hype up 33, he may have stole it from SEA.
Probably.
And now the Queen of Pain. Okay, so Pangolier is offlane, Queen of Pain is your mid. They don't really flex the Queen of Pain to carry for Crystallis.
Yeah, I think this is just pretty straightforward then. Bad for Ari, right? You're not going to put bad into Quap.
Exactly.
Right? The Quap is going to go mid, yes. So we're looking at a Crystallis hero last for MOUZ and a mid hero for Tundra.
And then in regards to that, so Crystallis, what are we thinking? You're playing into Abaddon, you want to try and lane against the Axe. You already have a lot of skirmish and fight with your first 4 heroes. So anything to complement that timing. Of course, Juggernaut has been his kind of go-to staple. But and he's not really like the big hard carry type of player. I still want to see him have some type of fight. And Gyrocopter, we called it 2 games. Unfortunately, it wasn't get picked either time, but this time Tundra does ban it out.
Yeah, what could we look at for Crystallis? I mean, the Monkey King is still in the pool, of course. But it isn't the Bat Rider and Shadow Demon. Those supports are generally very good against Monkey. I wouldn't mind seeing something like a Terrorblade. I think that hero is pretty good against carry Abaddon. Also gives them the hard carry that they need. They are picking first, right? So they will reveal their hero before Tundra, which also will indicate kind of what kind of heroes you feel like picking. Some heroes feel more risky than others. We saw him play Troll the other day as well, yesterday.
I mean, he's also playing, Alk, he's playing Troll, he's got Bristle game in there. Like, he is playing a couple of the slightly more quirkier carries that maybe others aren't rushing towards, but I think as long as he feels like the lane is going to be good for him, the rest of the draft already has Roshan taking potential, Tower because of killing heroes you just play on the catapult waves. Like I just feel as long as Christmas has access to lane, I'll be happy with what he picked.
Yeah, but I think some of the heroes he's played, as most of the heroes he's played recently, are pretty countered this game, right? We talked about the Monk already. The Troll looks pretty weak again into the supports, right? Juggernaut's banned out. Sven looks kind of similar, right?
Bristol into this also looks awful.
Yeah, Bristol is not good. I really think we might see something interesting here from Crystallis.
I'm going 3 pages back. I'm going through 50 games, and none of the heroes he's played. Drug, Abba, Troll.
Yeah. I think Terrorblade, it looks good for me, but it's hard to call. What about BZM? So they also, what do they actually need on Tundra? They need a little bit of playmaking, perhaps, on mid. I could also see them pick Invoker, for example, here. Not the best, maybe against the. It's maybe a bit risky if the Tusk starts running at you and Pugna coming mid and all that stuff.
I mean, I think with BZM, it's a matter of see what type of pacing comes from Crystallis' carry, and then if it's a lot of scaling, you can go for like the laning play. You try to break it up, and they do go for the troll. So troll into Axe though, it's always a little bit spicy, right? When you're trying to play for the battle.
SD as well, right?
Like I understand that Crystallis can be sacrificial. He doesn't mind if he's soaking the Axe Cool or the SD spells, then maybe mid one or Boom's going to utilize that. But still, it's like you are picking a troll into Batrider Lasso, Cool, Abaddon, who you don't really kill.
But at least they're staying true to their structure, right? Which was kind of their downfall in last game in a way, and then the game they lost yesterday too. I think at least now they keep it simple for them. Yeah, so there's Smoker. I think the troll also does not threaten Invoker whatsoever, right? So I think game 3, in this game, I think Invoker is a good choice.
No, MOUZ have gone for some hero comfort for sure, going into that final pick. And again, I think as long as they can respect the fact that Crystallis shouldn't be the 1v9 carry of the game, and they utilize him in a more early fashion, there might be some life to the game. But then, when we look towards Tundra, the last pick Invoker, a BZM specialty, and not only that, he's playing with multiple combinations. Again, still yet to lock in his hero and his facet, but let's assume he goes for Exort, right? You've got At's Cool, you've got Batrider, and if he doesn't go for that and he's playing more on like the wave skip, like there's honestly any option for BZM feels good. Like you can do wave skip, you go for EMP, that's really annoying, you go for Exort, you have multiple setups, and we'll see what BZM's doing nowadays, but again, still yet to lock in his hero.
I think this game comes a lot down to the support from MOUZ. What can they make happen early game? Can they set up their course for a good game? I don't think the troll matchup into these heroes matter as much as how much the Celery Pugna and the Yamich Tush can do in this game. These are the tempo, like they have the tempo on the Batrider and the Shadow Demon. These heroes are pretty slow. So I think if they can somehow snowball mid one in this game and enable the Pangolier as well, then I think MOUZ could potentially snowball this game earlier.
And we cannot forget that this is not a matchup where mid one's going to get solo killed, shut down, absolutely broken, right? This will be a 6-minute contesting Queen of Pain, a Wisdom Shrine contesting Queen of Pain that really should be able to break open a bit of that early game before 33 Pure and BZM feel very confident, right? So I think, yes, it should be very different, but I believe BZM at the moment, he is looking at the Exalt facet, So it is going to be Cataclysms and Sunstrikes and utilizing all the setup that Tundra have to keep finding these pickoffs around the map.
It's also the true scaling Invoker, right? And you actually have a very comfortable lineup for Tundra to scale into the late game. I think Batrider going late game with Shadow Demon, like pretty much all of their heroes scaled incredibly well. I think they do outscale MOUZ a little bit if the game were to go late. And that's kind of Tundra's comfort zone, generally speaking.
Yeah, I think for MOUZ critically, it's tried to bring Quap into the game, and also for Boom. He hasn't had the greatest success at winning lanes. He's often going even, sometimes losing. But once again, right? And what happens in a game here where Pangolier, early Diffusal Blade, you're running through the map, you're stopping the Invoker from getting his spells off, you're making him retreat, you're combo breaking an Axe or finding the backline of a Shadow Demon. Like there's a lot of work that Boom can do, and I'm honestly got a massive focus on him because you're picking Troll into some counters, sure, but I want Boom to really try and step up in this game.
Agree. I do think that MOUZ, like I mentioned briefly earlier, I think they have stronger early game timings if they can get through the laning phase with a decent lead, right? I think that the Pugna, Pangolier, just the 4 heroes except for Troll, I think these heroes fight really well around this 10-20 minute mark, right? And I think Tundra should be careful not to fight into these heroes too much, into the Pugna ward, into the Rolling Thunder, the early Diffusal Blade that you mentioned. I think that could be kind of the breaking point in this game.
I mean, all that matters is in a game 3, we have players and teams picking the heroes that they're comfortable on, and that should give us the closest and most competitive game, I hope, in the arena so far.
Yeah.
And of course, our casters are ready. Cap and SUG, please take it away.
We'll take it away, but really we're just along for the ride because BZM put on quite the show in Game 2, and that's not really a surprise because after all, he is the show. This time around, he's going to be playing the Invoker. Avery, I know it's a favorite of yours.
This is the hero they go back to every time they need a dub in a clutch situation. Give it to them. They flex some other heroes around. They baited MOUZ into a sense of overconfidence, and they snuck that Invoker in on the last pick, on the last slot, in the last game, to try and push it over the edge.
One last chance for MOUZ to get to the grand finals. It's Game 3 between Tundra and MOUZ. MOUZ, of course, clawed back against Team Spirit in the first series. Let's see if they can manage another comeback. Game 3 against Tundra. They put their hopes and their faith and their dream in Crystallis on the Troll. That was the other response to this last little bit of the draft. Do you feel like the Troll was an apt pickup here for Crystallis?
I think they were feeling it was going to be a different mid matchup at least, because this Invoker absolutely dumpsters this hero. And I think the panel's assessment of Tundra outscaling MOUZ was absolutely correct. I do not see MOUZ winning this if it goes ultra late and all things are equal. I think you're going to run into a lot of problems with the Invoker scale, the Abaddon being really annoying on the front line. We have not seen offlane Pango win a lot of late games. It seems like the hero falls off a little bit, or at least struggles to find the same amount of impact as a lot of other traditional offlaners. You have Batrider who can just lasso someone in, and there isn't really a direct counter to, lasso pullback play in this game other than you're going in first and starting the fight on your turn. I think Quap is always a scary late game hero, but I do favor Tundra if this turns into a farm fest.
That's a awkward start for Pure, and Celery was already calling this is sus. Well, the crowd is enjoying it. MOUZ broke, don't kill. Well, I mean, I guess that would kind of explain why Pure was continued to walk through Yamich. He's dead. Absolutely no mercy for MOUZ.
No, he's just unfair.
I mean, I'm not going to lie, I'm killing him there.
I think so, too.
I don't know if the MOUZ slacked or not. I'm not going to take his word for it. Either way, he was in the range of the shards. If Yamich wants to go for the shards or the tag team here, he was going to get him almost no matter what.
Yeah, that is the assumption. We'll see whether or not MOUZ can follow through on that shard block in. There it is. Here, the Aphonic Shield trying to keep himself alive. He's slowed down for the shield crash, though. As he comes out of it, it's not good enough. Blood grenade thrown out, and MOUZ do not get the kill they're hoping for. Blood grenades thrown back of the way as Tundra trying to get aggressive here. Blast goes out, hits on 3. Big damage from MOUZ over time, but Yamich is really heavily committed here. A Sunstrike off the disruption on his Celery instead of bringing him low. They may be both supports are going to die here on the side of MOUZ. Ari, he pops a fairy fire trying to stay alive. Crystal is hoping to get a kill out of this to get the battle hunger off him. Turns the attention over to BZM. The last couple of axes, throws it out. Invoker's dead. 33's up next. Mid-1 with a triple kill. Is this guy going to get another minute 1 rampage out of this? A Sharka blocking Whitemon and a shield crash and ultra kill for Mid-1.
I mean, you can't make it up. Nobody would have predicted this man was going to come into this tournament, get a free 10-minute rampage, a basically rune fight, timing ultra kill. There's a little gold injection for your mid lane. I mean, you can't complain about this game. Matchup, ganks, whatever it is. You're going into lane level 2 with 4 kills under your belt. Basically double the Invoker's net worth almost right off the bat. Bottle already delivered. This is just playing with cheats on.
There is still the bounty rune in the bottom part of the map. So we had 2 bounty runes picked up by MOUZ.
He might bottle.
And then there's just the 1. Yeah, he might actually bottle and refill. That would be crazy.
That would just be ridiculous.
He gets that kind of refill on his resources.
Man, what a fight. Just, they had so many early wands and sticks going into that too. Burst the Batrider. They got so much value. It was like 5 or 6 axes got tossed off from the Troll. The Pugnablast were hitting 3 or 4. That's a very tough fight for Tundra to take. In some ways, I'm surprised they came out of it as even as they did. But all of those last hits going to the Queen of Pain, exactly who you want. Because this is your best answer to some of the late game supremacy Tundra have. And probably just your most powerful hero in this game.
BZM spots it, but he still needs to catch the wave that's pushing into him here. TP way from Yamich. And this is the advantage for Tundra off that early fight. Ari was the one to get first blood, and he made good use of it. Picked up early boots, and with an Aphonic shield helping him out, so comes the Sunstrike, hurts him back into it. No! A great read by Boom. He'll still die, but maybe Ari, yeah, he'll die in the tower in return. So without the support there to pick up the experience, nice trade up for Ari. He just was really hoping to funnel that kill to BZM.
That's what they really wanted. They want the Invoker to get a little recovery here because he's up against an extremely strong co-op after that start. So as much as that's a beneficial trade for Ari, it's a nice dodge out from Boom. Getting that little extra damage in, looking for the trade. You get the refill, head back top. Early lane supremacy here for MOUZ. And we have not seen this from them a lot this event. So this is an opportunity for them to strike first, strike hard, and gain some momentum. We have seen what this team can do with a lead.
Yes. No, I think I don't think we've seen them win a laning stage yet, at least for the playoffs, right? Like I feel like they lost lanes or went even against Spirit for all 3 games. And they lost the first 2 against Tundra.
Well, they're gonna be almost guaranteed to win this lane phase with the lead the Queen has mid.
Yeah, certainly.
Continuing to build here as well. Mid one playing really well with this lead. I mean, kind of on crutches here, but he is CSing really well, shutting down BZM. If you can prevent him getting those extra Sunstrike kills, this Invoker is going to be in big trouble this game. Not a lot you can. This is not the best Invoker matchup. You know, they picked it because it's a BZM Invoker, its last pick. He has great matchups against pretty much all the lineup if he gets mega farm.
And he has amazing setup from his team.
For sure. But the big question with this hero is you always have to get there, and a lot can go wrong trying to get there. And this time it'll be mid one busting out the Dagon. A lot stronger on this hero than the Batrider.
9 denies from mid one. Really keeping BZM down on the experience. Chrysalis is doing very well for himself. Not surprised. It's a troll versus an axe matchup, so he really doesn't have to worry about battle hunger too much. And obviously, no chance that the axe can really threaten him here. Boom, back up to the high ground here. But a lot of sticky napalm stacks, and Pure did pick up early boots, so he's going to chase down Boom. Not enough to get a kill. Shield crashes up in 3 seconds, but you could see this top lane, it's the one lane that's going quite well for Tundra. They keep the pressure on the off lane of MOUZ.
This is a pretty stupid lane. I mean, Batrider or bad, you're not winning this lane.
Yeah.
It's impossible to trade. Very difficult to pull the waves as well against this duo, so anything you can get out of here, you will take it as MOUZ. This is the lane you expect to lose. You just want to farm the other 2.
When you're in a losing lane like this, especially as you said, pulling is difficult. Do you ever think about just rotating? Which is what Yamich is going to do here. Sunstrike lands on the Celery, doesn't get the kill. But Yamich is on his way, as is Chrysalis. He's pulled this way back, and he wants to hunt down some heroes. Let's see if Yamich can land the shards. Boom, he's fine. He has no Sunstrike to worry about here. Had to use it for the bottom lane to try and get that kill. Unfortunately, the shard blocked down Chrysalis a little bit.
Awkward.
They may be able to run down Whitemon, but the extra time is going to hurt Chrysalis a lot, especially another round of the disruption. Whitemon goes for a TP out. Yamich, he doesn't have the damage. Oh, no.
Just slow on that TP. I think if you make that play, you kind of have to read it preemptively, get down there right at the exact moment to make it work for that counterplay. Instead, you wasted a lot of your troll's time. Tundra get to go back, farm up some camps, refill resources. Nothing lost for them. You missed a wave under the tower here for Stalis, so missed opportunity there for MOUZ. Still a lot of pressure on this mid lane. Level 6 available for mid 1. Catapult wave is up. Power rune spawning soon. Rotation potential is there, especially with the lead he has opened up off of the early ultra kill. You would love to put this Sonic Wave to use, and you would love to put it to use against BZM and continue to shut him down. Easy hero to gank at this point in the game.
Double vision on the left side of the lane here for BZM, but he may not see what's coming from the right side, which is Yamich. Blocks him out with the shards. And yeah, BZM, not much you can do here. Whitemon really trying to time the disruption. He has to pull the trigger on the end, and that's where the Sonic Wave is going to be. Snowball over that disruption to chase after Whitemon. Really well played by Yamich. Punishment coming from Tundra. Can they get anything? 33 misses Anna. Unable to get the battle hunger on Yamich, and now he slipped away into the trees. He's hidden away, and they're not going to find him.
This guy's so good. Perfect spell casting there. Perfect timing for that gank as well. Sets BZM back even farther. You get the shield rune on the axe, so you take it away from the...
Oh, the shard's going to spot the ward. It also gives him the vision of Snowball for Ari. Now, mid one, they don't quite have the damage to burst down the Batrider quick enough, so Yamich is still going to die. A trade-off 1 for 1. 33 spending a lot of time off of his lane.
Oh yeah, this is free farm for the troll.
Hoping he'll find another kill out of this situation with the Sunstrike. Not enough damage, but the Battle Hunger is ticking him down, and Celery will die to the final punch from 33.
Not a bad exchange for the axe. He's getting a lot more than the Pango is, especially with the Wisdom Shrine.
Oh, that
stolen.
hurts.
That's a huge win for Tundra in this entire sequence, and Pierre's probably just going to take this tower. He's been wailing on it. MOUZ are not prioritizing this off-lane Pangolier. Once more, sacrificing Boom to get the other lanes rolling, but the tower's going to take a beating unless you bring some extra help up here. Both supports rotate just to watch it get in deny range.
Yeah, and they know about it. Really good aggressive ward placed by Whitemon in that triangle area.
Don't even really want to deny this tower. You don't have to.
I'm okay most of the time when they leave Boom out. Leave him out to dry, just, you know, suffers in lane, but he's able to recover. I just don't think Pango is the hero that can afford to suffer this badly in lane.
It's not what I would pick. That's where I go to, you know, why Mars is always such a strong pick, because Mars is just good in any scenario. Whereas this offlane Pango is going to have a long road ahead of him.
Hope to get the power rune. It is top and well protected by Yamich.
That is a nice one, too. Sonic Wave off cooldown, you pick up an Arcane. You can snag another kill on this Invoker, delay that Midas even more. He's 200 off the Midas right now. He just wants one more wave, one more camp without dying, and he's on his road to recovery. And Celery just blasted his power.
The vision that they placed here on the side of Tundra, I mean, one of those wards was found, but they basically had a triangle of wards on this left side of this mid lane.
I mean, they play with this hero a lot. They know the game plan is going to be gank him, repeatedly take his tower, kick him out of the jungle, or go kill him in the jungle. If I'm MOUZ, I don't want to take this tower and back off. I want to take this tower and get on Tundra's side of the map and continue to hunt this Invoker before his other cores are willing to come and help him. They are going to look for him on these camps. The image getting some D-ward action going and a quick smoke. So they check those camps. They know he's not there. There's only one other place this Invoker can be.
Did DZM see any of that smoke off of that defensive ward? Don't think so, but at the same time, Midwan and Yamich aren't bothering to try and dive into the mid-tier 2. They're heading down to bottom.
I don't know about this play. I mean, the tower's already dead. Your chances of latching onto a core here are pretty low.
Especially, it seems like Ari's in perfect position. Breaks it with the ward already there, so.
I think that smoke works if you have more time to defend that tower. I think once that tower dies, you just have to pull the audible and look for the Invoker, because while you're making these plays, BZM will recover. The Midas is done. He's getting to push in mid. So now you really have to find something off of this.
Ari still walks into this smoke in the end. He had the vision, but maybe he didn't see the fact that Chrysalis got re-smoked by the Quap, whose smoke did not break initially. Celery still looking for that ward that they spotted earlier off the ice shards, but they never managed to get the D ward on it. Finally, he gets it thanks to his Nether ward giving him vision.
And it was Tundra rotating up top. They brought the axe up here. It's a little strange, because like, why does 33 want to be up here when the tower's already dead and it's just a sacked offlane Pango?
Sorry, did Tundra just hold on to their wards at the start of the game? They've had 2 wards D-warded, but they still have 3 up.
They must have only placed 1. They have another on the bat as well. So yeah, they just
stack their vision for the post-laning phase where the Quap's going to be moving around.
Protect the Invoker more.
Yeah, okay.
Dagon available for mid 1. Full resources here. Deadliest hero on the map if you can find somebody. But Tundra are in dodge mode. I mean, this is great for them. Every minute that goes by and the Queen's not finding any action, that is the Invoker just farming.
He's going to find a little bit of action here. Pierre runs into him. Of course, not an easy kill to go for. But it seems like they want to keep the pressure on. If they're not getting hero kills, they want to get towers. Pierre, he's going to walk into him again. Midwan hoping to pop that ultimate. Pierre hasn't leveled it up yet. Going to hold on to it for now as long as he can. Because the swashbuckle missed. Oh, there's the diffuser blade. Boom's actually done all right for himself. Here comes the snowball in from behind. Yamich. Great positioning. Disruption will buy another 2 seconds, but Whitemon still going to fall. They brought 33 up here.
He's been up here a while. I'm not even sure why. I mean, he had Helm, he's farming out bottom, he's still getting bad. So that's not where he was going to find the action. Meanwhile,
Oh, with Sonic Wave from Midwan, he thought he was pushing Ari back into Chrysalis's troll.
oh, that's awkward.
Couple of degrees off, though.
That's a guaranteed kill.
It is, or should have been.
Whiffs. It's an illusion rune, so not the most useful rune either, but maybe not bad in this game with some stack removals and cold snap. Still yet to connect another gank on this Invoker. I think they would have wanted at least one more, maybe two, if you're really feeling the game.
Production's got to do Midwan dirty like that.
Well, he's had his highlights for sure, right? Can't have highlights without a couple of highlights.
Yeah, and this series has certainly featured both for Midwan.
Still in a very good position, though. You continue to scale here. This gets your tower top. Defusal done for the Pango. MOUZ have all their early fighting items. Their lineup is not as good at pushing objectives super early in this game, though they do have the tag team troll combo for Roche. In the next, 5 to 10 minutes, they get a good fight into that. Otherwise, they're still just hunting around the map.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tundra just continuing to farm up this axe. It'll once more be that pipe build for the axe. Give them an entryway into the fight, and another very good pipe game. Can't really argue with it here. You get that up, you get the Radiance on the Abaddon, your 5-man is really strong.
Yeah, it does mean that they lack any sort of initiation until the Batrider is done farming. Oh, come on, Pure. This is not the moment to be choking like that. Fails to level up the borrow time and time.
Just got blasted down. Dagon, Pugna Blast, Scream. Overwhelming burst damage. Didn't expect it from the tree line. That's a big blunder. Huge kill to give away that MOUZ had no business getting that easily.
No, not at all. And that's going to delay the Radiance. He was really closing in on the Relic.
Well, it's also going to do a lot of damage to this top tower. Celery just blasted level 4.
And it's not the easiest kill for Ari to go for.
No.
That Nether Ward out. That's going to be a constant problem from him. Whitemod, though, continuing to shine and sneaking away these Wisdom Shrines.
Somebody's got to take these for MOUZ. This is a disgusting impact from Shadow Demon that otherwise doesn't have a lot going for him in this game.
Yeah, they may have a 4,000 net worth lead, but they're a level up on Tundra.
Whitemon also needed it. He was the lowest level support here. He was still level 5. Now at least he has Demonic Purge online. Maybe look for a couple more plays on the map. Is MOUZ out farming Tundra right now? Even with the Midas Invoker, who hasn't really been bothered. That death top on the Abaddon and a lot of the farm going to the Axe. That's a big question mark in this game. Do you want so much of the farm priority going into 33 here? I don't know if you want this much. I mean,
yeah, I don't think this is a game where Axis really needs to be empowered, right?
He's going to have a very fast pipe, but if your other two cores are behind, how reliably are you going to be able to use the pipe? Almost going to be an awkward position timing-wise for Tundra to take that fight. The Batrider Blink helps a lot. At least this lets you look for some more reliable plays around the map. Ari is very high level, did have a pretty good early game, and you have Sunstrike to back all these plays up, so...
And they saved their smokes, too. He's got double smokes.
Yeah, they're ready to cook. They're going to look for the play, but you don't have your Radiance, and you don't have that pipe yet.
And what he wants is a pickoff, but what he may find is a lot more than bargained for. No, he's going to get the initiation, but the counter blink from Yamage. Hits him with a punch, and then the follow-up snowball. Good disruption from Whitemod, but he's still, when he comes back, it's Sonic Wave time. Ooh, Shard's a little awkward. Bounces out of it pretty easily. Good Sunstrike from BCM. Catches Yamage towards the end of it. Celery's going to make a run. Demonic Purge, he is stuck. He'll just try and prolong his lifespan, but he will be brought down by the chop. It's a 1-for-2. The Blink Dagger initiation doesn't quite work the way that Ari was hoping, but it does give Tundra a win.
That's a big win for them. Before the two big AoE item timings come out, they get a good team fight going, pick up both supports into an amp damage rune on that Queen. Not necessarily the best point to take that fight, they just power through it. A lot of sustain coming out from this Abaddon on the front line. And until the Troll's ready to join that kind of fight, this is like Pure has free reign, assuming he skills ult.
Yeah, still has not done that. But he does have his Radiance.
So they're ready to cook here. looking towards that mid-tier 1. They want to get a fight out of it.
Time to force some action in Celery. If you can catch him right at the start, that is just amazing. Don't have to worry about the saves as you prep by the heals, and that guarantees this mid tower to fall.
MOUZ not ready for this timing right now. Still looking for level 2 Sonic Wave as well. Level 11 on mid 1. Almost a little under leveled given the start he had as BZM has overtaken him. I guess those Wisdom Shrines adding up. Large XP advantage for Tundra.
They're trying to hunt him. They had the Rod of Atos, and they also had the Lasso coming up. But again, Yamich is doing a good job of just sticking with mid 1. I think this has been the highlight of MOUZ is the way that they play through mid 1 when he gets an advantage, which is why game 2 they felt so lost.
And normally it yields pretty good results. From this game though, they have been running around and not finding a lot.
Yeah.
And you're seeing mid 1's lead kind of dwindle, especially with the start he had. At this point, you might just want to say he needs to farm more, and we look for plays either with the Pango or try and set the fight up with a lower committal smoke.
Sure. I mean, what about this bottom situation? 33 is just boldly pushing into the tier 2.
The man don't care. You get the tier 2 top, so MOUZ have an option to fight bottom or an option to Roche in exchange for this tier 2.
Oh, that is quite the move. If you don't want to fight into the pipe,
this is a better trade for them.
Yeah, take advantage of Tundra committing so heavily to the bottom part of the map.
Tag Team Troll gets the job done pretty quickly here. This is maybe not an exchange Tundra expected to happen this quickly. I think they would have fought this Roche. They're going to smoke now, but the damage is done. Could still take the fight, still have a pretty good item timing. Especially if you can nab somebody with this Bat Rider.
Well, you don't want to go for the Aegis Troll. At least I can't imagine that's a good...
I mean, you could grab him. You could just pop Aegis and get out. I don't think that's the worst use of the lasso here. You know, I'm not worried about the Tusk interrupt.
Yeah, I feel like the risk is just too high there. There's the Blink Dagger for Pure.
Still feels defensive for MOUZ. That's my issue with the game state for them right now, and I feel like it's why Tundra are very comfortable. They probably think they're outscaled. They're getting all their cores pretty farmed. The Invoker is recovering. There's no pressure on BZM.
I mean, I know you saw it differently, but I do feel like MOUZ is fine with the game going late. I wouldn't be sad. I'm got a troll quap. I can't hate going late game.
I mean, it's okay. I just think with the Abaddon sustain, you have Shadow Demon in that lineup. You have a Bat Rider who can go in and lasso somebody and make it a 5-on-4. And then you always have this Invoker. It is like always a gamble going ultra late against Invoker. You don't know which Invoker you're going to get, you know?
Well, I think you should know what you're getting. It's a BZM Invoker. The kid's pretty good at this hero.
Right, but the range on this hero, it's everything, you know, from Archon 2 to Miracle and everything in between.
True. Another smoke that fails to find purchase, at least initially for MOUZ. They're going to let the troll hit the wave, and then the rest are going to push forward, still hoping they'll find that initiation. But what they're going to find is all the heroes Pure. In from behind, while BZM also gets jumped on the snowball, but they're so focused on the Abaddon right now. A split of focus here from MOUZ, and it's not working out too well. BZM, a lot of damage dodge there from the disruption, and now Mid One's the one in trouble. Does manage to get the blink away before the chop can finish him off. 33, right in all these heroes, a 3-man haul. Who needs the blink dagger? He'll die to the troll, but can the team follow through on that initiation? Doesn't seem like it. The troll is just too damn big.
His Pango's doing too much. Triple kill for Castalis, but that felt like Boom just cleaning up the fight. Takes down the Abaddon with a nice charge trap. You even finish up the Kobold. I mean, your damage leader is the troll, but the Pango's right there behind. And they even want the Invoker, the cherry on top.
The Invoker, the one hero that was supposed to get out of this, he'll fall as well.
Tips going into mid one, maybe for that call. A beautiful cleanup here as he continues this perfect game. 7-0-7 on this Queen. Felt a little slow in that mid game, but suddenly MOUZ pick up the pace with a big team fight win. And I mean, they found probably the best entryway in that fight in 2 ways. They had the Abaddon isolated.
Yes.
Which gave Boom time to wear him down with the mana burn. The Trolls just wailing on him. And at the same time, they found the Invoker who was walking uphill into them. So BZM, they have to use their saves on him. They have to bail him out of that situation. And Pure just gets taken down while all that's happening. A sick call from 33 to try and salvage this, but there's still Troll to be available. There's still a decent amount of resources on the
Yeah, and it seemed like the Meteor wasn't ready to go. You get a Meteor on that call, I don't think you're maybe still winning that fight, but at least it's close.
Or if you have Axe Cataclysm.
Oh, yeah. That is something another Meteor's going to land a boom here. Bit of damage, not much, though. Now walks it off and gets the heals from Celery, while Chrysalis goes to work on the objective. Still a minute and a half left on that Aegis. Don't forget, this Troll has the extra life, and he is very far. Battle Fury, SNY, Aghanim Scepter.
It's huge. Cool Axe pickup, too.
I love it.
With all the stuff with Dispel in this game, it's going to be effective in the fight.
Get rid of the Battle Hunger, get rid of the Aphonic Shield, some of the burns you're talking about. I mean, there's so many good things to get rid of.
Oh, yeah. Kind of turns him into an Abaddon in this game.
Yeah.
I like the idea. Mal's taking a commanding lead. This team is scary to give this kind of momentum to because this is where they thrive, in my opinion. They put you on the back foot and they just take these fights, and then they use Yamich as a quick playmaker. You know, follow his ball, follow his smokes, look for the 2 or 3 man pickoff game with him while your Troll with Aegis is taking objectives. Suddenly everybody's getting farmed off all the team gold. If you slip up once or twice, you find yourself 10, 15K in the hole and the game just feels impossible. And yeah, you have a lot of scale on the side of Tundra. The risk in this game is your lineup a little too slow? Do you ever get there? There's a lot of damage being done with this Aegis period.
Wait, the towers are falling, and Crystals is getting the bounty for every single one of them. He's going to go from losing this Aegis to picking up a Satanic, man. I mean, there's not going to be too much of a window here for Tundra to fight into this Troll. Do you like the Satanic? Do you feel like he maybe should go BKB? I mean, you're up against an Invoker, right?
He's going high ground here against Lasso.
I mean, that feels like a little much. Chrysalis, no, damn it, she doesn't get the stop. The Force Staff came too quickly, and now Chrysalis is in way too deep, and he's not even gonna get off the ultimate. MOUZ, what have you done? A punch goes out, stopping Ari. Ari not quite bursted down. He's got the dagger, mid one. He thought about going back in, but blink out from the Fat Rider. He's already right to safety.
Why go for that play, though? Even if you get the snowball save, I mean, what is it turning into? A fight in Tundra's base against the Lasso, against the Invoker?
Unnecessary.
You don't have BKB on this Troll. It's not like if you turn it around, you can pop BKB or Satanic and suddenly the fight's maybe okay.
Yeah.
That was a really bold push. They get punished hard. I don't mind Satanic on the Troll. I think MOUZ are just itemizing defensively. They're trying to deal with the Axe jump, deal with the Batrider jump. You know, have a bunch of Dispels, have a Yule Scepter, have a Lotus, have a Satanic. All these extra Dispels are going to make the Invoker's life harder, the Batrider's life harder. The Battle Hungers aren't going to work as effectively. You limit some of the ability for 33 to go back for a Blade Mail in this game if you really want to. I think the itemization is on point. That was just not the play.
Execution still... He was a little bit shoring up.
For sure. That is something Tundra have to think about. The more these Dispels come out, like, this game goes late and you have to play against a bunch of Lotus Orbs and Lincoln Spheres. You have a lot of single target spells that you have to land to get control in the fight. Demonic Purge, Lasso, 2 of the bigger ones, but some of Invoker, it's going to debilitate your support duo from setting plays up for the damage to come in from the Invoker and the Abaddon.
I mean, is there anything you could do about it? Is there any way you itemize around that?
Just BKBs, I guess. BKB Bat, you go in, you have more time to kind of play around some of these counter plays. Okay. You know, BKB Axe, you're not going to go in, call a bunch of people and get Yules. But this is a ways away.
Well, maybe not for 33. He has kept his farm quite high. Now, the Troll has surpassed him. I mean, he's only 1,700 behind. Kind of crazy how well he's kept up, but part of that, the Helmet Dominator and all the creep cutting he's been doing with that, the extra farm he's found, almost catching some heroes here.
He is also
trying to get through the gate. Nope. He wouldn't make it. Ari tries to run for it instead. Yamich will hunt him down.
They've got Gem running on mid-1 as well, so all these pickoffs, you just get to run more of the map. You have a chance to find more of Tundra's vision. Sunstrike does not scout them out. This one is just gone anyway. He picks up the shard here. So. There's a lot riding on this next Roshan. What can you get completed before that spawn happens, and how do you take that fight?
Okay.
Going to determine a lot of this game. If you can get another Aegis on the side of MOUZ, you have the ability to push high ground. If you can take that Aegis away from MOUZ, you have a lot more time to scale up your force here on the side of Tundra.
Yeah, the Aegis is even more effective in this kind of game where the enemy team has so much single target, right?
For sure. I don't think MOUZ can really go high ground that easily against the bat without either Aegis or a bunch of defensive items, Lotus Lincolns, behind a troll leading that high ground.
So if you want to stop the BZM Invoker from getting to that ultra late game, you need to win these Roshans and use those Aegises to hit the high ground. But Tundra is not going to let you have that, not so easily. Quick smoke up to set the pace of things.
See if they can find the opening. And once again, Yamich, he tries to get the blink in to stop Ari, but the horseman was too fast.
And instead of just a one hero pickoff, it's two for BZM.
They are relying on Yamich to bail out these baits, but two have gone wrong right now. And it's costing you so much in this game. And 33 with the perfect timing follow-up guarantees Catalans on everybody. Your troll's just gone. No level 25 talent to bail you out of that. That's a big blow to MOUZ. Tundra taking over the map right now.
At some point in time, they're going to go for the Rolling Thunder play. Now, he does have Blink Dagger. If they manage to keep this perfectly stunned off the Yule Scepter, though, maybe they can stop from blinking away during the borrow time, and they did just that! What a plan! What an execution!
That was perfect. Absolutely perfect there. More value for the Yule Scepter in this game as well.
Yeah. Man, that was so cool.
That was a necessary kill, too. You were going to lose a lot of net worth during this period. You needed to pick something up. Now Midwin's starting to get aggressive. Has confidence with this Yules to bail him out of a tough situation. Has that gem to run forward. Force BZM off the map. Just didn't get the snowball off.
Second time this has happened, 33. Even with the follow-up. I mean, they're just asking too much from Yamich at this point.
They are, but this is his signature hero. It might only take one of those as another lasso lands and another chop on the Pango.
That is a rough kill to give up right as Roshan is about to spawn.
Really rough kill. Does have buyback.
Tundra continuing the smoke plays here. It breaks on 33. Chrysalis spots him.
An Octarine, by the way, so this axe is pretty tanky here.
Got the call in mid to BKB Troll with ultimate. Not an easy kill, but they're just trying to get resources out of him. Poking at him where they can. Here comes Fury. He's going to go after Celery. Though he may be caught. There's the call. There's the Cataclysm coming in hot. That's two dead already.
Chrysalis with the buybacks. There goes two supports. They're going to rejoin, but Chrysalis, he popped his BKB and didn't get a kill out of it. Tundra, they got exactly what they wanted out of that situation. 3 buybacks, no deaths on their side.
These supports are getting ruined by 33's jumps. Finding both of them there, neither can bail the other out of any sort of situation. Takes all the save out of MOUZ's lineup. Just annihilation with that Cataclysm on top. Nobody's surviving that right now. And MOUZ
but he blinks away before Yamich can make his jump.
I mean, they are in desperation territory to find something here as this Roche spawns.
I mean, how desperate are they? Are they going to try and force Roshan while this is down?
Just a perfect call off of Pure giving them the information, right? He's just running in, making space, giving you the vision to find this kind of jump. He's not the big damage. It's always going to be the Invoker. You get 3 buybacks out of them, and MOUZ aren't even confident enough to mana for that Roche because there's no really big cooldowns to play around here.
Yeah.
And now you have Octarine available on the Invoker. You have Octarine available on the Axe. A lot of cooldown reduction for Tundra to play around right now. This Axe, he's owning this game.
Huge, man. He's huge. And BZM, thanks to this setup from this Axe, the kills he's getting, the Octarine he's picked up, speeding along that Midas as well. He's almost level 20. So then it's not just the Cataclysm. Then you've got also the Meteor with the +2. Big AoE team fight.
A lot of scale coming online for Tundra.
BZM slips right past mid. One of the Cataclysm, 33! Follows it up! A 1-2 punch from Tundra! And another knockout!
They're entering their late game. In terms of this Invoker being online, the Axe is fully online. The pickoff game is there. You still have so much room to grow. if you're losing this period of the game, it's not going to bode well for you 10 minutes down the line, 15 minutes down the line.
Yeah.
Especially if you give up Aegis this year. What is Crystal supposed to do if he doesn't have Roshan to play around? It forced the tempo. Mal's in big trouble here. This Roche is going to Tundra. See who they give it to. You actually have a decent amount of options here.
Yeah, what do you do here?
You could give it to 33. You know, say the Abaddon's invincible, Invoker should never be getting jumped first. Give it to the Axe, but I think Pierce is going to take it. He has the item slot. I think this is a lot of HP to get through with the Radiance burning the whole time.
Yeah, and he's the man who's going to hit high ground as well. So
true.
Maybe Tundra thinking about turning the tables here on MOUZ. Early pressure.
I'm curious what 33 is going to go next, because he has another almost 3.5k gold on this axe.
Jeez.
Go BKB, secure your team fight.
Yeah, might as well, right?
Might be my pick.
I mean, like if he gets Yules, doesn't matter. He hits the call, it's setting up the Cataclysm.
I don't think so. They're just playing this axe as pure setup for the Invoker. They don't need the axe to connect on his own in terms of damage.
Well, towers are due to fall. All these outer ones, I think, are forfeit. Tundra can just kind of run the map if they want.
One Lotus Orb off the Pudge.
Yeah, that's the start.
You're almost to a Linken's on the Pango, so you'll have a bit more defensive capability. You're thinking about Aeon Disc on the Quap. Those are going to be the big choices here for MOUZ to deal with the lassos that have been causing these big problems. Giving up a lot of farm during this Aegis period. You're not willing to make an aggressive move of your own. That's going to be another large item for basically all these Tundra cores. Yeah, he did go BKB on the axe, so just secure your presence in the team fight. Hard to go wrong with that. You can also push towards this Bloodthorn Abyssal territory on the Abaddon as this game continues to scale, and then your damage is just insane. Yeah, single target first.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I could see Tundra forcing the high ground here. 3 minutes on the Aegis, you have BKB on the axe to go for that aggressive jump. Can then open up space to look for something with the Bat Rider.
We got the initiation. Oh, this will cancel! What a great response from Tundra with Boom hitting the back line. Snowfall up to that. Ari's dead. Chrysalis chasing after more, going after 33, slowed him down. They're playing around their vision though. Tundra, they want to go back in. Swashbuckle away. Oh, not going to be caught by that, but will. By the Rod of Athos. Not enough damage for the Cataclysm, though. And the Snowball on through. 33. He got the disruption, but the Snowball lands. And to get on top of these heroes, 33 pops PKB, making a run for it. Chrysalis. He's out of mana. Going to have to fight this Abaddon, but Pure, he's forcing it right now. Burning through to some of the mana. Boom, he's going to go back after Whitemon. Gets that, but the call on the mid one. Mid one in trouble. Chop down. The Calling Break takes him out. And now the roll up from Boom. It's not going to do him enough. He's shield crash, turns around, but denied by the Calling Blade. 33 has taken over this game as the off-lane axe.
He is doing so much work in these fights, it is ridiculous. But ultimately, MOUZ ran into the problem that is the Invoker against the Troll. The EMP removed all Crystal's mana. No ultimate comes out from him in that fight. He just has to try and run away, and you cannot run away from this lineup. There's so much chase down potential, so many battle hungers going off. Triple chop for 33. To put MOUZ in the hole. Never got to that Satanic on the Troll. Are you willing to use the few buybacks you have? You have a Queen of Pain buyback, you have a Troll buy, but nobody else does.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like there's simply no way they can win the fight 2 versus 5. No. At that point, you just have to say, okay, I guess we're playing against Mega.
And not a lineup that plays against it super well.
I mean, maybe with the Glyph, they can fight out for this last one.
The Troll anyway.
That does not feel great. Pure, he went in. He went after him with the lasso, pulling Chrysalis out of the way, and then 33 jumping in after Pure's initiation. Both the supports are dead. Chrysalis pops his ultimate. 33 buying his time. Chrysalis is kited out once again. The Sonic Wave, it just gets thrown out there, trying to push back these heroes, but a beautiful response. BCM, a 2-man tornado. The 2-man call to follow it up. The combos are just too good for Tundra.
The only thing stopping them is 33's out of mana because he's chopped so many heads. Just completely running out of resources with the 15 kill total as the Hex comes in. to try and end this game right here, right now.
A buyback for what? Nothing left in the tank for 3 of these heroes. It's just the 2, mid one and boom. We'll try and keep this game going a little longer.
So much extra armor on this Axe, 33 Code of Blood stacks. Flying an entire refresher. This was a game taken over by the 2-time TI champion right here.
Lasso pullback, no saves here for the save of damage. Celery pops the Lotus Orb, Sonic Wave pushing him away from this backline, but again, the Tornadoes sets up on 3. Pure, he'll just finish off the supports again and again. They want to make sure these defensive supports do not have a chance to bail out the cores. Tier 4s falling fast, 40 seconds left to the Troll is back up, and BZM is making sure they can't even leave their fountain for free.
This one is just over. Too much sustain in the tank, too many saves, too many ways to initiate. Too much scale for MOUZ to overcome. One Roche went against them, and that was it. They'll be knocked out here by the defending champions. And Tundra pushed themselves to those finals, and man, they are looking scary. If they can get their comfort picks, control the tempo, control the map, almost no one is better at finding those pickoffs and setting up these fights than 33.
Tundra loves the Blast Slams. This will be back-to-back-to-back-to-back appearances in the grand finals for them, and a chance at being 3-time champs. A Blast Slam. MOUZ, they put on one hell of a show for us. An excellent series against Spirit. A great game 1 against Tundra, and they had a chance here in this game 3, but sadly, things did not go their way. And in the end, Tundra are heading to the grand finals.
A lot of teams have fallen to 33, so there is no shame in that. He ends this game 16-2-11 as he just puts this game on his back. Buys a lot of time for Smoker to come online. But like you said, I think MOUZ showed a lot of strength this event, and I think they're going to be happy with their performance. You know, you're never happy you don't make it to the finals, but I think what they showed is they are a team beyond that one-dimensionality.
Yes,
maybe there's some hero pools that need to be expanded. Maybe they need to fix some of their strategies and timings, but they had a lot of really strong comebacks this event. They showed a lot of really good team fighting from rough positions. That gives me a lot of faith these guys are going to continue to improve and figure it out.
No surprise, Tundra has seen other grand finals with such experienced players. 33 and BZM, the duo that came together in this game 3. I mean, they have been a foundation for this Tundra lineup. Combined with Whitemon, this is a trio that just makes sure that every single season that Tundra shows up, you know they're going to be one of the threats in playoffs. You know they're going to be a team you're going to see multiple times throughout the year in grand finals. These guys are just too good.
Oh, absolutely. Huge player synergy. This team will always be scary. Even when they're not playing well, they're scary. When they're playing well, they can basically win any event. So always a team to look out for.
Let's go to the man of the hour. We've got BZM and Slacks on stage.
The man of the hour indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up again for our boys over here. Absolutely, and I am here with the man himself, the Joker God. What a display you have given us here today. Feel good to play Invoker in front of these fans, my friend?
Of course.
Absolutely. Was it fun to watch, peeps? Yes, absolutely. Now, would you say that you were the MVP of all those games? I mean, do you have that kind of arrogance, or would you like to say that someone else in that series was your MVP?
I mean, I would say I did my job, and if it wasn't for, I feel like I threw, so I kind of balanced the things, you know, both games. Like I give and take.
Ah, I see.
Yeah, I give and take. So I don't think I'm MVP, but you can say that.
I will say that to me. I mean, I could never do those things on Invoker. Absolutely. Well done, my friend. All right, well, congratulations. You're making it to another final. Anything you'd like to say to these guys before we throw it back to the desk?
Hope I play Falcons. Hope I beat Falcons.
Hope I play Falcons. Hope I beat them. Let's see if they will get there with our next series. But before that, over to the panel.
Hasn't even been 5 minutes yet, and BZM is already thinking about who he is potentially going to be beating or facing up against in the grand finals. I loved it. He also, Quinn, you know, he wasn't ready to crown MVP for himself, but he's like, if you want to give it to me, I'll take it. Is that the player, though, for you? That's the standout in all of these games, all three?
No, I think this third game was honestly a masterclass by 33. A lot of threes. I think it was an incredible item build. I think, very perfect item decisions. Going for this Octarine, playing these very in and out fights, the pipe at the right timing. It was great gameplay all around that I think he took this game over. It was a game that was sort of on a knife's edge and could have gone very badly for Tundra at some point, but they clawed it back with some good map movement and some good fights, and I think he was instrumental in that.
Yeah, I agree. I think, he is maybe the only player right now that can make Axe look this strong. Always buying different items, pretty much every game, mixing it up, and yeah, completely agree. Also the Invoker pick coming in clutch there, so you have the scale, right, and you have the ability to hit those big calls into Cataclysms that we saw that was game winning in the end.
I mean, compared to game one, where Tundra made a couple critical mistakes as a team, obviously they recalibrated after that first game. They showed us such a beautiful game two. Going into game three, you can't make these mistakes, and they didn't make them. They were under, the pressure of Christmas on his troll, the map plays that they were trying to go for. And again, there's like a couple bad mistakes. Maybe they don't punish the troll on the high ground, completely different story, but I think they really showed that they can just not allow a loss to affect them, and you expect that to be, with the players that they have, one loss cannot break them, and clearly it didn't.
Yeah, we chalked it up to a potential warm-up game on stage. We haven't seen them for a while. They were in that top two coming out of groups for a reason, making it all the way to the semifinals, now onto the grand finals as well. The biggest thing that I was really surprised about the Misery is Abaddon getting let through. You're willing to let it through against Tundra. Pure obviously loves this hero, and look how good he was with it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? You only have a limited amount of bans, and they got the Abaddon. They decided to ban Kiz and Ursa instead, and if you didn't ban those, then you could get something else. So it's hard. I mean, yeah, when you have these versatile players, I think they're always going to get something they're comfortable with.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what you get when you have these tier 1 players, and I think that's, to be honest, the difference maker. I think between these two games, I think MOUZ was in a bit of a winning position in this game, and I think you can see them kind of flounder a bit, and maybe you can see the individual skill there not quite to the same extent. They're not naturally feeling out the situation the same way that Tundra players would, are or would be in that situation. And I think, I think that just shows that Tundra is, some world-class players.
No, they definitely are. I mean, the fact that you're able to bounce back, everything that you guys have said, but not only that, having all the fans out there, taking photos with them, they're really enjoying the crowd, the crowd's enjoying them. And on this panel, we get to enjoy one of our winners. Ari is joining us. Congratulations on that series. What, stressful, easy? How would you describe it?
Definitely stressful points.
Yeah.
I would say we had to adapt our playstyle in this series because of the opponents, the way they play. So definitely after game one, we were feeling like some things needed to be changed, and we weren't sure if we'd be able to change them mid-series. So there was some stress there, but yeah, we pulled it off.
Yeah, it was amazing. I do have to ask though, what was more stressful, changing those things mid-series or the player walkouts and finding your computers?
To be honest, I felt like I was ready for it, but PCM starts walking towards me and it confused me. So
You're like, am I doing this wrong?
I turned around because he was walking towards me. I don't know. I think probably the game's more stressful.
So pretty much we can blame that one on BZM then.
Yeah,
the
for sure.
All right, and game two, we're also gonna, that's a BZM, that's his fault.
Well, game two, BZM
I mean,
carried.
game one, sorry. Game one. Getting ahead of myself.
Game one is collective loss.
Yeah? What is the talk like between game one and two? Because you're saying a lot of things had to change. How do you spend that 10, 15 minutes? Because it's not a lot of time when you're actually getting to talking.
So, I mean, the natural instinct is to talk about why we lost and what happened in the game. And this kind of goes on for a while. But at some point, you just have to decide, like, we can't just talk about this game forever. Next game will be different. It'll be the other side of the drafting order and everything will be different. So maybe 5 minutes in, you say, okay, forget the last game. Let's talk about what we can do for the next game. So it's like maybe 5 minutes last game, 5 minutes new game.
A nice balance then. You guys are very good at that. There is a clip that we want to show you. Okay, I have not seen this clip, so I can't give you any more information other than to look at the screens. Oh, okay, it's the walkout one. Doing you dirty again. You know that.
That's awesome. Are you going to be good for
guys
tomorrow?
finally got it.
Wonderful.
Do you feel like you're ready for the grand final walkout? Hopefully it's the same.
Hopefully, yeah.
Hopefully, yeah. What are you guys going to be looking forward to now? Because there's a whole nother series. You don't know your opponent yet. How do you take the time after a win?
I guess we're going to watch the last series together and get a feel for both of the opponents. Because like, no matter who wins, if you watch it, you'll see both sides and how they play against the other team. So we'll watch the other team. We'll look at why we lost the first game and how we could have made the second and third game cleaner. Okay. Just improve and see how to be the opponents.
Yeah, I like it. T, I feel like you got a couple questions too.
What if I didn't? No, I did. So obviously you're laning with 33, legacy player. How much of the kind of the duo is you bringing ideas to the table, or him kind of teaching you his style and you kind of adopting, like, I'm playing the 33 off lane?
As for laning, I feel like there's not much to really. There's not really anyone. It's just two good players playing together, doing the right things. The thing is, Dota's really simple when you play with really good players. There's not much to discuss or think about because you're both doing the right thing. There's nothing that needs to be changed. So as long as we're both doing the right things in lane, there's not much for either of us to say really. So yeah, it's actually quite easy.
And again, obviously you are a good player. You've climbed a lot of MMR recently, but you kind of play any role if required. Of course, you do want to probably play support. Do you think that helps you become a better player by playing the occasional, mid pub game or an off lane or a carry, like kind of understanding more? Because I think Whiteman has the same philosophy. Like, he'll play anything to try and get the MMR.
In my opinion, it's actually very educational to play other roles. For a long time, I was playing like only +4, and I decided that I would just play like 2 heroes in each of the other roles if needed. And by doing this, you get a really good insight into these other roles and how it feels to play them. And then by understanding those roles better, you then get a better feel for how to enable them when you're playing support. So this is actually my logic for doing it, and I find it really useful to understand how my teammates think and feel in the game.
I mean, you can feel it, again, like with you and Whitemon, you can have that additional knowledge over other support players. So I think that kind of style of playing ranked is really helping you a lot.
Yeah.
I was curious about sort of how your ideas about how mid game should be played and how heroes move around the map, if it changed, if you feel like you've learned, or if you feel like you had, the same ideas as them going into the team. Because I think Tundra is a team that has had like a pretty specific identity around map movement and like the way efficiency works. Like Net is a very efficiency focused player. Do you feel like that's changed, or you had like similar ideas to them coming into the team?
Maybe a bit 50-50. So I would say OG and Tundra are extremely different teams in how they want to play the game. But I always felt like my philosophy was never as on one side as OG is, to be honest, nor is it on one side as much as Tundra was. So I was somewhat in the middle, even though I'd only experienced like the OG side of it. So yes, I definitely had to adapt a lot the way I play, but it's also not like it's something I don't believe in, because I also felt more towards that way myself in the first place. But yeah, definitely like the first week on this team, it felt like I had to learn a lot to get up to speed with how the others see the game and how we want to play. But yeah, I also believe in it this way. I just had to learn how to do it.
Yeah, makes sense.
Okay, since you mentioned OG yourself, why do you think a lot of players have success after joining different teams post OG? It feels like they leave the team and suddenly they start playing really well in other teams.
I'm not sure there's one clear answer for this, because each year is like different. Like, you've got DM, Whisper, BZM, maybe myself as well. Like, I'd say maybe one thing is like the OG style of play is a certain way, and not everyone is like ready to play that way. Maybe they don't fully believe in it, or maybe, it could be anything. But I would also say a lot of these players are picked up by OG because they're scouted as like star players that could be like the next big thing or like on the rise. And maybe it just is that the time in OG, the year or two they have there, is the time that they're growing into becoming a really good player. I would say, even for myself, the player I was at the start of OG is nowhere near the player I am now, both as a teammate and as a player. And from what I've seen of BZM and Whisper, because I played with them too, I would say the same thing. I'd say now they're much stronger than they were at the start, because they just learn along the way in the journey.
For sure.
Well, that's super wholesome, but I also, this is a competition, so I've got to know, your teammate BZM, he wants to face Falcons in the grand finals. Do you have a preference? Because you guys are one step closer to finding that success.
I mean, I don't really care at all myself. I know he likes Falcons because he has some friends there and he has some rivalry, but for me, it doesn't matter. I only care about how well we're playing, and if we play well, then we'll beat anyone.
Awesome. I love to hear it. You guys had it today. You played fantastic today. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations again.
Thank you.
Look forward to seeing you tomorrow. And for now, we're going to talk about the deep diving of this game and break it down a little bit more, because we've gone really generic. We've got to hear from our players as well, but there's so many specific nuances, Quinn, in this game that we could really attribute to Tundra's win, even though Ari himself was like, yeah, there's still more things that we've got to improve and clean up on.
Yeah, I mean, he mentioned, I asked him about the mid-game map movement, because I think it's something that's very interesting about Tundra. I think there were key points in this game where the game could have gone either way, and I think this team is very good at spacing the map and splitting up and making it very hard to actually get a solid grasp on them, because there's a long period where MOUZ is stronger. They want to fight, they want to clash heads, and Tundra is just not giving it to them. And the way they move around and they slide their heroes back and forth, it's just very tricky. You need to do things super crisp and very clean. And if you miss a little tiny window, suddenly 30 seconds blow by, a minute blows by, and they're catching up to you and they're farming gold. Again, it slips so quickly. It's very difficult to execute properly against them.
Yeah, it's tough for anyone really, and especially MOUZ. They were coming into this series somewhat as underdogs, people would say to you, but there's so much that they could take away from this. Despite not being the win, they had the win yesterday, and they put up a fantastic fight today.
Yeah, I think they are very, very close to being a potential Grand Finals team. It's just a matter of trying to diversify how they get the wins. I think we identified a couple problems throughout their path to getting to this series, and they kind of got punished by Tundra eventually, and that is going to be the case if they don't add an extra layer to their team. But again, that's the joy of Dota. You play this tournament, you have a slip up, you go to the next tournament, you understand a different thing. Maybe, you know, in a future slam, they have everything they need. But as long as they can take the learning notes from this series, this tournament, they do have, you know, the correct path to becoming a pretty competitive team.
Yeah, that's the thing about how brutal Blast Slams are. It's single elimination, and with MOUZ's losses here, that means they are eliminated out of Blast Slam. But Shiva got to talk to one of their players before we did say goodbye.
Hey, Boom. Sorry to meet like this. It was so close. The series, this game. Talk to me about what went wrong.
I mean, it was very close. We kind of had this third game. We were winning. We got the Roche, we had Aegis, we got the whole map. We took like all their towers. And then we just get like lassoed on high ground, like, you know, like noobs. It's like the only way they can come back, really. But yeah, close games, was fun. We made a deep run anyway, so.
A very deep run, and I do wanna have a positive spin here because it feels like every time we see you, and we do see you a lot recently, you grinded a lot, we see you getting better and adapt and grow every single time. What do you think allows you and your team to grow this fast within tournaments and within the last 8 weeks?
Well, I think we have a very good chemistry. Like, it's a very friendly team. If we win or lose, like, it doesn't really matter. You know, we're still like friends. And also, like, we've played like 100 officials, so every game you learn, you know, and we're very open to new ideas. So everyone has their like voice. We're trying a lot of heroes, playing a lot of different stuff. And we just keep going.
And it's very exciting, though, that you guys are delivering, very fun to watch, which also means you guys have a lot of new people tuning in specifically to watch MOUZ play, because it's some tremendous games. And I was wondering if you have anything to say about to everybody who supported you.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great event. The arena, the atmosphere was really crazy. I haven't been to a LAN in a while, like, so it's just insane. And looking forward to playing more LANs, to be honest. And thanks for everyone that came out, and yeah.
It was fantastic watching you. I can't wait to see what you got coming up next, and good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, that was so sweet. A lot of players say things in exit interviews, and you wonder if they really mean it. But for Boom, he's talking about whether they win or lose. The vibe is still really good, and you could see it. I've never seen someone conduct themselves like that in an exit interview. He's like, yeah, I'm just ready for the next officials, because we've been playing hundreds of them, or 96.
Or whatever it was, yeah. My guy's just locked in for more games. That's the problem. Maybe he's played too many games, but all he wants is another game. He needs to live in the moment a little bit, you know? Cherish the fact that he did get a LAN after so long, but again, I think they are crafted in the fact that they play so much, and I look forward to seeing many more games.
Yeah, I mean, there's heaps of LANs coming up. We've got Chengdu coming up for us. We've got Malta next year as well. This man just has to keep winning if he wants to be playing on more LANs. But for now, we're focusing on our playoffs bracket and how it's shaping up, because Tundra's win here means that they are going to the Grand Finals. Who is to join them now? Well, that's the question. It's going to be Heroic or Falcons there, because Heroic's win yesterday against Aurora. It was, I'm not going to say clean misery, but it was inspiring.
I think it was somewhat clean. I think even game 2 was like a methodical, calculated win. They didn't have a clean draft perhaps, but they managed to pull it through in the end. And I don't know, I think Heroic, if there's any team to beat Falcons, I think Heroic might be it. I think they have the chaos and the creativity and the carelessness, you would even say, to upset Falcons.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting clash of styles. I think Heroic is sort of this madness, chaos. We pick what we want. Schofield is running around and bouncing you 7 times with the cogs. I don't know how he hits you so many times. And Falcons is all about structure, about, you know, if the lanes go bad, they have this incredible defensive playstyle. They're able to hold on really well, keep their towers alive, and slowly get to these blink daggers and then turn it around and burst you. And so I think there's very much a clash of styles and identities here that I think is really interesting to see how the execution plays out.
Well, look, you've hyped me up, and everyone at home and here in the arena, don't go too far, because after this break, we will be having that matchup, Heroic up against Falcons.
It's time for the patch quiz. I have in front of me a lot of patch notes, some which are true, some which are false. All of them should be within Dota 2. Let's see if the players can figure out which are true and which are false. Ring of Regen now builds into Heaven's Halberd.
Okay, false.
It was true.
Who buys this item?
Techie's Blastoff now leaves a small lingering minefield that lasts 3 seconds.
False.
It is false.
I
That
love
would
my
be
techies.
terrible.
I love my techies.
Ultimate levels are now 6, 12, and 18.
True.
That is true. Bane and Feeble is now a passive.
Was it? I think that's true. Is it true? I think it's true. There's some weird moment. I don't know what.
It's actually pretty recent, 723.
Yeah, that's probably what I remember.
Sniper's Headshot now procs on buildings for 50% effectiveness.
True.
False. Well, you were so confident in that one too. Slark Pounce no longer latches onto creeps.
False.
It is false.
God bless. There was some 6.82 coming.
I think that's it. I think you're golden. Well, thank you, Panto.
Thank you.
Okay, let's get you back to your spawn.
Welcome back. We got some more Dota action coming up. Heroic up against Falcons. But before that, we're going to have a little bit of fun here in the arena with my panel members. How well would you say you remember yesterday?
Pretty well. I'd say decently at the very least.
That's a lie. What about you, Misery?
Now I feel like I'm getting set up. So
Yeah,
I don't
it's
remember
always a
yesterday at all.
setup. You have to learn that.
I'm
I'm jet lagged.
Yeah, scared with memory games. I don't mind it, but it's more like, who had 12 deaths at this minute mark? And I'm like, yes, tell me more, please, Nat.
Well, I am going to tell you more about the rules because we're going to be playing it in a different way. We're going to be showing you some pictures, and it's going to be like the out-of-context movie spoilers. So it's going to be out-of-context Dota plays or Dota moments.
Okay.
Understood?
Okay.
Capiche?
Capiche. Can I
Alrighty.
use the people who are here? To...
100%. T, you can use
I'm
any
gonna lean
resources
over.
except for the internet to
Someone
help
load
you
up
here.
Google Wikipedia real quick and cheat.
All right, let's. We're gonna try and guess our first moment or our first play. It's gonna be 4 photos, I believe. One photo? Is there more photos? Was it?
Wait, so what am I doing
Okay,
here?
we're doing one at a time. So this is an out of context Dota moment or photos of giving you
Game
out of
1,
context.
Spirit
Game 1.
Spirit Mouse, yeah.
Okay.
He
so
bought
that's the
Battle
game.
Fury, Manta, Ags, and he killed a lot of heroes.
We're doing a very specific moment though, so that's a game.
Okay.
We have the next photo.
Okay, I know what it is already. I don't need to see the next picture. Can I guess it?
I have no idea.
Oh, you can show it, but I'll have the first guess then.
Don't worry. Next picture, please.
Do we have the next picture?
Okay, I think it's the Omnislash dodge by Yatoro.
Oh.
Wait,
what?
Oh no, it's the celery
it's the
cookie.
getting
yeah,
triple
alright, yeah. My guy Celery, he's like, I'm cooking away, and then all of Spirit are like jumping into the airport as they catch the cookie, and then lost.
Oh, I see. So one picture is from each different moment. So the first one you're thinking is the Omni.
No, I think it's just like Kiss is one, and then the moment for Kiss is the grandma cookie, right there.
Okay.
So
Okay.
my moment is I'm locking in that it was.
Each picture is a different moment. So what's the moment for this picture?
Each piece are different.
Oh, okay. You got Omni Slash.
But what does this have to do with Omni
It's just
Slash?
him picking Kez for the first time.
Yeah, that's him playing Kez.
See that? Yeah.
You think that's the moment? Okay. And then the next one you're thinking is the three-man.
Celery cookie. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
Three-man
sure.
Where they all catch it. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That one feels
him
pretty.
being Toro, right?
I don't say it was easy. Can we?
That was brilliant, T. I don't know how you came to that conclusion.
Thank you so much. I can look and
Well,
see.
we're going to bring up our third picture to see if it's just as difficult to guess what the moment was.
Okay, well,
Oh,
two
it's
ages
the,
steals.
it's the, yeah, it's double ages
Ah,
steals.
yeah,
with
okay,
the
yeah,
claps
that's
and
good,
panto
yeah.
ones. That one's good.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
like that one. And then our fourth one.
I mean, that's mid one. Anyway.
Mid one playing Veno.
Yeah.
Troll faced.
Yeah, good egg. All right, I thought this would be harder. He set it
So
up.
did I.
Bam. Okay, cool. We did it. Nice. Whew, the pressure. I was really scared. All right. 4 for 4. Were we right?
Pardon?
Were we right?
Well, we're about to find out. Were they right?
Opening scene. Kez, front and center. Cross-faded, Yatoro with the blue hair, with Yatoro with his current hair. That tells a story.
Absolute cinema.
Absolute cinema.
And then he lost.
That's why he lost. If he had the haircut, if he had the Kez haircut.
It's a tragedy.
I shouldn't have to explain this to you. The image said it all. Second image, close up, snapfire, surrounded, 3 heroes, all stunned. The cookie.
Grandma's cooking. Grandma's cooking.
It was delicious. Well, third scene.
Mr. Clutch with an Aegis Steel.
Which one?
Exactly the first one.
The first one.
But then he won 2 TIs, so he needs to steal a second Aegis.
Well, he didn't.
He gets his boy to help him out.
Yeah, okay.
2 Aegis steals for 2 Aegises, and then they lose. But cinema.
Okay, so it's an image
Another tragedy.
of collapse. It's when he makes the call to steal the Aegis.
Yep. And then in the background.
But then we put a picture-in-picture of the other Aegis steal, or do we do it right down the middle? The 2 Aegis steals, and then we put in the 2 Aegises, the actual Aegises.
Troll face Veno.
Scene 4 is troll face Veno.
Troll face Veno just smiling in the background somewhere. Like, nice Aegises, bro.
Yeah.
It'd be a shame if you couldn't move for 80 minutes.
That was pretty good. I feel like you guys hit it nail on the head right there. You got it perfectly.
I was worried that the pictures were from our beautiful production, but now I realized it was just, Cap.
And SPG.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Now it makes more sense?
So much more sense.
Beautiful, because we do have some more, but this time, obviously, from Owen and Fogged. All right, so we're going to pull up our first one, maybe.
What the?
Thing is, I knew this one would be so different to the other one because my brain does not work the same way Owen's does.
And this is from a game yesterday?
Yep. Probably the series they casted, I would assume.
So it's heroic Aurora.
Some I don't know. Lesh, he has the taunt where he's.
Wait, no, it's okay. It's drums. It's drummer. He's the drummer for the Beatles. So it's Beastmaster hitting the bongos and killing people, maybe.
I regret saying it was easy. I want easy mode cap SVG. I don't want this like Owen and Fog complexity.
I think it might actually.
Take it, it's yours.
I think it's Beastmaster because he's a drummer.
I can
drummer.
see
It has to be
Beastmaster,
something with drums or percussion in some way.
Drums of slump.
I was thinking the Lesh
is
taunt where
it
he
that
starts,
simple?
that's it.
Is it that simple that it's just is Beastmaster?
I'm just thinking of any.
Didn't you say this yesterday? I'm pretty sure. I remember you at some point saying Ringo Starr at some point.
Did I?
Yeah.
All right, maybe.
You had that one line at some point in this.
I had a
in our
premonition.
life. Yeah.
I mean, I just can't think of anything that has to do with drums.
Sure.
Like, I mean, but they're just buying drums. Maybe they had four drums in the game. I don't know. That sounds unlikely, though.
We can look at the next one. I don't know if
Yeah.
it'll help you with the first one, but we can have a look at the next picture.
Ghost chicken.
Well,
is that like maybe Skyroth Mage because he's like, like he does the little dance thing? No, like the taunt.
Oh yeah, it's Skyrim Mage with a heckin' with a Ghost Scepter.
Yeah.
Ah.
Yeah. See, my
God
guy.
damn.
Let's work on it.
That's very clever.
Yeah.
So he dodged like Omni Slash, I think.
Yeah.
No, Sven blinking, and he, yes.
Yeah, okay.
I think that's it.
Okay, so
something Sky second picture, first picture. Maybe
it's like it's some team fight where Beastmaster kills like maybe it's the one at the end before they go throne where Beastmaster like blinks on some
Roars to
people.
Sven, maybe.
Yeah,
Could
something
be the
like
roar
that.
on Sven with BKB.
Okay. And
Yeah.
this one, you're saying?
Skyrim Mage pressing Ghost Scepter. He was dodging some stun or something.
He was jumped by Sven twice and managed to click Ghost Scepter before the Sven stun hit. So then they're just looking at the sky, and he doesn't die.
All right, well, it feels like this one was a little bit more difficult, but we're going to see just how right you guys were.
Okay, so let's come up with something. Game 1. Right, of Heroic versus Aurora. It was a stomp.
It was a total stomp.
So it was a pretty quick game. It was a very one-sided game.
It was.
How can we show that with a picture?
I would say that with the 14-minute wisdom fight, right? Do you think, or?
Sure, where the song went wrong.
When the song went wrong.
You could maybe just show it with like a singer having like singing badly.
Who's a bad singer? We just put a picture of a very bad
Why are you just
artist.
flaming a singer? What about, no, and I'll tell you who's famously bad singer. Didn't, remember the Beatles? Didn't Ringo Starr get flamed for the songs he did?
You know better than me. You're a music guy.
That would be a bit obscure. We could put a picture of Ringo Starr.
People have no idea.
If you know the Beatles, because I think back in the day, because he did a few of their famous songs like Yellow Submarine, but he wasn't like technically a good singer.
You want to be a bit obscure then?
Yeah, let's give the panel something hard. So a picture of Ringo Starr for game 1.
Okay.
Game 2. I mean, you had Schofield constantly pressing the Ghost Scepter.
Oh, we could just have that, the Ghost Scepter.
So something to do with Ghost.
So we could just do a Casper, I don't know, like do some ghosts and...
Why don't we do like just a ghost of a bird? Well, Skyris like a big chicken. It's a chicken, right? Skyris a chicken.
But what's that gonna, what's that rap like? Because he's annoying he's annoying Nightfall and...
Well, he's pressing Ghost Scepter and they can't kill him.
So Ghost Chicken. I am down. That's not really like the iconic like of the moment.
No, but I think it just has to be the icon. It just has to be a moment. That, like if you watch the game, right?
I'm fine with that.
Yeah, we'll do that. So we'll do a Ghost Chicken for game 2.
Oh, look, I'm impressed. 50-50 when it came to the Owen fogged logic. Like, you guys proud of yourself? You literally got that Ghost Chicken one perfectly.
Second one, great. First one, the picture just threw me off completely.
I mean, they did say we got to give the panel a difficult one. That one was extremely difficult.
That one was very hard. To be fair, I botched it a bit by thinking of game 2 instead of game 1. So maybe if we thought of game 1.
Yeah, there wasn't a beast in game 1.
Yeah, I thought it was for the series, not for the game. That's my bad. But still very difficult. Owen's a different kind of beast. He's a beast.
I mean, it goes from Naga singing to a bad song to Ringo got
I know.
shit
They
for,
were like, no.
for making a bad song or something like that. How are we supposed to connect that logic? This is like ridiculous.
Well, it was difficult for a reason. I had a lot of fun, though. You guys did well and, tested your memory. You guys proved that you do remember the games of yesterday. And, well, we're going to have some more games right now because we do have Heroic up against Falcons.
Heroic have climbed a mountain to be here. After hard-fought victories against Team Liquid in the play-in and Aurora in the quarterfinal, they're now face-to-face with a formidable foe. Falcons, a team who at times seem unbeatable, a team full of proven champions who aren't afraid of ruthless aggression and have carried that energy through the group stages directly into the semi-finals. Heroic aim to take down a modern Dota dynasty.
Heroic showing time and time again now and take the 2-0 to move on, knocking Aurora out.
It's the second match of the semi-finals. It's Falcons against Heroic. And if you take a shot at the Kings, then you best not miss.
So well said. These players and these teams, they've been arriving at the arena. I know that they're ready to get going, but it's not time for that just yet. We're going to talk about it a little bit here because Falcons, whilst they did get to come all the way to the semi-finals and skip all of those best of threes beforehand, they didn't do it without a couple of losses in the group stage. One of their losses up against Tundra, and their only other loss was up against Heroic. So it's not like this team doesn't know how to take down Falcons, and maybe the other side of that misery is that Falcons have learned from that best of one so long ago.
For sure. I mean, they just won the Fisher Playground where they had a lot of games and a lot of wins as well. And I think they're just looking as solid as ever, I would say. And I know they definitely respect Heroic a lot, so I don't think they're going to underestimate them by any means. So it's kind of up to Heroic, I think, to do something a bit creative, or yeah, just play super well.
I mean, critically though, in the head-to-head between the two rosters, right? Heroic in the best of ones, they've won both times, right? Both in the Blast groups and also in the Playground groups. But as soon as you move to best of threes, completely different story. Falcons have won every single time. So as much as we praise Heroic on their ability to have good drafts, have good play, you know, historically, Falcons can drop a game to them in the best of three, but then they adapt and realize the playstyle of the current iteration of Heroic in that tournament. So I am looking at Heroic more in this best of three to show a bit more depth in their playbook. So if they do win a game, they don't just get outdrafted or outplayed with the kind of adjustments that Falcons will always make in a best of three.
Yeah. We had the pleasure, of course, with these teams being in the arena. That's getting a couple of words from their players before we got into this series.
Davai Lama, I mean, yeah, I remember him 5 years ago. I even played with him. I played offlane while he's support, because he's bad. They also have Whisper, another offlaner, who's just transitioned to mid. I don't think you can play mid. I can play all cores, but you people can't.
Amar won TI, so I'm not gonna say I'm a better offlane Amar, but I definitely shouldn't have stayed support. I was an awful support.
Position 5 players are better than position 4 because we need to use our brains to ward and deward and do all this stuff. And they play easy heroes.
I think position 4 players are better than position 5 players. And I'm just speaking mostly about my team here because I play with Snake King. I think we're better because we take less farm and we make more happen on the map.
I felt like a funny mix of flaming each other and flaming their teammates.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they understood the assignment on who they were supposed to flame. I think it was kind of a mixed little
You gotta rile up the team, you know? You gotta get the energy going. Maybe that's what they like to do.
Snake took out back, and bam, after the interview.
You don't want to go against Karma, you know? You might... Yeah.
Yeah. Well, look, let's just get on into it. Let's start talking about these teams a little bit more, starting off with Falcons.
The TI winners stay winning in the new season. Despite Skeeter's injury, the champs have only dropped a single series since claiming the Aegis.
We got the Doom!
Oh, and then now 2 minutes
of
disaster. It's bad. It's real bad. Yeah. There is seemingly no end in sight to their dominance, as Amar has proclaimed that they will never lose a tournament again. Time to put that proclamation to scrutiny under the bright lights in Singapore.
I mean, there's a lot of things about these two teams that we could say, but TI winners, that's the one that comes to mind when we look at Falcons here, Quinn.
Yeah, they're one of the most successful teams of all time, I think. Maybe you could argue even the most successful team. If you look at their longevity, it's incredibly impressive. Their team was built with so much, I think, care and thought about how their players work together, how the different play styles intertwine. I think there's just so much structure and so much that clicks there that really to beat them, you just have to play incredibly well. There's no cheesing them. There's no, I don't know, really out-strategizing them. You just have to show up, pick your style, and you got to play super well because they're also going to play well. Like, there's no cheat code to beating this team.
How long can a team stay on top? We saw them win the event just before TI, the Fisherland that just happened as well, and now it's, they're one step away from a grand final.
It's a couple of numbers that might stop them.
Okay.
7.4. Of course, when you win a TI, right, all the spotlight's on you. Eventually, when there's a big patch comes through, what happens when your hoodwinks and your easy 4 heroes? But that aside, let's focus more on Falcons and the fact that right now they do have the 4th most games played together as a 5-stack, right? When you think about right now the #1 spot, that's still the TI3 Alliance with 688 games. The fact is, Falcons staying together this year, they're probably going to play 100 games, right? 102 to be able to take the 1st spot, but they are on the path to becoming the most decorated and the most experienced 5-stack in the history of Dota. And again, that is often testament to sticking together, getting through the problems, understanding how to rise to the top. It is just synergy. It helps so much.
I think it's also that not only are they winning a lot of tournaments, but they're also, the tournaments they're not winning, they're also placing high, right? It's just so consistent throughout. And I don't think there's any team that's been doing that. Like, maybe they've stayed together for a long time, but they've also had downfalls, right? I don't think Falcons really has that in the time they've been together.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it just comes down to the hard work. I think this is a team that prides themselves on, we lose or we win, we stay nose to the grindstone, we keep working, and I think it shows. And I think not a lot of teams have the same routine and the ability to push and keep pushing even when you win. I think that's, to be honest, I think what sets them apart.
Yeah, there is sometimes a lackadaisical sort of approach when you do hit that top part. But outside of the game, that's all the pros for them. On the inside, though, when we get down to the nitty-gritty of actually playing the game, when it comes to team fights, team compositions, what would you say is the construct for Falcons?
I think it's the fact they are very dynamic. In any game, a player will step up and identify what they need to do. So for example, back in the group stage, right, when MOUZ was playing up against Falcons, sure, there's a 5,000 gold lead, but I like the fact that in Amar in this fight, he's holding his position, he's understanding what he's doing, and he knows that all he has to do is stop Snapfire. It doesn't matter about killing the Jug, stopping the Monkey, even breaking Batrider's initiation. It's just stop Monomer Kisses, and your fight will thrive. You're fighting for the Wisdom. Sure, they die, but it's more like a couple die, but they kite back, they then win the later portion of the fight, and I think critically, Falcons know what to stop, right? If Monomer Kisses come into play there, they will lose everyone. They stop it, they then retreat, they kite, they bait, they then get a big kill on the Kez, and then they turn it around. So, you know, it looks memey that I'm talking about a guy who died, but it's like he stopped the most important thing, and then they still get to utilize the resources.
I also like that you picked pretty much the one game that they had Satanic as a stand-in during groups.
Yeah, again, ignore the Satanic, all right? I just like the fact that they're, you know, it's like you have a little checkbox to fight, right? I don't know if you guys agree or disagree, but like often in team fights, it's like, has X-Spell been used? If yes, wait. If no, go crazy, right? And for them, it's like, bait out the spell, then do whatever you want. And that's the type of logic. They already know in every fight, they have this checklist. They always make sure the boxes are ticked, and then they capitalize on it. So if you're heroic, you cannot waste a spell, you cannot waste a position, because Falcons are always going to punish it.
Well, that's the thing. The checklist has worked many times before against various different opponents, but when it comes to heroic, well, they're one step up.
The risk is paid off. Whisper's transition to mid has been a rousing success. The chaos of Schofield and Devi, integrated with the consistency of Yuma and KJ, has become a winning formula for the squad.
Yuma moving in with the blade here and the bash onto one Nightfall, but Nightfall finds Keep Jungles. The Hoon Stomp's there though. Oh my God. They've taken him down. Heroic able to fight back.
Combine that with the flexibility in draft thanks to Whisper, Heroic have come up with a 1-2 punch to knock out Giants. But the biggest and baddest of them all is up next.
We talked about that structure, that checklist that comes out for Falcons in the name of team fighting, but Heroic, they love to be aggressive. They love this early game sort of chaotic. We got to break whatever structure the opponent wants, and it worked so well for them yesterday, Quinn. But there was also that caveat that they could play a little bit slower pace. They could wait out a game as well.
Yeah, I think they showed multiple styles, which, you know, we mentioned earlier, I think is very important against Falcons, but I think they should also stick to their guns primarily, which I feel like is that aggression, is that, you know, picking these sort of crazy heroes and taking these early towers, using these gates and making that momentum. And we saw that yesterday in the games against Aurora, like you said. I think they played very, very well, especially game one. It was a very dominant game, one of the most dominant games of the tournament, I think. Incredibly crisp play from all of them. And I think if they can keep that up, they can keep that aggression and that fire and that confidence, especially against Falcons. I think they have a very good shot. Like Misery said earlier, like I think they are one of the teams that have the best odds to beat them.
And critically, the Heroic need to make sure that in all the lineups and drafts, they have ways to play out fights without needing everyone, right? I think a lot of the lineups that you see here, it's like DK plus a Lesh, that's a kill. Axe and a Snap, that's a kill. SD setting up for a Lesh or a DK, that's a kill, right? Like, it's really nice when Heroic has ways to play multiple engagements across the map, and they're not locked into this one team fight must go well. If that's the logic, Falcons will exploit that very, very easily. So I think the natural drafting of Heroic at the moment is pretty good against Falcons. It's less about draft and more about play between these two teams.
Yeah, I also think that I agree with what Quinn said about the aggression, but I also think what Yuma, we asked him this question yesterday about heroes and certain things, and he said that it's kind of dependent on how the game goes. Like, if the game is not meant to be played aggressively, we'll just take it easy and farm and do something differently, and that's what we saw yesterday in the game 2 against Aurora, right? So I think they're not just this aggressive, all-in SA team anymore. They're an actual contender, and I think another point about this team is that they really want this right now. I think you can feel it when they're standing there huddled up. They really want to win this tournament. They really want to beat Falcons, especially, I think. So, yeah, I don't know. I think they got to play well, but I think it's maybe one of the tougher games Falcons has had to play in a while.
Yeah, there's definitely that hunger and that fire burning inside Heroic right now. Falcons having a bit of a break since the last time we saw them. Who knows exactly where they're going to be when they do come out on stage. But it brings me great joy to tell you that we are one step closer to welcoming our teams on stage.
everybody. Yes, we're here at the Merlion statue with Mike, and now
it's a bit of a mix between a lion and a fish. There are cultural significances to that. We are going to get Amar to try and design a Dota 2 hero based off the Merlion.
Look at that majestic beast. What position are we doing?
Carry.
Carry beast. Intelligence, strength,
Agility.
agility?
Over universal.
Universal.
Very smart. It is two different creatures. All right, you got any spell ideas here?
First spell is gonna be like Dragon Knight Breathe Fire.
Oh, but shoot water.
But it shoots water the whole time. It's a toggleable spell.
Okay. Fun fact, Singapore, do you know the real name of it?
No?
Singapura.
Which means?
Lion City.
Lion City.
So second spell should be a field of lions.
A field of 10 billion lions.
So a passive now?
It's gonna be called the Mythical Beast. The longer he stands still, the more damage reduction he has, and the more damage he deals.
Okay. I think you are literally just describing a tower, but that is okay. What is the ultimate of the tower hero?
So it's BKB, Pierce, Leash, debuff Immune Leash. If you lose 50% of your HP in that field, you instantly die.
How does someone beat the Merlion?
So you pick Doom and Doom him.
Well, thank you, sir. Absolutely incredible job. Hello, Singapore. Are you ready for your next series? Absolutely. I'm here with Misery, the god himself. And the Misery, I just got one question for you here, buddy. Do the Falcons got the cojones to go to another grand finals, in your opinion?
I think they do.
Okay, he thinks he does. Absolutely. Now, what's up with this team? I thought teams were supposed to suck after they win TI. Isn't that what they do? They get like full of themselves. They get lazy. They get more, fat. They sit around. But this team doesn't seem to have that. What happened?
I don't know. I think, like Quinn said on the panel, I think it's just hard work, dedication. You know, they have learned from previous sort of mistakes from other teams where other teams have gotten fat and lazy, like you're saying.
Yeah.
They know that this is a mistake. We should keep going. Yeah, I think they're just smart and dedicated to the game.
You don't think it's like Owie 2000 abuse? Like he's not letting them relax or having enjoyable lives? I mean, have you met that guy before? Is he cool? Is he evil?
I have.
Okay, cool.
I think it's, maybe it's just AUI, honestly.
All right, well, we'll find out. But anyway, Falcons preferred favorites, maybe not the underdogs, but have done incredibly well. We'll see what's going on with Heroic. Maybe Sheever and her friend have some ideas. I wonder who it could be over there. Who do you think?
I'm not sure.
I have no idea.
Maybe T.
It is teased right here. Thank you very much, Slacks and Misery. Now, there is one thing, T, that Heroic has.
Yeah.
Falcons does not have in Singapore.
Yeah.
Momentum.
Momentum. That's it. That's exactly what they need. South America, first time they might be able to get into a Tier 1 Grand Finals. None of these little bunny ears, Devi, all right, boss man. You've won Tier 2 events, but this time you can win a Tier 1. You're just going to overcome Falcons, you know. Previous TI winners, boring. Previous Tier 2 winners, event winner, that's Tier 1, sorry. Boring. But this time, don't let South America down. Beat out the Falcons and get yourself to a Grand Finals. It's easy.
Just 2 games. 2 games yesterday. They did it in 2 games.
Yeah, just do it again. The whole of the. Oh, okay. Hold up.
Slacks?
So what are we waiting for?
We're waiting for Shiva and the analyst to stop talking. Be a sec.
Okay, I want to go.
I know you want to go, but you have to wait for them to stop talking to it. Calm down. You'll go soon.
Bro, I'm jet lag. I cannot take.
Okay, hey, Shiva, he's going. He's going. Okay, they're coming. Here they come.
Stability versus volatility. Will the unbeatable Falcons soar to victory once again? Or will the ambitious roster of Heroic make the upset? It's Falcons versus Heroic.
Our teams are now on the stage, sitting down and getting ready for this best of three. The one that will get them to the grand finals if they win it, and on the other side, an unfortunate elimination for the team that's not going to be able to get it done here. But Heroic, having that momentum, you talked about it, T, that's something that is going to be so important here.
No, yeah, and again, like for South America in general, right, the idea of getting to another grand finals, right, it's just like exciting times for the region, right? And it's like any time a team does well, it then inspires the next team that's inside the region, like the second place team, the third place team to step up. And I think the fact that we are talking about a team that's, you know, reliably getting to the final couple days of tournaments, putting on a show, it is just exciting for the future of South America Dota. And that aside for Heroic to get themselves into a grand finals here in front of crowd, it's everything that you would want for Dota is possible, but Falcons, they are so damn good. It's going to be so hard to try and beat them.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about you know, SA and the history of SA and getting that win, and I think it would be massive. And I think especially for Schofield, someone that we don't talk about that much. A lot of times you talk about Whisper and you talk about Yuma because they're sort of, you know, standout players that pop a lot. But I think Schofield has been grinding in the region for a long time. He's played a lot of different roles. He started out as carry, he played mid at one point, and then he switched to support and has been grinding and playing on different teams for a long time. And I think is one of the best SA players of all time. And I think it's really great to see him go from being someone who's, you know, sort of goober maxing to actually being like a tier 1-4 player. I think he's incredibly good and has a very strange style where he annoys you almost more than he kills you in sometimes, but I think it's awesome to see him, you know, like grow into such a great player.
Yeah, I completely agree. I also think he's been mostly known for some of his melee +4 heroes like Tusk and Clockwork and things like that, but recently we've seen him take more the traditional +4 role, like a Skywrath Mage, like a Snapfire, things like that, and I think that also shows that he's able to adapt to the team and to what's needed in the draft, more so than, you know, always having to be playing the same hero. So I completely agree. I think this guy has been, you know, growing on me, especially for the last several years.
And I'm pretty sure Falcons have done their replay review, right? Killing Schofield often isn't the best chance or recipe to starting a fight, right? I do feel like Schofield's like one of the best fours at like kind of baiting them into. You know, we saw how we praised the Skywrath Mage with the Ghost Scepters, right? Even when he's playing Clockwork and Quinn is, you know, remembering these like 7 cog hits, whatever. It's like you jump Schofield, you're probably not going to win the fight in a clean way. Some mess is going to happen. So I'm pretty sure Falcons identified the fact that Schofield's positioning is often a little bit of a bait.
Yeah, you're also bringing up that Skywrath there, Misery, and it's like, yeah, Heroic played it yesterday, got that win with it, but on the other side, Falcons have been playing it for quite a while as well. So is it an overlapping pool for all roles, or do you feel that in that support role, there's a lot more overlap than, say, a carry?
I think it's definitely a contested hero in the series. I'm not sure if it's going to be prioritized super highly. I mean, somewhere maybe in the first 3 picks, it's not too unrealistic to see this hero being picked. Not sure how strong this hero is. It feels good. It has a good build now with the Kaya, and like it's scaling pretty well. I think it's interesting to see how good this hero is, you know, in the next few weeks.
Next few weeks? Well, you don't even have to wait that long. In fact, just the next few seconds, as we do have a draft ready for our best of 3 game 1.
Before we play this match, I would like to inform you and give you a hint of the future, that you don't need to play these games and waste our time. We can just all go back to hotel and chill, eat some food. We all know you're finished from this tournament. Top 4 is not a bad result, trust me.
Hello, Falcons. I hope Yuma didn't traumatize you guys too much, because today you're gonna have to face him again, so good luck.
We're about to play Heroic, and I look forward to it. We're going to be trying to win for Parker.
Well, Falcons maybe won TI, but you know they're a very boring team to watch. You know they have no aura. You know all our games are very interesting. Everybody loves us, so you know we have the arena on our side, and I think that's going to help us. Nobody wants to see Falcons.
Game 1 of Falcons versus Heroic, and again, Falcons, they're not just playing for another grand finals, they're playing for Parker, they're playing for so much more. The stakes that Crit has set for this series, can he live up to the words that he just gave?
Yeah, that's a crazy thing to decide to play for, but you know, to each your own. Yeah. If that's what gets him out of bed in the morning, then hey, fair enough, Bob's your uncle. I like the Enigma ban, starting Enigma Huskar. You can see the respect for each other's signature heroes. I think while they do have some overlap, now I mentioned the Skywrath Mage, there's also a lot of heroes that one team plays, the other team does not play. Enigma, Falcons will never play in any context ever. So banning that hero out. Also Marcy, a hero that Falcons just does not play. Doesn't fit their style very well. So I think you can see that from both sides, Heroic ban and Naga Siren. A lot of respect from both sides.
Yeah, and of course Falcons ban out the Timber Source. So in regards to Heroic's bans, they are still enabling the the Pugners that we see from Falcons, the DKs that we see. Chen is also a hero that hasn't been banned at the moment. So a lot of the staples of Falcons drafts are currently in play.
Yeah, they actually went straight down the line. Like this Queen ban as well is a hero that Falcons will never play. It's not even like a great hero right now. It's okay. Quap's fine, you know. But they're just choosing to go down this line of we're banning stuff that you play and we don't. And that's kind of just, I mean, except for Timber Source.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, that's actually a sick animation. I haven't seen that one. All right. Anyway, so interesting enough though, Heroic, they ban out the Chen themselves, of course, against Falcons, one of the best, or the best Chen team in the world. Yep. Heroic also are a Chen team, but they're like, you know what, we don't want to first pick this and give you, 5 counter picks to a Chen strategy, sorry. So they're still banning it out, and they just take a casual Jakiro, just a position 5. I'm going to be able to play it most lanes, and I don't mind it for the fact that when you think about Falcons, if you can try and kill Amar, put him on the back foot, that's quite a good starting point to trying to shut down Falcons. And Jakiro, the strongest 5 in the patch, at trying to kill enemy offlaners.
No, it's certainly a very strong hero and not a hero that's easily exploitable. You know, Falcons responds with Dragon Knight, which is a very classic Falcons pick. You pick a melee strength boy, he's gonna blink eventually, he's gonna stun people. It's classic Falcons drafting archetype, but it's not particularly good against Jakiro. Generally, Jakiro, you'd say, is one of the better supports against it. It's very good at ganking him, whether he's mid or off lane, so you can either use that gate, or you can come to these ruins and play some skirmishes potentially and kill him. So, while I think it's a very Falcons pick, picking DK here, it's a flex. They can flex it till the end, yada yada. It's not necessarily good against Jakiro, so it's not super black and white, the opener.
But it feels like Falcons, again, the reason why they're so strong is because they have so many draft patterns and you can't ban them all out. And now it's, are you going to be banning out Hoodwink? Are you banning out Snapfire? There's still the Pugner available. There's a Grimstroke that not many players are playing, but Crit, he's happy to pick it. Like, I think DK just opens up so many different avenues that it does simplify a lot of drafts for Falcons.
No, absolutely. And I think, I mean, I would expect they look for a MOUZ hero in the second phase. Honestly, a bit surprising that Heroic bans the Abaddon. Obviously, it's very good against Jakiro, but I think Falcons' value flexes very highly. You can see it throughout their drafting history, whether it's Razor or Timbersaw or Viper or any of this random crap. The Mallory and Amar have a lot of hero pool overlap, so DK probably being flexed between mid and carry. Skitter likes the hero quite a bit, so I expect the Mars here to be picked, and you know, the Doom ban sort of lends itself to that.
Yeah, of course, for Heroic. You know, when we talk about trying to, you know, shut down Falcons, a lot of people want to shut down Malrine, right? Stop him from being the annoying active mid laner. To do that, though, you have to win your side lanes. A lot of teams, when they try to shut down Malrine, they sacrifice their side lanes, bring the supports to mid too early, and then suddenly Skitter and Amar are having a really good game. Skitter can utilize that for like the early initiating tools of a carry, and then Amar can then, you know, greed it up and be that, you know, that kind of scaling offlane that we often see. So it's always a fine balance between, are you trying to kill in the side lanes? Are you trying to shut down Malrine? And again, we will see shortly where they want to go with this. With Falcons using up some of their reserve time. Again, reserve time, I feel like in the middle portion of the draft, it's fine to use quite a lot of reserve time, because one wrong ban does break quite a lot of your draft, and they do go for the Ringmaster. And one of the few teams that are playing this hero, and Crit does like it quite a lot. Escape Pact can be quite annoying to any of the, you know, single target or magic damage dealing teams.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Heroic play against the Ringmaster yesterday, and they picked the Shadow Demon in response. So Falcons doing their research, deciding for whatever reason they feel like that Ringmaster is the best response here, the best range 4 Crit. You know, mostly range 4s these days, range melee offlane with Amar. So it's I'm not exactly sure why they. Holy crap! That's a Viper.
It's a very also. Not only is it a Viper, it's a very early Viper. Like,
yeah.
Normally Viper is a hero that you may be entertained later, but again, Device started his career by being the Viper guy. If anything, to the detriment to his career, because people only thought he was the Viper guy. He then had to, you know, play 1,000 pubs and he become a much better offlaner. But the Tusk Viper, this is such an old school, I am going to win that lane. And I don't mind it for the confidence, but it's also very, very spooky if you fall short.
Yeah, that's super interesting. I mean, the thing is while Viper is good against Dragon Knight, the biggest advantage you get is the lane in the early game, but you don't have last pick on Heroic. So Falcons will see where this Viper is going unless Heroic picks, you know, a permaflex, so 2 heroes that can go to either lane indefinitely. So assuming Falcons just holds the Dragon Knight, which I think they will, Viper will probably not be laning against Dragon Knight. And if it is, Falcons will have the game plan to gank this guy early and often.
One thing to note with Viper, and what people have forgotten about, is his shard is really, really strong at just progressing the game state, right? Being able to minus armor on towers. You now have Tusk for tag team for Roshan. You have Viper shard for a tower. Like, Heroic's lineup, if they can find more lane winners, there is a chance where they can just run around the map, really do so much progression. But my fear is, you don't really see these lineups. Like, when was the last time you saw a hyper laning focused, must kill in lane, like low team fight? It really is quite a statement for Heroic in game 1. And for Falcons, of course, we spoke about flexibility. Pangolier, it's another one of those heroes. It does put Heroic on this like team fight timer that, sure, you might be able to shut down a Pango. Let's say it's Viper mid versus Pango. You know, Viper's gonna be pretty annoying. But eventually, when, you know, Pango picks up a Diffusal, an Ags, a Blink, he doesn't care at all about this hero. So yeah, we'll see how Heroic can navigate this one.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, they've definitely set themselves up to, hey, we want to play fast, we want to win lanes, we want to attack you. And if that doesn't go so well, Eng versus, you know, Viper Tusk is one of the better 4s against Enchantress, because you have that kill threat through the whatever the healing sprites, whatever they're called. But on the flip side, Viper is very bad against Enchantress. If the early lane does not go super well, suddenly this creep becomes a massive thorn in your side. And you look at Falcons, they have way more draft integrity. They have 2 dudes who are going to go in and stun people. They have supports who have spells and early game potential, whereas on Heroic side, you have got, like you said, 0 team fight. You're all in on aggression, and now doubling,
even more aggression,
quadrupling down on the we're playing lanes and we are running at you. Just full all in on this. We're going to kill and fight, and I think while it's cool and I respect the effort, I think it's very risky and they need to play very, very well.
Yeah, this is one of those games where we can very easily talk about, the Falcons, the scaling, if they can just dodge the fights, but there's just something about how much aggression Heroic have. They do have so much damage for Falcons. What is their damage? It's like a Pango roll, and outside of that, you're waiting for a couple items to come into play. So there is a really big window for Heroic to, of course, utilize their very one-dimensional draft at the moment. And yeah, Enchantress, like you already mentioned, the heal and laning phase, even if you can't step out of the lane because you're going to die to tag team, a Shards and a Viper, just hug the carry, provide that heal, ensure he can get through that. And now Heroic banning out the Terrorblade, so pretty much just banning heroes that put Heroic on this, again, this timer, this idea of Skidder will eventually out-carry us. Is Medusa too greedy here in regards to the pacing? Because damage on Falcons is quite low, but if you do get a carry that can just outscale the entire game, Heroic, in the back of their minds, it's like one Roshan mistake, one tier 3 objective mistake, and you can see the game very quickly falling apart for them.
No, I think they could definitely go for something like that. The only thing is, I think it's actually a bit tricky for them to pick a carry here because I don't think they want offlane DK, and DK cannot lane mid against Batrider.
Sure, okay, yeah.
So then Pangolier is mid and then Dragon Knight's carry, then they're picking it offlane. So I think it's actually quite difficult for them to pick a carry, to be honest. I also think it's quite interesting. Like I'm very curious to see how this mid lane plays out because I think Whisper Batrider is like fearsome. I think he is the best mid Batrider player. And Malrine is the best defensive player, so I'm very curious what lane Malrine goes for if he chooses to play Pango mid. If he even chooses to play DK mid and just pull waves if he's got some fancy tech, like I think it would be very interesting to see, him trying to survive Whisper's crazy psycho early pressure.
Is there any punishment with like the Pucks, the Storms, the heroes that can maybe not die too quickly to the, obviously Puck's not dying to the Batrider, but punishing the lack of control, the lack of team fight? You eventually will take over the game, you can stall out the game in nice little pick-off plays. If we're thinking about a Malrine hero, that is.
No, absolutely. I think they probably are looking at something like the Puck. The Queen, they banned themselves in first phase. So maybe biting themselves in the foot a little bit there. But I do think they're probably looking at a mid hero. I don't think DKN should lose super bad to Viper. I can see why Heroic bans Terrorblade there. It's not a very Falcons thing to have DK offlane, but maybe they do go for it. They feel like they need that other carry, and they feel like that Malrine is fine on the Pangolier mid, so they have options here. That's where we go back to these flexes from Falcons. What are they doing exactly? It's not super clear to say, whereas Heroic has clearly spelled out their game plan. We're going to run at you, and we just have to see if that pans out or not.
I mean, that also opens up then, depending on what Heroic pick in the carry role, how strong is that safe lane? Because if it's a weak safe lane, then Amar might read, I can still get my Mars through the game, I can get another team fight aspect. So you're not going to punish me in the first 7 minutes. When your team's ready to fight at 12, my offlaner can come into play, and you have to try and skirmish and outfight a Pango plus a Mars. So there's a lot of options where maybe they sacrifice one lane, like you mentioned, that DK doesn't really lane well, but if a Mars sees the big fight that he can get in his hero, there's a lot of options for Falcons. Someone's going to get sacrificed because of how aggressive Heroic is. And what will Yuma be playing here? I mean, if they want to continue down this line of try and break the mid game, then Meepo's still available. It's only one Pangolier. Sure, there's a still counter pick down the line, but there's some shenanigans Heroic can do if they really want to go 5 heroes in the win by 25 type style.
Yeah, that would be very interesting. Meepo is a pretty rough counter, so maybe Yuma has faith in it even through that. There's also, I think there's still Gyrocopter in the pool. So here Yuma's favored quite a bit.
Yeah.
I imagine they will want some amount of. So yeah, okay. They do go for the Gyrocopter. It's quite nice because it gives them that team fight and it gives them the solid lane, right? You were saying if they pick a weaker laner, maybe it gives Amar that freedom to pick something new and to bolster that team fight. But instead they have Gyro. It's a hero that's, I mean, Jakiro Gyro can't lose to anything. It's an unbeatable lane.
It just shoves the wave so nicely. And also, if they don't want to shove the lane with Flak, they can play in front of the wave with Barrage and Dual Breath and Liquid Fire. So yeah, very, very potent. And of course, they do ban out the Mars because they are respecting a Mars ability to kind of control some of the aggression that Heroic's trying to bring.
Yeah. But Heroic definitely do have weaknesses in their draft. When you have these sort of triple range cores like this, you only have really the Tusk that's going to go in, sure, back and go in and lasso people. But if he's not really farmed, or if he doesn't choose to go for a blink, you know, even if he blinks in and lassos a guy, DK can counter blink stun him, or you can get roll counter stunned. Heroic is very far away, and so if Falcons have heroes that are difficult to catch like that Puck, or they have a a turret hero like the Terra Blade that Heroic banned, something that stands and hits, Heroic has pretty big issues actually reaching this guy and killing you out, especially whenever you have the Ringmaster box, which does not really have counters this game, and Heroic does not have a ton of AoE damage.
Okay, all right. We're going for the Skidder Weaver.
Okay, so he is just tanking the DK mid. I'm so curious. I mean, Mallory is the only player that would do this. Nobody else would see Batrider and know it's mid and say, I'm going to play DK against Batrider, even if I can counterpick.
But is this where like the build changes, where DK thinks about like Blink Mage Slayer, earlier BKB? Like, what is the path to Malrine surviving this, the first 15 minutes? Of course, we talk about pulling the earlier waves, doing some like gank shenanigans, but what is like the itemization for Malrine to fix this matchup?
I think, to be honest, he's just mode survive, and I think that so much depends on the support's ganks and things like this. He may look at a 4-staff, he may look at a Mage Slayer, he may look at just rushing the BKB after Blink, but to me, I think how fast he gets to that Blink and how this lane goes, do they get snowballed on? Because I think both sides supports are very strong at these skirmishes, very strong in these fights, and if DK mid, if the hero falls behind, can become very, very useless. So a lot to me depends on how these mid skirmishes go, and does this bat like go completely out of control, because DK has the potential to like chain feed like crazy this game.
But and then on top of that though, there is still a world in which Skidder snaking can find some kill potential on the Viper, right? A Viper Tusk, your mentality is often chase down the lane, try and go for that extra fight. A couple deaths on Viper, it really can change the script, but now Skidder is able to make these moves and can kind of fix some of the problems that you're presenting. Did you know though, Viper, so far in this competitive season of 2025 and 2026, has only been contested in 1.5% of games. That means picked or banned. It's only been played 17 times so far in the season. Like, it is not a hero that we see at all. And Heroic, game one best of 3 away from the first, tier 1 potential grand finals for South America. Oof. That is, again, so much confidence coming from Heroic, and honestly, I don't mind it in a game 1. This is the type of game where you bring all the prep, you bring the ideas, Falcons are going to take a DK, concoct this surprise draft where, do you think Falcons are ready for a Viper coming into this game?
I don't know if they were initially, but I do think looking at this game, I think Viper, this Weaver cannot die. He will never die, at least not in the early game until many more items come online or he messes up severely. And so I think while Viper is very out of the box and I respect the pizzazz, I think it's very risky, and Heroic needs to clutch up and play well, because it is not an easy road for the Flying Snake.
There is a reason why Falcons, of course, have won TI, have won so many tournaments. There are adjustments on the fly during the draft. Even though the heroes don't look too different to what Falcons normally go for, it is like the correct response under the pressure of Heroic's surprise picks. So again, we shall see how that goes for Heroic, but lanes, so important. Of course, as you see here, I think KJ is yapping about his microphone or something. We'll get into the game shortly.
Yeah, but you can see Whisper has the blood grenade. You know what he wants to do, and the mango. You know what he wants to do in this line. He wants to kill the DK. He's not playing to out CS him. He's not playing to chill and make this. No, he wants to kill him.
But when you see a blood grenade on a mid laner, you know he's going to go for that fight. So they're probably going to call for the supports to make that rotation. In 3 minutes time, maybe 2 minutes time, we'll see what's happening. Of course, our beautiful casters. I called the casters earlier today beautiful as well, but these are beautiful as well. Owen and Fogged, please take it away.
Thank you very much, T-Gov, and yes, hello Singapore, good evening to you. Getting ready here to get into the action here of our next series. It's going to be a great one.
It's got to be.
Right, we've got Falcons, who seem to kind of be winning a lot quite recently, against Heroic, the challengers here in this situation. We know that they can come in with these crazy sort of moves to upset some of the bigger names. Are they going to be able to do it here today against Falcons?
It's a good question, really, because we've seen, especially me and you, we got to cast one recently where they had that gyro with the rapier moment with the comeback, but in best of 3s, Falcons have had the edge. We'll have to see what comes this time.
Absolutely. Are Falcons going to get another easy step forward to the grand finals, or are Heroic going to be able to provide us with quite the upset? We're going to find out as we get into game 1. Here we have it, ladies and gentlemen, getting into the action, and exciting to see some heroes that we just haven't been seeing from other teams, right? As the draft panelists were talking about, Heroic, we're going to get to see some Viper action, something that we've seen I feel like crop up in favorability, especially in some of the higher rank games.
Sure.
So in the mid lane, obviously this time around, it's going to be Divide taking to the side lane, a bit of a throwback to what we've seen him do in the past. What do you sort of make of this hero at the moment? And has it ended up being a good draft? Because it has been picked quite early this game.
That's a bit of my worry, because I was just chatting with you a little bit. Yes, this hero can be very tanky, can get to these points of just being that frontliner, but in this game, I have worries of him actually getting to that and being that frontline tanky, because it's just so much hard physical damage. Minus armor from Pango, minus armor from Weaver, minus armor from the DK, very likely as we check. Yeah, Corrosive, so those big hits isn't really what Viper likes to play against. He likes to go against these like smaller instances of damage so he can tank up versus it with that attack speed slow. But if they're big instances of damage, it can definitely be a big problem. So we'll see what Divide can do. And this is a very different Viper than he used to play. He used to play literally the Q, right? You're playing impressive.
Lane dominating.
This one's a little more different where you're kind of just in their face, shoving it in.
Because overall, Viper is pretty much what exclusively, would you say, at this level played in sort of the way where you're just maxing the W and the passive?
I mean, like T said, it's only played 1%, contested in 1% of games today, or in this year, and he's actually gone for the poison attack already.
Yeah, we'll take poison attack for level 1 here at least for the first blood attempt, but Divide himself, he's falling low. He'll be the first to go down as Crypt will get the first blood. They'll be able to get the kill in return. Here Falcons can get the second. They chase down King Jungles. They should be able to chase him out here. Skeeter with another Shikuchi will find him. So Falcons, well, they won't be too upset with that start.
No, definitely not. Crit getting the most of it there. And I've seen Heroic do this now so many times, actually, that I'm sure Falcons did their homework. I think this is like the 3rd or 4th game I've seen Heroic bring the 3 heroes to fight around that bounty. So you can see Falcons.
I mean, especially just going the Viper now, right? He's taken the poison attack, so he's got no defensive capabilities. Level 1, of course, incredibly weak, especially when you go for this level 1 poison attack, which I say other Vipers aren't doing right now. Another death here for Divide. It's not going to be an easy start for him in this lane and just in this game in general, right? If you have a rough start as a Viper, especially if you're on like an off lane, in a side lane as opposed to a mid, it can get rough very quickly.
This hero has, for all tales of time, has been a hero that you want to be playing very ahead on. Back-to-back deaths per 1 minute. He literally TP died. He's going to have to do the walk all the way back up there.
That's rough. Yeah, that means he's going to have to pull off some magic to have an impact in this game already. You know, it's early days, but this is going to be a massive struggle for Divide with this sort of stuff.
Especially because he's their frontliner. Quinn was saying it himself too. There can be problems in games when you end up having triple range cores that you don't have someone that is that frontliner. Well, I mean, we'll have to see how he does adjust things, but the most important thing really about this lane is when Snaking hits level 3, then the Viper almost can't lane up there. That big creep comes in, you have big problems, and it's going to be accelerated massively. So
let's have a look. As I said, we'll keep our eyes on Divide to see how he does his best to try and come back into this game. But that lane in particular, not going to be easy at all for him. It's going to be very difficult, and highly likely that Skeeter is going to get quite the farm. They will get the setup into him after he pops the Shikuchi. And he's going to have it back up in a second, but I tell you what, he's ticking down low, and he's dead.
There we go.
All right, Divide strikes back. Somehow being able to catch it. I mean, he'd already used the Shikuchi initially there, and Skeeter just underestimating the potential of Heroic to strike back after Divide's rough start and being stuck on the level 1 for as long as he was. Yeah, bit of a slip up from Skeeter, gets punished heavily by Schofield on the Tusk with that catch.
Yeah, gets level 2 on Tusk, so he gets
that's huge. Yep, yeah, dying like that after you're set up in such a preferable position as the Weaver against this Viper that died twice, had to walk to lane. Yeah, Divide getting a chance to get back in on the laning stage.
Really important that Divide gets the last hit on the kill there too. He's actually going to have the helm, so things are going to be at least restabilized a bit up there. Looking at mid, this is the one that we would probably have to look at, as MOUZ is getting committed on here with the blood grenade.
A lot of stacks.
But he's okay. He's enduring the pressure, and looking at the CS right now, he's actually doing very good with these extra denies, 13 and 6 to the 8 and 5.
All right, because this is a lane matchup that DKs can very much suffer in on the first few levels.
You can feed. They're gonna just go for the kills pretty much as soon as they hit the level 2 if they do get those sticky stacks onto you. But MOUZ, we've seen him do this a lot. He's able to do very well in matchups that can be very difficult, starting with boots, getting the magic stick early on. Always very good at manipulating waves.
Yeah, I mean, just again, looking at this top lane, I think the fact that Divide's 10 and 3 against
he's ahead of Skeeter's, yes.
That's pretty crazy. We saw him die 2 times in the first pre-1 minute, and he's doing fine. So all going to plan here for Divide.
Impressive stuff.
Yeah.
And Schofield was able to get that. We did see it on the screen before, but he was able to get the re-block at least onto the small camp. Snaking will unblock.
And Of course, down on the bottom lane. I mean, in terms of what they gave Yuma, you know, who could blame him, right? The gyro performances from Yuma that we've been seeing recently, it's been fantastic, right? In terms of stomping games, making comebacks, you know, Yuma, he's kind of done it all and shown what he can do on the gyro. So any sort of chance, I feel, for Heroic that they get the opportunity to pick this hero last as they carry, in numerous scenarios, it's going to feel good for them.
100%. And Yuma's actually been one of my favorite carries to watch throughout this entire year in terms of improvement and just confidence, right? The confidence to be able to just buy rapiers in moments when maybe isn't fully necessary, but it just feels like, why not? I have been really enjoying his playstyle and how aggressive he does play. And I think there's a lane that we don't really need to look at that much, to be honest, because it's a pretty free gyro lane with that Jakiro behind him. But Amar is getting some trade for him.
He is, but indeed not being able to slow down any of the farm that Yuma has right now. They're at the top of the last hits. Like quite a bit, Yuma.
Maureen is continuing. We saw him drag the wave there beforehand, so he is continuing to have that very good start. Mid lane, Whisper is going for the kill again. Maureen asking for a TP, perhaps.
Should be fine here. Not quite able to dive the tower, at least get under it, get on top of Maureen. And yeah, Maureen knows, throws Whisper out a tip. He's like, you know what, I'm surviving. Yeah, he really is.
He missed the money creep. Whisper dragged away, but he didn't get the money creep into it all. So Maureen actually gets the deny on the money creep, and he gets himself a free wave. And Maureen is doing excellent in this matchup.
Yeah, he's very much keeping his cool here against the Bat Rider on these first few waves. Very nicely.
Top, Devi is getting pretty close to that Dominator. He's able to deal with that pressure. That creep is starting to rack up, is starting to hurt them quite a bit as he has hit that level 3. Now 4 on this Enchantress is great. Casual blood grenade.
Whisper, think about trying to turn, or at least try and keep crit off him by fighting back a little bit. Fine for now.
Not an easy hero to go for ever, that Ringmaster, especially if he does have one of the souvenirs, and he did have that whoopee cushion.
Buff will be off the mark here, but King Jungle's just doing his best to keep him up, push back. Yuma and leading it with a rocket barrage.
Can they stick on him?
Put the swashbuckle to break away. Still though, will manage to land slow on towards him. One charges, get a decent amount of HP back up Amar. Shield crash back up in a couple of seconds. He's doing some juke there around the tree line, but Yuma in position, wait for him as he comes out. Yuma at the ready, swashbuckles back up in a second, but not soon enough to escape. As Yuma takes Amar down, same time, Crit and Maureen able to chase Whisper deep into his own jungle. So Falcons, they'll be able to find the trade elsewhere on the map.
They're putting more focus on
courier, but Whisper actually able to keep that safe despite Crit's best efforts to get the vision up there.
And this is a really clever move from Falcons since Maureen's done so well in the mid lane. They're putting so much emphasis, but Yuma, look at him
to the mid. He's like, all right, this is where the party's at. I want to be invited. He swings over, takes down Crit. I mean, Maureen, he has to bail out. He's like, all right, the carrier from Heroic's turned up. I don't want to be here anymore.
What a rotation.
He'll look over towards Snaking. He's going to want to try for TP out, but the heals into them. That Enchantress always a difficult one to kill, even if it's diving the tier 1 and the carry's turned up, doesn't matter.
But the emphasis they're putting on Whisper is insane. This DK is significantly ahead of Whisper's Bat Rider. And that says a lot because, like Quinn was saying, Whisper's Bat is the most fearsome. Like, everyone is terrified of a Whisper Bat Rider. The fact that they've done this, they took his tower at 6 minutes.
On the first Dragon Ball.
Yeah, that's pretty crazy. I love the rotation from Yuma, but that's going to hurt Whisper quite a lot here because he's not going to be this Bat Rider playing from ahead, looking for these easy pickoffs. It could be pretty difficult for him, especially also playing into a save. He's playing into Crit with the box.
Obviously, top lane, Devi should be able to start ramping up the pressure that he can put on. Of course, in terms of the skill build, did indeed end up going for kind of the classic.
He did.
Still maxing out the poison attack, which of course has set the lane up in a way, you know, between him and Schofield. Yeah, Skeeter, if he Shikuchi's into the wrong position and gets caught, the amount of damage that comes out between them with like the tag team and the poison attacks, it's a lot. You know, the offensive output of these two is something that Falcons very much have to respect.
I prefer that he did do this in this game, too.
Okay.
Because I think a lot of times if you just do that Nether Toxin, you're just pushing the wave in and then just freeform, right? So I think in this one in particular, especially since he started to get that comeback, he needed to go for this. Otherwise, you're just going to...
That's fair.
You might never come back in it.
And also, I imagine, because of the way he saw the draft play out afterwards, as you were saying, you know, he's not necessarily going to be this hero that can just survive in these early moves because they can go on him, even if he goes for the defensive build. So, yeah, sometimes the offensive is the best defense, as he's able to put the pressure on and continue to match the farm that Skeeter's getting on the carrier weaver in that top lane.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, that's a good point. Because it is so much physical damage that's going to be coming out from them that, yeah, just going for like a more natural Viper build.
Just get your damage out, try and sort of throw it all out, the damage there before you do inevitably die, and hopefully bring at least a hero, sometimes maybe 2 down with you.
Maureen.
He's going to get trapped here by the shards.
Shield.
Yeah, indeed, but the shield room pretty tanky, but look who's here again, Yuma. He's ready to join the action over towards the river, and with him joining, it's a good attempt with the whip, but they won't be able to get Maureen out. But if you're Falcons, it's just suddenly there's this gyro turning up.
We've said, I mean, Yuma is one of those players that just loves to fight, right? Yeah. He just loves to be able to turn up, and that's why they do love to play the gyro copper with him. Like, 2 times now, pre-9 minutes, has abandoned his safe lane to look for those plays to be able to catch Whisper back up. I feel like it's a pretty big deal that he does that.
Nearly, very much keeping Skeeter on his toes there, forcing him to have to time that's back up close to him because of how much damage over time was being done with the Viper Strike thrown on towards him. Skeeter will, of course, still get out. But he's having to back out of the lane. The pressure from Divide with the max poison attack and with this helmet, the Dominator is going to continue onto this tower. And at this moment, I don't know if there's many heroes on Falcons that want to turn up for defense up there. They'll look to just try and match the offensive down bottom with the Dragon Form back up for Maureen and look to get the tier 1 tower trade.
With the way that Falcons plays, with the way that Mara does his Pango, they're not going to defend that tier 1 because he usually, and I'm checking right now, he doesn't skill Rolling Thunder almost ever at level 6 on this hero. He likes to play for the farm, get that Diffusal Blade timing before going for it. So a trade of towers. They are set up at the moment still on Skeeter, but I believe it's just to soak that XP up there. And yeah, the big thing about this, I want to talk about this Yuma rotations on the gyro too, is when you do have one of your cores that can be starting to struggle a bit, which you could say Whisper on the bat, right? You want to start doing this on like a carry position if you're able to, which gyro is probably one of the best to be able to just move out of the lane, get these kills, catch your mid back up into a better position.
Absolutely, he's been getting away with it as well so far here. Got some eyes on him down bottom, but close to the tier 2, not really something that Falcons can set up upon right now.
Falcons content with farming, as they usually are. 5-5 right now. Snaking is starting to do his Enchantress thing. He's taking over the enemy jungle. He's taking away creeps as well with getting that extra farm.
We'll see Whisper's game start to ramp up a little bit there. The boost of travel pretty much done on the bat after that a bit of a slower start that he would have hoped for against Maureen. And being able to hold his own in that mid lane matchup as the Dragon Knight. Maureen on the other side of things, also close to his big pickup, just about to have the Blink Dagger.
This is going to be a very dangerous timing. When he's got this Blink, there's a lot of explosive ways that Falcons can open this map up. And as, I'm going to reference it again with what Kun was talking about, they don't really have this same type of initiating force on Heroic for a very, very long time. It's going to be much more, you walk into us and we use our abilities.
Which I feel like that's sort of one of the play styles that we've seen Heroic do before. Sure, we think of them as this very offensive team, but I think sometimes, especially when they're in the more difficult matchups, like teams like Falcons, where that level of respect is there, they do sometimes draft towards that style where, as you say, they indeed just wait for them and look for sort of the turnarounds to the plays that Falcons are making against them.
Whisper.
Pretty dead hit.
Yeah.
Let's see if he's got any way out. He does not. We'll get caught by the whip. Maureen's taking a lot of damage in return. He's doing his best to get him out to safety and will manage to do so.
The fact that this DK is able to do this, though, like this should be the opposite way around, right? If you're ideally having this Bat Ride versus the DK, you want to be the one oppressing him, looking for the kills. It's the entire script has been flipped. It feels like with the way how Falcons has gotten that, at least early game for the DK. It's very difficult for Whisper to get online. He's got the bots, but this Blink is going to come out very late, so very difficult for them to make moves. Might just mean they hit creeps though. And then just, play for the defensive route. They do have the snowball save with the Tusk to potentially be there for some of these catches if there is a Dragon Knight.
Yeah, because I think overall, Heroic, even if they do start to slip behind as a team, as long as they know that they've got Yuma in a good position, they're always going to at least have some sort of hope in this game. Even if they, certainly, Falcons are able to get to the mid-game, have like a 10k advantage. If that gyro is still up there in sort of the top 3 net worth, there'll always be that possibility of that turnaround team fight around the strength of Yuma.
Gyro is definitely one of those, like 4 Protect ones that we used to talk about. It doesn't really exist anymore nowadays, but if it does get to that point, Gyro can be one of those end-all be-all carries. Divide.
Look at the good setup here, Crit. Lining this up very nicely to ensure the Divide won't get a chance to survive. Skeeter able to jump out with the time lapse. Not a chance for Heroic to bring in any backup to find anything in return.
Falcons is doing what Falcons does, though. They're being very oppressive on the map. They're getting that net worth lead for all 3 cores. Even the supports are farming, and I always like to point this out when there's an Enchantress, which is pretty much only Falcons, the Rabble Rouser, right? It's going to be a lot of heroes on Heroic kind of hitting these neutral camps. It makes it a lot harder. It really does. I do like to factor in this innate of the Enchantress quite a lot.
Falcons ready to get aggressive again, with this favorable vision that they've set up.
Got Dragon Form again. got this Diffusal Blade on Amar. They've got a lot of their core items already picked up here on Falcons for the first early fights. Whisper.
That's another quick and easy catch here. Similar spots to where he was caught before. Marine very much having Whisper's number this game.
Yeah, this is pretty concerning. As we said, Yuma is still having an excellent time, but these two other cores, they're falling really far behind, and the supports are also not getting much of anything on the side of Heroic. As we said, it's okay sometimes to put all your eggs into the Gyrocopter basket, but there's a lot of cores and a lot of scaling on the side of Falcons as well. All three of these physical cores.
Absolutely, and a lot of ways to sort of survive and sort of dip out of the action if the flaks start flying in from the Gyrocopter, which
for sure
is going to make it very, very hard to deal with some of the slippery heroes like the Pango, like this Weaver.
And they can accelerate things pretty fast, right? This is a lineup that kills all those objectives insanely fast. Roche or the Tormentor, as soon as they get a moment to go back to do it after the pressure comes out, they can kill it in seconds. They're going to steal that shrine. Pressure is definitely adding up. Let's see what Heroic wants to do.
I've got the smoke set up and have the sort of sight set for Amar. Amar gets the Rolling Thunder off, and that will easily be enough to allow him to get away from that attempt.
Just one step ahead every single time, it does feel like, in this early game. Falcons. Even pulling the lane back there with that roll, that was actually kind of nice. Old school play they used to do all the time to make sure that the carry can't get that extra farm from the lane.
Now, Amar happy to stick around with the backup of Grit.
This is not the play style that the Viper wants to be doing. He wants to be hitting and going forward and kind of putting himself out on the map. He's jungling. It cannot feel good for Devi right now.
Yeah, because that's, when you do go this sort of build, sure, I guess you've got the Helm to maybe help you if you want to keep the creep with you rather than push the lanes, but when you don't have, one of the reasons why we're seeing a lot of other Vipers do the Max Nether Toxin and such, because it does help you farm the neutrals that little bit more. With the Max Poison attack, it's not going to be quick farming.
I'm surprised he put the 4th point in the Poison attack, honestly. I thought he was going to keep the 3 and then start going back because of how this game is slowing down, and it's getting very concerning. Even though this Gyrocopter is very fat, 6K net worth.
It's going to be a heavy one.
Picking up.
But as I say, he's done it before on his Gyro. He's done it before. This is definitely going to be one of the tougher ones against Falcons.
I think this is the roughest Whisper Batrider game I've actually seen in a very, very long time. And it's a matchup that, they wanted to set him up for success versus that DK, but it's not the case with how Malrine played.
Absolutely, yeah, Malrine making no mistakes in that matchup.
No. Pop Yuma, he shows
the jump on him, and this is the big catch as well. Yuma, the high value kill for Falcons to find. He'll get the chance to turn around with the ult, but he will still fall. Has he set up enough for Heroic to find anything more? And look over towards Skeeter. Look at the knockback on towards Malrine, but King Jump is dying. Malrine will finally fall. So they'll get at least one big kill in return. That's also set up as well onto Skeeter. They'll get a big kill. Whisper striking back. Snowball set up over the Crit.
There he is.
He's back in the game. Triple kill for him on the bat. Azuma may end up going down, but he does enough to set up the team fight for a chance for a ride. Falcons, though, they say this fight's not over. Amar in with the Rolling Thunder over to Schofield. Kind of trapped at the moment around the Lotus, but we'll still finish him off with the Swashbuckle. Naked, he's going to have to opt for the TP out. They don't have any way to cancel it, so he will get out of there. All in all, though, Heroic, they'll certainly take that one. As I say, a huge jump up there for Whisper after a bit of a slower start. And, Whisper getting away with that triple kill after a slow beginning on this game as the bat.
All we had to say was he was having a very, very hard time on the Batrider, and bam.
There we go.
Find that catch. Perfect opportunity to get the lasso there. Fight lasts so long that the Gyrocopter actually respawns toward the end of it there.
He's back to farm. Happened. No, I never died. Yuma able to continue the farm, and with the result of that fight, it did mean that Falcons didn't necessarily get to do anything big after initially killing Gyro. Yuma's still able to stay there at the top of the board on the net worth.
Yeah, good TP reactions coming in for Rock. Next fight, Falcons, Malrine will probably have the BKB done, though, so it could be a lot more difficult for him to bring him down, because he did take quite a bit of magic damage, as we saw there at the initial start. And they're kind of stuck on their side of the map is what I am seeing, though, for Heroic. They're having difficulties keeping the waves shoved out, and just difficulties showing on those lanes, too, because they could just get ganked. So they're kind of just hitting the creeps quite a lot here. On the neutrals, that is, sticking together. Whisper with the bat might look to make a move. The two supports at the moment.
Yeah, did manage to get the blink off the back of that last sort of set of situations.
And he got a triple kill. He literally is tied net worth now with Malrine just because of that. So
what they can find, starting to scout things out. Amar is in the neighborhood. Yeah, they'll just go for the creep wave, not able to get any sort of jump onto the Pango.
Amar was watching him. He had the ward as well there. Supports. We still do keep seeing Falcons continue to get that scale going, so they're still farming quite a bit more than the supports on the side of Heroic. Heroic is kind of having to just follow the cores around with the two supports instead of on Falcons where they're farming, especially Snay as he always does.
Double damage.
With this amplified damage, Roshan looking quite appealing for Falcons.
Yep. And difficult, I would say, for Heroic to really contest in that area.
It's a pretty safe Roach, of course, for snaking on the edge, able to tank it.
And they have all the information, too. They see Whisper bottom with that ward that they had placed earlier. The Firefly was used. See a little creep battle going on there from snaking and Divide.
But indeed, yeah, just no attempt or availability of Heroic to head over here. So Falcons should be able to get away with this.
Yeah, and that's Malrine. He has BKB after this, so he's going to be so much harder to bring down in the fights. They might have to use... They might have to throw like 3 ults onto him. They might have to throw like Bat Rider, Viper, and the Tusk to potentially stop him, which is just going to leave opportunities to open up a lot of potential for Falcons to just run over the fight.
Absolutely, yeah. Skeeter sort of gets the freedom to play these fights. From Mjolnir done, he's going to be kicking out an insane amount of damage as the Weaver.
Okay, Schofield actually has the blink done at a pretty okay timing, all things considered. He's only died the once in this game. So can go for the saves versus that stun that comes out from the DK bar.
Or Falcons as King Jungles gets caught alone. Falcons starting to push in the waves.
Skeeter keeping ahead actually here of the Gyrocopter, which is pretty impressive. Some pretty crazy farm here on this Weaver. Level 15 has been hit also, so he's got the talent. Very annoying one to play against.
Falcons.
They're just keeping so much pressure. It's all the lanes just keep getting shoved in, and they just have all this information. And I'm just Heroic. They keep having to follow Heroes Lane. Look at Schofield following Whisper around. You saw Jakiro the one time he split away, gets picked off. Falcons just cleaner movements around the map.
Getting all these timings, they get a nice early Roshan. They're able to move immediately over towards the Tormentor here.
And it's an efficient Tormentor also, right? I mean, they bring the third hero toward the end of it there, but yeah, just the two of them almost bringing it down by themselves. And looks like they are connecting for a potential move here. Whisper.
If they can get the jump on him, not quite.
He couldn't finish all the creeps, though. They're actually all going to be taken there from Falcons. As Amar... Okay, he was trying to sandwich him, but Whisper TP's out.
Yeah, doesn't play too greedy there, Whisper. Make sure he's out of the area before Falcons can pincer him in.
The Lincolns are starting to get queued up, at least on the DK, so he is starting to feel like he does want it. Since there's quite a bit of ones that he can block in this game, of course that Viper Strike or the Lasso in particular, probably the two biggest ones, if he does want to go that route. See if he does commit for it. And they're just hitting creeps. They're controlling the map, and the net just honestly continues growing pretty fast.
It is, yeah. They're getting further and further ahead here. You know, getting over that 10k sort of net worth position where, as I said, there's always still a chance for the Gyro to turn these sort of games, but it's definitely not easy.
No. Definitely could feel like, as you said, we started the game, starting before the game, saying that the potential for Rapiers could be coming, but we'll have to see if it does get to that point. BKB is done for the Gyro now.
Because overall, is that going to be a thing that's sort of in the back of Falcons' minds where they're like, we ideally want to shut this game down before it gets to that potential? Or do you feel that they feel confident, even in the later stages of this, that they're not going to necessarily push it harder than they would do otherwise?
I mean, I would say they probably feel confident, but they do have to always think about it because they literally lost to it in like a couple weeks ago when we were covering it, so it was versus that Yuma Gyro. They're smoked up, looking for a play. Skeeter.
Get the Tizia in time before Heroic's really able to set up anything around there, and even if they did, yeah, he just would have been in hand for Skeeter. So not the ideal target for Heroic to find.
Snaking. Will he be the one they want to go for?
Should have a chance of getting him there. Was trying to hold the amplified damage room for the team, but ends up just being a freebie for Heroic. He's going to get the chance to live, though.
He's alive.
In fact, with the heals going off, yeah, he's fine. Even with the pickup of the amplified damage room, they still couldn't do enough to kill Snaking. The save comes in from Crit, and no kills going to be found there.
Wow. In the position at the right time, both of them. They're trying to camp the DD room. They're trying to ensure that one of their cores can get it. Heroic. That's their whole smoke movement. That was a full minute that they were looking for a catch. Pesky Snaking Enchantress.
Yeah, it's only going to get harder as well if he's able to get this pipe online for the team.
Yep, it actually absorbs so much damage this game. The Bat, even, I mean, everybody, right? Absolutely everybody's damage is going to be absorbed.
Pretty much until the gyro gets this insane right-click damage builds online. Everything else very much going to be put to a stop by this Enchantress with that pipe. Snaking's looking towards.
Like we've seen this so many times from Falcons, right? Just like they get this lead, and it's very difficult for teams to break that, especially with the lack of initiations, right? It's like Whisper now has BKB. He had the Blink earlier, but just with Blink, it's dangerous because you can get caught by a lot of spells. With BKB, perhaps now they can start to look for some, but yeah, he has to kind of just go for it. He is really the only one because Schofield can't really act as that initiator in this game, as we saw there before.
And do you think he's going to commit for this, going for the Orchid in a situation that it certainly feels like it's a bit later down the pipeline, right? If you're going back for the Orchid at this stage.
Yeah, he still might.
Do you still like that?
Yeah, I think versus the Weaver it has its merits, even versus the Pango.
Sure, because they just don't want to be buying BKBs themselves.
Yeah, I think it can force a BKB, right? It's also a Linken's Breaker, so I think that's the big thing. You always want to have some type of Linken's Break on Batrider because potentially, eventually they will get Linken, so.
A smoke attempt here from Heroic. We'll see Snaking, but obviously last time that attempt didn't go too hot, so ideally they want to find something else.
He's scouting the ruin.
Yeah,
he saw them grab it.
Grab, so Snaking knows that something's up.
Instantly pings. Malrine backs up all the way to the tower.
Heroic just not getting the chance with these smokes.
So they're again, it's just Falcons, just a step ahead, maybe 2 steps ahead, just reading every single one of the moves, and the net worth continues to grow and grow and grow. And yep, Linken's number 1 is getting close to being done, at least on Malrine. Second Linken's is starting to get queued up by Skeeter. I don't think Amar was at least queuing it up. He's going for his own Ags, but he could potentially maybe even go for one eventually too. Looks like he's going more AC and Basher, just amping up the physical even more. They're gonna have so much minus armor on this draft.
Heroic's heroes die pretty quickly, you know, the cores.
Minus 12, right? Then you've got the bugs that are continually adding up. You've got the DK as well, too. It's going to be a lot of minus armor. And these heroes, especially Viper, right, can definitely get brought down pretty quickly versus that. Not going to be nearly as tanky as you usually like to be. Tier 2 is dying to a Dark Troll Summoner.
Yeah, they're keeping that pressure on in the mid.
They actually just killed it. Heroic, he's not even reacting.
Radiant are scanning.
Pretty much getting away with whatever they want right now, Falcons.
Rogue's trying to make these moves constantly.
They're just not catching anyone.
Connecting. Absolutely nothing. And there's that pipe. Snaking has gotten the time.
Yeah, that's pretty terrifying.
And they've got the Linken's. And these timings.
How do you go on these heroes? Again, it's going to have to be what we were talking about earlier, where it's Heroic, you're just building. You're building for the comeback.
And now you're probably looking at Schofield and you're like, damn, I wish he went drinking buddies instead of tag team also. But whatever.
They could just go all in on the gyro.
It is what it is.
Let's see if they get the chance to find that fight, but chance is looking slimmer and slimmer as each minute passes here.
All the like scary farm, Snaking is just going to the scary farm because he's like, go on me.
What are you gonna do?
Yeah, it's a level 14 Enchantress who's just farming it up. He's gonna start doing quite a bit of damage also, Owen. He's gonna have level 4 Impetus. He's got the 4-staff near the Hurricane Pike.
They're gonna try something in the mid here. Whisper wants to go for this, doesn't find the chance. Has one of the big getting touched to Malrine, but Linken's keeps Malrine safe. Snowfield's gone. They just have to back out of this Heroic. Whisper's BKB shortly coming to an end by the dagger here, but should be fine. Another one thrown across, another connection in fact there from Crit. Won't be enough to kill Whisper and manage to fire a catch. Nearly the third one connect. Whisper will be fine, but Divine indeed trapped in the mid with the Wheel of Wonder laid down. He's out. Falcons getting these kills. Heroic again desperately trying to make these attempts to see if they can catch Falcons apart from one another. It's just not happening. And Falcons, they're ready to start poking the high ground.
That's Whisper's BKB reveal. He shows up and has to just literally book it. He almost dies as well, too, just to that bug that was on him from the Weaver. Poking that high ground. Roche is going to be respawning very, very soon, so if Falcons doesn't want to, they can set up for it pretty soon. They also have Shrine of Wisdom they can look to steal. And yeah, we see he literally got Linken's, and as he got it, it literally instantly blocked the lasso.
Falcons very much just having all the answers so far in this game 1.
I mean, they're truly in their element. Look at their draft, right? It's literally as iconic as it can be for them. And just overall with the way that they've played, the style that they've had, just super oppressive, keeping Heroic kind of jungling and looking for moves constantly and just not finding those moves. And Deep Wards, we saw there, scouting out Yuma. Of course, now he shows himself in the lane, but so much information that they've been able to gather with these creeps from snaking or just shoving waves.
Of course, you know, we see Yuma, he's got the dream queued up. It's a pretty distant dream.
Well, what you do, you know, we always talk about it now, right? Because you can disassemble the beautiful chop shop for the gyro. You can get the data list, disassemble,
and then have that ready
use
to
that demon edge for that rapier. So it's going to be some time still, and we'll see how much time is actually given to them with Falcons looking to potentially go for that rush. Okay, it's a minute, and they're actually not going to steal the Shrine of Wisdom either, so...
Falcons knowing that they don't have to take any risks at this point.
I mean, I'm just looking at snaking, auto-attacking an Ancient Creep. I guess he's microing his... Okay, yeah, he's microing his creep. It just looks really funny. The lax, you know, how laxed he can be on his Enchantress right now. Not Reed. Looks like he's going that Orchid build next. Yeah, Heroic just... When was the last time they actually were able to find a kill?
It's been a while.
I actually can't even remember how long
it's been a while.
13 minutes?
It was back there at the triple kill.
Yep.
You know, that was sort of the highlight there, and for Whisper, and then it went back downhill again for them as a team. And down 17k at the moment. No signs of being able to slow down this just consistent lead. The Falcons are building against them.
And usually Heroic is one of those teams that's able to find those smoke moves, able to find the catches in between things.
And not this time.
Everything's just been disrupted and slowed down so much. As you said, the blink for the bat did come out a lot later than initially wanted to, and it's a lot up to Whisper to look for those plays. But yeah, Falcons have just dodged almost all the moves. And now just camping high ground, waiting for the rush, and it started.
Got another smoke setup here, so if they want to try and go for another attempt at a play.
Okay. Snaking is in position with a gem.
What sort of call do they want to make? They want to try for it. They want to continue trying to just take these risks, but Falcons are very set up, as you say. Snaking in the tree line, disrupts the smoke. Skeeter, he's ready to lead and scout things out. Jump forward with the Rolling Thunder. They've just managed to catch Devi in the trees. Schofield's not able to get him out in time. Devi's gone. Heroic again, they have to just run. They have to cut their losses here, get the claws out of this. They might not get the chance. They've got the lasso. They're trying, but the save's going to be coming into play. Amar, he'll get the shield crash off. They're desperately trying to finish him here. Yuma at the front. He can't do enough damage, though, to kill Amar. Amar is going to be perfectly fine.
2 buybacks.
Heroic, they still want to try for the job. They're looking to focus on Marine, but he's got his BKB ready. He's ready to pop it, turn, take down Schofield.
Uh-oh.
He bought back for that there on the Tusk, dead again.
Can't even get the Viper strike on the DK. The Lincolns blocks it as well.
They can't find anything. And now Devi jumped once more. He also bought back for this. A double dieback on Heroic.
They're dancing on them, Owen. Truly dancing on them. Heroic is trying their best to find any type of kill, but they can't kill anybody. Box comes in, even Amar is able to get himself out of there. And out to the high ground.
Absolutely, yeah, Falcons.
Good God, these guys are just too good at controlling the pace, controlling the tempo. I mean, so there was one move, that triple kill from Whisper, but that was, 15, 16 minutes ago.
Heroic, they've tried to hit them this game with sort of a similar style as has worked in the past. They're going for this Yuma Gyrocopter just with the hope that the game would get to a point where Yuma could try and turn things. The dive's coming in from Falcons. They jump up to the tier 4s. King Jungles is gone. Whisper dead again. Falcons, they can continue the push on to take out the mid-racks.
It's impossible.
They don't have the buybacks available here on Heroic.
I think they tried this Viper play, but I don't think we're going to be seeing this one again, honestly. It falls off way too hard, even though he did get like some type of return.
He got a little bit of recovery off the dying point, but then very quickly, the game went back to a bad place for him.
And I'm missing, a Devi offlane hero, like a Beast, an Axe, anything, right? Like any real offlaner, traditional.
It's tough, right? When you end up in a hero like the Viper, where you get behind, it's just, you're not going to be able to initiate, you're not going to be able to survive, you're not going to have any sort of stun potential. It's what do you do in that situation, and it's looking rough for them this game.
And I think Falcons, it was a second pick Viper, and I think they actually exploited it super hard with their complete physical damage draft, high physical burst that can just pierce right through. You don't care about this corrosive, you don't care about this attack speed slow, really, because you're hitting so damn hard. And now it's another Roche, 30k lead.
They're getting some crazy numbers on the board here. Falcons, Heroic.
You have to go for the Rapier, right? You just
forget about that Satanic.
Yeah, no way.
Forget about the Satanic. Just get that Relic ASAP. As you say, he's got the Demon Edge at the ready, so just needs that 1,000 or so more gold to buy the Relic component.
He's selling the recipe. You get full back, so he'll have it pretty much.
Yeah, very close. So there will be a Rapier in the game.
He's doing the Falcon Blade disassemble also, so you get the money back. So he should have it.
Okay.
Alrighty.
All right. He's done it before, Yuma.
He has.
And he's doing it here today.
It wasn't a 30K deficit.
This is going to be quite the heavy one here for Yuma, as his team continues to die out on the map.
He also did have a much better lineup that was well-rounded around
sure
him,
they can
too.
sort of buff him up. I mean, what does he have this time? Pretty much nothing. It really is. It's him against the universe. And this one, Yuma on his Jara. We'll see if he gets the chance to do anything with this rapier, or if it's going to be rather underwhelming and they just lose the game for the next few minutes. It could go both ways. We'll see. That's definitely one way it's more likely to go.
Especially the way
how
that Falcons has played, right? They've just controlled. They've just been clean, methodical. They're not giving up these kills. They're just, honestly, they're also just still so tanky.
They're chilling.
That I'm like, also, I'm looking at rapier hits. It's a 3,500 HP DK with 31 armor. It's a armor. They're not squishy. They're very durable.
Even the Enchantress right here. The heals are going to still likely outdo a lot of that damage flying out from the gyro.
AC on Amar, so armor to protect versus that flak as well too. So, all right, let's see what they can do.
Okay, I mean, their next hope is if we can get the Axe Tusk fight. There's a lot of money away from them, yeah.
Calm down. He's going Vlads. He's trying to go for the small things.
Okay, yeah, I guess, yeah, trying to buy something that can at least make Yuma have some extra power in these fights.
Yeah, Yuma does need it. He does have the small bit of lifesteal, but any extra could be very helpful.
Sure.
Yeah, they got this Lucas too.
We'll be able to clear out the banner.
I mean, they definitely know that he's gone for this rapier. I don't know if he showed it just yet, but okay, now I think he did. Actually, I don't know if he did.
I mean, they've got to expect it. And as we said, you know, even if they don't, I don't know if they care. They're like, oh, that's nice, that's cute. The Gyro's got a rapier. Well, we don't care.
They're scared to kill this ward that's inside the base. Okay, they're going to be able to get it now.
We got to back up. Get another amplified damage rune here.
That's a scary one. It's got the 20 talent also. Quite a bit ago, of course. It's 22 now, but this damage, it's going to be pretty explosive, but they do connect on pretty much anybody here with all that minus armor as well as we've been mentioning. All right, Yuma. Can you work your magic?
And can Whisper find that sort of crucial catch to start off the fight?
Someone's got to throw their life. Like two people even probably have to.
Somebody's got to go in.
Yeah, you have to throw your life away to just allow Yuma to get these free hits. Or I say free, but some attacks.
Falcons setting up on this bottom wave in case anyone is tempted.
My God.
Heroic, they're respecting this potential.
Snaking is the same level as the gyro.
Looking at the courier. I mean, he's of course got the Aegis.
Skinner.
He's able to get out with the time lapse. And now Amar's ready to roll in. Schofield in trouble. Get caught by the Dragon Tail. Snowball will buy him a little bit of safety. The save here as well on towards Divide. The Wheel of Wonder thrown down. Divide will be able to force away. Schofield, he's gone though.
He's dead for 50. That's the Vlad's also too. That extra bit of damage and lifesteal. Falcons.
For the creep again, Amar. Vlad's in once again. Burst Whisper down very low. Yuma trying to head forward to get some sort of damage in. Still can't quite fully approach them.
The spotlight's out.
All these Lincolns in play. It's just so hard to get a grab on anyone.
Lincolns, boxes, Lotuses. I mean, he's got the Lotus at the ready too with this lens, so could just get a block or reflect.
They're ready to get it onto the top racks and look for the mega creeps. 10 seconds until they'll have Schofield back in. Skeeter, not a care in the world right now. They're trying to get the jump on him, but the silence getting reflected.
That Lotus.
He's about to back off.
Crit very ready to protect his allies.
The cooldown, look at the punch, look at the shots on Skeeter. They'll be able to burst the Aegis out of him. But now Amar jumps in, takes Schofield out. Yuma is ready to get him with the BKB. They're going to try and go for a second attempt on the water. They get the stun to drop the box save. It's there from Crit. He's going to be able to bail out the Weaver for now. Skeeter will be fine. They couldn't kill him a second time. They try and strike, but it was still within that last 30 seconds or so of the Aegis.
That's the BKB. That's Yuma's BKB usage. He has to be very careful how he steps up next. Could just get caught in a stun and burst down. The saves are there from Crit every single time.
Every time. Amar is always ready to make that jump alongside Maureen. Look at the melee racks finished off. Divide taking heavy damage here from those impetuses. We'll get back towards the fountain, but the damage is done. Falcons, they've got the mega creeps in their favor now. Coming up to a 40k gold lead.
Over that 1k per minute. And they can now choose to pretty much approach this however they want on Falcons. They can play to sit back, wait for Roche, or they can just play to just go for this next fight and just end, because that BKB is still on cooldown for 30 seconds, but looks like they're content with that.
And as we see from Amar, you know, they're not going to let this one fall into the hands of the Yuma Gyro. They're playing this one very safely, Falcons, and understandably so, because of the history between these two teams.
We literally covered that
Yuma
one.
Gyro. Yep.
We covered that one 2 weeks ago.
Like they know. This is just full respect from Falcons. They might be 40k ahead, but they have to respect even that smallest possibility that Heroic around Yuma's Gyro with that Rapier are able to pull off a comeback. So Falcons,
they'll probably just wait for the rush.
Indeed, they'll play it as careful as possible here.
Yep.
They do not want to let this one slip away.
This is pretty clever here. When you're mega creeped, it's very difficult to make moves outside of the base.
If they find Skeeter, still very difficult and a risky part of the map to make such moves.
You also have like no information. You actually have no idea if there's 5 heroes if you do ever find somebody. They have 1 ward.
Yeah, very much just sort of rolling the dice on whether or not they just walk into someone in that situation, and as it is, they don't. So no chance to catch Falcons by surprise.
What's the next pickup here? Satanic, soon done there for Yuma.
He's very close. Very close indeed. So should have that ready for the next defense. He'll be able to pick up that Reaver right now. So still able to make progress here, despite the complete domination of from Falcons in this entire game. The fact that Yuma can kind of keep up there toe-to-toe with the cores of Falcons, it's something.
He at least has 2 ways to
a very small something.
Yeah, he has 2 ways now he can walk in fights, right? One attempt he can go with BKB, the second one he can potentially walk in with Satanic, but as we said, Falcons playing it.
And he's got that level 20 talent, you know, the big one. Extra hits off with the flak, which everything from Heroic side of things really resides on.
I like looking at Schofield's inventory, by the way. That's how important the Vlad's was to him.
Yeah, would just
he sold everything else.
Get rid of everything else.
Vlad's, yeah. I mean, it is really all about, it's everything on Yuma. It's absolutely everything. That's you see like the Solar Crest, 4 staffs, etc. Everything has to be put to buff him up.
Gonna see if they can head out.
Skater 25 has been hit, +1 attack. Snaking, level 21. You know, we keep talking about how farmed this Enchantress is, as he always is. He also is about to have Lincolns. There's going to be, what, triple?
How many have we got?
Yeah, triple Lincolns at least to go through, plus a Lotus. Whisper's got his work cut out for him to even catch a single target. Roche. All right, it's a long spawn.
I mean, we'll see if Falcons do indeed play that safe, that they do just wait for the Roche. You think they just might, right?
It's either play for the Roche or you camp on a high ground ward.
Sure, just in case you catch Heroic trying to make these sort of moves outside of the base.
But Heroic, it's so hard to walk out, right? Whenever you're versus Mega Creeps, you're just kind of stuck there, especially at these points in the game, so.
They're just gonna wait for that Roche.
Yeah, they're completely just chilling out.
Wait for that Roche.
Lamar said it, he made the call.
They do not want to let this one slip away, Falcons. They want this one to be as sort of signed and sealed and guaranteed as much as possible before they approach that Ancient.
Hey, Curtis has always said it. The best way to play Dota is to make your opponent suffer the absolute most.
I mean, this is the thing as well.
Literally suffering.
Game 1 of the best of 3. Yeah, no. Heroic, they've got to keep their cool going into game 2. Something that I think Heroic will be able to do. I can't imagine this is a team that gets sort of phased too much by being put in these sort of situations.
No, I think that it's just going to be a big adjustment for Devi. We're just not going to see anything like that again, right? He's just going to play the standard offlane Devi heroes. Even though this is a standard Devi hero, just not in the meta, not as a standard Devi meta.
Sure, and picked as early as it was.
And as early as it was, exactly. Yeah.
Potentially a chance if in a preferential situation, but that early pick definitely seeming to have been punished hard by Falcons.
Not saying it's his entire fault by any means, nor the pick, because Whisper also had this hard time versus the DK, but it's something that I think, it hurts them, because this is one of the harder games I've seen Devi have in terms of even recovering, because he just hasn't been there.
Very much meant that any chance of recovery was on the shoulders of the Gyro.
Yep.
And the Gyro alone.
So.
Azuma, after that Satanic, trying to get back to getting that Daedalus back.
Yep, he's got the small crit, but yeah, Roche, it's coming back up. Falcons completely ready for it. Amar being a ward even on top of that high ground. Yeah, look at these score lines. I mean, Snay is just a bit obnoxious, right? Like, what do you ban? Is the Pugna? Is the Enchantress? Is the Chen? Is the Naga Siren? Which one are you going to want to play against? Because you're going to play versus one no matter what happens.
It's difficult.
And he's going to be probably this farmed. Maybe not this farmed, but because this is pretty absurd. He's almost the same as the Gyro, but very oppressive. There it is. Skeeter, Aegis, She's Refresher, plus that banner. They did pick up the banner, right? Yeah, they did. Okay.
And now, with those pickups, you've got to imagine that in the minds of Falcons, they're like, all right, this is 100% in the bag. We can go for the push. There's no risk left anymore.
Okay. Are they going to make a block of cheese, too? Because do they have enough for it? It looks like they do have.
I mean, are they close to any big pickups? I think the Lincoln has just been done on Snaking. Other than that,
Crit almost has Ags if he wants to have some fun.
He might be saying, "Yeah, let me get my Aghanims online, boys, before we shut this one down."
It might be time.
Okay.
But let's see.
I do get a nice pickup on Yuma at least, right? In terms of neutral setups, not a bad neutral and enchantment for him. So he can kind of safely get that damage out.
Sure, I guess. Yeah.
Range.
I mean, it's one of the better ones. At least you can get a tier 4 for damage.
At least having another pickup on Devi. He's got the Atos. Obviously, there's a lot of ways to deal with that, but it's something else that might pop a Lincolns.
I mean, it all just comes down to it's literally all just the same thing. It really is. Like, can they get a lasso on a target? Can they actually kill them? Versus triple Lincolns, versus escape back, versus potential double box too. As we said, crit. He might have the Aghanims also for that one.
Yeah, he's getting. He's changing his mind on it.
Is he
He's thinking about the Eon disc as well.
Oh. The double box is always pretty high.
It does. Honestly, I would agree that the double box does feel like it could just guarantee them any fight. Not that any fight.
I mean, it's not
already guaranteed.
Really probably,
you know.
So.
Yeah, maybe he's just sort of concerned of being the one getting jumped and wants to make sure that he will have the chance to get those clutch saves off, just in case one of the cores does get tripped up by Heroic being able to throw everything down upon them.
DK's holding the Refresher Shard. Is he going to double stun someone?
Whisper. Up front, he's in Maori. He'll get the jump with the punch up from Schofield. Will Wonder laid down, but the BKB's out from Yuma. Amai's ready to roll in. They take out Schofield. Schofield's got by back of
Whisper.
He'll get the BKB off. To back up towards the fountain. In fact, he's considering standing outside of the base.
Oh my God,
the damage
Whisper.
from Skinner nearly brings Whisper down. He's got to back up and heal up. Devi's in trouble. BKB comes to an end. He's gone. They're getting hold up towards the fountain. At the box here to allow Marine to back up a little bit. The tier 4s are falling. Falcons, they played this one as safe as possible. But here, 45 minutes in, they're finally ready to shut this one down. The fortification will come out. Heroic, can they do anything here with the 4 of them? And Falcons, will they back up again? Probably not. I think Maori, he's ready to close this one up. He's trying, but he's going to get caught by the lasso. Doesn't matter. The back gets killed off. Yuma's trying to step up and get the damage off. It's over. It's finally over. Falcons, they've played it safe in the past. I think this is the safest. We've seen them play it fogged. They left no chance, absolutely no chance for a slip-up of this game. And they managed to achieve the inevitable at the end of that build-up. An incredible lead they have. They get the win.
Heroic didn't get a kill for 29 minutes, I think it was. That was pretty crazy, the control that they did. And that was Whisper. He got a triple kill. He got a Blink Dagger. And after he got the Blink Dagger, they didn't get another kill. That's how controlled the game was by Falcons. Shoving waves in, just getting all the farm. Yeah. As clean as it comes.
I mean, absolutely. I think as you were saying as well, Falcons very happy to just try and do the best to just get in the heads of Heroic and be like, we've got this game. There's nothing you can do. And in that game, for the most part, there really was just nothing that Heroic could do to stop Falcons. Falcons, they'll take game 1.
It was a great game for all the Falcons fans out there. It feels like this Gyro last pick coming out. They were hoping that when the inevitable of a Yuma Rapier does come out, which is what he went for, that they were going to have that sort of magic come out for them again, T. But this time around, we saw Amar in the old chat. They were not going to fall for the same mistakes twice here. In a best of 1, maybe, but not in a best of 3.
I mean, buying a Rapier, you're meant to be punishing teams that have bad decisions, bad scaling, and, it comes to that one fight. But the way that Falcons play, that doesn't really happen. If they get a 20, 25k lead, they're going to choke you out to get that 30k lead, their 40k lead, do everything they need to do to ensure that one single little Rapier. Congrats, your Gyrocopter got a Rapier, but you have 3,000 more gold on him compared to your Enchantress. Like, it's not that impactful, and Falcons just see ya. Game 1, Heroic, it wasn't even a fair display from them.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think they got out-strategized flat out. And I think they took the wrong approach against Falcons. I don't think against this team you try to rush them down. I think you need to pick team fight. You need to pick heroes that can scale. and play Dota. Because I'll be honest, you can't beat Malrine mid. Now, he might not beat you, but you can't beat him. He's too good at pulling waves and abusing aggro and shenaniganizing in every way, shape, and form. You can't do it, so you should stop trying, and you should pick heroes that scale well, because then you have a chance.
I mean, I kind of agree. At the same time, though, I think if you are going to pull this type of strategy where you do Viper and Batrider to try to win the lanes, you need to make sure that you also count in these shenanigans, right?
Yeah.
You have to take everything into account. You need to park your Tusk next to the Batrider early on. Something like that, so that you make sure that Batrider has the lane. Because if he doesn't get the lane he needs to be useful in the game, then this happens. And you lose your mid tower at 6 minutes, and suddenly you have bad Viper draft, right? And you're gonna get choked out by Falcons. I mean, it doesn't matter that you have a Rapier.
In the draft, we were talking about how the Heroic have to win their lane. So I think we're being quite polite on the Viper pick. It's not picked in this position. Again, I looked at the stats. It was only 3 times it's been drafted in the second phase. Yeah. And it's just not a thing that really happens in competitive drafting, and especially in tier 1 drafting. And clearly Heroic, they believed in it, but it just did not work. Like they got to this position through the big entry to fights, the confidence of everyone overlapping each other, the pick-off potential. You pick a Viper like this, it's like it's too much cooking in like the theory, but in the execution, it's just you're playing against Falcons. You need to be so much more, just present in the lanes.
It felt like we saw a glimmer of what that Viper Tusk lane could have done, though. It felt like it all fell apart around that rune 5. It felt like a little bit of a bloodbath, and so the Viper wasn't off to a good start. But if it was more of a neutral beginning, if those runes just had been split easily and they went into the lane, you could see the damage that could come out from a Tusk and Viper.
Yeah, I think they killed the Weaver somewhat early in the lane, and I don't think Devi had bad net worth at all. Like, he had a pretty solid start. I think the real issues start whenever you counterpick this bad against this DK, and DK has more CS. Not even even before the kill, he has more CS at 6 minutes. Like, that's crazy. And then on top of that, Malrine is saying this. He has a microphone. He's saying, yo, I'm winning mid. I have DK ult. And they come mid, and they kill a bunch of heroes. And not only that, but I think they're not trying to push it too far. Like, they realize, okay, Ice Path, Snowball used. At any point, they can TP out, and they're like, all right, see ya. I'm out. I got what I came for. We got a bunch of pressure. We forced a ton of rotations mid, and snaking TPs out, too, in perfect timing. And I think that shows that, okay, yeah, they want to push that aggression. They want that tower. They want the pressure, but they're also not going to overplay their hand. It's very well executed.
Yeah, I would even say that this whole draft from Heroic is almost designed to counter Dragon Knight in both the side lanes and not caring about the offlane drag. Even maybe the Gyrocopter as well. Like, if you look at it here, if you think that the DK loses the matchup to Viper, Batrider, and Gyrocopter, which in theory it should, right? Then this is a good draft. If they get their lanes correct and they win their lanes, they can snowball really hard, and DK will not have a lane. But I mean, against Falcons, you're showing your hand so early, right? You're showing the Viper, you're showing the Batrider, and it's easy for Falcons to think, how are we going to deal with this? We're going to pick the Weaver instead, right? We're going to pick the Eng to make sure that this doesn't happen, right? So he can commit and help the DK if necessary. And suddenly this draft is just not that impressive anymore. It's almost like they revealed their hand a bit too early in this case.
When I do look at this draft, we've talked about and picked apart what Heroic kind of faulted with, but something that is more enjoyable potentially to talk about is this Ringmaster. When we saw it yesterday for Aurora, we felt lackluster. Where is this hero? Why is it being picked up? Finally, we get to see it again, and it was just so beautifully played.
Yeah, it was very aggressive on the map, right? He was constantly running around, trying to set up for these moves, and critically, when Falcons are able to, win their lanes or at least free up the supports, you are going to see a lot of highlights where, things are happening. I do think, though, in some of these highlights, we are going to see Crit just missing his ultimate, but that's not the player issue. I think just the spell is just pretty shit. But that aside, yeah, of course, with the the whip, the escape act, and the daggers, they are really, really potent in the correct hands, and yeah, Crit was doing a very good job on that.
Oh, you didn't whiff that one.
Yeah, he was already set up with a control, but they also, at the top fight in the previous highlight package, they had a Gyrocopter. He used the ult, used the whip. Gyro didn't get hit by it, used cooldown, but yeah, the ultimate, who cares? Whatever. But everything else, very good. 4-2-19, one of the few Ringmaster players out there in the world, and showing that it can still be good.
Yeah, I mean, they're so solid, and I think it does go back to the draft. Not to beat a dead horse, but like I think they need to not go so all in. You can't be picking triple range cores. I think that even on its own is just sort of forbidden. Nobody ever really does this because it just opens up too many weaknesses in your draft. You just don't pick triple range core ever. Like, you auto lose when you do this.
What do you mean going all in? Like, what are they going all in on?
I think it's sort of what Misery said about going all in on these lanes. Like they're really like there's a first pick DK, and there's sort of this thinking sometimes that okay, they first pick this hero, we need to make sure he can't lane, right? They don't get away with this first pick DK. Nah. But like they didn't, right? They picked the triple counter pick and they still lost the lane. Like so now your draft is trash and you didn't win the lane. So what the heck are we doing here?
Yeah, it's kind of true, right? Okay, DK actually had the best lane out of all three. The course, funny enough, that's the hero you're trying to counter, right? But I would like to see them go back to some of the stuff they did yesterday, because I felt like yesterday they actually looked like a solid team with solid drafts, you know, and they were composed, they were just playing their own game. I think they might have gotten into the over preparation for Falcons, like, oh, we need to really do something extraordinary to beat this team. And yeah, this is just not the way to do it, I think.
I mean, a lot of people, you know, community often forget about Skidder, and clearly that's what happened with Heroic, right? In their prep, they were thinking about shutting down the Marine, forcing the DK to mid, and then you get the counter picks, and then again, you get the Ench from snaking. I think he had like one of the highest, like longest wins on the win streaks on the hero. Then you have Skidder Weaver, which is one of his best heroes in a completely free lane. And it does, yeah, sure, we talk about Marine winning his lane, but you cannot just give access to, you know, to multiple TI winners the ability to just have a completely free lane. It's just logically just a really weak attempt of trying to beat Falcons. They've misread the book completely, and in this break, they're going to have to identify that. We saw earlier in the tournament, MOUZ, they very beautifully identified it and then made it a 3-game series. Heroic now need to do that as well.
Yeah, Tundra did it earlier, and we even had Ari come to the panel. He stated it himself. There's that fine balance in this 10-15 minutes where you have to talk, yes, a little bit about what went wrong. That's what we've identified, and what you can do moving forward, which is what I'm hoping you guys can give me some more answers here. When you put out examples, what are some of the heroes that could be back on the table for the side of Heroic?
I mean, I think things like the Mars they've gone back for a lot of times. I think, you know, Whisper playing sort of more either stock standard heroes like the, you know, like a Puck or like a Leshrac, heroes that he's gone for quite a few times, heroes that give you more of that just sort of standard damage team fight. I think to me the biggest thing is just this Viper. I think if you replace that Viper with, you know, say like a Mars or a Night Stalker, hero that Device had a lot of success with, just sort of a normal standard offlaner, because I think they've had great lanes. They're not some aggro pulling team, they're not, or like wave pulling team really. They're not losing their offlane in many games. So I think, and the lane wasn't even a problem in this game, even with getting ultra counterpicked. Like the Viper is playing against the 2 hardest lane counters in the game to Viper, and they still had a good lane. So to me, hey guys, we're clearly pretty good at laning, so let's pick an offlaner that gives us a little more oomph in the mid game.
I would also put it like this: instead of like picking these range cores, like we did that, the horse is dead. But I mean, pick more team fight early on. Like pick more solid heroes as a foundation for your draft, and then let the cheese picks come later, right? Like the flexes come later between Whisper and Davai. Let it be like your absolute last pick, or perhaps your 16, 17, but don't reveal it so early on. But just make sure that you have the team fight, you have the damage, you have all the boxes ticked before you go into these creative ideas.
I'll keep it simple. I just feel like a Beastmaster. I feel like Beastmaster is a pretty good solution, right? It's really strong in the offlane. It forces Skidder down a certain line of draft. In the mid lane, it can be super explosive. Whisper carried them in previous games on the hero. Why not? A little bit of Whisper, a little bit of Beastmaster, maybe a Centaur. There's so many options. So many options. But just forget about game 1. That never happened.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, not mention what Ari said about you know, about sort of fixing things in between games and using that time properly. And I think Heroic are capable of doing that. I think they're very much a team. I think some teams are just a you know, big glob of players, where I think they're actually a team and they buy into each other's ideas and they trust each other. And I think when you have that in between games, you have more of a capability of coming back. And I think Heroic absolutely has the ability to look at this game and say, hey, we all leaned on this. It was a bad idea. Caps goes back and says, hey guys, my bad. I thought this would work. It didn't work. That's okay. We're going to try a different approach, and this game is going to look different, right? They're going to have the opposite picking order. It's a new game. It's a new style. They don't even need to think about this last draft because, you know, like Ari said, it's a different draft order. Who even cares? Go next.
Yeah, we also had Yuma after that win yesterday join us, right? I like to bring up the words that the players give us, but he's saying that Devi wasn't really that sort of vocal person anymore, and I wonder who you think is going to be leading the charge in this talk. It felt like, you know, if you had gone a year ago for that iteration of Heroic, yeah, we very easily could have sat here and be like, Devi's doing that.
I think critically, it's just all players need to have the same conclusion to the game. You can't allow one player to, you know, overthink what just happened, because if they think one thing, another player thinks another thing, and you don't really come to a quick conclusion, that can also impact your next game. So I think as long as they have one good conclusion, one good answer, and then you have one player with the confidence to step up and go, I can do this, I can beat Falcons, then you move to that idea. You can already see on the camera there, you had Cass talking to Whisper. You know, when you talk about the Bat versus DK, the matchup that maybe the Bat should win, maybe if Cass can inspire Whisper for a certain logic and bring Whisper more into the game that way, that could also be a recipe. But it's just everyone has to agree on one thing.
I agree with that. I think I think most likely they're gonna come to the same conclusion that they're gonna try something else for next game. But I hope that they don't double down on this thing where they're like, if we just won the mid lane, we should have done this instead, this little thing, and then we would have won all 3 lanes, and then it would have worked. If they become stubborn about that, I think Falcons just gonna run away with it 2-0.
Yeah, I mean, I think they are smart enough to realize that it is a problem. I think when you play these games where you can't do anything and you sit there and you just get massacred for 45 minutes as they squeeze you into your base, you feel like, okay, this was just hard to play. It felt hard. And I think trusting your feelings and trusting your gut in these things, trusting what your teammates say and listening and really just like sort of perceiving the situation, I think they're going to come to the right conclusions and they're going to have a way better shot this next game.
Yeah, and look, it's only game number 1 here. We've seen best of 3s go the distance. Heroic, they're going to have to bring themselves together because game number 2 is happening just after this break.
We're playing patch quiz. I'm gonna read off patch notes, and the players should say if that patch note actually happened or if it didn't, true or false. Lifestealer can now cast Rage while infested, granting the host 1.5 seconds of spell immunity.
False?
It was false. Bounty runes no longer grant experience.
No, it's false.
It's true.
It's true.
They used to give experience. Bounty Hunter Track no longer reduces armor. It's a tough one.
It's true.
It is true, correct. Silencer's last word now also silences upon the spell.
I mean, I'll just stick to the fact it's probably true.
It's false.
It's false. Okay.
Shadow Demon's Disruption illusions now have plus 15 attack speed.
False?
It is false. Fixed Helm of the Dominator not working on Undying Zombies.
That is a good idea. I would like to have it. I think it's true.
It is true. So now it should work, so you can. Buyback prevents gaining unreliable gold, creeps, neutrals, etc. until your normal respawn time finishes.
True?
It is true. Gem of True Sight no longer drops on death if the carrier is killed by Roshan.
No longer drops. I think it's false.
It is false.
Yeah, it should be just stupid.
That's it.
Yeah, it was pretty good. I liked it.
All right, when you're all done, you can get back to your team if you want.
Thank you.
Falcons versus Heroic. We will shortly have the draft, but before that, Misery, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Which hero on Falcons would you never give them in a Dota 2 game?
Huskar.
Which other hero would you never give them in a Dota 2 game?
Maybe Chen.
Which other hero would you give them in a Dota 2 game? I need one hero specifically.
Like Naga?
Which other hero would you... Get the right answer.
What are you fishing for here?
I'm fishing for a DK, brother, all right?
DK?
Just sort.
I think you can give DK.
You can give him a DK?
Yeah, just give DK, but you play a normal game. You don't try to beat him in lane. I think the other approach that teams had with picking Tidehunters and stuff is better.
Yeah.
Because then the carry DK feels worse. And then you don't care about the carry DK because you get a free Tide lane.
Yeah. Okay.
You know, something like that I think is better, and then you can kind of play it against it.
Again, you had very good answers. I do respect the early answers, but there's something about the DK. It's like Falcons just know how to play against all the counters as well. Like if there was to be a tie, they'd wait for a silver edge, they'd add some break. But...
Sure. I mean, would you rather play against some Huskar, Marine? They beat the Brood, they beat the Doom. They don't care about anything.
Yeah, that's actually the only reason I haven't pushed to go from rank 500 to a pro player is because I don't want to draft against Falcons. I don't want to play against them.
Yeah, I don't think anybody wants to draft against Falcons right now. But
no, not at all. Yeah,
Heroic has to.
Oh well, listing some of the heroes that we mentioned, we do of course have the Naga, the Huskar.
Yes, this time they have 4 bans as well.
They do. That is also quite nice, and that does mean they will be second pick in the draft, so they will get the beautiful last pick, the overall 24, which was for some reason so instrumental in the last series. Not so much this time around.
Yeah. But second pick has won a lot of games, I believe, in this tournament. It does feel like it's a little bit easier. Like just the double pick second phase feels a bit simpler. The last pick is, there's so many good cheese heroes right now.
Falcons.
But they give the Chen. Okay, so different approach.
But already, we know Falcons are one of the best Chen teams in the world, if not the best Chen team in the world. So against Chen, it's respect the laning phase, but also make sure that you're not oversubscribing to the auras of 20 minutes.
Yeah, so the reason why I don't like giving Falcons Chen is because they are, if you are going to give it at least, then you need to respect certain strategies. I think the Abaddon Chen is absolutely disgusting. I think some of the stuff they have with multiple tanky heroes plus the Chen, it could also be, what's the other hero they always play with Chen? Like for example, Timbersaw, like just these heroes that get extra tanky with a Chen, right? And have this 20-25 minute timing where they can just actually go high ground. I think that's the real issue, where everyone's unkillable.
I mean, critically, you just need to make sure that you can try and threaten the Chen in lane so the creep doesn't 1v2 the lane. And then also, when you do get to the mid game, you've maybe shut down the mid, you've killed the off lane. There's some type of only farm option available for Falcons. And, Schofield Clock is a classic hero with the battery assault running at Chen. If you ever get him inside a Cogs, you do have kill threat depending on the offlane pick. They still have access to a potential. Okay, Gyro's banned actually, but okay, we'll see where Yuma wants to go. I was going to allude to Gyrocopter, but
I hope this is like a casual Clockwork in the sense that we just want to play this hero on Schofield right now into the Chen. Feels like a good matchup. It's not a setup for like another Viper, because it could be one of those like a Clock Viper lane, but I hope it's more sophisticated than that.
Of course, right, we'll need to reveal in the next phase. But again, against Chen, I'm always a fan of like a MOUZ as well, for example. I know there might be damage problems, but you lock in like MOUZ, Snapfire, a Snap 5, a MOUZ in the offlane, you got a little bit of potency, some team fight. Like as long as you force the Chen to drag into early fights, it feels pretty good. Pangolier, also not a bad option. Just being able to be chaotic, has the wave clear with the swash. Eventually you have Ags and Bashers and all this nonsense of the late game.
Yeah. I think it's a pretty good approach now. I mean, Penguin should have a pretty decent lane against the Chen. They're not going to get punished too hard. They also ban out the Monkey King in this case. They also have the potential, of course, of putting the Pangolier mid, right? So that flexibility is there.
But they still have damage problems. They have the control of Clock Division. They have the also vision through Pangolier's positioning of Rolling Thunder and also the control. But they don't have the kill threat.
They definitely need to pick up a lot of damage in their next 3 picks. There's no doubt about it. And they need to pick damage that is not one tank and then you're out of damage. You need consistent damage that goes on through the fight, right? Like turrets.
I would love Falcons to bring back the Grimstroke that we've been seeing them play, right? Against the Rolling Thunder, the Clockwork, you have quite a obvious initiation, the hook shot, the jump, and then it just really amplifies the fight. It just punishes.
Right. Yeah. I think it could easily be that. It could also be Sky, but I think if there was a Grimstroke pick, it might be this one. Yeah.
I am not going to say anything until they pick Grimstroke.
And what if they don't pick Grimstroke? Do you have any other ideas? I mean, I think I could see you being right here, for sure. The question is if they feel like Sky is just a little bit better right now.
I have to speak because I would get fired if I didn't speak for the rest of the draft. But they go for Sky off me.
I think the Sky is just like, it adds a little bit more damage. I think it has better synergy with Chen compared to Sky. I mean, sorry, Grimstroke. Also, the Sand King Skywrath combo is just so strong. Kills any hero pretty much.
That's fair. As long as it has kill threat, that's all I really care about. And Ancient Seal, we talk about it a lot, but it is very, very potent. Queen of Pains, Pangoliers, they're heroes that want to start the fight and then start using a couple extra spells after the fact, right? So if you do lock on that Ancient Seal or have a quick Burrow Strike from a Sand King, it is so, fight turning that Falcons, they're kind of inviting Heroic, please try and kill us. If you do, we're gonna, disengage with a Sand King, heal ourselves, or put a pipe down with the Chen. Again, Heroic critically need damage in their lineup now.
They really do. And this double pick is very difficult, right? Because you also need to watch out that you don't get too counterpicked. You don't reveal too much. Your lanes also need to be stable. So there's a lot of boxes you need to tick to be able to pick the right heroes here.
And of course, Falcons haven't shown their carry yet. So if Heroic was to think about, like a potential, Slardar that we've seen other teams running to try and give some true sight on the Sand King bursting the Scarif Mage quickly, you are then going to get counterpicked. But instead, Heroic, they opt just to go for a bit more survivability. And they do this thing where they do late pick supports quite often. And with a 24 pick in the draft, Abaddon could technically be the 5 KG. He's been playing some Omni Knight. He's been playing some Omni Knight 5. Like, I'm not excited by it, but there is a world in which it's possible.
Yeah, I mean, I'm also thinking the same thing, that it's not really traditional to pick your course like this, but I kind of like the hero choices. In general. I think you take away the Abaddon that I was talking about, Abaddon Chen, this combination. You also get the Leshrac, which has a lot of damage. You get the Abaddon to play around certain timing with the Radiance, things like that. But you are potentially revealing your 3 cores, and you don't really have good flexibility here. Like, you cannot put any of these heroes support. Lesh support is not the same Lesh as a core. It doesn't actually deal that much damage. It's more of a cheesy hero and like a roaming around and getting solo picks. But in 5v5 doesn't offer much. Abaddon +5 with clock 4, I'm not really feeling it either.
Not at all. But I do feel like it's just a cause. There is a world where it could happen based on Heroic, but that aside, Heroic at least are trying to present a lineup that is playing into Falcons, right? It's the fact that Leshrac with the early Blink Dagger, Pangler as well, they can go so crazy, but Skidder goes for the Ursa. I love when I see Ursa when you have very clear combo break style lineups, right? Ursa's able to frontline. What does he really care here? Like, sure, an early game Leshrac can run around in the jungle and kill him a couple of times, but he gets the Battle Fury, Blink, and one more item. He doesn't care about anything now in this game.
Sure. I mean, I think Pangula is gonna be, if he's offlane this game, which looks like it, most likely, he's gonna have an okay time here. I mean, Ursa will free farm, sure, but Pangula will also have a decent lane.
It's more about the diffusal of Pangolier, the blink of the Leshrac, syncing these two item timings and the respective heroes to then break open the game. If they buy these early skirmish items but don't get kills, it doesn't matter what they buy because Falcons are going to scale. And when we talk about the tankiness, you're talking about Chen Aber, Chen whatever, you have Chen Ursa. And then you have Sankey, who also very quickly will buy a BKB, Scarif Mage, depending on what facet, he's also tanky. Like, there is a world in which Heroic don't do enough damage. The only damage dealer that we wanted the damage dealer, the only one that's been picked quickly is Leshrac.
What about the offlane Venomancer here? And then you put the Leshrac carry with the Abaddon.
Sure, like, I mean, realistically for Heroic,
we're looking at something like that. I think
Enigma, Viper, Veno, they need any of this disgusting stuff for the Vi.
I mean, Falcons are banning out the Troll, which makes sense. And now also anticipating that there is some kind of shenanigans going on with this Abaddon. I just am not a big fan of the idea of Abaddon 5. I played it a bit in my pubs just to actually try not to play against Abaddon, but it doesn't feel good.
I mean, casting shield, like getting so close to your ally, and then suddenly there's Sand King there. He's
you have no purpose when nothing. There's no fighting. There's no real purpose, right? But I do think what else could they do if they, let's say they just put the Pangolier offlane, Lesh mid, and then pick another carry? What carry could that be? When Troll gets banned out here.
How does Medusa fare for Heroic, where it just you scale quite nicely? I know Ursa can eventually get MKB, but it's too slow.
You just got nothing going on, right? You have I don't know, you have no playmakers, you have no real stuns.
Okay,
what do you have, actually?
We're then trying to find a hero that can do something but also scale, but then you're trying to fix so many different things here.
Yeah.
But with the Doom ban, that feels like they're indicating the Abba is just going to be the carry, right? One of the better counters to the hero.
Okay, so another point, Lynn. What about the +5? Is there a +5 that can upset this Ursa kind of situation we got, where he's kind of good against Lesh? He's gonna have a really fast Battle Fury. Is there some kind of...
I'm just gonna wait and see, mate, I'll be honest.
Sure.
Yeah.
Just wait and see. Yeah. How about Falcons then? They need a hero for Amar.
Yep. Offlane pick to kind of tie together the lineup, have an additional layer of fight and chaos. again, the MOUZ is still available. It's a kind of a classic at this stage. Outside of that, he's been, most of the heroes that he's been playing recently have been banned out, and just goes for the MOUZ.
MOUZ still in the pool, yeah.
Yep.
It's pretty much the last MR's heroes, the traditional ones that were in the pool. So,
a couple weeks ago, it was first pick. Now it's last pick for them, and they do ban out the Meepo. So they are very much respecting on Falcons. ABBA going to 5, and a new carry is in play. So that is a statement from Falcons that they just don't care about ABBA being carry. They feel like the Ursa's going to outscale them. The pacing of the game is all going to be disrupted. You know, sure, ABBA go to carry, but you still need a Radiance, a Manta, a Blink. When all this comes into play, you're then running into the Chen, the Sanity, always their
the
auras.
entirety of the line. Look at how good Falcons are at getting the heroes for themselves, right? The strong, solid lineup with teamfight, with stuns, with damage, with scaling. They have everything. Auras. They have Roshan, towers, like they have literally everything you need in a Dota draft. And when you look at Heroic, it's just a lot more lackluster. So I think this last pick is very difficult. I'm curious to see what they can think of here to upset this right now.
I mean, they have 7 seconds to decide, right? This is a game 2 elimination game if they are to lose, and they go for a support pick in the final phase. It is not often that you use the 24 pick, the last pick in a draft, to go towards a support, let alone a position 5. But is it enough? I don't think it is. I am not inspired by it. I feel like Heroic have put themselves in this heavily tempo position where, putting it bluntly, is like it's Whisper and Divide versus the world. If the two playmakers of mid and off lane can bring so much chaos and life to the game, slot Yuma in behind with, you know, suddenly grabbing 2-3 items, sure, but to reliably do that against Falcons is so difficult.
I think from the position they were in, this is one of the best options, to pick a really strong 5 that kind of plays with the similar timing as the rest of the draft, right? Right now, you actually do have pretty strong timings. If you get to Radiance, the Pucknam order level 4, you know, you get the Leshrac, Blink Dagger, you get to Pangolier Diffusal Blade, you actually have really strong timing where Falcons are not yet quite online, right? And if you can start winning some fights there, there's a chance that they can get ahead enough that they can control the map as well.
But it can be difficult when you're picking the Pugna into the Mars. He's going to take the Bloodsport facet. You're going to lose that vision. So a lot of the big saving mechanics that we often see throughout previous games isn't really going to be in play here for Heroic. Sorry. So again, it's like it's individual skill. It's they're going to have to kind of show up in this game and really just show off their ability to kind of play into I'm just being honest, a losing draft. But if they win it, it's, you know, hats off to them. It's incredible to be able to do that against them. But it's all about the lanes. It's the tempo. Bring life to the first, you know, 10, 15 minutes. Maybe contest, you know, an earlier rune than possible. Make sure you contest the 7-minute wisdoms.
Yeah, I mean, I think I mean, let's see how the game plays out. But if Falcons just win this game, like kind of similar styles of game 1, it just shows again how the structure of Falcons is so strong, the way they're able to always get the heroes they want, and this really strong lineup. I do think that Heroic, they have some things going for them and some timings.
Yeah, I'm going to be looking at Schofield as well, right? On the clockwork, you often free yourself up quite nicely in the game. Why not run in, get a couple ancient blocks? Don't allow Marine just to completely free farm. Maybe even KJ can do that on the Pugna. You know, quickly run in, just stop the efficiencies of early game on Marine. Try and get a bit more economy through the Lesh and the Pango. And again, there is an options, but it's so much on the kind of just the not allowing the previous game to knock them. They need to make sure they are fully focused this game.
I think it's a good point that if you shut down the Sand King with the support running mid and you enable the Leshrac to start snowballing, suddenly the Ursa is firing Battle Fury, the MOUZ is sort of a slow hero, he needs Blink Dagger, right? The Chen needs time as well. Suddenly there is a situation where you can run away with this game and Whisper can go ham. So that might actually be the key, where you don't allow Sand King to lane well mid, and you also don't allow him to farm those gigantic stacks that we've seen before.
Yeah, and luckily the game is ready, so please, Owen and Fogt, take it away.
Thank you very much, T. Yes, getting ready for the action here of Game 2 between Heroic and Falcons. Fogt, we've seen the lineups, we've seen the drafts here. Do you favor Heroic a little bit better as opposed to what they're able to pull off in Game 1 or not able to pull off, essentially?
Maybe a little bit better.
A little.
Maybe a little bit better, but also it still looks the same formula, right? Falcons, 3 tanky strength cores. They have some sustain healer behind it. Then they have a bursty support as well that follows up. It looks like their usual archetype.
Absolutely. Well, Falcons incredibly dominant in that Game 1. They made sure they did everything to not let that slip away, close it up as safely as possible. Heroic, they couldn't turn it around. Let's see, can Heroic do a little bit better in Game 2? Here we go, Singapore. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, getting into the action of this second game at the series. Heroic, they had a rough one in the first one. Maybe this time round against Falcons, they can fare a little better. A change up from their side of things, right? We're getting some, I'd say, more reliable expected stuff, right? Devi this time on the Pango.
Much better.
He's going to have more impact, without a doubt, right?
For sure. That for sure. The big thing I am going to look at, though, is just Whisper having a better time, because he did get this Bat Rider pick versus the DK. Maureen manipulated wave. He won that matchup pretty damn hard. That can't happen again. So I want to see Whisper get enabled a lot more, because I felt like Falcons, they just enabled Maureen more than the opposite side. I didn't see the rotations coming in. I didn't see them trying to help Whisper as much as we did see Falcons look to just enable that DK. So let's see what we do get down. And I do have to mention some interaction stuff that can come out here. I had to point it out to you when they picked it, because they did pick the Pugna into the MOUZ. You can't life drain in Arena.
I mean, if it still is like that.
It was like that last week.
Okay, we'll have to watch out for that interaction.
You legit cannot, it just doesn't work.
Okay, even if you might that with them.
I think you might be able to, in some instances, click on like allies with life drain, but you cannot click enemies with life drain if you're inside or outside, even if you have vision. I don't know why, it's an interaction, you know, it's one of those things, so we'll have to see if it does trip up KJ.
Yeah. Because overall, outside of that in mind, do you like that they went for this? You know, we saw obviously with the Bands, Falcons, they were maybe expecting Heroic to switch some stuff up, come in with the core as that last pick. Maureen, he's going to get quite a hot start there, killing off King Jungles, as we're talking about King Jungles on the Pugna. But yeah, going for this Pugna as a last pick, right? A very strong hero by all means, but not really one that we see get left into the draft and get allowed to be picked at the end of a draft, which I could only imagine is because Falcons, they don't really care if there's a Pugna in this game.
I think that's really the case. They were more worried about this type of flex than that good came out. I think just like the panel was saying, they revealed their hand, Heroic, pretty much completely when they picked those three. That was going to be their cores, unless maybe that Troll was going to be something they can sneak in. So I still think Pugna can fit in almost any single draft, so I'm not going to say it's like a bad Pugna game by any means, because he does have Decrep versus the Earth, so that can be super valuable. The Nether Ward can be very good versus Sand Kings when he's revving up the Epi. If he rev Epis, it actually can cancel it before he can get the blink off in some situations if he's in that tree line. So there's definitely some merits to the Pugna. I had to mention that specific interaction because it really can just ruin your game plan a lot of times.
Absolutely.
I want to heal a target that's getting focused, so.
Well, looking at him at the moment, you know, one of the strengths of Heroic's lineup, as we saw, you know, with their draft, confidently just putting it out as that first pick, despite, as you were mentioning, the talent and the fact there was a Chen in the game, something that Clocks don't always want to play into. You know, Schofield on the clockwork. You know, over the last month or so, we've seen him have incredible performances on the clock.
He absolutely has. And Crit, he's going to go for the pressure onto him, but Crit was able to step out of those cogs. And he's going to be probably the one to watch of how much he can disrupt and make these early game moves to get them off to that start. Because if you do look at Heroic's draft, it is a strong early game draft. If they can get these lanes to look good, they absolutely can fight early. They have a very strong fighting lineup. It's just Falcons is very good at not giving these fights.
Schofield, they might be giving up a kill here. That final bit of damage flying through. That's going to be Schofield gone. No salve will save him.
He blood grenaded the floor as well. So he wasted the blood grenade and then salved as well and died. So minus quite a bit of gold there for Schofield.
Was he doing that to try and deny himself? Can you deny yourself blood grenade damage? You can't. So I
think he missed like
a blood grenade in frustration.
Yeah.
But indeed, the blood grenade gone, his life gone as well.
Losing blood grenades early is pretty painful. It's expensive, of course. You lose HP, and also, yeah, you don't have kill threat that you may have in the later one. And we did have to mention, of course, you know, Maureen getting that first blood is pretty important in this game because he is versus this Lesh counterpick matchup that is much harder of a matchup than that DK was versus the Bat. But Maureen, he does what he does. This is like similar. This is his dream style of being able to cut waves if he has to get to that point. And he might not even have to get to that point versus the Leshrac. He might just be able to play the lane head up.
So far, that a little bit of a lead for Whisper, but as you said, we might see Maureen be able to catch up.
Yeah. I mean, either way, he's going to at some point have Ancient stacks, right? There's a Chen, so Chen can just send the creep back, start getting those stacks if they're ready, and he'll be enabled off that. I think every game that I watch Maureen, I don't think there's ever been a game that he's had like a post, like 11-minute blink dagger, right? Like it's usually like 10 minutes, he's got the blink done, he's making moves around the map, so I would imagine that that's going to be enabled again.
Self Skeeter. Trying to chase down Devi.
Getting the stacks built up.
Oh, that's the Swashbuck. He's going to have to TP out away from this Ursa. So having to back up to the tower. Just get away from the claws of Skeeter.
Not easy.
They've still got a tango left or so Devi should be able to stick around.
Yeah, a difficult lane, but they set themselves up for this when they did pick these double melees, and when they have this Clockwork plus this Pango pickup, you know it's going to be this lane. So Skeeter absolutely set up for success here with the backup of Crit. And we didn't talk about that, but it becomes so common for Falcons to do that I didn't actually mention it, but Crit's playing the safe lane, right? Snake is playing the off lane. Every time they have Chen and they see a matchup that they want to play like this, they switch it, so.
And, you know, talking about this bottom lane, obviously King Jungle's on the Pugna. He might be in trouble here. Shield will come out, so Yuma's able to keep him safe. So in terms of the laning phase, has the Pugna pick, is that going to offer a lot of potential for Yuma to have a pretty safe lane?
Not really, because of the switch up that Falcons did. I think the Chen moving down there, if the Sky was down there, then yes. But the fact that the Chen goes down there and he just burns the man of the Pugna, you're not actually doing the same thing, because playing Skywrath versus Pugna in lane is pretty awful. You really can never trade as effectively because he just hits you more effectively of 0 armor and blasts you in the Netherward. Sure. But yeah, with the Chen, it changes things up a lot. And I guess still farming well, but Amari's getting free farm.
Yeah, because what was Falcons with their supports, they have that flexibility. You wouldn't imagine that Heroic, there was just never a possibility of them also making that switch up with their supports. No, they wouldn't do that.
It's almost never that I see Schofield swap his position. He almost always is going to be playing paired up with the Vi, even if it is going to be some like dual lane sacrifice, kind of sacrificial lane, as we are seeing that one in this.
Yeah, it's going to be a slow start here for Devi. Suffering the most on the CS so far out of the cores.
We are seeing stacks from Schofield.
Whisper. The kill here with the Edict. Now, tell you what, it's going to be close to getting it. The Power Strike is there, though.
Whisper.
Marion will get away.
Crit might be able to get him.
I mean, Blood Grenade's coming in.
2 points in the queue.
Whisper's in trouble. And Crit turning up with a big TP there. I mean, going from nearly dying on the Sand King Marine. Backup comes in from Crit. Ends up being Whisper that gets punished.
Amar?
Yuma's trying to go for this.
Now stay.
Both of them should be fine. Just not quite enough in the tank at the moment from Yuma and King Jungles to get these kills.
Split second, little plays there coming in. I mean, this Burrow Strike to disjoint, get away from that left strike, and then Crit. I always like to highlight this too because it's different plays. I think Crit is definitely the best Skywrath at the moment, and he understands how to play. Goes for the null early and goes for the 2-1 build. I saw Schofield yesterday. He did like the 0-1-1 build, which was very weird. Having this extra damage on Q is actually massive in late phase.
I mean, and it's going to definitely cause the Heroic to have sort of second thoughts if they want to try and go for those dive plays early on. If they know Crit's got the TP ready to turn up and turn things around.
Ancient Seal is very devastating as well when paired with Sanking. It's very similar to the Boomerang that we were seeing literally picked every single game from Falcons. Yes, it's not AoE, but the amplification gets way higher as the game progresses. So the combo, I mean, this Sky plus Sanking is going to be killing heroes pretty easily if they are able to get this type of setup early on.
Whisper. Still able to get a lot, of course, from the lane. As we're getting some from the jungle as well. And indeed,
takes
just so much damage that Crit's able to throw down. On enabling Skeeter to get involved in this early action. And the Vi's start continuing to get slowed down.
I think this hero is honestly a bit underrated right now. I think it has slipped under the radar for a very long time. I've been seeing Crit played so much. I've been loving it as well too, but just the way that you can play super aggressively and what Ancient Seal can do, it just makes any lane kind of a kill threat. It's really, really powerful. As Whisper will get the luxury to go back and farm those stacks with the regen.
Yeah.
So I might be able to make a move with it afterwards.
Yeah, there's going to be a big boost in the net worth of Whisper here. And pretty large stacks as well that were prepared for him.
Yeah, and Schofield, honestly. He was pretty low level, but getting all that XP from the stacks. He actually skilled Rocket at level 2 so that he could double stack, which is not you see every day on these clockworks, but being a melee can be pretty hard to get those double stacks going. Maureen?
Mess with this. I mean, it's going to be difficult really for Schofield to do much because Crit is here by Maureen's side.
He'll just soak XP. Maybe throw a rocket. He'll get 2 creeps.
He did get a couple of them.
Not bad.
A little bit of something.
I like this move from KJ. This is actually really clever. In the mid lane, since he knows the Sanking's jungling, he's just blasting the tower. He's actually almost taken the entire tower as this 5-position Pugna. So pretty impressive, though. That's one thing that the 5-position Pugna can absolutely give you. It's gone.
Yeah, that's super early. And
nice.
Not by there as well. King Jungles making sure that he gets the last laugh there in the mid lane. But I think the 5 Pugna nearly taking that tower as quickly as the Maureen DK took theirs in game 1.
That was honestly really heads-up move. It was kind of the combo of him plus Clockwork, right? Schofield scouting the Sand King, doing the camps. KJ knew he had the luxury to just walk over there. KJ?
Might be in trouble now. I mean, he's got the Vi by his side. The Vi's thinking about coming in with the Rolling Thunder. They're trying to burst down King Jungles, but King Jungles, he'll get up to the side. Rolling Thunder in onto Maureen, but Burrow Strike is there, and even Divide, if he goes for another connection, would not have had anywhere close to damage on his own to kill off Maureen. So Maureen's perfectly fine, but they are able to at least keep King Jungle safe.
This is a really heads-up move. I mean, Maureen instantly TPing bottom. It's going to catch Yuma pre-6.
He's not got the 6 as spear. A little bit off the mark there from Amar, but you know what? Doesn't matter. They still get the kill.
Oh, that's so smart. It's almost 9 minutes and Yuma's still not level 6. So pretty impressive. I mean, very slow level 6 coming out from the Abba, but good recognition from Falcons.
I should try and turn up for the defense down bottom.
A bit awkward, he cannot. Hard for him to just run in as a Leshrac in this game since he's playing versus the MOUZ. If he just charges, he's just going to get speared away, right? He'll get pushed back.
Yeah, things might be a little different once he's got the Blink Dagger, and he's pretty close. Obviously, after being able to clear up those stacks at this stage, still in a good spot as the Lesh with the farm that he has, just a few hundred off the Blink Dagger.
But Owen, again, it's an incredibly oppressive early start to the game from Falcons. Level 6 already finished up for the Skywrath as well. All 3 cores farming well, and they have shut down at least 2 of the positions again, 2 of the cores.
And
in similar fashion.
And Yuma this game right on the Abaddon, it doesn't hit as hard as the Gyro turning up to the early fights, right? He's going to need a lot of time to work on that Radiance before he wants to show his face, which is, this game, as you can see on the net worth, Whisper, he is at the top. A lot of pressure is going to be on this Leshrac to just have that sort of impact, especially with the fact that his offlaner Divide is struggling.
For sure, and the fact that it's going to be an Abaddon versus an Ursa. So at some points in the game, it doesn't matter. The longer the fights go, sometimes Abba likes those long fights, but Ursa doesn't care if he's able to get those Fury Swipe stacks continuing to grow. All right, Whisper, let's see what he can do. Blink is coming out. See if he goes for a kill immediately. He is. Crit.
I'll get the jump straight away over towards him. Crit's
he's going to heal a lot.
Flare. Crit. He's going to get decrepified. Another blast comes into play. Crit, he's still alive. Finally goes down, but time's being bought for Skeeter to turn up and tear apart King Jungles. King Jungles trying to survive with the life drain, but the swipes stack up. Skeeter will be able to find the trade there.
Actually, almost close to Crit surviving with the heal that comes in with the Hand of God as well. That heal that comes from your nukes.
Time for the setup. With the catch onto Amar, but Amar has got backup coming in.
Maureen,
he's ready with the Epi. Divide will come through with the Rolling Thunder, though. They're bringing Amar down pretty low. A good spear to push back Yuma, sort of take him out of the fight and put him in a very dangerous position close to the tower. Falcons, they just able to turn towards him, kill him off. They can now look over towards Schofield and put the cogs down. We'll be able to get out of them, but look who's turned up to the fight as well. Skeeter, he's arrived. Heroic, they have to keep on running. The life drain's coming in from the side. Falcons, do they want to dive to tier 1?
They've got
the wave in. Blink Dagger on the way out now for Maureen. This could be a difficult tier 1 to hold for Heroic, especially after losing their Abaddon. Maybe they could set up around the respawn of Yuma when he gets back in.
Whisper has the blink.
Schofield still pretty low. In with the spear, coming again with the life drain. He's keeping going for the life, they're able to turn. He'll drop the arena, but he's able to get out of it. The comes down onto Whisper. Crit doing insane amounts of damage here to the Leshrac as Whisper's out of the fight. Jump forward from Maureen, in with the Burrow Strike, catching on to Divide, and Yuma. Divide trying to get back in with a shield crash, but he doesn't have enough damage on his own to kill off Skeeter. Skeeter's going to be fine. They're falling low on Falcons. Heroic, can they actually finish off any of these kills? Doesn't look like they can. Maureen's able to jump back up on the high ground with the Burrow Strike on a Schofield. Divide's in again. He can't quite get Snaky. Those Snaky glyphs, they'll turn towards Crit.
No way.
Sniped by Amar. Heroic, they just can't kill anybody, Fog.
They're like 10% HP on 4 heroes, able to get out, heal up. Whisper, he died so fast. He jumped in. It looked like he was maybe going to get at least a turnaround kill, but the Sky ult just decimates him.
He's going to look to Skeeter up top, and Enrage is all caught up, but the stun's going to miss.
Man.
He needed that to hit big time. Whisper doesn't get the connection. Skeeter, he's able to walk away.
Falcons just playing it so beautifully again, and just little things from Heroic not connecting together. Now Whisper, he's got the silence.
Chasing down Crit. Should be pretty dead here. So something to be found here from Heroic's move, but they still need a whole lot more to try and slow down this lead that once again Falcons is being able to get against them.
And they've got a really, as you can see for Heroic, they have a really good 5-man fight, but you can see also Falcons, same thing, just standing around these auras, standing around this Epi, or standing around the Sandstorm in particular from Maureen. Just very difficult. And I did see that Mars ult, by the way, immediately turn off the life drain in that fight, I'm pretty sure, so if I'm not mistaken.
We'll be able to take the tier 1 tower top. You make getting that extra bit of burst of gold.
Bottom, Amar, he's thinking about going for this play here. Tower's going to get denied. I guess with Yuma, maybe not going to look for that play onto Devi since the shield is available.
If Maureen gets close enough, they might still be able to make something happen if Heroic end up sticking around.
Got the amp damage and the army of snaking.
Heroic, they do have a few around themselves, but they can't be wanting to fight into Falcons here.
No, and Amar has gotten I call it like his full tanky build that he likes to do sometimes when he doesn't feel like he needs a blink dagger. He is incredibly durable. It's a 2,000 HP Mars. It's only 13 minutes in. Even if you have a Leshrac, it could just not be enough for you to bring him down, as we saw in that last fight in particular.
Maureen. Devi getting to jump onto him straight away with the Mystic Flare follow-up as well. The life drain's coming in though, healing him up. Ancient Seal down on towards him. Schofield's in with the counter play. Had the hook shot onto Maureen.
He's blocking him.
Back with the cogs. Maureen will still be able to break out of there with a haste rune. He'll be fine. They managed to kill off Crit at the side with Whisper jumping in. So Heroic able to keep themselves safe and take a kill in their favor, making sure that the Sand King Sky combo doesn't get away with a clean pick.
KJ in the right place at the right time, gets the full life drain off. Devi holds the ulti too, so he will have it potentially for the next move if they want to look for some type of play here versus the Epi being on cooldown. Epi and Hand of God. But looks like they're content with just getting a little bit more of that farm. The Kaya Whisper does have it finished up. Swapped away from that Atos that he was looking at initially.
I mean, of course, ideally for Heroic, if they're able to slow down the pace until they can get that Radiance online for Yuma.
It's going to be pretty slow, though.
It's not going to be one of the fast ones. He's nearly over that first hurdle of the Relic Gold, coming up to 3,000 gold on the Abaddon.
Might be one of the slowest, I think, actually, that I've seen on these Abaddons as of late. Snaking.
They'll find him. He's going to go for the TP, but they'll have ways to stop that with the Rolling Thunder.
Give Yuma the last hit for sure, right? Yeah, they are. Good. Make sure Devi does not take that one. Yuma needs every bit he can get to accelerate toward that Radiance. And he'll get the creeps. Nicely done. A good move, catching it. It's good moves like this whenever you can look for Falcons, because you know that they are going to play kind of split up. Snaking is going to look to farm a lot in this game, especially when those ultis are on cooldown. So a nice little swing over. Even if it's just, 5 position, at least it gets them a kill, and it is Yuma who gets that last hit.
I'm talking about liking to farm a lot. Do you like this from Schofield? He says, we need the Axe ASAP, straight
I really
up.
don't. I was gonna, I really don't.
Yeah, then
I didn't really want to mention it because
okay.
I've seen him do this in the past, even at TI. And I think the games when he did this at TI, it actually looked one of the weaker ones compared to when he did his other build, but so be it.
All right, well, we'll see.
Schofield is the king of the clockwork, so I will hold judgment.
See if he's sort of able to, I feel like it's going to be one of those builds he says probably gets picked up in the games where they're struggling, where Schofield's like, you know what, I need to have more impact from me. Yeah. I'm going to carry this one from the clock on the support position. So we'll see if he can.
He's just looking to play with rockets, right? He feels like he can't play close into the fights, and he's just going to be playing to spam from back lines. See if he can get there. It's still going to take quite a long time for him to do so.
Yeah, he's getting some good space top. But Whisper will be, he'll quickly turn up and take that away from him, as he needs to get that money towards that BKB Whisper.
Devi getting incredibly low. So he'll be okay. Yeah, they need to get these BKBs. The Pugna's only going to be really able to save one target. They do at least have the Abba that can shield either himself or one of these others that gets initiated in terms of this.
Oh, will they find Maureen in time? They will.
Big catch.
Schofield and Whisper coming through the twin gates and having the hook shot at the ready to put a stop to the TP.
That's the
And
Schofield.
get themselves a very big kill.
The Schofield we love. The first pick Clockwork finds one of the biggest pickoffs they found out, if not the biggest one so far this game. Might be able to turn it into a tower as well. At least KJ can start to spam it down. Extra bit of gold. That's pretty much the Radiance. 250 gold if he's able to get these blasts onto the tower.
It's pretty big. I mean, all in all, I think Heroic, despite the fact that they're slightly behind, they're going to be very happy with the fact that these last kind of few minutes, things have slowed down, and Yuma has had that chance to get this Radiance online.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's already leaps and bounds better, it feels like, than that last game. Last game right now was the last time they got a kill at that 17 or 18 minute mark, and then they never got another one. So
a high chance of this potentially being a different story this time.
Should be.
Heroic can keep this up and ensure that Falcons don't continue to grow the advantage. Falcons, they're going to do their best to do so, though. They're coming in with a smoke play.
Right? Past the tree line.
Skeeter's gone pretty deep for this. Trying for Whisper, but the hook shot comes in from Schofield. The coach as well, holding back Skeeter. He's trying to back out of this. He has Amar and snaking by his side to 5. In with the Rolling Thunder and Shield Crash once more, but Maureen comes into the epicenter of the Mystic Flare. Down on towards Devi. Devi will fall. Amar, he's got the arena onto the 2 supports, catching Schofield and King Jungles. Falcons showing that a team fight they'll still take very handedly.
The Cogs actually messed Devi a little bit up. He was getting bounced back into the fray. I think he was trying to maybe get out, but wasn't able to. Falcons, so they bring the numbers. That's everything used, and it's right around the Roche. That was all their ults used to be able to take that fight successfully. A great position from Amar.
Yeah.
He just gets on the supports, the BKB, right? He doesn't need the blink. He's just able to walk up to them.
So, you know, the timings from Falcons in that game one, kind of similar here where they get the chance for the early Roche. Should be able to set things up as well to prime for that 20-minute Tormentor.
Yeah. And even though, yes, Heroic, they've made some recoveries. The lead is starting to grow a bit here.
Yeah.
My real biggest worry is that their damage, yes, they have this mixed damage, but the auras are definitely going to start to come out pretty soon.
See again from Amar, yeah, pretty much a perfect arena, catching the two supports and just sort of locking Yuma out of it.
He was trying so hard. He was literally banging on the wall saying, "Let me in."
They're gonna keep the pressure up though, Heroic, or at least try and shake up Falcons at a moment where maybe Falcons have relaxed a little bit after feeling that with the Aegis in their hands, Heroic wouldn't go for a play like this into Falcons.
Hey,
Let's see if it catches them by surprise.
Falcons ults are still on cooldown. At least the majority of them. It's 10 seconds or so till arena.
I mean, if they isolate Skeeter, can they take him down the twice? He's got the Aegis and he has got the Enrage.
He's got team back up pretty close. That arena's back up in 2 seconds.
Does Schofield want to go for this with the hook?
Whisper, he's caught.
Yeah, they managed to catch Whisper. Completely isolated. They try to lead him with a hook shot looking towards Skeeter. They'll catch him in the cogs, but he just turns, kills off Schofield. Heroic, they tried to catch someone by their own. It was a risky play, Fog, a pretty desperate one as well.
Feeling like
does not work out.
And honestly, it's right around like this. The last time they got a kill in the last game was 17 minutes or so. This one, it's 5 to 14. Falcons is starting to get that methodical approach where they don't really hemorrhage much of anything. Gonna get that Tormentor as well. Crit, he gets it handed to him.
Yep.
This is honestly the dream for a Skyrath when you're getting this type of game. 7, 3, and 4 already. He's gone Kaya, and he gets a free shard. His damage is gonna be ridiculous in the fights as well. Even as a support, they're able to get these extra Qs off.
See again here, you know, a lot of time chasing Skeeter whilst Falcons having that freedom to just turn and just drop everything onto the Leshrac, bring Whisper out of the fight, and at that point, the attempt from Heroic's completely over.
And KJ, he just can never, he can't save targets in this arena. It's impossible. He can't save himself. I'm pretty sure, I saw a couple of times he turned and tried to left, and it's just not happening, so.
And he's just going to be, yeah, as you said, just Crit already getting the chance to freely cast everything. Now with that Meteor Hammer thrown into the mix, something else that... You know, he's just having fun.
The Meteor Hammer, I talked to Crit a lot about this because me and him have been discussing Skyrath just on the back of just a lot because we both really love the hero. And he's just like, it's so cheap of a pickup. You don't even really need to use the active of it, but look at the benefit that you get from the upgrade from Kaya to it. You get a lot. You get this like mana right regen amp, all these like small little stats and everything too. It matters. It definitely does.
No, that's very true. Any sort of mana issue is it's not going to be there even for a drawn-out team fight.
Yep, and of course, yes, he'll be able to blast perhaps 1 or 2 times onto a tower here or there, or if there's an arena that comes out, there's a double spear, he absolutely can use that Meteor. So it's a cool approach that he can go for, and if he does commit for Conda, that would be pretty hype, because I think I saw him do that the other day too when he did play it versus something that can be broken, like the ABBA.
I mean, I think if sort of the game trajectory continues as it has been for the last few minutes, I think he certainly will. Crit ready to have some fun here on the Skyrath. I mean, already is, of course, 7, 3, and 4, very high kill involvement, very high impact, and high damage done already, I would imagine.
Yeah, I really do feel like Heroics, a lot of their timings have been completely ruined in this game already, where it's very difficult for them to even approach a comeback in this game. I'm seeing Amar is joking around, but he's queuing up a Rapier. I'm not kidding. Like, he's actually been queuing Rapier for some time now because he maybe thinks that he can get away with it. It's that.
I hope it's probably going to be a nullifier.
He probably will just be the nullifier.
I think he's memeing, but we'll see if he's ready to entertain. As, they'll go for the jump on him. We'll get the BKB off. They've done a lot of damage through that. The heal will come out once again, but he's gone.
Okay,
Maureen decides, gets the chance to get the MP off. They jump the 3 of them and take down Schofield. Devi trying to lead in, but the Mystic Flare's down upon him. Devi focused by the bear. As Skeeter rips him apart, turns over towards Yuma. Yuma's dead and gone. Power Strike on towards King Jungles. Falcons may have lost Amar, but they certainly haven't lost the fight as they'll take down all 4 of them. King Jungles, nowhere to run.
Crazy team fight. They just stand and sustain through it. Yuma tries to run in, but the damage, it's not fast. It's very slow damage. There's insane sustain that comes in from the side of Falcons. Ursa enrages, tanks through it. Sandstorm sitting inside of it for the sanking. And Skyrath, I was mentioning it before too, but you heal an absolute insane amount in the fights too. With this triple Arcane Bolt with 35% spell lifesteal. He's just standing inside of all of it. Trading hits.
see again here. And despite Amar dying, the rest of Falcons very quick to turn.
Look at Crits. Look, Crits, look, zero damage being taken because he has the barrier versus that Radiance as well. Snaking has the mech. They're all just sustaining through that slow damage that comes in from Heroic.
Yeah, definitely one of the strengths of the Abaddon carry with this Radiance. Very much being answered with this build-up from Falcons.
Just, they're tanky, and they have an insane amount of sustain as well.
And Amar, obviously after that last move,
he's still keeping it queued up.
I mean,
he buys the nullifier. He's not doing it, man.
Ah, disappointment. Maybe still to come later down the lines, you know. But indeed, no rapier quite yet on Amar.
I mean,
probably had to, you know, if any consideration of it was probably shot down after that death.
I mean, he was doing it for us, you know, for us and the viewers. He's like, look, guys, I could do it. But yeah, of course, nullifier is 1,000 times better versus the Glimmers and versus the Pugna Decrep, etc. So definitely much more sensible for him to have that. Skeeter approaching the Aghanims. KJ.
Whoa.
I
know he's in there.
He tried. They saw him with the ward sneaking over there earlier. Skeeter unstoppable on this Ursa. 6-0 and 6. Pretty flawless day from him so far. And he's gonna get this content.
Oh,
he's definitely gonna get it. 3,000 gold away.
And maybe he gets a rapier.
Okay.
And we'll see.
Oh. It's just about the break.
Maureen. That's a very lovely double Burrow Striker and Epi coming in on the two of them. Whisper will pop the BKB, won't save him. Maureen just able to idly catch the two of them.
They're giving them no hope, Owen. 6-21.
I mean, I can't really, 25 minutes in, was game one rough for the lead, or it's pretty similar, right?
I think it actually got worse in this one.
I think it did.
It actually got worse faster.
The early stages were like, well, you know what?
Yeah.
Maybe it's not going to be as rough. 25 minutes in, Falcons say it's going to be rough.
I think last one was around 11K at this point, if I'm not mistaken, or 12. So I mean, this is insane how fast they're accelerating.
Schofield.
Yeah.
See if he at least can waste their time a little bit. No. It's going to get dragged back here by the micro snaking. Heroic.
They just can't. They can't even like put a fight up together now because now the BKB timing from Whisper, he died immediately and used it. So even them potentially looking for this fight down here could be extremely dangerous. Falcons, they're all prepared for it. How close is Snay to the pipe? Doesn't quite have it. Okay, I thought it was coming on the courier, but it is coming on the courier. Okay, he does have the pipe.
It's there.
All right, well, all the damage.
Is that even quicker than last games?
Yeah, absolutely faster than last game on this Chen. This is insane timing. How do you kill heroes? They might not actually lose anybody in the next fight. With Mech, with Hand of God, with Pipe.
And it's like last game. Oh, obviously. They get the jump onto Amar. They'll get the opening.
It's got BKB though.
It's there. He's just going to BKB TP out. Here's our goodbye.
Schofield was not in range. No hook shot coming in from him.
He just cannot catch a break here, Heroic, in this game.
And he has committed for that Aghanim.
All right, let's see if he can do it. You know,
Triple rocket
said, well, last game, Yuma, you couldn't carry us and turn the game around on the Jari. This game, I'll carry us and turn the game around with my Aghanim's rush on the clockwork. Let's have a look. See what Schofield can pull off.
It's the sustain. Like, I don't know how they kill heroes. So much sustain, so much healing, and their damage is not the fastest on the side of Heroic by any means. Small damage instances now at this point versus this incredibly tanky draft. Falcons.
Get ready to jump up to the tier 2s. They get the setup on a Whisper, put the BKB, but they're in with the right clicks of Skeeter to take him out. Device looking for Crit, but the heals are coming into play. Crit will still fall. They'll get the chance to take him down. And Yuma doing a fair bit of damage to Maureen, but Maureen's able to break away with the BKB and the Burrow Strike. Falcons, they'll get the big kill. They back off. They do lose someone, but it is just a support. Heroic, they're desperately trying to find something more from this. The Rocket Flare
Mars here.
continuing to get spammed down by it. The Clockwork, Schofield, the Burrow Strike there on a Divide, though, gives him no chance to back away after that attempted chase. Falcons coming out on top once again and ready to set up for another Roshan.
Well, they got Crit again. That is the 4th death on Crit, so 4 out of the 7 that they've gotten has been on the Skywrath, but not able to find these core kills by any means.
Schofield, he's got to go for this.
Yeah, absolutely.
You gotta try it.
He's got hook.
It's a difficult one to time, and Snake King's blocking off the
Look at Amar.
Attempted angle. It's a good angle here. He gets the kill. He won't be able to take the Aegis, but you know what? He gets the kill, folks.
You saw Amar. You see that pump faking on the spear? He knows it's coming. He gets the stun onto him before he's able to get the pickup. At least he gets the last hit, gets some XP for himself, but they were very prepared.
They were. They really were, understandably so. After they see the rockets coming, but it's something. You know, when you're 20k down in a game like this, maybe a little bit of a boost of morale here for Heroic in the tough position they are.
It's truly no mercy from Falcons. Even Crit is saying, you know what, I'm going to be sensible. I'm just going to get a Force Staff, and then I probably won't die when they initiate me on me as well, as you see it there.
As you said, perfect timing and the hook shot from Schofield to get the kill, but perfect timing and response from Amar and the boys on Falcons to make sure that the Aegis still goes into their hands.
Both of them literally with perfect timing.
Let's see what we get going on next here from Falcons with this Aegis now picked up by Skeeter.
He is so farmed on this Ursa, by the way. Just continue to look at this network. He's 5,000 ahead of literally anybody else.
King Jungles, they'll get the tower. They won't get out though.
He's got a full Abyssal. So even these BKBs, even the Rolling Thunder, they could just die during those BKBs as well. There's so much damage that's going through, as we see. The Rebuke, even the Epicenter, well, you know, the pulses that come out with it, with the little individual hits that come out. Like, this BKB just doesn't really do too much for Whisper either. Just so much mixed damage that Falcons does have.
Falcons cleaning up the tier 2s. Still a tier 2 standing in the mid lane for Heroic.
Yuma, he's got like these core items, right? He's got the Manta, he's got the Blink. It's just his damage is just still so slow how it builds up and ramps up throughout these fights. I saw him trying to bring Malrine down around that T2 top, and he really couldn't. Malrine was able to disengage even though he's getting hit on for like, I think it was like 6 seconds by the carry.
And last game, you know, Falcons, they played it incredibly safe. I wouldn't be surprised if we see them do a similar thing this game.
Oh yeah.
You know, there's no reason for them to try and take any risks right now. Full control of the game. Schofield, he'll be able to get in and steal the haste route. If they can chase him down, they can't, so he'll get away with that. Just trying his best to sort of shake them off their game.
Basher for the Sand King as well. Multiple different ways. I mean, they have so many different ways to interrupt inside of these BKBs.
Yeah, these sandstorms and epis are going to be pretty ridiculous.
Yeah.
You know, timing's there. It's playing the Tormentor.
Methodical.
King Jungles, nothing he can do to scare the bear.
Just walk past him.
Yuma. He's down here. He's got Schofield and Divide by his side. Maybe they can take the Aegis out of Skeeter's hand.
Backup's coming.
It's on the way. Skeeter have a little longer with the Enrage. He's able to threaten Schofield quite a bit as well. Finally drops the one. They got to get out. They can't risk sticking around and try for a second time. They'll go for the TP. He's out. Divide. He's got the TP at the ready. He'll go for it now, and there's nothing. Oh, actually, no.
Now he is.
Now he's going for it. He'll get out with the rest of their roll, so he'll escape.
At least they'll get that Aegis.
True.
They
Takes
don't
it
get everybody
away,
out.
sort of like, I think it was about 2 minutes away from expiring.
Sure.
So a little bit of uptime from that Aegis taken away from Falcons.
But now there is no Pango roll, so there is, I think, maybe a potential chance if Falcons does want to at least poke toward that high ground for a second. There's no roll. That roll is one of the things you actually have to be a little bit afraid of, if anything. But looks like they probably are just going to back away. Let's see. Amar, he's gone for the full tank build, by the way. Satanic.
All right, and it looks like he's going to continue.
He's going to
add up the stats. S and Y's, Scardy's queued up. Just wants to be this completely unkillable front line for Falcons. And if he can get that build online, he'll certainly be that. Top.
Skeeter.
Get the angle onto Skeeter. This time it's a little more difficult for Falcons to connect over towards him.
Getting cogged.
Just hard.
Should
They
be
just don't have enough damage, do they? Whisper's going to try with the jump in. They'll get the stun in.
The heals?
Coming in, the heals there. The Spirit of Mars.
Not enough. They get
They'll get the big kill here, Heroic. They're able to take Skeeter down. They'll lose Schofield for it. Divide still trying to play on and find more, but Malrine's there ready to keep Snake King safe. As Divide, can he get out as well? Nullified down upon him. The spear connects. Whisper is able to clear off Crit to the side. In fact, Heroic, they're not done yet. They'll jump forward on Yuma. Trying to take down more Whisper. In with the damage. It's actually a triple kill for Whisper. But Malrine did with the epicenter. King Jungle trying to keep Whisper alive with the life drain. But Whisper will fall. Malrine cleaning things up. Heroic, they tried their best there. They seized the opportunity to get that chance, to get the kills.
Buyback.
Yuma should be fine. Maybe they can still try for more.
Nice spear.
Anything to stop this. Nobody's able to get there in time. A little bit of something for Heroic, but still overall, Malrine coming out on top with the cleanup at the end of the fight.
And we're seeing just, it's the tanky cores, right? Just incredibly tanky, especially with the way that Amar has built. He just withstands the full Leshrac combo. And this Basher actually is pretty interesting with the Sanking too, because Pugna, they're just making KJ's game impossible. He just gets hit by like a random pulse and might just get bashed as well while trying to save some of these cores. But a good catch. They finally are able to find Skeeter.
Absolutely, and just in time as well.
Yeah.
It was very close to Amar Snaking being able to turn up at a point where they could keep him alive and safe. And Heroic absolutely doing what they had to, right? In this sort of situation, you killed the carry in a very rare sort of situation considering the state of the game. You've got to push forward for more. Whisper's able to clean up crit at the side. And at this point, even though they've lost Divide, the fact that Yuma and Whisper are still in a decent shape, they had to try for this.
Yeah, they just got to go for it. Pretty much anything. They can't just like sit back and farm like they did in that last game, right? You can't just like play to lose. You got to try to play to do something. So at least they attempt to go for these moves. Of course, they do get at least something there, but Falcons do strike back. And we will see the BKB next for the year. So Skeeter, he did go a bit greedy with his build because he could, because of how far ahead they went, right? He goes for the Ags, and then he goes for the full Abyssal rather than going for the BKB. Now he'll have it. If he had the BKB in these last few ones, he's just perfectly fine, but now he will.
Divine, able to get his next item online.
Okay, he's got the Ags.
It's done.
I mean, necessary, absolutely necessary in this game. They need every little extra damage that they can get, as we're seeing. These heroes are incredibly hard to bring down. And the Orchid's done.
Yeah, they're getting
toward the next few things.
And these sort of next round of pickups, despite kind of getting cleaned up at the end of that fight, the fact that they did get the kills beforehand has enabled this next round of pickups. You know, you've got 3.5k at the moment sitting on the Leshrac. Whisper can start eyeing up his next pickup.
Just need a fight where they can somehow clean up multiple core kills, not just the one, right? But very difficult to bring them down. As you see, they have to expend so much to even bring down one of those. And Malrine is getting very close to the incredibly dangerous territory. I mean, I'm saying the incredibly dangerous territory. He's already been incredibly dangerous, but he's getting close to Refresher 25. They're already pinging out the Shrine. They do this all the time when they play him as a Sanking. Prioritize him getting that level 25 plus Refresher. Heroic.
So if they can catch anyone off the side of the map, they might find Skeeter down here. Again, Skeeter obviously pretty far away from potential backup.
He has BKB.
It's a tough one to jump.
Much harder this
He's
time.
closing in, ready to help out. The vision set up, they're looking for the jump. They get the silence to open things up. And they've got the burst control as well with the rolling thunder. We'll get the BKB in the range up, but he's so low, Skeeter, he's in trouble. The rocket lets fly through. A massive kill. And this time, Heroic, they won't be punished for that.
And is Roche going to spawn soon, too? It might actually respawn at a pretty decent timing for them, too. Let's see the timer. It's a long spawn. Just kidding. Favors Falcons for that respawn.
Just huge moves, and just being able to have that amount of control to stop him from getting the range of the BKB off soon. Quick on top. He's got BKB and Satanic ready to press here, Amar. He's a very tough one to take down.
He doesn't know where Schofield is, so he can't just BKB TP. Schofield's scouting him.
The mic. Just to continue the chase. Schofield watching from the sidelines.
Maybe a bit too far now. Yuma's still continuing to go.
Falcons, they don't want any of this whilst they haven't got their carry, whilst they haven't got crit up as well.
I mean, that's massive.
And I tell you what, no joke about it, the Aghanim's clock, it's giving them that little extra for these sort of setups. These consistent rocket flare spams coming in those sort of movements, allow them to safely chase on. Extra bit of damage as well. Schofield, he'll be telling it's making the difference, and I wouldn't be able to disagree with him.
Honestly, now they have Whisper with a Hex now, too, so they can do this again. If they find the Ursa isolated again, they could just chain stun him.
Yuma.
These are pretty big moves from Heroic at this deficit.
Yeah, exactly. Playing like this, you're 25k down and still finding the opportunities. No, opportunities that they were just completely unable to find in game one.
It's playing to win. Like, they're taking big risks, but it's benefiting them pretty massively. Like last game, I feel like they didn't really take too many risks. They just kind of sat back and farmed. This time, I think they're realizing like we can't just really sit back and farm. We need to still try to make moves on the map, even if it is still incredibly difficult.
Absolutely.
The Falcons, they do split up a lot in these games, right? They do like to hit creeps and farm. So if they do find those opportunities, and like you said, perhaps because of the Rocket scouting them, maybe they can actually get these. So
getting the Octarine on top of the Aghanims on this clock, it's no joke. Just constantly, waves are going to be pushed out. The spam is going to be absolutely real from Schofield. He's ready to play the long game.
We'll see in terms of what the actual team fight is going to look, though, because they've been able to get a couple pickoffs when Falcons is nowhere near each other. Let's see what happens when it's actually
All right,
5v5.
Falcons, they're ready to bring the full 5 of them. They get the jump in straight away on towards Whisper.
dead for 90. He spent the gold. He did buy that Hex. And Roche, it's up, and they walk right into it, level 25 on the Ursa.
Schofield, where is he? He's he is indeed on his way over.
Rocket.
Okay, he's scouting things out.
Can he get into prime position? Let's see.
It's kind of difficult.
Come on, little Schofield.
Divide. He wants
it's
to
going to be Divide.
Play as well. See if he's able to time it. It's falling low, but the rush shot's already been taken. Skeeter, he's able to pick up.
He used the refresher.
The refresher shot on the Aegis.
I mean, he just used the refresher shot because he didn't pick up the Aegis.
Well, just a panic. Like,
he didn't want it to get stolen.
This refresher to make sure I can pick that Aegis up quick.
He didn't want it to get stolen. He just used it immediately. All right, well, refresher down the drain. Level 25s across the board, though, for Falcons. All 3 cores actually hitting it almost at the same time. Malreen's got it done. Amar and the Ursa.
Yeah, meanwhile on the side of Heroic, it's just Whisper that's not too far away. He's close to the 25. The other 2 cores much further.
He's dead for such a long time. Still 30 seconds. High ground push. It's time. We also see these neutral items being picked up. The Pyrrhic cloaks. Very powerful, very potent versus Flesh.
See what they can do on the defense end. Leshrac for 20 seconds.
They just have to sack this Rax at least. And I think Falcons might, they might just be able to continue. Pretty sure they can just move down to bottom.
Yeah, but with this creep wave alive in the mid, they can definitely try and do some more damage.
Yep. Response coming in.
BKB on Yuma. Allow him to frontline a little bit easier.
Mar has 4,200 HP. He even takes the brawny Outworld staff. Unbelievably tanky, and he takes the cheese as well.
They'll hold back for now, Falcons. I mean, even though there's been a chance this game for Heroic to punch back a little bit, it's not going to shake Falcons off that style of gameplay where they'll make sure that this game is in the safest of positions before they really try and push it.
No risks taken from Falcons, really. They did hemorrhage some kills that they probably didn't want to in this game in terms of the Ursa being picked off twice back-to-back. Yeah, back to business in terms of grouping up, not letting themselves hemorrhage kills. Amar going for a Scotty next. He is literally going for the maximum HP build. Maybe he gets rid of his phase boots and buys a heart afterwards. Okay, he's going to buy an overwhelming blink, so yeah, going for the absolute max HP build.
Now, I might be mistaken, but just an interesting, I think a couple of times his courier was sniped with the counter recipe on. I think he just brought it like a second.
Did he?
I think we'll check.
I think you might be right because I did see it died early.
I think it died a second time. He just had enough. He's like, I'm just gonna.
Yeah, he does.
Yeah,
right. Look,
so he was like, you know, he keeps sniping my courier. I can't get this recipe. I'm just gonna have to buy a second one and just accept that loss.
Yeah, why not?
He wants to have that item online as soon as he can.
We'll see how much of a difference it actually even ends up even making. Of course it can.
It's a little bit of money down the drain.
I mean, if he gets the catch and they're able to just burst Yuma, right? If he just Ancient Seals him and they get an Abyssal, he's dead. They can just burst him in 100.
An incredible amount.
Yeah. He's got the Manta, but if it's, yeah, like I said, if the Abyssal comes out at the same time as it can't just hunt it to 0 pretty much any of the targets. Heroic gathered together.
Falcons. On the move here with the smoke. Skeeter leading the way. 2 minutes left on the Aegis.
Schofield trying to scout the high line.
It's not a bad catch to find. Schofield's been pretty pesky with the rocket flare spam, helping to push the waves back. They'll catch him.
He even anticipated them being there. He rocketed, but they were smoked, and they bypassed getting hit by it so they can get the blink off, too.
The Rax on the top lane.
Another banner has been dropped. Double siege.
Jungle's trying to slow it down here with a Decrepit fight.
They're going for a last hurrah smoke around.
Let's see what they can get with this. Heroic. The buyback is well available on Schofield. They're trying for this wraparound into a lineup that does still have the Aegis on Ursa, on Skeeter.
Look at the positioning. Malreen is 2,000 range on the right, Amar 2,000 range on the right.
He's going to look to show himself, but straight away Skeeter's in on top of him. They come with the
that instantly.
They burst him, no chance for a bar attack to go off. He's out of the game, no buyback on the carry. Yuma's gone, Whisper to fall. They tried for some sort of big brain wraparound play. It gets shut down. Triple kill from Amar. Falcons.
They're just too good, Owen.
They're ready to move on and close this series up. And indeed, they've done it. GG is called. Falcons will be going to the grand finals.
These guys are absolutely terrifying, and they seem to do it in just a consistent manner over and over again. They always are getting their heroes, right? You look at the top of the screen and you see Grandmaster, 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 Grandmaster. It always feels like they get away with getting these drafts to just function so well, so oppressive. again, a 1K per minute lead again that they're able to get. Heroic strike back a little bit better in this game, but very little bit, of course, as we see coming in there. They're just too good at playing this style, Falcons. Someone's got to find an answer.
Absolutely, and unfortunately for Heroic, not able to find it themselves today. They get a little bit of a better shot in this game too, but again, we've got to emphasize on the little bit.
The little bit.
It was a rough series. Falcons turning up, with this first showing in the series on the main stage here at Blastland 4 Singapore, showing us that they're very ready for the grand finals, right, Fog? This team, no messing around in this one. They turn up, they play, they win. Straight there, they stamp their ticket to the grand finals.
And to say for Heroic, they've been a very entertaining team to watch. A lot of people, they've gained so many fans. There's no shame in losing to Falcons.
No, absolutely not. Something about the way Falcons keep this incredible hold on the games that they play right now leaves very little chances for any of the contenders to be able to just break them down and find a way to get back in. Even after this game where the early game lead wasn't as incredible from Falcons as it was in game one, it still didn't matter. As we got to the 20-minute or so mark, it was even more drastically going Falcons' way that when they did sort of dominate the early game. But a rough one here today for Heroic, but he said no shame. Absolutely, because Falcons, they've done this so many times before. They're doing it again today. 2-0 to Falcons. They're moving on to the grand finals.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, I am here with ATF! Coming out from Falcons, not missing a beat, and another grand finals coming your way. How you feeling right now, my man?
At this point, it's feeling casual, It's just grand finals.
Casual grand finals, my God. Did you know that series was over as soon as they got to the iconic MOUZ? You locked it in? Did you just know the game was done?
I looked at the draft, I'm like, we need a hero that goes first item BKB. I'm like, MOUZ can do that.
And it didn't work out indeed. Any words for your opponents as they are heading out? They had a great run. They're up against you, big dogs to have to beat. Have they improved over the tournament?
Wait, words for Heroic or Tundra?
Oh, oh, sure. I mean, Heroic first, but then give me some words for Tundra. I'd love to hear that.
They're a good team. They have 2 offlaners, so getting to 4 is very good for them, I think. So, and this is probably the best South America has ever been, so they have very big room.
All right, kudos to them then. Any spicy words for Tundra as we're coming up for that grand finals tomorrow?
Spicy words. I hope I get to destroy them, because this is like our hardest opponent. So I hope I shatter their dreams.
Okay, Jesus, that's great. All right, ladies and gentlemen, are you ready to see some dreams get shattered tomorrow? All right. Well, thank you again for an incredible performance. Can't wait for tomorrow. And we will see more from this team coming up soon.
Yeah, someone's dream is definitely going to get shattered, but for right now, it is not the Falcons' dream at all. Ali joining us here. How do you feel hearing one of your players like Amar there go, yeah, Tundra, we're going to crush them?
I think he was censoring himself, honestly. I think he'll say some stuff in the room later.
Yeah, I could believe that. But for now, we're going to talk about the Dota, the action that unfolded here. First of all, did you expect this 2-0? I know it seems like such a silly question, but it's like Heroic have bested you guys in the past.
I mean, Heroic are a pretty good team, I think. I think it's never a guaranteed 2-0, but I think we're pretty confident coming into this match.
Nice. And what about you guys? Any questions for Ali?
Yeah, I was curious what keeps you or y'all, striving so hard. Y'all won, pretty much everything there is to win, and you keep winning over such a long period of time. I think at this point you're entering the conversation for like greatest, rosters of all time. What's the driving force for you?
I think a lot of players like money. But to be honest, we haven't won a blast. We'd really like to do that. And I think more than that, like, we really enjoy what we do outside the money even, like it's fun to compete and it's really, really not fun to lose. So I think that motivates us. Like after last TI, I think we had like a little bit of a rough period, the one before this one. And we didn't like that feeling. So we decided after we had a talk, like we're all going to put our all into it. And like, there's no point for us competing if we're not going to try our hardest.
What element is the most fun for you then personally?
For me personally?
Yeah.
Honestly, I really like it when we like make adjustments when we're playing not the best and you can see it unfold. Like for me, that gives me joy. But it's like...
Is that like through a tournament, in a series?
I don't know. It's not something like specific in a tournament. Sometimes it's even in scrims. Like we work on something, the comms are good. I'm like, yeah, I'm having impact. It's like very rare. So It makes me happy.
Yeah, people say that a lot about you. Just least impactful coach out there.
I could ask about your structure, because it's very clear that you guys have a very clear structure in your drafting and the heroes that you keep choosing. It's almost like this identical Falcon like 1 year ago, like same heroes almost in a lot of ways. And I'm curious, why do you think you succeed with that where others sort of don't have that implemented in their team?
I think for our team, we work really hard on our foundation. Like the heroes, they might be similar to a year ago, but like the meta shifts. Like there have been times, like there have been quite a few patches where we'll adjust heroes, but like how we think about the game won't change so much. And it's less about like using the Inva heroes and finding the heroes that sort of fit what we want to do in the game. So I don't really know if that answered that, but
sure.
Yeah.
Andy?
Another draft question, mate. What's your thoughts when you go into a draft and a team just, suddenly picks Viper in like an opening phase? Like when you get these like random curveballs, like what's your feeling when a team preps like that?
And we tried the Viper ourselves, to be honest. So we sort of had an idea about the hero. I think the hero got more play. I think like people saw tops and spam on stream. They're like, ooh, that looks fun.
Yeah.
And then it just like enters the conversation and people pick it more. When they pick it, I guess like we know the hero pretty well, so we know what we think is its weaknesses and strengths, and we decided to like put our DK mid into what was supposed to be a bad matchup, and Maureen played really well, and then we could get the Weaver, who they killed Viper twice and then he lost the lane, so that didn't go so well. But like theoretically, like we know how to punish these heroes, and sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
What are your thoughts on teams like when they come up against Falcons? It feels like they always try to craft a strategy to beat Falcons rather than always staying true to themselves. Like, what are your thoughts when teams like maybe complicate the things against you?
I don't know if that's necessarily true, to be honest, but I think in Dota it's really hard to like just outright counter-strat someone or copy someone right now. I feel like the level of refinement on certain strategies is really high right now, so even if like you try to steal how they play, like I don't know if it's true, but I feel like Heroic plays a lot like we did our first year of playing, to be honest. Like a lot of smokes to the runes, how they like wrap around smokes, things like this. And it's like, it works pretty well for them, but since we've done this already for a full year, like it's not the most successful for us, I think.
I was curious about like how y'all feel or how you think about Maureen's like laning ability in draft, because to me he's almost similar to like Sumail 2015 era right now, where he just can't lose lanes. Like he doesn't necessarily giga stomp lanes. You're not picking him like Queen versus Shaker type matchups, but like nobody can beat the guy in lane. I don't remember the last time I've seen him get stomped in lane. It just doesn't happen. So do y'all consider that in draft, and like what is your feel on it?
I mean, we had like the game versus finals, he was like 0-7 on Ember. So
okay,
like that was fun for Queen.
True,
yeah, so
Ember
he gets
Queen,
it's very rare he gets stomped though, and he knows the matchup. I mean, Sumail in 2015 was like he just had triple the CS level players and 3 solo kills, and he was just carrying us every game. But yeah, it's a big strength for us because we know that like if we need something for the lineup, even if we put on a disadvantageous matchup, he like usually gets out of it pretty well, which is sort of broken. I mean, Maureen's a very good. It's really very broken conceptually, because like there are things in Dota that are like higher value than laning, right? Yeah. But you have to have the laning, otherwise you can't play the game. But if you get those things all like cheating the lane, then like you just come out ahead and draft, or like hero quality.
Yeah,
so it's nice. I like it. It's good for us. I don't know.
It feels like the other cheat code that you guys have when it comes to drafting is how flexible a hero can be to almost any core role and sometimes even support. Do you ever have arguments with the players about who is going to be playing it? And not necessarily in officials, but when it comes to like scrims or doing the prep work and things like that?
No, I think it's a lot on the players to like decide what heroes they sort of like anyways. But there have been times on our team where we felt like we valued flex too highly, and then like we would over index on that, and then we'd like not flex at all, and it would just be bad. And so we had like conversations about that and had to like adjust based on like how much flex we need in our draft, because flex is good in draft, but sometimes like hero quality of the flex heroes is sort of weird, so then you have to find a balance.
Awesome.
My last question. Do you ever trust a MOUZ quick buy? Like, obviously, he probably wasn't going to buy Rapier second, right? After BKB. But when you look at it as a coach, it's like, are you having to plan the conversation? What if he buys this? What if you like lose with it? Like, are you preparing ever for it, or just whatever happens, happens?
And we played together a long time. We've had conversations where like Snay will click on a Mar and he'll be like, oh, I thought you were going to buy drums because you're quick buy. And then like Amar's like, why are you looking at my quick buy? So we've actually had conversations about not trusting his quick buy. Usually it's Midas or Rapier, so that's easier, but like yeah, he's a unique guy. I don't know what to say. He likes it. Like, if they're enjoying themselves, like, what can you really say? Like, you're gonna get like a 0.001% more efficient. Oh, my teammate can check my item, or you can have someone who's enjoying himself, and he's obviously playing very well. So why would you disturb that?
Yeah, I mean, that's how he gets in the zone. That's how you guys are still winning games. And Ali, thank you so much for spending time with us, giving out all that insight, and congratulations again on making it to the grand finals. We're going to say goodbye to you for now, though. You can head on out as we get to talk about Falcons now making it to the grand finals. But I guess the flip side to that one, T, is unfortunately Heroic no longer being here in Blast Slam 4. They had an impressive game for themselves yesterday's series, and it just wasn't there today, though, unfortunately.
Yeah, again, we have to obviously remember Falcons are, the TI winners, the previous event winners as well. It's not as if it's like Heroic lost to this team, right? It's, they lost to the team so far, right? So fair play to Heroic. Of course, it wasn't their best showing, again, the play here, but the future is bright. They hold their heads high. They understand why they lost to the best team in the world, and then they might be able to compete for the grand finals in a future tournament.
Yeah, I think you learn way more from losing than you do from winning. Yep. And so while it sucks to lose, and they would have loved to go to the grand finals to sort of break that record for South America, I think, especially when you are on a growing team like this, you watch the replays, you look, you see, what did Falcons do against us? What do they do against other teams? What separates us? What were the little things that we can improve on that will make our games cleaner in the future? So you just, have to go back to work.
Yeah, you are, and it's going to be time for Heroic. Unfortunately, not in this tournament. But before we say goodbye to them, Shiva got to catch a couple of words.
I'm here with Devi, and Devi, this was a rough series. What went wrong?
Quite a few things, I would say. Not sure how to pinpoint. I think just our level just wasn't high enough on a couple levels. When you play against Falcons, you have to bring your A game, and I don't think we were close to our A game today. So.
You guys have been growing and getting stronger consistently, especially these last couple of weeks, and it has shown. What do you think Heroic needs to push you to the top?
I think as we keep growing, we'll get more and more consistent in stability. I think we're at a level where we can be competitive against any team on our best day. If luck is by our side, if you have a good snowball, I think we can, we can get to grand finals. We maybe even win tournaments. I mean, we did it a year ago. Those were less tier 1 teams present, but I think we will keep growing as a team, and I think we're already close to a level where we can go far.
It is definitely already delivering, especially with the entertainment level of the games being incredibly high. It also means that you've got a lot of extra fans getting over the last few weeks, and obviously you had a lot of fans before that already. Is there anything you want to say to them?
Well, it's awesome, I've experienced a lot of support for sure. The fans as well make the game great. It's really nice that that we it feels really nice to be on a team that that causes a lot of love in the Dota scene. I'm really happy about that.
Well, I'm also happy that I know that I'm going to be able to see Heroic in basically every single tournament until Christmas, so that's great.
Yeah, me too. I'm very happy to be playing tournaments again.
Okay, well, looking forward to see you guys play next. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, it's nice. It's always good fun to get to see Heroic here. And you know what? I gotta say it. Maybe a grain of salt taken away from this, because Ali giving them massive compliments. They were making a lot of moves. They were doing things that Falcons were doing about a year and a half ago. And then we look at the run they're doing now, the placements that they're getting, winning tournaments back to back to back. And it's like he sees parts of that old Falcons in Heroic, and so it is just a matter of time before we see them in that grand finals, and a matter of time before we see them potentially lift a trophy as well. And yeah, it seems to be ringing true with Devi and all the team on Heroic.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear that they've improved a lot the last, pretty much since TI. I don't think we've ever had a SA team that's been so, so improving, I would say, the last few months, and it's looking good for the region and for the diversity of Dota teams in general.
It's always nice to get to see a region making it this far. Top 4 for them, it's fantastic. Unfortunately, it was not enough, though, to get into the grand finals for themselves. Tomorrow, it's going to be Tundra up against Falcons. And before we say goodbye, any last words from the three of you before we head into our final day, our Sunday here at Blast Slam 4?
It's a classic finals, to be honest. These two teams have battled against each other many times. They've played with each other. There are friends. There are rivalries. I think it's a great finals. I look forward to watching it and seeing great Dota and interesting drafts and watching it unfold. I think a best of 5 is always a fun experience, and I'm just looking forward to it.
looking forward to see what Tundra will try to do to beat Falcons tomorrow. I think that's really the question. How do you beat this team? I mean, now they have even more information on Falcons. They saw what happened to Heroic today. Let's see if Moon and the gang can do it.
Yeah, we're going to have our grand finals tomorrow. In case you guys want to know what time it is 3 p.m. local time that it'll be starting. So that means we're definitely going to be in for 5 games, right, T?
Putting it on me? I don't want to be the one that cursed it. We might get 5 games, we might get 4 games. It could be 3 games stop. You never know. But if you do know, if you turn up and watch it, you'll find out if it is 3, 4, or 5 games. And yeah, I've got nothing to say, so...
All right, well, T's ready to sign out. I know a lot of people here in Singapore are ready to head home as well. We're going to see you guys tomorrow for our grand finals, our last day here at Blastland for Singapore.